As a freshman on the brink of embarking on his university journey, Lin Chen found himself intertwined with a luxurious system. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have dined alone with the campus belle. Reward. 1 Lamborghini Veneno. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slapped faces. Reward. 51% shares in Louis Vuitton. Before even graduating, Lin Chen had ascended the pinnacle of success. Isn't it quite reasonable for a university student like me to be the richest person in the nation? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Chapter 1. System Activation, Bountiful Newbie Package. Today marked the inaugural day of new student registration at Suzhou University. On the roadside, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a crisp white shirt paired with deep blue jeans stood with a suitcase, awaiting transport. Why hasn't a ride arrived yet? I'm losing my patience, Lin Chen remarked, exasperated as he stared at his phone, where the wait time for his taxi had stretched to 10 minutes. He had canceled all other options, leaving only the cheapest one available. Given the bustling nature of Tianfu City, it should be easy to hail a cab, right? Lin Chen pondered, glancing at his phone, which urged him to increase the fare for quicker service. His finger hovered indecisively for a moment until a series of chimes reverberated in his mind. Beep. System binding successful. Now issuing the system's newbie rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a Ferrari SF90. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a standalone villa at Yulon, Shengting No. 1. Would you like to claim your system rewards now? What on earth? Lin Chen was taken aback by the sudden system notifications. Yet as a young man of the 21st century, he was well-versed in such phenomena. A system? Could it be that Lin Chen's days of languishing in mediocrity were finally coming to an end? His excitement soared. A Ferrari SF90? That must be worth several million. And this villa? In Tianfu City, it must be valued at least 10 to 20 million. Would you like to claim your system rewards? Yes. Hurry and grant them to me. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the Ferrari SF90. It is now en route to your location. Please be patient. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the standalone villa at Yulon, Shengting No. 1. The rewards issued by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. Please feel assured in their use. Elated, Lin Chen leaped in joy. Had this unimaginable wealth truly descended upon him? A fashionably dressed young woman with heavy makeup strolled past, startled by Lin Chen's sudden exuberance. Casting a disdainful glance at his plain attire, she noticed the nearby high-speed railway station. Country bumpkin, getting all excited, just arriving in Tianfu City. Lin Chen's expression soured, but he acknowledged that his earlier excitement had indeed been excessive. My apologies, miss, it was truly my fault, sorry. Who are you calling, miss? Do you have any manners? A country bumpkin raised without proper upbringing. The young woman exploded in indignation at Lin Chen's address. His countenance darkened instantly. After his parents lost their jobs due to environmental reforms in 2018, they labored in an electronics factory to support his education and pay off the mortgage. Every day, they toiled to cover his tuition and living expenses, even purchasing a house for his future ease in finding a spouse. Thus, despite their financial struggles, Lin Chen had never envied others. His family was his Achilles heel. Could you not harbor such venomous words? Did you eat dung for breakfast and forget to brush your teeth? Truly a sight for sore eyes. You, how dare you bully a weak woman like me? The young woman, witnessing Lin Chen's fierce retort, rolled her eyes and immediately resorted to a moralistic stance, raising her fist in defiance. Given their location near the high-speed railway station, a crowd quickly gathered, drawn by the unfolding drama. As the young woman noted the growing audience, her arrogance only intensified. You dare insult me? If you don't apologize today, you shall not leave. Apologize to you? On what grounds? Because your face has more blemishes than I have hair? Lin Chen scoffed. You. Angered by Lin Chen's audacity in front of so many witnesses, the young woman was left speechless. Young man, resorting to insults is indeed your wrongdoing. An elderly woman, unable to bear the spectacle, interjected. With her intervention, others nearby began to chastise Lin Chen. Having grown up alongside his grandmother, who never shied away from confronting multiple adversaries, Lin Chen had learned how to navigate such situations adeptly. It was simple, he needed only to focus his retorts on one individual. Excuse me, ma'am, did you not see that she insulted me first? And what of it? You're a man, shouldn't you show some restraint toward the woman? Very well, I had intended to afford you some dignity, but since you insist, do not blame me for disregarding the esteemed virtues of our culture. I'm not her father, why should I accommodate her? His retort left the elderly woman speechless, and she retreated into the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the onlookers witnessed the elderly woman's retreat, they dispersed. At that moment, a tow truck pulled over to the side of the road. All eyes turned toward it. Lin Chen squinted, and to his astonishment, it was a red Ferrari SF90. Moments later, several staff members descended from the vehicle. They scanned the area and quickly spotted Lin Chen, encircled by the crowd. With purposeful strides, they approached him. The young woman's eyes brightened. Could it be that someone among them had purchased the Ferrari SF90? Then, she saw the staff members heading directly towards Lin Chen. No way. Could this man actually be the buyer? She dismissed the thought after all. He was merely a country bumpkin. How could he afford such luxury? Are you Mr. Lin Chen? One of the men inquired respectfully. Yes, that's me. You're here to deliver my car, right? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, glancing at the young woman standing behind the man. The crowd's gaze shifted dramatically, filled with heat, admiration, and envy. Indeed, but for security reasons, we kindly request to see your identification, Mr. Lin. The man spoke with a hint of trepidation. He had no desire to offend someone of such stature. If the individual were displeased, it could spell disaster for him. Anything that can prove my identity will suffice. The man added quickly. Huh, a bumpkin like him could never afford a Ferrari. The young woman whispered derisively. Though her voice was low, it reached Lin Chen and those nearby. Huh, do I really need to prove my worth to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Chen retorted, bemused. What a shame that this person had not been properly educated at school, nor by her parents. It seemed society had failed her as well. Upon realizing her words had been overheard, the young woman's expression shifted. With so many eyes upon her now, she couldn't afford to retreat in humiliation. Thus, she could only muster the courage to respond. If it truly belongs to you, I shall transfer it to you. I will wash my hair while standing on my head. Splendid. Has everyone heard that? Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose, addressing the crowd around him. The onlookers, already eager for entertainment, found this turn of events even more intriguing and were all the more willing to engage. We heard you. Young man, swiftly deliver a slap to her face. I yearn to witness her in that upside-down position. It seems you're more interested in that. Chapter 2. Freshman, are you reporting with a Ferrari? Lin Chen smiled faintly as he handed his ID to the man. The man accepted it with both hands, glanced at it, and then returned the ID to Lin Chen. Greetings, Mr. Lin. In accordance with your request, I have brought your vehicle. Here are your car keys. The man produced a lavish-looking box and presented it to Lin Chen. The gazes of those around them converged upon the box. The young woman's complexion turned ashen. Noticing everyone's attention was fixed on Lin Chen, she attempted to meld into the crowd and escape quietly. However, the onlookers were unwilling to let her slip away. A few curious elders discreetly filled the gaps, leaving her no avenue of escape. If you run away, what shall we watch? Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement internally, yet maintained an impassive facade as he accepted the box and opened it to extract the keys, which he held in his hand. I must say, the key to this Ferrari feels exquisite. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on becoming the esteemed owner of a Ferrari. Should you require any further assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Here is my business card, the man added, handing Lin Chen a card. Lin Chen glanced at it briefly before tucking it into his pocket. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Please, feel free. The man nodded, and the crowd parted to allow him passage as he exited. The young woman, seeing an opening, attempted to squeeze through, but within moments, the crowd closed in again. Miss, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Lin Chen toyed with the car keys, teasingly addressing the despondent young woman. Could you perhaps show me mercy? She pleaded, her earlier bravado evaporated. I rather enjoy your haughty demeanor. Don't you all agree? Lin Chen refused to grant her any favor. What do you wish to do about it? Yes. Hurry up and wash your hair while standing on your head. Would you like me to buy you a bottle of shampoo? I'll get the water. The crowd erupted in laughter. Just then, several uniformed city management officers pushed through the throng. What is going on here? Everyone disperse, disperse, they called out. Upon seeing the officers, the crowd recognized the show was over and quickly scattered. At that moment, only Lin Chen, the young woman, and a few officers remained. What is the situation here? Inquired an older officer. The young woman felt too embarrassed to recount her recent humiliation. After Lin Chen recounted the events, the officers regarded the young woman with a hint of disdain. Young man, you truly are remarkable, the leading officer remarked, casting a glance at the nearby parked Ferrari. A dream he once harbored in his youth. Lin Chen merely smiled in silence. In truth, they were just one system away from owning a Ferrari themselves. How about we let this matter rest, considering the public setting? It wouldn't reflect well. All right, then I shall take my leave. Very well. Lin Chen didn't spare a glance at the young woman as he dragged his suitcase towards the Ferrari. You may leave as well. The officer shot a glance and then turned his attention away. The young woman, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly lowered her head and walked away. Upon reaching the Ferrari, Lin Chen's face broke into a radiant smile. What a thrill! The feeling of being the center of everyone's envy and admiration was simply exhilarating. Lin Chen opened the front trunk of the Ferrari, only to find it utterly inadequate for his luggage. What a ridiculous vehicle! He muttered in frustration, ultimately placing his suitcase in the passenger seat. With the distinctive roar of the Ferrari's engine, Lin Chen departed amidst the envious stares of the crowd. Following the navigation, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Suzhou University. As it was the first day for freshman registration, the road was nearly impassable. Upon entering, Lin Chen immediately noticed a change in the atmosphere. All surrounding vehicles kept their distance, wary of being too close to his car. Even the vehicle ahead, upon noticing the Ferrari behind, promptly veered aside without a second thought. Am I truly that intimidating? Lin Chen pondered, somewhat perplexed. As Lin Chen's car rolled through the campus gates, the eyes of numerous students, parents, and faculty were irresistibly drawn to him. Lin Chen halted in front of the security checkpoint. Sir, I'm a freshman, may I drive in? There's no room outside. He lowered the window, revealing his handsome visage. What, a freshman? Reporting with a Ferrari SF90? How distinctive. The onlookers erupted in excitement. A noble Ferrari? I genuinely envy that. A few eager students even snapped photos of Lin Chen and his car, sharing them on campus forums and groups. You may enter. But once the new student registration period concludes, you must relocate your vehicle to the parking lot. And remember to park it appropriately afterward. The security guard, though unaware of the car's value, could discern its worth from the astonished and envious expressions of those around him. Thus his demeanor was exceptionally cordial. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and drove the Ferrari onto campus, casually finding a spot that wouldn't obstruct anyone. After parking, he exited the vehicle and retrieved his suitcase from the passenger seat. The campus was bustling with people, and upon seeing a young man emerging from a Ferrari with a suitcase, it was evident to all that he was a freshman. Lin Chen felt somewhat fatigued. Since he had arrived in the Ferrari, every gaze was fixated on him, akin to animals observing a monkey in a zoo. Once the thrill wore off, it became rather tedious. Classmate, could I trouble you for a favor? A voice interrupted Lin Chen as he was heading toward his dormitory building. He turned to appraise the girl before him. She was tall and graceful, her slender legs adorned in black stockings. Her delicate features sparkled like stars, and her long, dark hair danced in the wind, carrying the scent of her shampoo. Jiang Xuewei. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Please, tell me what you need help with. Lin Chen was not one to be swayed by beauty. After all, he was a man with a system. Jiang Xuewei, however, found herself in a difficult situation. Her close friend, Tang Wan'er, wished to establish a Hanfu club, but last year, during the freshman recruitment, they struggled to gather even 10 members, resulting in the dissolution of the club. This year, they aimed to revive it, and thus, she was earnestly seeking assistance in recruiting new students to join the Hanfu club during the recruitment phase. They had just left the dormitory when Tang Wan'er headed to the entrance while Jiang Xuewei remained in the campus to gather recruits. Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Xuewei blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Chen with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 3. Reward from the Emperor Hotel. Lin Chen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the beautiful girl before him, feeling an unexpected flutter in his heart. Ding. The system detected the host's desire and promptly issued a task. Phase 1 task. As a qualified host, how could one possibly be without a girlfriend? Presenting Task 1. Successfully acquire the contact of the campus belle, Jiang Xuewei. Failure to complete the task. No penalty. Success. 100% shares in the Dihao Hotel. The sudden chime of the system notification momentarily distracted Lin Chen. 100% shares in the Dihao Hotel. At this moment, Lin Chen gazed at the enchanting Jiang Xuewei before him. The campus belle. No wonder she was so stunning. She is indeed the belle of the campus, so there is no cause for concern. Classmate, are you listening? Jiang Xuewei's voice carried a hint of disappointment, as Lin Chen appeared to lack enthusiasm. Senior, you're from the Hanfu Society, right? Sure, I'll join. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, a faint smile gracing his lips. What do you mean if you're unwilling? Then forget it. You agree. Jiang Xuewei's face illuminated with joy, revealing 2 delightful dimples, akin to blooming daisies. Let us add each other on Super Chat, shall we? When the society recruits new members, I'll reach out to you for registration. Jiang Xuewei produced her Super Chat QR code, gesturing for Lin Chen to scan it. Is this task truly this simple? Lin Chen felt a surge of delight, preparing to search for more information after adding her on Super Chat. Xuewei, what brings you here? Just as Lin Chen opened the Super Chat, a tall, casually dressed man with striking features approached, a gentle smile adorning his face. Upon seeing this man, Jiang Shuowei's expression soured instantly, and she promptly tucked her phone away. Lin Chen's countenance stiffened, casting an unfriendly glance at the newcomer. What are you doing here? Jiang Shuowei spoke coldly. Am I not part of the student council? I arrived at school early and happened to see you, so I thought I'd drop by. The man replied, then turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, confusion flickering in his eyes. And who might you be? Oh, I am, Lin Chen began to respond. But Jiang Shuowei interjected, linking her arm with Lin Chen's, a blissful smile adorning her face. Yu Yang, allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Shuowei intended to mention his name, but realized she had forgotten to ask. At Jiang Shuowei's words, Yu Yang's smile visibly faltered. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he met Jiang Shuowei's pleading gaze. His heart softened. After all, pretending to be the campus belle's boyfriend wasn't such a loss. I am Shuowei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen extended his hand with confidence. However, Yu Yang paid him no heed, his attention solely on Jiang Shuowei. Shuowei, are you serious? Serious? My boyfriend is right here. What do you think? And please don't call me Shuowei. Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. Jiang Shuowei's tone turned frosty, her words laced with firmness. Fine. So you prefer this poor guy over me, huh? Shuowei, you will regret this. Yu Yang assessed Lin Chen's attire, his rage barely contained, before uttering a final remark and turning to leave. Lin Chen watched Yu Yang's retreating figure, his expression chilling. How arrogant. Unable to win a girl's affection, he resorts to mocking me? Ding. System notification. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Task reward. 2% shares in Penguin Computer Systems. Another task from the system? It seems Yu Yang must be dealt with. There's no choice. The allure of those Penguin shares is too tempting. But why must Yu Yang bark like a dog? Does the system possess such peculiar tastes? Once Yu Yang departed, Jiang Shuowei visibly relaxed. Then, realizing she was still linked to Lin Chen's arm, her face flushed as she withdrew her hand. Sorry for using you as a shield today. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner another day as an apology. Sure, no problem, senior. But before that, shouldn't we add each other on Super Chat? Lin Chen couldn't shake his thoughts of those Dihao Hotel shares. Alright. Jiang Shuowei quickly retrieved her phone, displaying the QR code once more. Snow after a clear sky. That sounds quite lovely, Lin Chen mused for a moment. Congratulations, host, on completing the Phase 1 task. Reward, 100% shares in the Dihao Hotel. The system has already signed the contract on your behalf, so please use it with confidence. Now presenting Phase 2 task. Dine alone with Jiang Shuowei. Reward, a Lamborghini Veneno. What? A Lamborghini Veneno. This is the car Lin Chen has longed for. In his eyes, it holds more value than many cars worth over 100 million. It is simply because the Veneno's aesthetics are breathtaking. He never anticipated that a vehicle worth 70 million would be directly rewarded to him. System, you can't possibly be a strategy system, can you? Lin Chen questioned inwardly. Perplexed. Ding. This system is merely an ordinary task system. Seeing the system's denial, Lin Chen felt helpless. My name is Jiang Shuowei. You may call me Jiang Shuowei from now on. Jiang Shuowei said, her enchanting eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Can I call you Shuowei? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her face warming. Call me Jiang Shuowei. By the way, are you looking for your dorm? I'll lead the way. Which building do you reside in? I'm in Building 6. Building 6 is over this way. Let me show you. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei as she walked ahead, urging him to keep up, and a wave of strong emotions surged within him. Senior, which department are you in? I'm in the computer science department. How about you? Me too. What a coincidence. Lin Chen rejoiced at discovering they were in the same department. Indeed, what a coincidence. I'll be seeking your guidance for any questions in the future. Here we are. This is the place. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just message me on Super Chat. Alright, Jiang Shuowei, goodbye. Remember, you owe me a meal. I know. Lin Chen watched as Jiang Shuowei's beautiful figure gradually receded, before entering the dormitory building. After registering with the dormitory supervisor and receiving his key, he ascended the stairs with his suitcase. Room 515 is right here. Lin Chen opened the door, surveying the dormitory environment. It was a 4-person dorm with a lofted bed and desk setup, quite decent. At that moment, all 4 dorm mates had gathered, busy organizing their belongings. One was tall and slender, wearing glasses, exuding an air of gentility. Another was strikingly handsome, nearly matching Lin Chen in looks, and his attire clearly indicated he hailed from a wealthy family. The last appeared robust, likely a fitness enthusiast, and would probably serve as the dorm's physical powerhouse. Lin Chen had brought relatively few belongings, having already paid for bedding at enrollment, so he only carried some clothes and personal items. The others were similar in this regard. Only the exceptionally handsome boy had an abundance of items, a computer tower, a monitor, a keyboard, and impressively, he had even shipped over a gaming chair. This left Lin Chen feeling quite envious. Chapter 4, Dining with Roommates. Once everyone finished unpacking, they chatted for a while, getting to know one another. The tall, slender boy with glasses introduced himself as Chun Xiao from Minzhou, and his family was somewhat well off, engaged in the seafood business. The robust figure, known as Xiaowei, hails from the rural areas of Yunnan province. According to his own words, his impressive physique is a testament to the laborious agricultural work he has undertaken. The one with striking good looks, named Xiao Fei, is from the capital but is rather reticent about his family's circumstances. Nevertheless, Lin Chen can discern that his background is likely quite impressive. The quartet subsequently arranged themselves in order of age, Lin Chen as the eldest, followed by Chun Xiao, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Fei as the youngest. Shall we indulge in a nice meal for our inaugural gathering? Chun Xiao suggested, his stomach already growling with hunger. I have no objections, Xiao Fei replied casually. Having initially intended to visit a nightclub in Tianfu City, but opting to accompany his roommates instead. I too have no dissent, Lin Chen concurred. The attention then turned to Xiao Wei, whose discomfort grew under their eager gazes. Let us go, choose a place. I'm at a loss for where to dine. Lin Chen, aren't you from Tiandu? You should decide. Xiao Wei reluctantly acquiesced, having gathered that Xiao Fei and Chun Xiao come from affluent families. While Lin Chen's background seems comparable to his own, Xiao Wei hoped that Lin Chen would suggest a reasonably priced venue. All right, I'll find a place, Lin Chen declared. Serendipitously, he had just received a reward from the system for the Dihao Hotel, so he decided it would be the ideal spot for their meal, allowing them to dine without expense while also conducting an inspection. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. Hello. Yes, this is Lin Chen. Sure. I'll bring my friends over for dinner shortly. I'll inform you once we arrive. It was the hotel's general manager calling. A courtesy call after a change in ownership to ensure a favorable impression. Let us go. The group exited the dormitory together. The summer heat in Tianfu City was stifling. Even past 6 o'clock, with the sun nearly setting, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei still managed to attract many admiring glances from female students as they strolled through the campus. Their striking appearances were undeniably captivating. Lin Chen, particularly fond of summer, appreciated the scant attire prevalent in the season, especially among the university crowd, where the sight of long, fair legs left one feeling lightheaded. Before they could exit the campus, two girls approached them at a brisk pace, dressed in skirts that revealed their delicate, fair legs, exuding an aura of youthful innocence. Could we add you both on Super Chat? They shyly inquired, addressing Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Chen scrutinized the girl before him. She was undeniably beautiful, easily among the most attractive in her class. With a pleasantly plump face that did not betray any hint of excess weight, complemented by her slender calves beneath a white skirt. Is the quality at Suzhou University this high? He pondered. Of course. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, pulling up his phone to scan the QR code. Xiao Fei did the same. Thank you. The girls beamed with youthful exuberance upon seeing the successful addition notification on their phones. See you later, boys. With that, they happily departed, having secured the contact information they sought. My friend and I are just a pair of unfortunate souls, Chun Xiao lamented, casting a wistful glance at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were busily scrolling through their social media feeds. Indeed, does being handsome make one extraordinary? Xiao Wei grumbled in agreement, lamenting his 18 years of singlehood without ever having experienced a romantic relationship. To console their wounded spirits, Lin Chen declared, for dinner tonight, I'll treat you all. Our leader is generous. Our leader is magnificent. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao's faces brightened at the prospect of Lin Chen footing the bill. However, how shall we get there? Chun Xiao, now exceedingly hungry, urged for expedience. I have a car. I can take one person. Lin Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to drive the Ferrari, fearing it might come across as ostentatious. The others speculated that his vehicle might simply be an electric scooter. Not to worry, big brother. We can just take a taxi. 4 of us fit perfectly in one. Chun Xiao replied nonchalantly. Besides, who drinks and drives? We must indulge in a few bottles for this gathering. His boisterous nature surprised Lin Chen, who had initially thought him to be more reserved due to his slender frame and glasses. Relenting, Lin Chen summoned a taxi to Dihao Hotel. Hey, this person looks just like you, Chun Xiao exclaimed from the back seat, showing the others a photo shared on the campus forum of a student driving a Ferrari. Impressive. A freshman driving a Ferrari to school, instantly securing preferential mate selection for 4 years. Ladies, he's mine. Don't even think about competing. One of the comments read, isn't that a bit too ostentatious? If college students aren't flashy, what are they? Wait, you're right. He does resemble our leader, Xiao Wei remarked after examining the photo multiple times, casting a dubious glance at Lin Chen. Am I the only one here who has financially challenged? Mom, I want to go home, Xiao Fei lamented, his eyes reflecting a newfound respect for Lin Chen. Yes, it's me, Lin Chen admitted, scratching his nose. You're wealthy? Chen Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. So that's why you mentioned your car could only fit 2 people. It was about the Ferrari? Lin Chen nodded slightly under the scrutiny of his companions. Indeed. What a shame. I've never been in a Ferrari. Had I known, I would have taken your car. Chen Zhao lamented, suddenly filled with regret. The driver in the front seat stifled a smirk, unable to contain his disbelief at the absurdity of hailing a taxi while owning a Ferrari. After a brief journey, the ride halted at the curb of Dihao Hotel. The group hurriedly disembarked. This establishment boasted a grand European classical architectural style, with towering stone facades adorned with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, each detail whispering tales of history. Please don't tell me you're treating us here? Xiaowei asked, gazing at the opulent hotel with disbelief. Big brother, we could have settled for a small eatery. This place looks rather upscale, Chen Xiao added. Though aware of Lin Chen's wealth, he felt it was too soon to impose such expenses on a newfound acquaintance. Xiao Fei, however, appeared unfazed, having often dined in such establishments during his time in the capital. Rest assured, indulge yourselves without concern for the cost, Lin Chen reassured them. Lin Dong, the front desk attendant, greeted warmly upon their arrival. Recently, she had been informed by Dong Fong that the new owner would be bringing friends for dinner. Mr. Lin, Director Dong instructed me to escort you directly to the Tianzi No. 1 private room. Lin Chen nodded with a composed demeanor. Let us proceed, he instructed his companions. Big brother, did she just call you Lin Dong? Is this hotel yours? Chen Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Xiaowei also stared blankly at Lin Chen, astonished that such a grand hotel belonged to his roommate. While others of 18 or 19 flaunted their Ferraris and acted as entrepreneurs, here they were, at that tender age, carelessly disregarding risks. The two found it hard to accept. Xiao Fei, however, maintained his composure, his curiosity about Lin Chen's true identity intensifying. Indeed, the entire hotel was under the dominion of Lin Dong. The receptionist, adorned with a smile, elaborated for Lin Chen. When she first learned this astonishing news, she was left utterly flabbergasted. It's worth noting that the Dihao Hotel is one of the most prestigious establishments in the entire Tianfu city. To acquire shares from all the board members is not the deed of an ordinary affluent individual. He is nothing short of a financial mogul. Come on, stop dawdling. Chen Xiao, aren't you hungry? Lin Chen remarked with a slight smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. The receptionist, understanding the cue, eagerly stepped forward to guide the group. Let us go. Haven't you noticed the boss is already moving? Xiao Fei patted the still-dazed Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei on their shoulders. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei hurriedly followed suit. As Lin Chen ambled through the hotel, he took in the opulent layout of the lobby. It exuded an air of luxury and grandeur, leaving him in awe. He had never dined in such an establishment before, but now, not only could he treat his roommates here, the entire hotel was his. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but express his gratitude inwardly. You're too kind, host. This system exists solely for you. It's my duty, the system replied. Upon detecting your heartfelt gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a delightful surprise. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 million RMB. It has been deposited into your bank account, which has now been upgraded to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen halted abruptly, quickly retrieving his phone, and indeed, a message had arrived. Your bank account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 50,000 RMB on September 7th at 1923. Wait, is this for real? Lin Chen exclaimed. So every time I genuinely thank you, I receive a reward? His excitement surged. This benefit is a one-time offer. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Boss, what are you dawdling for? Chen Xiao waved his hand in front of Lin Chen's face. Just thought of something. Let us go, Lin Chen said, gesturing for the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to proceed, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Lin Chen. Upon hearing his name, Lin Chen turned, and his brow furrowed at the sight of Zhao Jia. He did not wish to encounter her. Zhao Jia was an ex-girlfriend from high school. Initially, their relationship was filled with affection until Lin Chen discovered her flirtatious messages with other men. After confronting her, she tearfully begged him not to break up, promising to change, and he, soft-hearted, agreed. The first time he faltered. The second time was after his college entrance exams, when a classmate informed him that Zhao Jia was seen with another man, sharing a drink, her hand resting on his shoulder. When he confronted her, she denied it until shown a photograph, claiming it was her cousin and that she feared he might misunderstand. Such lies, of course, fell on deaf ears. He broke up with her again, only to be met with more pleas. The final straw came about a month before school started, when he noticed her consistently playing games with another male. When he inquired, she admitted to it and declared their breakup, stating she only wanted to experience what it felt like to date the school as heartthrob. Lin Chen bitterly deleted her from his contacts. regarding himself as a fool for having forgiven her multiple times, feeling embarrassed to share this sordid history with his high school friends. Lin Chen, it's really you. I didn't expect to run into you here, Zhao Jie said, approaching with an ordinary-looking man who exuded arrogance. I didn't expect that either, Lin Chen replied, wishing to leave quickly, not wanting his friends to know of his embarrassing past. Who asked this? The haughty man glanced at Lin Chen and his friends before asking Zhao Jie. My ex-boyfriend, have you forgotten? I told you about him, darling, Zhao Jie flirtatiously said, leaning into the man's arm. Oh, I remember now. He asked that pitiful loser with nothing to offer but his looks, right? The man smirked, casting a provocative glance at Lin Chen. Sensing the tension, the receptionist discreetly stepped aside to contact her superior. Mr. Dong, this is Lu Jing from the front desk. Mr. Lin has arrived, but it seems there is some tension between him and young Master Li. The atmosphere feels a bit off. After placing the call, Lu Jing returned to Lin Chen's side, relieved. Who do you think you are, flaunting your boss's old shoes here? Chen Xiao, valuing loyalty above all, immediately retorted upon hearing the man's mockery. Exactly, who do you think you are? Xiao Wei, having grown up in the Southwest's elite circle, refused to back down. Xiao Fei's gaze towards the man turned icy. It's fine, I'll handle this, Lin Chen sighed internally. He had hoped to avoid entanglements with this woman, but with her boyfriend openly mocking him, he had no choice. The group fell silent, now aware of Lin Chen's ownership of the hotel. Lin Chen, you remain as clueless as ever. Even your friends lack basic decency. Zhao Jie shot back at Chen Xiao, her face pale with anger. The man, rather than feeling offended, laughed. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can ensure you don't even leave this hotel? Oh, you're some sort of tough guy? In this day and age, spouting such nonsense. Zhao Jie, your boyfriend can't be that brainless, can he? Lin Chen chuckled at the man's bravado. The man clenched his fists tightly, suddenly noticing Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you, the receptionist, right? Tell them who I am. This is young Master Li Ming, the son of former company shareholder Li Shangyu, Lu Jing stammered, her face paling as she realized the gravity of the situation. Why am I being dragged into this? I'm just an employee, she lamented inwardly. Did you hear that? My father is a shareholder here, Li Ming boasted, oblivious to Lu Jing's discomfort. You're amazing. Darling, Zhao Jie chimed in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Zhao Jie, with a flirtatious smile, lavished praise while tracing her fingers across the man's chest. The man, inflamed with desire, could not resist seizing a handful of Zhao Jie's elevated form. Look at the two of you. If it weren't for the presence of others, I dare say you would have already succumbed to your desires. Chen Xiao laughed heartily at their unabashed display. Lu Jing, her cheeks tinged with crimson, turned her head away in embarrassment. You truly are impervious to danger. I will promptly call the general manager of Dihao and have you all expelled. Li Ming, nearly on the verge of losing his composure due to the taunts, could only lament Chen Xiao's formidable presence. Could it be that the fighting spirit of Minzhou was this robust? Chen Xiao was well aware that Lin Chen was the sole director of Dihao and thus was not intimidated by Li Ming. Realizing he was outmatched, Li Ming pulled out his phone to call Dongfang. Zhao Jie, meanwhile, observed the unfolding drama with a cold smirk. Boss, is he the son of a shareholder at your hotel? Xiao Wei inquired, leaning closer. Did you not hear the receptionist mention he was a former shareholder? But do keep that to yourself. I wish to enjoy his company a while longer, Lin Chen said, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Boss, you truly know how to play the game, Xiao Wei exclaimed, giving Lin Chen an approving thumbs up. Initially, Xiao Fei assumed Li Ming had a significant background, given his brash demeanor, but now it seemed otherwise. Since the boss could handle it, he decided not to trouble Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei relaxed his grip on his phone, quietly observing the scene. Young Master Li, you need not call me. I have already arrived, Dongfang announced as he stepped out of the elevator. Hearing Li Ming's arrogant tone, Dongfang, you're just in time. Hurry and expel these individuals. I will inform my father. However, Dongfang ignored him, casting a glance at Li Ming before addressing Lin Chen with respect. Mr. Lin, I am Dongfang. You may call me Xiao Dong. Lu Jing usually felt uneasy in Dongfang's presence, fearing any misstep, but seeing the young man, who seemed even younger than herself, bowing so respectfully to Lin Chen deepened her admiration for him, leaving her devoid of any improper thoughts. She mused that with his stature, he must have encountered far more beautiful women than herself. Yes, they are my friends. I brought them here for a meal, Lin Chen replied with a casual nod. Dongfang, wearing a friendly smile, acknowledged Chen Xiao and the others with a nod. Dongfang, are you out of your mind? I have never heard my father mention a shareholder as young as you. And Mr. Lin, you do not know him. Are you trying to embarrass me? Li Ming retorted with hostility. His father, Li Shangyu, being the second largest shareholder of Dihao Hotel, would certainly have informed him of such a significant development. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dongfang instantly grasped his intent. To ascend to the position of general manager at a leading hotel in a first-tier city, one must possess not only capability but also a keen sense of observation. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shanyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. Mr. Lin Chen has acquired all the shares from the shareholders. Thus, you have no authority to dismiss me, nor to demand that I expel customers from the hotel, especially since he is our sole shareholder. Furthermore, you have disrupted the normal operations of the hotel, so I kindly ask you and this lady beside you to leave. Dongfang turned to Li Ming, addressing him sternly. Li Ming's complexion soured as he prepared to call his father. Disbelief etched across his face. Zhao Jie, unable to fathom that Lin Chen was indeed the sole shareholder of Dihao Hotel, recalled their nearly 2-year acquaintance and felt confident in his humble background. Rest assured, my dear, he cannot possibly be a shareholder of Dihao. His parents are merely factory workers. How could they afford to acquire all the shares? Zhao Jie insisted, glaring at Li Ming. Encouraged by her certainty, Li Ming's tension eased slightly, and he regarded the others with increasing derision. Hello? What is it, son? Came the cheerful voice of Li Shanyu upon answering the call. Dad, what has got you in such high spirits? Today, a significant figure has paid a hefty sum to acquire all the shares of Dihao. I had been eager to retire for some time, and this opportunity allowed me to sell all my shares. Hearing his father's words, Li Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he caught sight of Lin Chen and the others' mocking smiles. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Dad, the significant figure you mentioned wouldn't he happen to be named Lin Chen, would he? Li Ming asked cautiously, inwardly praying it was not him. How do you know that? Li Shanyu asked, astonished. I seem to have offended him, Li Ming replied, his voice trembling. Anyone capable of acquiring all shares of Dihao was certainly not someone he could afford to insult, especially a young man with such a powerful background. His gaze towards Zhao Jie darkened. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Hurry and apologize to him. Unless you gain his forgiveness, our family is finished. How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? Li Shanyu exclaimed angrily before hanging up. Li Ming stared blankly at his phone, unsure of how to proceed. Despite the air conditioning in the hotel, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. What is the matter, young Master Li? Did you finish your call? Came Lin Chen's mocking voice, snapping Li Ming back to reality. What is wrong, dear? Zhao Jie clung to Li Ming's arm, inquiring with concern. Get away. Li Ming forcefully shook her off, causing Zhao Jie to stumble and fall to the ground. Ignoring her incredulous gaze, he approached Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I was blind to your stature. I sincerely hope you can forgive my ignorance. Li Ming bowed deeply, his demeanor profoundly subservient. Chapter 7. Is there still hope for us? Zhao Jie felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known Lin Chen was so wealthy, she would have never ended their relationship. To Lin Chen, her earlier actions must have seemed like the antics of a mere clown. Now, her face burned with humiliation, akin to having received a stinging slap. Rising to her feet, she was at a loss for what to do. In that moment, she yearned to flee the scene but was reluctant to abandon Li Ming, her financial lifeline. Lin Chen observed the now humbled Li Ming and felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He resembled a fool, ensnared by a woman, much like he once was. Enough, begone. Should we cross paths again, it won't be merely an apology, Lin Chen declared. Thank you. I assure you I will never appear before you again. Li Ming exclaimed, relief flooding his face as he made his way toward the exit. Wait for me, darling. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him, clinging to his arm. Get lost. Don't ever bother me again. Li Ming flung his arm, casting a disgusted glance at Zhao Jie before striding out the door. He now harbors an intense loathing for this woman. Were it not for her, he would never have clashed with Lin Chen, nor would he have lost face. Upon returning home, he might even have to confront his father's pack of wolves. Zhao Jie stared blankly at the retreating figure of Li Ming. Boss, are we just going to let him go like that? Chen Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Ming's earlier arrogance had irked him greatly. It's nothing, merely a buffoon. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Chen, is there still hope for us? I have always loved you. Can we give our 2 years of love another chance? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared before Lin Chen, gazing at him with deep affection. Do you think that's possible? 2 years of love? I feel nauseated just seeing you. Lin Chen retorted disdainfully, his gaze filled with revulsion for Zhao Jie. He found himself unexpectedly grateful to Li Ming. Otherwise, he might still be entangled with this woman. A thought that made him uneasy. Lin Chen, you still love me, don't you? Those were just words spoken in anger. It's all right. I can prove my feelings through my actions. Are you incapable of understanding human language, or are you simply foolish? The boss has told you to leave. Chen Xiao and the others were genuinely astonished by the audacity of this woman. I don't wish to discuss this any further. You should leave now, or I shall call security to escort you out, Lin Chen stated flatly, maintaining his icy demeanor towards Zhao Jie. As Zhao Jie met Lin Chen's frigid gaze, A chill crept into her heart. If you are still willing to accept me, then please approve my friend request. I shall take my leave now. Without allowing Lin Chen a chance to respond, Zhao Jie turned on her stiletto heels and exited the Dihao Hotel. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is quite a peculiar character. Chen Xiao remarked once Zhao Jie had departed, unable to contain his criticism. It was the first time he had encountered such an absurd and shameless woman. What can I say? I had poor judgment in the past, Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile. Let us set this aside for now and go have dinner. Xiao Fei subtly signaled to Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei to drop the subject. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Lu Qian, you may return to work, he instructed. All right, director, Lu Qian responded, casting a reluctant glance at Lin Chen before leaving. Upon entering the luxurious private room numbered Tianzi number 1, the dishes had already been served. Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you and your friends any longer. If you require anything, just press that button, and I shall come, Dongfang said, gesturing to a button on the wall. All right, you may attend to your duties, Lin Chen nodded as Dongfang exited the room. Boss, I'm truly basking in your glory today. I've never dined in such an opulent private room in my life. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao marveled at the lavish decor and the array of exquisite delicacies on the table. Why are you being so polite with me? Hurry and eat. I'm famished, Lin Chen chuckled. As the four dined, drank, and conversed, their bonds grew significantly closer. Boss, you are my lifelong boss, Xiao Wei declared. But before he could finish, his eyes fluttered shut, and his head drooped as he fell asleep. Young people really know how to sleep anywhere, Chen Xiao remarked, acknowledging Xiao Wei's impressive drinking capacity, as he had nearly consumed enough for all three of them. Exactly. Boss, I'll be clinging to your leg for life. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on, Chen Xiao added, clasping his fists in a gesture reminiscent of a martial arts master. Moments later, he too slumped over the table. Lin Chen observed that Chen Xiao had barely touched his drink, yet had succumbed to intoxication in the midst of their conversation. Though Lin Chen and Xiao Fei had indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol, they managed to remain sober due to their self-control. What should we do about these two drunks? Xiao Fei asked, looking at the inebriated Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao with a hint of exasperation. The Dihao has accommodations. We want to be returning to the dormitory tonight. After all, they want to be checking on new students for the next few days, Lin Chen replied with a resigned tone. All right then, it seems we have no choice. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Chen pressed the button on the wall, and shortly after, Dongfang entered. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Please have a few people help my friends, as we will be resting at the Dihao tonight, Lin Chen instructed. Understood, Dongfang said, signaling two attractive female attendants to enter. The two attendants, dressed in professional attire and possessing charming features, were quite a sight to behold. Please escort these two esteemed guests to the presidential suite, Dongfang instructed. Mr. Lin, would you like me to arrange for a few more attendants for you and your friends tonight? Dongfang inquired discreetly after noticing Lin Chen's lingering gaze on the two attendants. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Fei, who shook his head in response. No, thank you. Just add me on WeChat for easier communication in the future, Lin Chen declined politely. All right. Dongfang's eyes sparkled with surprise. Such elite social connections were not easily forged. Mr. Lin, would you like me to arrange for breakfast to be delivered to you tomorrow morning? Dongfang asked after escorting Lin Chen and the others to the presidential suite. No need. I'll message you in the morning when I wake up. And you can have breakfast sent to the same private room as yesterday, Lin Chen instructed. Understood, Mr. Lin. I won't disturb your rest any further, Dongfang replied. After he departed, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei checked on Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao before returning to their own rooms to rest. After washing up, Lin Chen reclined on the luxurious mattress provided in the presidential suite. As a five-star hotel, the amenities were among the finest in the industry. Savoring the benefits brought by power and wealth, his ambitions surged within him. The prospect of owning 2% of Penguin's shares is exhilarating. Lin Chen poured himself a glass of red wine, wrapped in a bath towel, and stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. He took out his phone and transferred 1 million to his parents. Shortly after, he sent a message. Mom, I've transferred 1 million to your account. Rest assured, the source is legitimate. I have not engaged in any illegal activities. Before long, his mother's call came through, just as he had anticipated. Hello? Son, where did you get 1 million? Please don't lie to your mother. Although our family is poor, we must never engage in illegal activities. His mother's anxious voice resounded as soon as the call connected. Mom, don't worry. I had some idle time and bought a few thousand virtual coins, and recently, their price skyrocketed. They've risen to about 10 to 20,000 each. So, I sold 200 of them. Lin Chen fabricated an explanation with a touch of exasperation. Is that really true? His mother still sounded skeptical. Of course, Mom. Have you ever heard of any illegal activity that can earn 1 million in just a few days? All right then, your father and I will hold on to this money for now. If your virtual coins drop again, at least we'll still have a chance to earn a few million. His mother finally relented, easing her tension. No need for that, Mom. I still have plenty of money here. The virtual coins will definitely rise further. By then, I'll earn far more than just a few million. You and Dad should spend this million however you like. Don't hold back. You should also quit that job at the electronics factory. It's exhausting and pays poorly. Lin Chen urged earnestly. Don't worry about your father and me. Just take care of yourself. By the way, how are things going with that girl named Zhao? Lin Chen and his mother conversed for quite some time before finally ending the call. The following morning, a knock echoed at Lin Chen's door. Get up, boss. The sun is already high in the sky, came Chen Zhao's voice from outside. Lin Chen picked up his phone and messaged Dongfang, requesting him to inform the staff to deliver breakfast. After dressing himself, he opened the door. Chapter 8. Does Lin Shuadi have feelings for me? Boss, where shall we have breakfast? I expelled everything from last night, and now I'm famished. Chen Xiao lamented with a grimace. Second brother, I must say, your tolerance for alcohol is truly dismal. You might as well sit at the children's table in the future and sip on some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but tease. Indeed, second brother, you are quite pathetic. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chen Zhao's face turned crimson. He had always struggled with alcohol, abstaining from it during outings with friends for fear of embarrassment. However, last night, he succumbed to the allure of an expensive bottle, costing tens of thousands, and took a few sips. Initially, he felt nothing, but as the effects kicked in, dizziness ensued. After a long pause, he couldn't muster a single retort. All right, enough banter. We are returning to that private room from yesterday. I've already arranged for breakfast to be delivered. Lin Chen smiled gently. Boss, you're so considerate. These two just know how to roast me. Chen Xiao chuckled. After their meal, the quartet requested Dongfang to arrange a vehicle to take them to school. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei collapsed onto their beds, fast asleep, justifying their slumber with claims of a restless night. Junior, are you free at noon? I owe you a meal, came a message from Jiang Shuawei. Yes, but would Senior have time to accompany me this morning for some errands? Lin Chen replied, having intended to shop for clothes and shoes, and Jiang Shuawei's message arrived just in time. Having a school beauty accompany him would certainly enhance the experience. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yue pondered over the message, torn between indecision. Should she go? Although she harbored some affection for the handsome junior, would it be inappropriate to go out alone with someone she had just met? Would the junior perceive her as frivolous? Yet, she was reluctant to decline his invitation. What to do? Shuawei, who is this junior you're taking me to lunch with today? I thought you had no male friends? Tang Wanu asked. Engaged in yoga on her mat. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yue, lost in thought, failed to respond, prompting Tang Waner to stealthily peek at her phone and read the chat history between her and Lin Chen. Wow. Shuawei, he's asking you to accompany him shopping. Tang Waner exclaimed. Jiang Shuawei jumped, instinctively covering her phone. What are you doing, Waner? Why are you snooping on my messages? Because you ignored me. Tang Waner pouted, her expression quickly shifting to excitement. So, who is this junior? Lin Chen. Why have I never heard you mention him before? And he wants you to accompany him shopping? Do you know why he asked you? Because he must have feelings for you. Does Lin Shuadi have feelings for me? Jiang Shuawei mused silently. Waner, your barrage of questions is overwhelming. Which one should I address first? I just added this junior yesterday to help with your Hanfu Club's recruitment. When Yu Yang saw us, I jokingly claimed Lin Chen was my boyfriend, and he walked away. I invited him to dinner to repay that favor, Jiang Shuawei explained. You used that junior as a shield? Aren't you worried Yu Yang might retaliate against him? Tang Waner asked, her expression turning serious upon grasping the situation. Surely not. He shouldn't be that petty, Jiang Shuawei replied, but Tang Waner's words made her uneasy. I've heard that Yu Yang is notorious for settling scores, Tang Waner warned. What should I do? Oh no, have I put that junior in jeopardy? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, pacing anxiously in her dorm room. Shuawei, you don't have feelings for that junior, do you? Tang Waner questioned, observing Jiang Shuawei's disarray with skepticism. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback by the question, then shook her head vehemently. How could I possibly have feelings for someone I've only met once? I'm just worried I've put him in harm's way. Indeed. You have a point. So, will you agree to go shopping with the junior? I'm not sure. Perhaps I should go. It'll serve as a reminder for him to be cautious of Yu Yang's potential schemes. Although we live in a lawful society, Yu Yang holds significant power, making it easy for him to pick on an average person, Tang Waner advised. To the unacquainted Lin Chen, Dear Junior, I can only assist you this far. Fine then. Jiang Yue replied, her cheeks flushing as she contemplated, ultimately agreeing. Don't worry about lunch. I have other matters to attend to. Since when do you have things to do at noon? Oh, I just discovered that now. Lin Chen, noticing Jiang Shuawei's delay in replying, assumed he had no hope left. Just then, a message popped up. All right, give me half an hour. Sure, Which building do you reside in? I'll wait for you downstairs. No need for that. Not a problem. Okay, I'm in building 3 of the girls' dormitory. Jiang Shuowei set her phone down, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Tang Wanner chuckled as she watched Jiang Shuowei change outfits in front of the mirror. Look at you. Trying to convince your sister you're not interested in that, Junior. Wanner, I'm heading out. Go on, just don't let Lin Chen sweep you away. Get lost. Lin Chen donned a loose-fitting white t-shirt paired with deep blue jeans and clean white canvas shoes. His exceptional looks drew the attention of many female students. Hey there. Could I add you on Super Chat? 2 girls approached, blushing. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Shuowei, who had just exited the dormitory. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face as she hurried over. Lin Shuedi, over here. She waved. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, utterly captivated by Jiang Shuowei's appearance. She wore a white dress, her face adorned with delicate makeup, and the corners of her mouth lifted in delight upon seeing him. Sorry, ladies. Lin Chen apologetically addressed the 2 girls before smiling as he made his way to Jiang Shuowei. Wow, look. Isn't that Jiang Shuowei? Oh no. That handsome guy is definitely out of reach. One girl lamented. Do you even need to say that? That guy is undoubtedly a campus heartthrob. It's only natural for a campus beauty to pair with a campus prince. Ugh, Jiang Shuowei has rejected so many boys. Why can't she just let this one, who perfectly embodies my ideal boyfriend, go? The 2 girls watched wistfully as Lin Chen approached Jiang Shuowei. Alas, another one bites the dust. Chapter 9. Accompanied by the school beauty, shopping spree. Jiang Shuowei, you look exceptionally beautiful today, Lin Chen remarked sincerely, his admiration evident. Thank you. A peculiar sensation washed over Jiang Shuowei. While she often felt repulsed by the intense gaze of others, the way Lin Chen looked at her incited a surprising delight. Could it be true, as Wanner suggested, that she harbored feelings for this younger student? Shall we go, senior? Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Oh sure. Where are we headed? Jiang Shuowei asked, perplexed as she noticed Lin Chen was not heading towards the school gate. Driving, of course. You have a car? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed. Astonished. It seemed this younger student came from a rather affluent family to afford a car in his freshman year. Indeed, let us take a joyride. Lin Chen replied with a smile, striding towards his Ferrari. Surely not. A freshman driving a Ferrari? Jiang Shuowei found it hard to believe. Lin Chen's attire did not suggest he hailed from wealth. As she mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car, the roar of the engine filled the air, the intoxicating sound of the Ferrari reverberating around them. Wow, Lin Chen, I had no idea you were so wealthy, Jiang Shuowei mused, taking in the futuristic interior of the Ferrari as she settled into the passenger seat. It's nothing extraordinary, Lin Chen replied modestly, turning slightly to lean towards Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei's heart raced. Was he about to kiss her? She was not the kind of person to engage in such frivolity. Just as she prepared to halt his advance, she realized he was merely adjusting her seat for her utmost comfort. A faint blush graced her cheeks. Thank you, Jiang Shuowei murmured, her voice barely audible. Of course, senior. Why is your face so red? Lin Chen teased. It's nothing really. Let us hurry, we still have clothes to buy, right? Jiang Shuowei quickly redirected the conversation. A slight smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. He found her bashful demeanor utterly endearing, making him like her even more. The rumble of the Ferrari echoed through the campus. Hey look, isn't that Jiang, the campus beauty, in the passenger seat? No way it really is. Driving a Ferrari, she's got it made. Isn't that the guy waiting for Jiang near the girls' dorm? Who knew he was so affluent? I should have asked for his contact information. It was evident that where one could not enter, a Ferrari would grant access. Such was the allure of wealth. As the vibrant red Ferrari glided out of the campus amidst gasps and envious glances, Lin Chen inquired, are there any large shopping malls nearby? There's a great place called Edu City. I often shop there with my girlfriends, Jiang Shuowei replied, biting her finger thoughtfully. Let us head there, Lin Chen nodded. Driving a Ferrari with one hand was an exhilarating experience. Jiang Shuowei couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's handsome profile as he skillfully navigated the roads. Noticing Jiang Shuowei's gaze lingering on him, Lin Chen teased, is there something on my face, senior? Why do you keep staring? I'm not staring. Don't get the wrong idea. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned her head to face forward. The advantages of driving a supercar were apparent as all other vehicles kept their distance, allowing them a smooth journey to Edu City. We're here, Jiang Shuowei announced. Spotting a car vacating a parking space, Lin Chen deftly maneuvered the Ferrari into it. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to the striking supercar, and upon exiting, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei instantly became the center of attention. Let us hurry inside, Jiang Shuowei urged, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny akin to being observed at a zoo. All right, Lin Chen agreed, following her into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Shuowei guided Lin Chen to the second floor, where an array of luxury brands awaited, many of which Lin Chen had never encountered before. Originally intending to take Lin Chen to the first floor, Jiang Shuowei reconsidered upon seeing his Ferrari. Perhaps he wouldn't be interested in mid-range brands. Do you prefer casual wear or a suit? Jiang Shuowei inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I need a suit and some casual outfits, Lin Chen reflected. After all, as the owner of a five-star hotel, he couldn't possibly attend high-end gatherings in casual attire. That would be quite disrespectful. Then let us start with Givenchy. It's quite renowned in the realm of luxury fashion, Jiang Shuowei exclaimed. Excitement evident as she grasped Lin Chen's arm and led him towards the Givenchy store. Upon entering, Lin Chen's eyes widened at the impressive array of stylish clothing. Welcome. A female sales associate greeted them with a professional smile. What a stunning couple, she thought, having encountered many attractive individuals in her line of work. Yet this pair was a rare sight. However, as she noticed their attire did not suggest they could afford Givenchy, her enthusiasm waned slightly. Yet, trained to maintain professionalism, she remained pleasant, regardless of whether they were merely window shopping. Are you looking for men's or women's items? She inquired. Men's, please. I'd like to select some outfits for him, including a suit and casual wear, Jiang Shuowei articulated. Certainly. Allow me to recommend this new arrival. It would look fantastic on your boyfriend. The associate's spirits lifted, realizing they were indeed serious shoppers. Not exactly, Jiang Shuowei began to clarify, her cheeks turning pink. But Lin Chen interjected. May I try it on? I think this one looks great, he smiled. Jiang Shuowei was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to clarify further. Her heart racing with confirmation of her friend's speculation. Lin Chen must indeed have feelings for her. Glancing at the price tag, Jiang Shuowei gasped internally. 888. Very well, sir. The sales associate responded, taking the suit down and handing it to Lin Chen. The fitting rooms are over there. Thank you. Lin Chen replied politely before turning to Jiang Shuowei once more. I shall take my leave to change my attire. Oh, very well. Once Lin Chen emerged from the changing room, both he and the female shop assistant were rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 10. A Chance Encounter with Yu Yang. Lin Chen, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that perfectly complemented his physique, exuded an unparalleled sense of taste and elegance in every detail. Jiang Shuowei's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon witnessing Lin Chen in his formal wear, her heartbeat quickened, and a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. The sight of her junior dressed in a suit was simply too dashing. Sparkles of admiration twinkled in her eyes. The shop assistant was equally taken aback by the refined aura that Lin Chen radiated in his new attire. Casting a glance at Jiang Shuowei that bore a hint of envy. Your boyfriend looks incredibly handsome in that suit. The shop assistant unabashedly showered him with compliments, assuring them that her words were unequivocally sincere. Lin Chen, observing the astonishment on their faces, offered a subtle smile before stepping in front of the mirror. Senior, does it look good? It looks amazing. You're absolutely stunning. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed enthusiastically, feeling that her aloof school beauty persona was crumbling since meeting Lin Chen. I must advise you, don't ruin the outfit. Just try it on, and if it gets damaged, you won't be able to afford the cost. Just then, a young couple entered the shop. Yu Yang, what brings you here? Jiang Shuowei frowned as she addressed the intruding Yu Yang. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with the school beauty, does it? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuowei. Though he had long ceased to harbor any feelings for her, he could not deny that Jiang Shuowei was among the most beautiful he had ever encountered. Darling, who is this? The attractive woman beside him, clad in fishnet attire, affectionately inquired while wrapping her arm around his. Jiang Shuowei silently felt relieved. Grateful that she had declined his advances, she had only witnessed the side of Yu Yang that he wished to display. Oh, just the school beauty from my university. Yu Yang replied, playfully pinching the girl's nose. Whether I can afford this suit seems to have little bearing on you, senior. Lin Chen gently pulled Jiang Shuowei behind him and spoke to Yu Yang in a calm tone. Oh, senior, I'm just looking out for you. If you ruin that suit, think of how long your parents would have to toil to pay for it. Yu Yang feigned concern, which ignited a spark of anger in Jiang Shuowei. Standing behind Lin Chen, when you were pursuing me, you were all sweet and servile. Now that you know I have a boyfriend, you've changed your tune. Haven't you? Jiang Shuowei retorted with sarcasm. I didn't expect you to have this side to you, senior. Lin Chen teased. It's just to stand up for you. Jiang Shuowei responded, playfully pouting at Lin Chen's jest. Jiang Shuowei, you're merely a pretty face. Don't elevate yourself too highly. Do you believe I could easily outdo your little boyfriend? Yu Yang laughed, unperturbed by the insult, while the woman beside him showed no concern for Jiang Shuowei's words. Fully aware of her own position as Yu Yang's mere plaything, knowing there were countless women ready to take her place, Jiang Shuowei cast a worried glance at Lin Chen and fell silent. She was acutely aware of Li Ming's influential family, which had been subtly hinted at during his courtship. Although she knew Lin Chen's background was also impressive, she did not wish to embroil him in trouble. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor, but upon hearing Yu Yang's words, His expression darkened. Didn't you say I couldn't afford this suit? Shall we wager on whether I can buy it? Yu Yang hesitated. Although Lin Chen had appeared quite modestly dressed that day, he believed the suit was merely worth a few tens of thousands. As long as you can purchase a few more items here, spending a total of 500,000, I'll take your bet. Yu Yang was certain that Lin Chen's funds were limited. All right, but since it's a wager, there must be some stakes involved, correct? Seeing Lin Chen agree so readily made Yu Yang uneasy, yet he felt compelled to proceed for the sake of his pride. Very well, what stakes do you propose? How about this? If I can afford it, you will bark like a dog 3 times. Conversely, if I cannot, then you shall do the same. Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Jiang Shuawei, aware of Lin Chen's wealth, relaxed and prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Yu Yang found himself in a quandary. The potential consequences of losing were unbearable. If he indeed had to bark like a dog, how could he face his peers afterward? Darling, perhaps we should reconsider? The woman beside him cautioned, fearing Yu Yang might take his frustration out on her if he lost. However, upon hearing her words, Yu Yang resolved to take the gamble. All right, I accept. He gritted his teeth and declared, Lin, you truly have guts. Please wait a moment while my girlfriend and I gather the 500,000. Lin Chen clapped his hands in amusement. The shop assistant, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt as if fortune had smiled upon her. 500,000. That would mean a commission of at least 10,000 for herself. Soon, Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen selected several more outfits. The saleswoman quickly calculated the total. Sir, that amounts to 645,000. Lin Chen stepped aside to grab a handbag. Let us include this bag as well. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback. Why was her junior purchasing a handbag meant for women, and one that she had just expressed admiration for? Could it be that he intended to gift it to her? Her heart raced as she contemplated rejecting it, yet feared that if it were for someone else, she would appear presumptuous. Very well, sir, the total comes to 680,000. Yu Yang, observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, realized he was likely doomed. His face drained of color as he pondered his next move. The woman beside him gazed at Lin Chen with admiration. He was both handsome and wealthy. If only she could win his affection. The very notion made her tighten her legs instinctively. Lin Chen nodded, producing a bank card and placing it upon the card reader. Yu Yang's gaze was fixated on the machine. Please, let this not go through. But the outcome was disappointing. Thank you, sir. Welcome back to our store. The cashier beamed as the transaction was successfully completed, then presented Lin Chen with a VIP card. This card grants you a 10% discount for future visits. Thank you. Lin Chen replied before turning to the despondent Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Yu Yang forced a smile, feeling a pang of regret. Lin, how about this? I'll give you 700,000, and we can call it even? 700,000 was all the money he had left. The woman beside him gasped. 700,000 just like that? You'd be better off keeping it for yourself. At least you'd enjoy it more tonight. Jiang Shuawei regarded Yu Yang with disdain, yet felt a thrill at the thought. Essentially, it meant she had acquired a plethora of luxury goods while profiting an additional 20,000. Initially feeling guilty about Lin Chen's expenditure of nearly 700,000, she now felt liberated from any psychological burden. Shouldn't we agree to this? Jiang Shuawei tentatively suggested, glancing at Lin Chen. Chapter 11. The Acquisition of Penguin Shares. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I'm not in need of money. I still wish to hear you bark like a dog. Lin Chen teased, glancing at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile froze. His expression darkened. Are you certain you want to pursue this to the bitter end? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, just take the money. It's for the best of everyone. The woman advised. Jiang Shuawei remained silent, trusting Lin Chen's judgment. 700,000. Can it possibly compare to 2% of Penguin shares? Even if you offered me 10 billion, I would refuse. Lin Chen declared. No, Senior Yu, hurry up and bark. Do not try to cheat me, for I have recorded this. As he spoke, Lin Chen waved his phone. Of course, he had not recorded a video. He merely intended to intimidate Yu Yang to avoid any deceit. Should Yu Yang actually resort to trickery, the immense fortune within reach would be squandered. Yu Yang's face shifted through shades of green and white, hesitating for a long while. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Chen, you will pay for this. Yu Yang spat before storming out. The woman's expression twitched, and after several deep breaths, she hurried after him. Ding. Task. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog completed. Ding. 2% of Penguin shares have been successfully transferred. Lin Chen was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, lifting Jiang Shuawei into his arms. This was Penguin, a company valued at trillions of RMB. As Lin Chen regained his composure, he realized what he had just done and quickly set Jiang Shuawei down. I apologize, Senior. I was overwhelmed with joy and couldn't help myself. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed crimson, as if it might drip with water. It's all right. What shall we do next? She asked softly, her hands covering her burning cheeks. Shall we go for a meal? My treat. Lin Chen hastily suggested. All right. I look forward to your next visit. Upon returning to the car, Lin Chen handed the newly acquired bag to Jiang Shuawei. This bag is a gift for you, senior. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Jiang Shuawei protested, waving her hands. You're not trying to keep me as a kept woman, are you? It's nothing. Just accept it as a token of gratitude for helping me deal with Yu Yang. You were targeted by him because of me, Lin Chen explained. Before Jiang Shuawei could finish speaking, she noticed Lin Chen's expression darkening. Then I'll accept it, she said softly, taking the Givenchy bag. That's more like it. Lin Chen's mood brightened, a smile returning to his face. What should I do with such a generous junior? How should I repay him? I'm eagerly awaiting a response. Jiang Shuawei mused, holding the bag, feeling as though she were being pampered by her handsome junior. The scene of Lin Chen lifting her earlier replayed in her mind. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. Lin Chen drove towards the Dihao Hotel. While cruising in his Ferrari, a call came in. Lin Chen pulled out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Senior, could you please answer this? Oh, sure. Jiang Shuawei responded, taking the phone and putting it on speaker, placing it near Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Shu, the board secretary of Tencent. You have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited, and the transfer agreement has already been signed. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. The woman's voice on the other end conveyed her respect upon confirming the news. Oh, all right, I understand. Mr. Lin, there will be a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning to formally announce your status as a shareholder. Will you be able to attend? I cannot make it. Please convey my apologies to the other shareholders. Understood, Mr. Lin. Do you have a super letter registered with this phone number? It would be convenient for me to add you for urgent matters. Yes, please add me. All right, Mr. Lin, I won't take up any more of your time. Wishing you a pleasant day. MHM. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Lin Chen's face radiated with evident joy. The scale of Dihao Hotel was incomparable to that of Penguin. Even the entirety of Dihao could not match a mere 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen turned to Jiang Shuawei, who stood frozen, her hands still poised in midair, her eyes wide with astonishment. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked, a playful smile on his lips. Nothing. You truly are low-key, aren't you? Jiang Shuawei managed to utter. This won't do. It seems I must take the initiative. After all, I have some interest in him, and I cannot let such an exceptional junior slip away. Jiang Shuawei resolved. Her gaze towards Lin Chen growing increasingly tender. We've arrived, Lin Chen announced as he parked the Ferrari in front of the Dihao Hotel. Oh, Jiang Shuawei, still in shock, followed Lin Chen out of the car, looking adorably bewildered. This type of grand hotel usually has private kitchens. We shall dine here today, Lin Chen clarified, mainly to prevent Jiang Shuawei from misunderstanding his intentions. Upon realizing they had arrived at a hotel, Jiang Shuawei finally comprehended. At the front desk, Lu Jing noticed Lin Chen entering with an exceptionally beautiful girl and couldn't help but cast a jealous glance at Jiang Shuawei. Mr. Lin, welcome. Lin Chen nodded. I brought a friend for a meal. Should I notify Director Dong? No need. I'm merely here to dine. Please find an available private room for us. Lu Jing checked and replied, Mr. Lin, the Tianzi room is empty. Then let us go to the same room we used yesterday. Understood, Mr. Lin. Once Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei headed towards the Tianzi room, Lu Jing promptly communicated over the intercom. Mr. Lin is on his way to the Tianzi room. Prepare the reception service. Senior, is this hotel yours as well? Yes. Jiang Shuawei was not particularly surprised. After all, a shareholder of Penguin could very well own a 5-star hotel. When Lin Chen brought Jiang Shuawei to the entrance of the Tianzi room, several waitstaff greeted them. Welcome, Mr. Lin. There's no need for such ceremony. Just have one staff member take our order, the rest may withdraw. Lin Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. Realizing Lu Jing must have informed them, Jiang Shuawei stifled a laugh. Inside the private room, Lin Chen handed her the menu. Feel free to order whatever you like. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently, taking the menu, only to find herself at a loss for what to choose. This is too expensive. She gazed at the menu, where prices soared into the hundreds and thousands, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The cucumber salad alone cost several hundred, while a portion of spicy shredded pork exceeded 1,000. Noticing that Jiang Shuawei was hesitant to place an order, Lin Chen offered a slight smile and gestured for her to pass the menu to him. Chapter 12, Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen took the menu, selecting several signature dishes along with a few delectable desserts, and finally marked a bottle of red wine. Take a look and see if there's anything else you desire, he said with a smile, handing the menu back to Jiang Shuawei. As she glanced at Lin Chen's selections, her eyes widened. 10-year Shacha braised goose, New Zealand lobster paired with bluefin tuna belly, white sturgeon caviar, and traditional ginger and dried tangerine peel steamed sume fish. And there was a bottle of red wine, 2009 vintage from Le Huazhuang's rich chateau, priced at an astonishing $188,888, adding in the cost of the dishes. The total for this meal would easily surpass $200,000. Spending the equivalent of a car on a single meal? Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? Jiang Shuai lamented. Let us stick with these. It's too much to consume, she suggested. If we can't finish, we can always leave the leftovers. Who says we must clean our plates? Lin Chen sighed, ultimately handing the menu to the waiter. All right, that will be all. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter replied respectfully before exiting the room. While waiting for the dishes, the two engaged in light-hearted banter about the amusing incident with Yu Yang imitating a dog bark. After a short while, the waiter returned, pushing a cart laden with their order. Understanding the situation, he uncorked the wine and discreetly left the room, much to Lin Chen's satisfaction. This was crucial as he needed to complete a task assigned by the system, which required him to dine alone with Jiang Shuai. Having an extra waiter present would complicate matters. I've never indulged in such extravagant cuisine before, Jiang Shuai remarked, admiring the lavish spread before her. Then let us savor it. We can return often in the future, Lin Chen proposed, pouring 2 glasses of red wine and handing one to Jiang Shuai with a smile. As she relished each dish, Jiang Shuai leaned back in her chair, contentedly patting her stomach. How long has it been, senior sister? Lin Chen teased, wiping his mouth. 2 months, she replied, her cheeks flushing, but she quickly retorted, and where is the father of the child? Jiang Shuai fell silent at that question. Senior sister, would you like me to take you out for some fun this afternoon? Lin Chen asked. Let us skip it. I have matters to attend to at school. I'm part of the student council, and the administration has summoned us to the meeting room. Though she yearned to spend more time with Lin Chen, she regrettably could not spare the time. All right then, next time I'll take you out, he said, not disheartened, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ding. Task. Successfully dine alone with the campus beauty Jiang Shuai. The Lamborghini Veneno has been parked in the garage of the Yulan Mansion No. 1 as a reward. Initiate the final phase task. Successfully confess to Jiang Shuai. Reward. 3 shares in Penguin Computer Systems Limited. Lin Chen felt a rush of excitement. He often saw supercars in videos, and his favorite had always been the Lamborghini Veneno. Its futuristic design and exhilarating roar had captured his heart in an instant. Unfortunately, it had only been a dream until now, but that was no longer the case. It belonged to him now. Only 13 of this model existed globally, and one was now parked in his garage. The thought made Lin Chen almost unable to contain his excitement, even overlooking the 3-share reward from the final phase task. Senior sister, will you accompany me home? I need to switch cars. Isn't your Ferrari perfectly fine? Why change? Jiang Shuai inquired, puzzled. I just bought another car, and it just arrived home. I want to take a look, Lin Chen explained. All right, but we can't take too long. I need to be in the office by 2:30, she replied, glancing at the time, 1 o'clock, giving them an hour and a half. Fine. I'll switch cars and head straight to school, Lin Chen nodded. Soon, they left the hotel together. Take care, Mr. Lin, he called out as he drove the Ferrari to the entrance of Yulan Mansion. I am the owner of Yulan No. 1, Lin Chen stated, stopping at the gate and rolling down the window to speak to the guard. Yulan No. 1. The guard was taken aback. He had been informed just yesterday that a new resident had moved into Yulan No. 1. Those who worked at such high-end properties, whether in maintenance, security, or housekeeping, earned substantial salaries but faced significant risks as well. Offending a resident could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they were generally attentive to the appearance, names, and vehicles of each resident. Since this was Lin Chen's first visit, the guard was unfamiliar with him and did not immediately raise the barrier. A cold sweat broke out on the guard's brow, but the sight of the Ferrari kept him cautious, ensuring he spoke carefully. After scrutinizing Lin Chen's appearance, he cautiously continued. My apologies, Mr. Lin. It's my first time seeing your vehicle. I'll open the gate right away. No problem. Responsibility is a commendable trait. Lin Chen replied with a smile, not taking offense. He had come from humble beginnings himself and recognized this was merely part of the guard's job. As Lin Chen drove into Yulan No. 1, Jiang Shuai marveled at the villa that resembled a small estate. Is this your home, junior brother? She exclaimed, her mouth agape. The surroundings are quite nice, aren't they? Lin Chen, visiting for the first time, felt a rush of excitement despite having prepared himself mentally. This was one of the most prestigious villa districts in Tianfu City. Previously, he had underestimated the value of such a property, thinking the system merely provided a villa worth a few $100,000 to $1 million. However, upon further inquiry, he learned that even the least expensive villas in Yulan Mansion cost several million, let alone the crown jewel, Yulan No. 1, which was valued at a minimum of 1 to 200 million. Using the password provided by the system, Lin Chen unlocked the door and registered his facial recognition and fingerprint. Senior sister, would you like to register as well? Me? Why would I register my face in your home? Jiang Shuai replied, though the request revealed Lin Chen's intentions toward her, a blatant indication of his feelings. After recording his face, Lin Chen drove into the garage. As the door opened, a sleek and powerful sports car came into view. Junior brother, this car is stunning. Is this your new ride? It's absolutely cool. It looks just like the best car in racing video games. Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Chen said, caressing the car's front. It was indeed magnificent. He had purchased it purely for its striking aesthetics. Jiang Shuowei felt overwhelmed, realizing she had never encountered such astonishment as she had today. The enigmatic junior brother beside her ignited her curiosity intensely. Junior brother, how much did this car cost? It must have been quite a fortune. Jiang Shuowei inquired, intrigued. She felt that even the Ferrari paled in comparison to this extraordinary vehicle. It is not particularly expensive, around 80 to 90 million, yet it is exceedingly rare. With only a handful existing globally, it took considerable effort on my part to acquire it. Over 1 billion? Only a few exist worldwide. Impressive indeed. Jiang Shuowei felt somewhat numb. At this moment, she thought that even if Lin Chen claimed to be an extraterrestrial, she would not question it. Chapter 13. Are we together now? Get in the car, senior sister. I will take you back to school, Lin Chen said, suppressing the excitement within him. His face adorned with a gentle smile directed at Jiang Shuowei. Sure, a nearly billion-dollar supercar. I can't wait to experience it. Jiang Shuowei was instantly exhilarated at the prospect of riding in such a divine vehicle. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the interior, dominated by a sleek black theme accented with bright lines, created a striking visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei entered the vehicle and closed the door, they were immediately enveloped by the formidable aura of a top-tier supercar. Virum. Lin Chen ignited the engine, the roar of the Lamborghini Veneno igniting their fervor. As he drove out of the garage, the door slowly descended behind them. Upon reaching the exit, the security guard, noticing the supercar approaching, promptly lifted the barrier. As the car passed through the entrance, the guard recognized Lin Chen. Wow, no wonder he is the master of the penthouse. He has switched to another supercar. How much could this one cost? He marveled as he watched the Lamborghini Veneno fade into the distance. Did I just see a Lamborghini Veneno at Yulan, exclaimed a car enthusiast. This is a globally limited edition, with only a few produced. You can't even buy it with money. Lin Chen brushed past a Porsche Cayenne. The owner of the Porsche stared in disbelief at the supercar. What kind of big shot has moved into Yulan? On the road, the sleek black supercar roared past, drawing the attention of many. Wow, Mom, what kind of car is that? It's so cool, a young boy exclaimed, pointing at the supercar. I've never seen such a beautiful car, a young woman remarked, glancing at the vehicle. When I grow up, I want to buy one too. And I'll get one for my mom as well. The boy gazed longingly at the receding supercar. Good boy, I'll be counting on you for that. The young woman laughed, ruffling the boy's hair. Yes, the boy nodded firmly. This is a Lamborghini Veneno. I can't believe I've seen such a divine car. A car enthusiast exclaimed excitedly. Senior sister, how does it feel? Jiang Shuowei, seated in the top-tier supercar, blushed with excitement, yet maintained a perfectly upright posture. It feels amazing. No wonder everyone loves supercars. This sensation truly elevates one's spirit. Relax a bit, senior sister. Why sit so stiffly? Lin Chen chuckled. I'm afraid I might damage it. This car costs 100 million. I couldn't possibly afford to pay for any damage, Jiang Shuowei lamented. It's exhilarating, but the risk is great. Although she knew Lin Chen would not make her compensate even if anything happened, she struggled with the thought. I could afford it. I barely have 50,000 on me. I certainly can't pay for it. Jiang Shuowei quickly shook her head. Then you could just give yourself to me, Lin Chen said with a teasing smile. Ah, that is possible. But are you sure you want that, Junior? Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could you think that way? I'm not even prepared myself. Yet, the thought of offering herself to Lin Chen seemed appealing. Jiang Shuowei began to contemplate what she could possibly damage. Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiang Shuowei's words. Of course I want that. Why would I not? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuowei felt as if she had made a significant decision. She found comfort in Lin Chen's presence. Despite being a wealthy individual, he treated her with utmost respect and never acted inappropriately. Added to the fact that he was young and affluent, who wouldn't he be drawn to such a man? Since she harbored feelings for him, why not pursue them? Did she have to wait until school reopened, when other girls noticed this wealthy, youthful, and handsome boy, to express her feelings and compete with them? With that thought in mind, Jiang Shuowei looked earnestly at Lin Chen. Junior, may I have the opportunity to pursue you? Having never been in a relationship before, she recalled her grandmother's words from her childhood. As a girl, if you like a boy, you must be brave and pursue him. Do not leave yourself with regrets. Even if rejected, at least you tried. Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiang Shuowei's boldness. He quickly found a spot to pull over. Senior sister, are you serious? Lin Chen had initially planned to wait until they had spent some time together before finding the right moment to confess his feelings. He hadn't expected her to be so direct, revealing her feelings on just the second day. Is this the allure of wealth? Even someone like Jiang Xuewei, pursued by many affluent suitors, was not immune to it. Indeed, Junior, with your wealth and handsome looks, how could I let you slip away to someone else? Jiang Xuewei said half jokingly, half seriously. Yet, she feared Lin Chen might think she was only interested in his money, so she added, I felt a spark even before I knew you were wealthy, and discovering your wealth only made me more determined not to let you go. Lin Chen believed her words. After all, he had dressed modestly yesterday, and she had been genuinely warm towards him. He didn't mind other women approaching him for his wealth, but it would affect how he viewed their relationship. Senior sister, I like you too, but confessing is something boys should do. How could I let you take that role? Lin Chen gazed at Jiang Xuewei with tenderness. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xuewei felt enveloped by a wave of immense joy. Senior sister, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen asked, holding the Ferrari key and looking at her with affection. Yes, I would love to be your girlfriend. Jiang Xuewei nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with affection. However, she hesitated about accepting the Ferrari key. Are you rejecting my confession? This key symbolizes a bouquet of flowers, if you don't accept it. It's akin to turning me down. All right then. Considering Lin Chen's wealth, Jiang Xuewei thought it over and accepted the key. That's more like it, senior sister. Lin Chen smiled. Still calling me senior sister? Jiang Xuewei pouted, feigning displeasure. I misspoke. It should be Xuewei, Lin Chen said, gazing at the adorably pouting Jiang Xuewei, captivated by her vibrant red lips. An impulse surged within Lin Chen, and he leaned in closer to Jiang Xuewei. Ah, what are you doing? Jiang Xuewei felt a warm presence pressing against her. Lin Chen's tongue slipped in, entwining with hers as they shared their first kiss. Though Jiang Xuewei was inexperienced, she gradually began to respond. Lin Chen savored the delightful essence of Jiang Xuewei. Ah, the taste of strawberries. Minutes slipped by, and it was only when Jiang Xuewei gently patted Lin Chen's back that he finally released her. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Xuewei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gasped for breath, feeling as though she were on the brink of suffocation. In Chapter 14, Wang Shijie entered the scene. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei found themselves with their noses nearly touching, their eyes interlocked, with strands of saliva connecting them. Despite her embarrassment, Jiang Xuewei maintained her gaze on Lin Chen. Seconds stretched into eternity until Lin Chen could no longer contain himself. Indeed, when lovers gaze into each other's eyes for longer than 10 seconds, one is bound to succumb. Not again, Jiang Xuewei pleaded. Ah Chen, please just take me back to school. There will be plenty of time later. Very well, I shall spare you for today, Lin Chen replied, planting a tender kiss on Jiang Xuewei's lips, playfully brushing her nose with his fingers. Jiang Xuewei, feeling utterly weak, reclined in the passenger seat, unable to summon any strength. The school beauty, having never been in a romantic relationship, was left dazed and enchanted by Lin Chen's charm. Ding. System task of confessing to the school beauty has been exceeded. Congratulations to the host for achieving a critical hit and acquiring an 8 stake in Penguin Holdings. Lin Chen's heart leapt with joy. Is such a thing possible? An increase from 3 to 8? So, I now hold 10 of Penguin Holdings. I have become the second largest shareholder below South African media. Presently, Lin Chen controlled a 10 stake, which was less than South African media's 29. 3 but greater than Matang's 8. 5. The specifics eluded him, as he had only recently acquired this information. He wondered whose shares the system had purchased. System, may I inquire whose shares have been acquired? Ding. Shares of retail investors have been acquired. Lin Chen suddenly understood. This meant that the retail investors collectively held 50, and the major shareholders, including Lin Chen, also accounted for 50. Now, as the second largest shareholder with personal holdings, his decisions would significantly impact Penguin Holdings. Old Ma must be feeling quite anxious, Lin Chen mused. The car swiftly arrived at the entrance of Suzhou University. Due to the influx of new students in recent days, the area was bustling with newcomers and their families, creating a congested atmosphere. However, as Lin Chen's car approached the gates, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. What kind of car is that? I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely stunning. It resembles Batman's vehicle. Someone exclaimed. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? There are only a handful of these in the world. It can't be a modification, can it? Impossible. A modified Veneno would be obvious to any aficionado. This is truly a Veneno. Even if it's not one of the 3 coupes, how could it be present at Suzhou University? A student, driving a Lamborghini Gallardo, murmured while gazing at the Veneno preparing to enter the campus. His name was Wang Shijie, the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Suzhou Longjio Group. He had toiled during his senior year to secure admission to Suzhou University, after which his grandfather rewarded him with the Gallardo, worth over 4 million. This scene was captured by fellow students, who eagerly posted it on the campus forum. A meeting of Lamborghini supercars. Shock. The 2013 Geneva Motor Show's top supercar appears at Suzhou University. The wealthy newcomer at Suzhou University. Instantly, the forum buzzed with activity, with many students rushing out of their dorms just to witness the magnificent supercar. In the presence of the Lamborghini Veneno, every other luxury car in the Lamborghini family paled in comparison. Except, of course, for the sixth element. Classmate, are you going to enter or not? Don't block those behind you. Wang Shijia, still transfixed by the Veneno, failed to notice it was his turn to move. Oh right. Wang Shijia finally snapped back to reality, pressing the accelerator and entering the campus with a roar. Hey, that car up ahead is impressive too, a Gallardo. It seems there are quite a few wealthy individuals at our school, Lin Chen remarked with interest. Jiang Shuowei glanced at the car ahead, her curiosity piqued. What kind of car is that? How much does it cost? That's a Lamborghini Gallardo, worth over 4 million, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Over 4 million? Then how much is your Ferrari worth? It's not my Ferrari, it's yours. 7 million plus, Lin Chen corrected her with a smile. 7 million. You just gifted it to me like that. Aren't you concerned? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Chen started the car, following the one in front as they entered the campus, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Why should I be concerned about giving my woman anything? Besides, I'm not short on cash. Observing Lin Chen's calmness and recalling his status as a shareholder in Penguin, Jiang Shuowei fell silent. Lin Chen found a parking spot conveniently next to the Gallardo. After they exited the car, an excited Wang Shijia approached them. Bro, is this car yours? It's incredible, he exclaimed, his gaze continually drifting towards the Veneno. Your car is quite impressive too, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. My car can't compare to yours. Yours could buy dozens of mine. I've loved Lamborghini supercars since childhood, and today I finally see a genuine Veneno. Lin Chen, watching Wang Shijia's enthusiastic chatter, felt a bit overwhelmed. He still needed to take Jiang Shuowei to a meeting. Classmate, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Alright bro, can we connect on Super Chat? There's a supercar club meeting in Tianfu City soon. Let us check it out. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Expanding his horizons could be beneficial, rather than merely being labeled as an unexpectedly wealthy tycoon. However, he was not just any ordinary tycoon. Shuowei, do you want to go? Lin Chen asked, turning to Jiang Shuowei. You decide. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Shuowei replied obediently, holding Lin Chen's hand. Alright then. Lin Chen opened Super Chat and revealed his QR code to Wang Shijia. Great bro. Wang Shijia beamed, pleased that Lin Chen had agreed. His interest in connecting with Lin Chen wasn't solely based on the Veneno. He also sought to expand his network. A college student driving a Veneno surely had powerful connections in the country, and Wang Shijia aspired to take over his grandfather's position, despite the obstacle of his father standing in the way. Okay, I won't to interrupt you and your girlfriend any longer, Wang Shijia said cheerfully after adding Lin Chen on Super Chat. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Jiang Shuowei felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart, which increased her favorable impression of Wang Shijia. Alright, we'll keep in touch via Super Chat. We'll take our leave now, Lin Chen said. Feeling content with Wang Shijia's address, Wang Shijia watched the couple walk away, remarking to himself, no wonder he drives a Veneno. Even his girlfriend is stunning. He then took out his phone to message Lin Chen. Brother, my name is Wang Shijia, and I am also a freshman in the computer science department. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrating in his pocket and, upon retrieving it, saw it was a message from Wang Shijia. Lin Chen, a freshman and also in the computer science department, replied to the message before putting his phone back in his pocket. Chapter 15, Poverty Restricts My Imagination. Lin Chen strolled under the shade of the campus trees, holding hands with Jiang Shuowei. The air was filled with the shrill cries of cicadas, while layers of leaves shimmered with a verdant glow in the dappled sunlight, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground. Soon, the pair arrived at the conference room in the administration building. Here we are. You can head back now. The meeting starts in a few minutes, Jiang Shuowei said, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of reluctance. Oh, Shuowei, you're here. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a girl's excited voice rang out from behind them. Wanna? I thought you were inside. Lin Chen turned to see a striking girl with short hair. Jiang Shuowei released Lin Chen's hand and walked over to Tang Wanner, joyfully exclaiming, Wanner. Tang Wanner sized up Lin Chen, inquiring, and who might this be? Hello. I'm Lin Chen, Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend, he replied with a smile. What? Shuowei's boyfriend? Tang Wanner was taken aback by this revelation. She considered herself quite beautiful, but felt inferior in front of her close friend. With her exceptional looks, she had been crowned the campus belle at the beginning of her freshman year, a title she wore proudly. As a result, she had countless admirers, including several wealthy suitors. However, Jiang Shuowei remained indifferent. What's with you today? You've started dating a junior who you only met 2 days ago? Tang Wanner teased. giving Jiang Shuowei a knowing look that seemed to say, "You'll have to explain later." "Hello, I'm Tang Wanner, Shuowei's closest friend." She introduced herself with a smile, just as several teachers approached, chatting amiably. "The teachers are here. The meeting is about to start. Lin Chen, you should head back," Jiang Shuowei said, pulling Tang Wanner into the conference room. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation and stepped out of the administration building. After retrieving the items he had bought from the car, he realized he had forgotten to take the bag he had purchased for Jiang Shuowei. "Well, I'll just leave it in the car for now." As he approached the dormitory, he could hear Xiao Wei's voice from inside. "Chen Xiao, are you a pig? Did you let the Eastern Emperor suck you in and then amplify it? It's not my fault if he happened to absorb it when I threw a set at him." Chen Xiao retorted. "Chen Xiao, come help me guard the jungle," came Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen opened the door and tossed his clothes onto the bed. "Boss, you're back. Want to play some games? Forget it. You guys enjoy yourselves. I think I'll sit this one out." Lin Chen shook his head. Aware of his lack of gaming talent, he often ended up as easy prey in battle royale games and consistently received poor scores in multiplayer online games. The others, understanding, did not press him further. Before long, Lin Chen's phone rang. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Lu Shu," he thought to himself. Sure enough, it was. "President Lin, I apologize for the interruption. I noticed you Haven T approved my friend request, so I decided to call you." Lu Shu's apologetic voice came through. The three friends fell silent, realizing Lin Chen was on a call. "It's fine. What can I do for you?" Lin Chen inquired knowingly. "President Lin, due to your recent acquisition of 8 of Penguin S shares, your total stake now stands at 10. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you Haven T accepted my friend request, I'm calling to remind you. I will send you a link to the meeting via Super Chat," Lu Shu explained. "All right. I will approve it right away," Lin Chen nodded in response. "Thank you for your time, President Lin. I won't take up any more of your rest." Lu Shu concluded the call. After hanging up, she rubbed her temples in the office. This young-sounding President Lin had managed to acquire 10 of Penguin's shares in just one day, thereby becoming its second-largest shareholder. Although Ma Teng held the most significant decision-making power due to agreements with South African media, Lin Chen's newfound position, while not infringing upon Ma Teng's authority, could still lead to complications due to potential disagreements. Consequently, Ma Teng had issued a strict order for Lin Chen to participate in the upcoming online meeting to facilitate communication. After ending the call, Lin Chen opened Super Chat and approved Lu Shu's friend request. He then noticed that the girl from the other day still hadn't accepted his request. After a moment's thought, he decided to let it be. Now that he had a senior, he needed to focus. Just because he had money didn't mean he should squander it. Although he envied the lifestyle of those who could afford to indulge in multiple relationships, he knew he couldn't betray Jiang Shuowei. After the call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes he had purchased. "Wow, boss, that outfit looks fantastic. What brand is it?" Xiao Wei asked, admiring Lin Chen in front of the mirror. "Givenchy," Lin Chen replied casually. Xiao Wei feigned ignorance. "Givenchy? How much did that set you back?" "Less than 70,000, Lin Chen answered nonchalantly. "Less than 70,000. Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Chen's attire, left speechless. It was evident that poverty had limited his imagination. Xiao Wei had assumed that an outfit would cost around 10,000 at most. "By the way, boss, the class group chat has a notification from our advisor. They said there's a meeting at 3:30 p.m. in classroom 305 of the first teaching building to discuss some matters," Chen Xiao suddenly interjected. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 3 p.m. "Well, it's about time. Let us tidy up and head over," he replied. "Sure. Which one is the first teaching building?" When they arrived at the teaching area, they realized they had no idea which building it was. Only seeing names like the Encouragement Building and the Guidance Building. The four stood under the shade of the trees, looking at each other in confusion. "Shuowei, which building is the first teaching building?" Lin Chen helplessly messaged Jiang Shuowei. "The one next to the Guidance Building." "Haha. Arkin, you're just like I was back then," came her quick reply. "Are you not in a meeting? Still playing on your phone?" He teased back. "I was just about to message you. The student union's vice president has been pursuing me, and today the atmosphere feels a bit different. Arkin, can you pick me up later?" Jiang Shuowei's message made Lin Chen's expression darken slightly. "All right, when will your meeting end?" "I'll come to get you," he replied. "About 4:30 p.m. "Okay." As Jiang Shuowei looked at her phone, feeling a bit reassured by her conversation with Lin Chen, she noticed that since the meeting began, the student union's vice president, Zhao Lei, and his friends had been whispering to each other and occasionally glancing her way. Reflecting on her time in the student union since meeting Hu Jiaqing, she recalled how he had relentlessly pursued her, even after numerous rejections. Today, she had an incessant feeling that he was up to something again, which left her quite exasperated. "Shuowei, is he going to confess his feelings to you once more?" Tang Wanner quietly leaned towards Jiang Shuowei and whispered. She had also noticed Zhao Lei's movements. "I don't know, but it certainly won't be anything good," Have you spoken to the junior? Yes, he will come to pick me up shortly. That's good. Chapter 16. The class monitor's challenge. The first teaching building was the academic building. Lin Chen put away his phone and addressed Chen Xiao and the others who were about to inquire further. How do you know that, boss? They asked as they walked towards the classroom. I asked my girlfriend, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, his composure unwavering. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days and already have a girlfriend? The trio looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Isn't that quite normal? Lin Chen stated, his demeanor serene, prompting Chen Xiao to feel a sudden urge to land a punch on his face. Who is it? Who managed to win over our boss so quickly? Xiao Fei asked with a chuckle. My girlfriend is Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei? I know who that is. Jiang Xuewei. Xiao Fei, usually so composed, exhibited a rare loss of composure. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Who is Jiang Xuewei? Boss, you managed to win over Jiang Xuewei. After the initial shock, Xiao Fei clutched his chest in despair. Do you know her? Lin Chen arched an eyebrow. The campus belle of Suzhou University. How could I not know her? As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Xiao Fei was already aware of the high-cold belle who had turned down all suitors. Originally, Xiao Fei had set his sights on Jiang Xuewei, but unexpectedly, it was his own boss who had captured her heart. Noticing Xiao Fei's distressed expression, Lin Chen felt a tinge of caution. Fourth, you better not have any designs on my girlfriend. Impossible. One does not covet a friend's wife, Xiao Fei retorted. By the way, boss, how did you manage to win over the high-cold belle? He asked, his curiosity piqued. If I could learn that, my university life would become so much more vibrant. High-cold? I don't see it that way, Lin Chen reflected carefully. Enough talk. Wei arrived at the classroom. Xiao Fei had intended to ask more, but begrudgingly fell silent. Upon entering the classroom, they found a number of girls gazing at them, particularly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat short female teacher, wearing glasses and appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, entered. After counting the students and confirming everyone was present, she nodded with satisfaction. Now that everyone is here, I'll proceed swiftly and not waste your time. Tomorrow marks the beginning of military training, and the training uniforms have already been placed on your beds prior to your arrival. A few minutes later, she announced. Now we come to the final segment of the day, the selection of class officers. Are there any volunteers? Lin Chen and his companions showed no interest, merely watching the self-introductions and campaign speeches of several classmates with boredom. As time ticked by, approaching 4:30, Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. Boss, do you have something on your mind? Chen Xiao noticed Lin Chen's constant glances at the clock and inquired. I need to go pick up my girlfriend. Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and chose not to respond further. The class monitor should select a few classmates to clean this classroom, and the rest are free to leave. The counselor hurriedly exited after finishing the announcement. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. At 5:20, he could still make it. You all head back first. I'll be leaving now, Lin Chen said, preparing to depart. Classmate, could you stay behind to help clean up? Lin Chen turned to see the boy who had just been elected class monitor, Xiao Fei. I have something to attend to. Can you find someone else? Everyone has their own matters, my friend. Cleaning one tea take much time. Just you and this brother here, Xiao Fei insisted, pointing at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, who had initially garnered the attention of female classmates before Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's arrival, felt a pang of displeasure at this. It's fine, boss. You go ahead with your business. We'll handle it. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei chimed in. All right, I'll treat you to a meal another day, Lin Chen promised. And Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up at the prospect. Lin Chen turned back to Xiao Fei. Is that acceptable now? It is. But someone like you who disobeys the class monitor deserves to be reported to the counselor, Xiao Fei blurted out in a moment of heat, immediately regretting his words. As expected, the remaining students' gazes turned towards Xiao Fei with an odd intensity. Isn't that just causing trouble? I say, brother, you're quite disgusting, aren't you? Despite his slender figure and scholarly appearance, Chen Xiao was known for his fiery temper. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was puzzled. Why is he targeting me and the boss for no reason? Surely it's not jealousy over our looks? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling for Chen Xiao and the others to disregard it. He then looked at Xiao Fei, his expression calm. Suit yourself. With that, he turned and exited the classroom, heading towards the office where Jiang Xuewei was attending a meeting. Ding. System task released. Make Xiao Fei apologize. Reward, 5961p of jadeite. Lin Chen was taken aback, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Just what I needed. But is Xiao Lei really this worthless? This must be the lowest reward from the system, right? All right, let us conclude for today. Thank you all for your efforts. Meeting adjourned. After the teachers exited the office, Xiao Lei approached with a few other boys. What do you want? Tang Wanner stepped in front of Jiang Xuewei, eyeing them warily. I merely wish to speak with Xuewei for a moment, Xiao Lei said, forcing a smile at the two who were on guard. If it pertains to student council matters, please proceed, Jiang Shuowei replied with an indifferent expression. It's not about the student council. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. There's no need. I have plans tonight, Jiang Shuowei said, shaking her head in displeasure. Shuowei. Zhao Lei attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Jiang Shuowei. President Zhao, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Shuowei. Please simply refer to me by my name. Moreover, I have plans tonight to dine with my boyfriend. Therefore, I kindly ask you not to disturb me again, President Zhao. After speaking, Jiang Shuowei took Tang Wanner's hand, preparing to leave, only to be blocked by several other boys. Shuowei, you don't need to use your boyfriend as an excuse to deceive me. I'm about to graduate. And during these final days on campus, I hope you can give me a chance, Zhao Lei professed with a heartfelt expression. Tang Wanner's anger flared. Do you have no shame? Shuowei has already stated she has a boyfriend, yet you persist with your shamelessness. And what do you mean by blocking our way? Is this campus violence? Do you want me to inform the teachers immediately? The furious Tang Wanner resembled a protective mother tiger. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Lei's expression darkened. And after a moment's hesitation, the other boys stepped aside. Is Senior Tang really this fierce? Lin Chen's voice drifted in from the doorway. Jiang Shuowei immediately ran over, her face alight with joy as she took Lin Chen's hand. Ah Chen, you're here. Lin Chen gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Jiang Shuowei's ear. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, Tang Wanner also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her earlier bravado, she felt a twinge of trepidation when facing several imposing men. Shuowei, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 17. Dong Fong is my uncle. Zhao Lei glared at Lin Chen with a frosty demeanor. I've already mentioned. Don't call me Shuowei in front of my boyfriend. Be mindful of your words, Zhao Senior. Jiang Shuowei shot Zhao Lei a cold glance. Junior, I assume you are a freshman? Can you provide Shuowei with a good life? If you know what's good for you, I hope you'll step aside for her. Ignoring Jiang Shuowei, Zhao Lei focused on Lin Chen. Zhao Senior, is it? Firstly, Shuowei is my girlfriend, so kindly refrain from harassing her. Secondly, may I inquire what qualifications you possess to offer my girlfriend a good life? Lin Chen regarded Zhao Lei with keen interest. At the very least, you should be able to match my standards, don't you think? Do you have any idea how much a house costs in my family? You might never afford one in your lifetime. This line of questioning seemed to bolster Zhao Lei's confidence, and he spoke with newfound bravado. The real estate prices in Tianfu are exorbitant, often hovering around 20,000 per square meter, while incomes remain relatively low, a quintessential high-cost, low-income city. Acquiring a property here typically requires at least 2 to 3 million. Many choose to leave Tianfu in pursuit of a better life, simply yearning for a home. My family owns 5 properties, each valued at 2 to 3 million. My parents have even mentioned gifting me one as a wedding present. Zhao Lei glanced at Jiang Shuowei, hoping to gauge her reaction. To his dismay, she merely clung to Lin Chen's arm, not even sparing him a glance. At that moment, her eyes were filled with jealousy towards Lin Chen. Just the other day, I bought a Wrangler. Do you have anything to match that? Zhao Lei's followers chimed in, praising him. Impressive, Brother Lei. You're driving a car worth 50 to 60,000 before even graduating college. Indeed, Brother Lei, we look forward to your continued guidance. Surrounded by adulation, Zhao Lei basked in pride, casting a mocking glance at Lin Chen. Tang Wanner shot a worried look at Lin Chen, then at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei subtly shook her head. Is this all? A 50 to 60,000 Wrangler? That doesn't even compare to a single wheel of my sports car. Lin Chen scoffed dismissively. Ding. Mission system activated. Slap Zhao Lei in the face. Mission reward. All storefronts in the Bay Area commercial street. Lin Chen paused, taken aback by the frequency of the system's notifications. Kid, if you know what's good for you, back off from Shuowei. She's not someone a poor boy like you can covet. Zhao Lei coldly remarked, noticing Lin Chen's expression. A few properties? A car worth tens of thousands? Is that your capital? Lin Chen's tone turned icy. What makes you think you can act so high and mighty? I had planned to take Shuowei to dine in the deluxe room at the Dihao Hotel tonight. Do you know the level of prestige that entails? It signifies you've stepped into a different echelon of Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of the Dihao Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei boasted. The general manager is my father's childhood friend. It's because of him that I can dine in the deluxe room. Can you manage that? You probably haven't even heard of it. The surrounding crowd regarded Zhao Lei with admiration, fueling his arrogance. Jiang Shuowei's expression turned more peculiar as she listened. Just the other day, I dined in the Dihao Hotel's top suite for lunch. Lin Chen is the hotel's hidden owner. She thought to herself, incredulous. The general manager of the Dihao Hotel? You mean Dong Fong is your father's childhood friend? Lin Chen was surprised to discover the connection to Dong Fong, which made matters much easier and allowed him to fulfill the system's mission. You even know the name of the general manager? Looks like you have some connections after all. Yes, Uncle Dong is indeed my father's childhood friend, Zhao Lei responded, slightly taken aback. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also understand the disparity in our social standings. How about this? Why don't you call Uncle Dong and ask if he recognizes someone named Lin Chen? I'm offering you a chance. If you apologize to me and my girlfriend and to Senior Tang within half an hour, I want to pursue this matter further. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, you want me to call my Uncle Dong? Apologize to you? Zhao Lei laughed. Then his expression turned cold. Who do you think you are to demand an apology from me? Exactly, Junior. You're just a freshman. What do you know about the world? Zhao Lei's companions jeered. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner exchanged glances, their faces icy with disbelief. They hadn't anticipated that a student who usually garnered the teacher's favor would be so loathsome. It was repugnant. However, Jiang Shuawei felt no apprehension. Lin Chen's background likely surpassed that of anyone else at Suzhou University. Tang Wanner, seeing her best friend unconcerned, also felt no doubt about Lin Chen's words, only curiosity about his true background. Very well, if you want to call, I will. But once I do, there will be no room for redemption for you. Lin Chen thought he might let it go, allowing them to apologize, but their aggressiveness took him by surprise. Keep pretending to be tough. Go ahead and call. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Zhao Lei sneered. Dong Fong is no ordinary person. He is the general manager of Tianfu's premier 5-star international hotel, integrating dining, accommodation, and entertainment. The connections he has forged over the years are immeasurable. Do you really think he would know a freshman like you? Even if he did, would he forsake his own nephew for you? All right. Lin Chen nodded composedly, taking out his phone to call Dong Fong. Within seconds, the call connected. Hello, Director Dong. How may I assist you? Dong Fong's respectful voice resonated. Do you know someone named Zhao Lei? He is from Suzhou University and claims to be your childhood friend's son. Dong Fong's heart sank at Lin Chen's tone, sensing something was amiss. I know him, Director Lin. He is the son of a friend. A tinge of anxiety colored his response. He has been using your name to throw his weight around, tarnishing our hotel's reputation. What do you think? Lin Chen replied coolly. The phone on the other end was now drenched in sweat as Dong Fong stammered. Yes, yes. Director Lin is absolutely right. Zhao Lei's father is merely an acquaintance. If he has offended you, I will handle this. Zhao Lei gazed at Lin Chen, who appeared exceedingly earnest, and an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. It was then that he noticed Lin Chen was clad in Givenchy, an ensemble worth at least several tens of thousands. This indicated that Lin Chen was no impoverished student. Could it be that he truly knew Uncle Dong? Yet, Zhao Lei reassured himself, for he was indeed Uncle Dong's nephew. He cast aside the disquieting thoughts, convincing himself that he would handle the situation, and that this fellow still doubted his connections, perceiving him merely as a poor student. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips. All right, Mr. Dong, I shall call this rascal immediately. With that, Lin Chen ended the call, casting a playful glance at Zhao Lei. Is that all? Just like that? Upon witnessing Lin Chen hang up without any apparent incident, Zhao Lei became increasingly convinced that Lin Chen was merely posturing. No rush, Lin Chen chuckled. And before his words had fully dissipated, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Look, someone is calling you, he teased. Zhao Lei's countenance abruptly soured as he beheld the contact labeled Uncle Dong on his screen. Had he truly provoked someone he ought not to have? Chapter 18. Are you the owner of the Dihao Hotel? Anxiously, Zhao Lei answered the call. Uncle Dong, what can I do for you? What do you think I want? Stop using my name to stir up trouble. From now on, do not call me Uncle Dong, and refrain from contacting me. The furious voice of Dong Fong erupted from the other end. What? Why Uncle Dong? Is it merely because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei stammered, panic-stricken. The reason their small company thrived was largely due to the business opportunities introduced by Dong Fong. If he were to withdraw his support due to Zhao Lei's actions, he would be met with his father's wrath upon returning home. Why? Do you have any idea who Lin Chen is? Who? Zhao Lei instinctively inquired. He is the owner of our Dihao Hotel, the sole proprietor. With that, Dong Fong abruptly terminated the call. Zhao Lei felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. Trembling, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, staring at Lin Chen, who wore a smile, utterly bereft of words. Brother, why did you not mention your formidable background? Zhao Gu, what is the matter? Is this brat merely putting on an act? One of his companions, oblivious to Zhao Lei's pallor, continued to mock Lin Chen. Zhao Lei disregarded him and stepped directly in front of Lin Chen. Brother Lin, please forgive my transgressions. I beg for your mercy. Zhao Lei lowered his head in a display of humility, fully aware that someone of Lin Chen's caliber, being the owner of Dihao at such a young age, was not someone he could afford to offend. Even if Lin Chen held only that one title, it was sufficient to ruin him, perhaps even obliterating his family's business. Thus, an apology was the only recourse that came to mind. Zhao Lei's actions left his entourage in stunned silence, save for Jiang Shuawei, who remained remarkably composed. Her eyes filled with admiration and affection as she regarded Lin Chen. Tang Wanner stared agape at the now subservient Zhao Lei, then at Lin Chen. It seemed that her close friend had indeed found a partner of extraordinary stature. At that moment, Zhao Lei's friends, realizing Lin Chen's formidable background, hastily evacuated the office. They feared being remembered by Lin Chen. After all, they had just derided him. No, Zhao Xueshang. How could I possibly accept your apology? Lin Chen had already offered him an opportunity, which he had failed to cherish. Thus, he could hardly blame the consequences on anyone else. Brother Lin, had I known you were the owner of Dihao Hotel, I would not have dared to boast in your presence, even if you had given me 10 times the audacity. Zhao Lei bitterly lamented, feeling like a fool for his previous bravado. Lin Chen is the owner of Dihao Hotel, Tang Wanner exclaimed, astonished as she observed Lin Chen's unflappable demeanor. She was aware of Dihao Hotel, having dined there previously with wealthy suitors. What an impressive junior. No, he is Xuewei's boyfriend. How could she possibly covet him? Tang Wanner chastised herself for her impure thoughts. What is it? Does Zhao Xueshang derive pleasure from bullying those without connections? If I were an ordinary person, what would you do, Zhao Xueshang? Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. Zhao Lei was drenched in perspiration, rendered speechless. He could only cast a pleading glance at Jiang Xuewei, hoping she might intercede on his behalf. Jiang Xuewei noticed Zhao Lei's gaze, but chose to ignore it. When Zhao Lei had mocked Lin Chen, she had been infuriated enough to want to retaliate. Now he sought her assistance? Dream on. Kneel and apologize, admit your fault, and you may leave, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Lei stood frozen, engaged in an internal struggle. He understood that if Lin Chen chose to retaliate against his family, all he held dear would swiftly turn to dust. I am sorry, Brother Lin. I apologize. Jiang Xuesheng and Tang Xuesheng, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. Trembling, Zhao Lei knelt, his head bowed in humiliation. At that moment, he was grateful that his friends had fled. Had they witnessed such a disgraceful display, how would he ever face them again at Suzhou University? Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wanner turned their heads away, their anger having dissipated considerably. Enough, you may go. Let us consider this matter resolved, Lin Chen stated, beginning to appreciate Zhao Lei's demeanor. To be able to humble oneself for the sake of preserving family interests was a prudent trade-off. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the weight on Zhao Lei's chest finally lifted. He hastily rose and exited the conference room. Ah Chen, you are truly remarkable, Jiang Xuewei exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen in a playful manner. Tang Wanner, her jaw nearly unhinged, gazed in disbelief. Was this truly the Jiang Xuewei she knew? What had become of her previously aloof demeanor? Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Xuewei's petite nose. All right, enough of this show of affection. I am nearly full, Tang Wanner interjected, feigning annoyance. Jiang Xuewei stuck her tongue out at Tang Wanner before releasing her embrace of Lin Chen. You little imp, just wait until we return to the dormitory. I shall deal with you. Tang Wanner silently cursed. Thank you, Tang Xuejia, for protecting Xuewei, Lin Chen remarked with a smile of gratitude. Oh, it was nothing. Xuewei is also my dear friend. It is simply what I ought to do. Tang Wanner waved her hand dismissively. How about this? I shall treat you to dinner tonight. No, there is no need. I would rather not be a third wheel. I shall return to my dormitory. Goodbye. Tang Wanner declined, waving her hand as she departed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, slapping Zhao Lei's face. The Bay Area commercial street has been awarded to the host in a commendable manner. The previous owner of the commercial property has added you on Super Chat. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Ah Chen, where shall we go next? Jiang Xuewei inquired, her arms draped around Lin Chen's, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall we explore the Bay Area commercial street outside the school and perhaps dine there as well? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. His primary intention was to explore the new rewards of the system, particularly the commercial street, and to finalize the transfer contract. Sounds good. Lin Chen opened the Super Message app and sent a message to the representative, indicating that he would be heading over soon to sign the contract. Bringing Jiang Xuewei back to the car with him. You forgot your bag when you got out. Do you not like it? Lin Chen chuckled. Not at all. I absolutely adore the bag you gifted me. I love it so much. Jiang Xuewei kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. Caught off guard by this sudden affection, Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth rising within him. Woman, are you playing with fire? Without further ado, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Xuewei's neck and, amidst her wide-eyed surprise, pressed his lips to hers. They shared several passionate moments before stopping, only to be met with Jiang Xuewei's pleading gaze. Ah Chen, aren't you finding it hard to breathe? Jiang Xuewei, her cheeks flushed and body slumped in the passenger seat, gasped for air. Not at all. Why would I have trouble breathing? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. Jiang Xuewei was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I don't know either. Chapter 19. Signing the transfer contract for Luwan Street. After a while, Jiang Xuewei finally regained her composure and pouted, complaining, You've nearly worn me out. Lin Chen gave a sheepish smile, starting the engine, and drove away from the campus amidst envious glances from their classmates. Upon arriving at the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street, Lin Chen found a parking space, expertly maneuvering the car to park while the security guards looked on in admiration. Together, he and Jiang Shuowei entered the bustling commercial street, which boasted around 200 to 300 shops. A shop of approximately 200 square meters was valued at around 8 million, with monthly rent alone reaching 40 to 50,000. Given the varied sizes of the shops along the street, Lin Chen estimated that his rental income could exceed 10 million a month. What are we doing now? Jiang Shuowei inquired. I'm going to sign a contract, and once that's done, I'll take you shopping and buy you something nice. Then we can go out for dinner. How does that sound? Dinner is fine, but let us skip the shopping this time. You just bought me a bag worth several thousand. Jiang Shuowei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was quite wealthy, she did not wish to come across as a gold digger. I'm your boyfriend. It's only natural for me to spend a little on you. Please don't feel burdened by it. Besides, today, Senior Tang did you a favor. Shouldn't we get her a little something to show our appreciation? Lin Chen said with a nonchalant smile. All right, but you mustn't spend too much, Jiang Shuowei replied, playfully nibbling on her finger before reluctantly agreeing. So what contract are you signing? I'm purchasing the storefront of an entire street. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei settled into a CAF, ordering an Americano for himself and a cappuccino for her. Lin Chen then sent the location to the original shop owner. At that moment, a female waitress arrived with a macchiato. Excuse me, we didn't tea order this, Jiang Shuowei said, puzzled by the coffee before her. This is a gift from our boss. He hopes to make your acquaintance, the waitress said with a suggestive smile. Both Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei turned to see a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers smiling at them from behind the bar. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Truly, a femme fatale. That's quite unnecessary. My boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuowei politely declined, handing the coffee back to the waitress. The waitress's smile faltered, having been reluctant to approach in the first place, but her boss had insisted. Glancing back at her employer, she saw him nod slightly, albeit with a disgruntled expression, before she reluctantly accepted the coffee back. My apologies, she bowed slightly and walked away. Ah Chun, did I do well? Jiang Shuowei beamed. Her face lifted in anticipation of praise. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Of course, you did splendidly. Hee. Jiang Shuowei beamed, akin to a child receiving a small reward. Meanwhile, the CAF owner's expression soured further. From the moment Jiang Shuowei entered, he had taken note of her. His initial impression was one of astonishment. She was stunningly beautiful and radiated purity, far surpassing any woman he had encountered. He couldn't help but feel drawn to her, even if she had a boyfriend. With the right approach, who couldn't win a heart? Miss, could I have your contact information? After much deliberation, the owner decided to cast aside his reservations. Jiang Shuowei looked up in surprise at the owner. Did the waitress not make things clear? I have a boyfriend, so I won't be adding anyone. Thank you. Her tone remained cool and distant. Lin Chen, equally speechless, added, Is this something that concerns you? The owner was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Are you perhaps a student at a nearby university? In this society, looks alone won't suffice. What truly matters is one's capability. I'm 26 and I run a CAF of over 200 square meters on this street, with monthly earnings around 150,000, yielding a net profit of about 70,000 to 80,000. Could we exchange super messages? You'd certainly be making a more prudent choice. The owner smirked, casting a challenging glance at Lin Chen, confident that once she heard his earnings, she would agree to connect. I've already said I have a boyfriend. Your earnings are of no relevance to me. Please refrain from interrupting my time with him. Jiang Shuowei's tone grew increasingly impatient. 70 to 80,000? Does that even compare to what my Ah Chun earns in a minute? Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen, who merely chuckled softly without responding. The owner, already irked by the rejection, was further agitated by Lin Chen's dismissive laughter. Young man, do you look down upon a monthly income of 70 to 80,000? Pray tell, can a student like you earn that much? The owner regarded Lin Chen with disdain and a hint of jealousy. That hardly concerns you, does it? Lin Chen took a sip of his coffee, responding coolly. The owner was momentarily lost for words. Are you Mr. Lin? At that moment, the original shop owner, having followed Lin Chen's directions, arrived. How youthful. He must be no older than 21 or 22. And yet he has the means to purchase an entire commercial street valued at over 10 billion. Yes, that's me. Lin Chen assessed the middle-aged man before him, who was dressed impeccably. Uncle Sun, what brings you here? The shop owner exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Sun Yong. Were you not supposed to meet with Boss Lin to sign the transfer contract? It's Xiao Wei. Mr. Lin chose your CAF as the meeting place, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yong glanced at the CAF owner, racking his brain and finally recalling that he was indeed surnamed Wei. Signing a contract? Mr. Lin? Wei Chao exclaimed in shock, casting a bewildered look at Lin Chen. The owner of the commercial street, Is this university student? Uncle Son. Are you mistaken? He's just a student. How could he possibly be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao questioned, incredulous. He has just deeply offended Lin Chen by attempting to undermine him in front of others. How could there be any mistake? Mr. Lin and I had arranged to meet at table 43 in this very CAF, Sun Yong remarked, casting a suspicious glance at Wei Chao. You didn't offend Mr. Lin. Did you? Offend him? Not quite. But Mr. Wei, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to shamelessly ask for my girlfriend's contact information right in front of me? Lin Chen leisurely sipped his coffee, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yong subtly distanced himself from Wei Chao. It was evident that the individual who had purchased this commercial street at such a young age must have formidable backing. He certainly did not wish to be entangled in any repercussions. Wei Chao's complexion turned pale at these words. If Lin Chen chose not to lease the premises to him, all his efforts would be in vain. Finding a shop in a commercial area like Luwan Street, which attracts students from several nearby universities, was particularly challenging. It was common knowledge that students were the easiest demographic to profit from. Each prime location was unique. Where else could he find such an advantageous spot? Realizing this, Wei Chao felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Chapter 20. Accompanying Jiang Shuawei to the pet store. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for having offended you and your girlfriend. Allow me to cover the cost of your coffees today. Do I truly need your few cups of coffee? Lin Chen replied with a bemused smile directed at Wei Chao. Wei Chao's face turned ashen, rendering him speechless. Fine then, from now on. My girlfriend and I can enjoy free coffee, no objections, right? Certainly. From now on, Mr. Lin and your companion will have free coffee. Wei Chao initially appeared taken aback, but soon his spirits soared. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen would choose to spare him. As for free coffee, those few cups paled in comparison to the value of this establishment. Indeed, the mindset of the truly wealthy was distinctly different. Wei Chao gazed at Lin Chen with gratitude, internally marveling at the man's generosity. Since Mr. Lin has graciously forgiven you, you should return to your affairs. I still have business to discuss with Mr. Lin. Sun Yong chuckled. Very well. You and Mr. Lin carry on. I shall take my leave, Wei Chao said, maintaining a submissive demeanor. The patrons in the CAF had overheard snippets of the conversation, and upon realizing that two significant figures were discussing matters, they instinctively lowered their voices. In truth, Lin Chen chose to overlook Wei Chao's behavior primarily because it had not been excessively offensive. It was a natural occurrence for a handsome man's girlfriend to attract the attention of other men. If he were to address every minor transgression, it would be utterly exhausting. Thus, the judicious choice to let it go could actually reflect one's character. Sun Yong was considerate enough to have some pastries brought over. He produced 2 copies of a contract. Lin Chen, trusting the process, glanced at them briefly before signing. After all, this was a reward from the system. Could it be anything but genuine? Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. Now, this commercial street belongs to you, Sun Yong exclaimed, standing up with satisfaction, extending his hand towards Lin Chen. A fruitful partnership. Lin Chen rose as well, shaking Sun Yong's hand with a gentle smile. After Sun Yong departed, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei also stood to leave the CAF, which allowed Wei Chao, who had been observing Lin Chen closely, to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen, is this entire street now yours? Jiang Shuawei surveyed the bustling Luwan Street, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, as though she were unworthy of Lin Chen, despite being the school belle. To someone of Lin Chen's stature, being the school belle was merely a trivial title. Sensing Jiang Shuawei's melancholic demeanor, Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulders. No, it should be said that it belongs to both of us. Lin Chen inhaled the fragrance of her hair, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Shuawei, enveloped in Lin Chen's warm embrace, felt a surge of comfort, her attachment to him deepening. She turned to hug Lin Chen tightly. Grandma, I think I've found the person you mentioned, Jiang Shuawei murmured softly. So only she could hear. Isn't that our school's belle, Jiang Shuawei? Why is she embracing a guy? Where's that? No way. It really is. My wife is actually hugging another man. My youth is over. Given that Luwan Street is near the university, it was inevitable that they would attract the attention of fellow students, particularly since Jiang Shuawei was the belle of Suzhou University. They naturally heard the exclamations from several onlookers. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed as she released her grasp, fidgeting with her hair to mask her embarrassment. Shall we check out that pet store? Chen, do you like cats and dogs? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed cheerfully, pointing towards a pet store named Mai Chong. She adored cats and dogs, and whenever she visited Luwan Street with Tang Wanner, they would always pop in for a look. Although they never bought anything, browsing was immensely enjoyable. Yes. Let us go, Lin Chen nodded. It was evident that Jiang Shuawei had a fondness for small animals. He thought about moving to Yulon Xingtian now. One in the future, and perhaps getting some cats and dogs that Jiang Shuowei liked. Who knows? She might even be willing to live with him. Jiang Shuowei eagerly tugged Lin Chen's hand as they hurried towards Maicheng. Meanwhile, the group of onlookers, having slipped out of sight of the couple, discreetly pulled out their phones to snap a picture and post it on the campus forum. Shocking. Jiang Shuowei, who has rejected countless suitors, is actually, within seconds of posting, the topic surged to the forefront. Is that profile and silhouette truly Jiang Shuowei? I haven't even started dating, and I'm already heartbroken. Upstairs 1. Doesn't this guy look familiar? Oh, I remember. P.S. That freshman who drove a Ferrari SF90 on the first day of school. I thought Jiang Shuowei was dismissive of rich kids. This guy is so handsome. I'm in love. Upstairs, stop daydreaming. The group gazed at the suddenly viral post, their faces displaying a mix of astonishment. Truly, the allure of Suzhou University's belle is unmatched. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, having just completed the tasks assigned by the counselor and feeling bored, was scrolling through the campus forum. Wait, why does this face look so much like our class leader, that exceptionally handsome guy? Zhao Fei squinted at the photo in the post, uncertainty flickering across his features. Strolling with the belle, hugging and cuddling, along with his entrance in a Ferrari SF90? Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. A freshman arriving in a multi-million-dollar Ferrari must have an extraordinary background. He recalled having offended him earlier that afternoon, and the thought made him increasingly anxious, as though a heavy stone were lodged in his chest. Meanwhile, the couple still inside the pet store remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Chun, look at this ragdoll cat. It's so adorable. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, gazing at the pure white fur patterned with gray spots, with eyes as blue as sapphires, practically sparkling with excitement. The ragdoll seemed to sense Jiang Shuowei's gaze. It had been lazily sprawled in its cage, but now it stretched out a tiny paw as if to touch Jiang Shuowei's face. That endearing display instantly captured her heart. Wow, this ragdoll is so cute. It even wants to touch me. Did you see that, Chun? Jiang Shuowei excitedly shook Lin Chen's arm, her gaze fixated on the ragdoll cat. If you like it, why not buy it and take care of it? Lin Chen gently ruffled Jiang Shuowei's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Huh, is that really possible? But keeping a cat on campus seems quite troublesome. Jiang Shuowei hesitated, her heart stirred by Lin Chen's words. These are mere trifles. I shall handle everything. Moreover, this little cat will belong to both you and me, holding significant sentimental value. Jiang Shuowei's gaze softened even further as she looked at the ragdoll cat. Shopkeeper, we will take this ragdoll cat, Lin Chen said with a slight smile, noticing Jiang Shuowei's lack of opposition as he addressed the female shopkeeper. Upon hearing the prospect of a sale, the shopkeeper hurried over. We want this ragdoll cat. A woman's voice rang out beside Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Why had he been encountering such provocateurs lately? Chapter 21. Yet another instigator? The woman who spoke looked quite pleased with herself. Shuowei, I'm sorry, but I also want this ragdoll cat, she declared. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuowei, do you know her? Jiang Shuowei, her expression turning sour, nodded towards Lin Chen. Her name is Han Qiqi. She's my roommate, but our relationship isn't very amicable. Lin Chen understood now. It was all because of Shuowei. Han Qiqi harbored resentment towards Jiang Shuowei, believing she was pretending to be aloof, dismissing the advances of numerous wealthy suitors. Moreover, why should Jiang Shuowei be considered the campus belle when Han Qiqi deemed herself the flower of the department? She would never admit to being envious of Jiang Shuowei. Seeing the man beside her, who appeared to be wealthy, only added to her annoyance. Yet, her own boyfriend was a relative of the chairman of the Longzhou Group, a status far beyond that of an ordinary rich heir. The look in the man's eyes as he gazed at Jiang Shuowei was tinged with a hint of greed, glancing enviously at Lin Chen beside her. I'm sorry, but my girlfriend also has an affinity for this ragdoll cat. I must ask you both to let it go, the man said, suppressing his avarice as he looked down at Lin Chen. Surely, matters must be determined on a first-come, first-served basis? Jiang Shuowei's expression turned icy. Indeed, these two were the first to express interest in the ragdoll cat, and there was another equally adorable cat available. The shopkeeper, apologetically addressing Han Qiqi and her companion, was abruptly interrupted by Han Qiqi. But hasn't payment been made? If not, why can't I compete? The shopkeeper appeared flustered. This ragdoll cat is priced at $8,999. I'll offer $12,000 for it, the man said, a smile on his face. The shopkeeper visibly wavered. Who wouldn't want to earn a little more? Thank you, darling, Han Qiqi said, planting a kiss on the man and casting a provocative glance at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed with anger. She wanted to give up, but couldn't bear to part with the cat that seemed to have an affinity for her. Seeing Jiang Shuowei's distress, Lin Chen felt a surge of anger as well. He had intended to avoid intervening in dormitory matters, but since the man insisted on meddling, he would not hold back. Competing on financial grounds? I, Lin Chen, am not intimidated. I'll offer 20,000, Lin Chen stated with a calm demeanor. At that moment, onlookers began to take notice of the bidding war. Is this ragdoll cat truly worth that much? 20,000 for a single cat? Didn't you see the price tag of 8,999? It's clear there's some discord driving the price up. The murmurs from the crowd darkened the man's expression. A young man in his 20s was particularly sensitive about his pride. Losing to the boyfriend of his girlfriend's rival in public would be a considerable blow to his ego. I'll raise it to 50,000. The man gritted his teeth, raising the bid. Leaning closer to Lin Chen, he whispered a threat. I'm a relative of the chairman of the Longzhou Group. My name is Wang Haoren. Do me a favor. He was not incapable of affording the price, but feared that escalating the matter would lead to undesirable consequences. If his uncle learned he had acted so publicly over a woman, it would surely invite trouble. Lin Chen, intrigued, responded, Longzhou Group? One of the top 500 enterprises in China? Quite a significant background, but not enough. 100,000, Lin Chen continued, ignoring the man. Ding. System task activated. Force Wang Haoren to apologize. Reward, luxury license plate. Shu 888888. Due to the triggering of the task limit today, the reward will be issued tomorrow. The mention of a task limit darkened Wang Haoren's expression further. Haoren, what are you doing here? A voice called out from the crowd, and a figure pushed through. Looking astonished at Wang Haoren turned, his face breaking into a smile. Brother, what brings you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend. But this couple insists on competing with me. Wang Shijie frowned as he surveyed Han Qiqi. Upon hearing that Wang Haoren was his brother, Han Qiqi's previous confidence evaporated. She felt increasingly anxious under Wang Shijie's scrutinizing gaze. She had heard Wang Haoren mention that his brother, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of the Longzhou Group, was studying at Suzhou University. Wasn't he the one who drove that $4 million supercar? Jiang Shuowei quietly remarked to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. It turned out that Wang Shijie was Wang Haoren's brother, which meant he was also a member of the Wang family from the Longzhou Group. Wang Shijie, catching sight of the commotion, approached to find Wang Haoren. Their grandfather despised such ostentatious behavior. He believed in maintaining a low profile in personal affairs while excelling in business. Wang Haoren was merely a distant relative who had benefited from the family's fortune after their grandfather's rise. Wang Shijie soon noticed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Brother Lin? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie greeted warmly. Both Wang Haoren and Han Qiqi felt a jolt of surprise. They were acquainted with Wang Shijie. Moreover, judging by Wang Shijie's demeanor, he appeared to be quite respectful. Han Qiqi, aware of Jiang Shuowei's background, immediately ruled her out and focused on the one referred to as Brother Lin. Could it be that Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend held a higher status than the grandson of the chairman of the Longzhou Group? Han Qiqi felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known, she would never have instigated Jiang Shuowei. Wang Haoren anxiously observed the interaction between Wang Shijie and the others. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoren. Is he your brother? He is a distant cousin. Wang Shijie clarified. Is there a misunderstanding? Lin Chen's demeanor suggested he was not someone of ordinary standing. He owned a Lamborghini valued at nearly 100 million and was unlikely to provoke conflict unless warranted. Ask your brother, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Jiang Shuowei also glared at Wang Haoren and Han Qiqi, knowing Lin Chen's background was far from ordinary, causing both to feel increasingly apprehensive. Wang Shijie, observing the demeanor of the two individuals alongside his own modest acquaintance with this distant cousin, formed a general understanding in his heart. His expression darkened slightly as he turned to face Wang Haoren. What on earth is happening? Wang Haoren, aware of their prior acquaintance, dared not embellish the tale in the slightest and could only muster the courage to recount the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Wang Shijie shot a fierce glare at Wang Haoren, then cast a cool glance at Han Qiqi. The latter instinctively clung closer to Wang Haoren. Lin Gu, sister-in-law. I sincerely apologize. This matter is indeed Wang Haoren's fault. Wang Shijie expressed apologetically to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Why aren't you coming over to apologize? Wang Shijie turned to Wang Haoren, his eyes signaling a sense of displeasure. I'm sorry, Lin Gu, sister-in-law. I overstepped today. Wang Haoren hastily apologized upon catching Wang Shijie's glance, his curiosity about Lin Chen's background intensifying. Meanwhile, Han Qiqi remained rooted in place, devoid of any movement. Noticing his cousin's darkening expression, Wang Haoren quickly tugged at Han Qiqi, silently urging her to apologize. However, Han Qiqi shrugged off Wang Haoren's hand and turned to leave the pet store without a word. Chapter 22. I have a modest fortune. Expecting me to apologize to Jiang Shuowei? Dream on. If I apologize, I would have to face her every day in the dormitory. How utterly embarrassing. If it comes to that, I could always find another boyfriend. I'm not lacking in options. Wang Haoren stood in a daze, watching Han Qiqi walk away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie gazed at his disappointing cousin. Look at the kind of person you've chosen. Wang Haoran hung his head in defeat. Since he had started dating Han Qiqi, he had spent quite a sum on her, and she had always acted as though she adored him. Little did he expect that today, in an effort to defend her, he would land himself in trouble, while she would simply walk away. Buzz, Wang Haoran's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he was met with a message. Let us break up. He felt neither anger nor the desire to question her motives. Lin Gu, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your and sister-in-law's evening over such a woman. Lin Chen appeared somewhat taken aback. This attitude was evidently much more sincere than before. It's all right. Since you are Wang Shijie's brother, consider this matter settled, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Ding. The task of having Wang Haoran apologize had been successfully completed. Due to the limit on rewards for today's task being reached, the reward would be dispensed tomorrow. Lin Gu, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you and sister-in-law to dinner as a gesture of apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoran with satisfaction. Finally seeing a semblance of the Wang family's demeanor in him, he needed to learn to read the room, to discern what was worth provoking and what was best avoided. I'm available, though it mainly depends on my girlfriend, Lin Chen replied gently, gazing at Jiang Shuowei. Her heart warmed at his words. Sure, no problem. Jiang Shuowei understood the significance of the Wang family brothers and recognized the benefits of maintaining a good relationship with her boyfriend's family. In this world, what is most important? Undoubtedly, it is connections. Thank you, Lin Gu and sister-in-law, for your graciousness. Wang Haoran was overjoyed at their agreement. From his cousin's demeanor, it became apparent that Lin Chen held an extraordinary background. Knowing such a person could only bring benefits. Cousin, are you coming along? Of course. I want to chat more with Lin Gu. Wang Shijie jested. No. Why would I not want you to come? Wang Haoran recoiled slightly. Lin Gu, have you driven here? If not, you can ride with me. My brother drives a supercar, which only accommodates one. But I have a hatchback Mercedes that can comfortably take you and sister-in-law. Wang Haoran spoke cautiously. No need. I have my own car. Just send the location. And we'll go on our own, Lin Chen declined. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got into their car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijie. Another emperor? Lin Chen chuckled, realizing that from yesterday to today, including tonight's meal, they had been dining at Emperor. Back to your territory, are we? Jiang Shuowei teased. Lin Chen merely smiled in response. Upon arriving at the entrance of Emperor, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran were already waiting outside. Cousin, look, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Goodness, how wealthy must one be to afford such a car? Wang Haoran exclaimed in envy. While many could afford a Lamborghini Veneno, only those extraordinarily affluent could allow their juniors to drive one. Wang Shijie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Wang Haoran's astonished expression, eagerly anticipating his reaction upon discovering that it was Lin Chen's vehicle. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei emerged from the car, Wang Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this car really Lin Gu's? He stammered in excitement, his resolve to befriend Lin Chen solidifying. He never imagined he would be fortunate enough to meet such an elite second-generation rich kid. How long have we been waiting? Lin Chen approached with a gentle smile. Not long at all. Lin Gu, your car is truly magnificent. Wang Haoran's gaze kept darting towards the Veneno, his eyes glistening with longing. It's all right. Shall we head inside for dinner? Yes. They all chimed in. As they entered the hall, Lu Jing at the front desk noticed Lin Chen and her eyes brightened. However, upon recognizing Jiang Shuowei by his side, the sparkle faded. Ah, Lin Chen nodded at Lu Jing. What, Lin Gu? Is this emperor your establishment? Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran gaped at Lin Chen in astonishment. Emperor held considerable renown among the elite circles of Tianfu City. Dining in the Tianzi No. One private room at Emperor was reserved for individuals of significant stature throughout the city, underscoring the establishment's prestige. Indeed, I just acquired it a few days ago. It's merely a small business, nothing worth mentioning, Lin Chen acknowledged with a nod. Impressive. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but exclaim. It's worth noting that the entire Longzhou group is valued at over 80 billion, and acquiring Emperor would undoubtedly cost several billion. A small business, you say? The fact that Lin Chen viewed an establishment worth billions as trivial revealed the depth of his background. Wang Haoran suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation he had nearly mishandled, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Lin Chen felt as though he had practically made Emperor his second home, having frequented it for the past few days. Thanks to Wang Shijie's connections, Wang Haoran had reserved the Tianzi No. 5 private room. Lin Gu, would you like us to switch to the Tianzi No. 1 private room? No. Let us stay in No. 5. By the way, please inform Dongfang that the Tianzi No. 1 private room will no longer be open to the public. Understood. Lin Gu. As the group made their way to the elevator, Lu Jing watched Jiang Shuowei's retreating figure, sighing in admiration. Perhaps only a woman of such beauty deserves to be with Lin Gu. After ordering their meals, the conversation flowed naturally. Wang Shijie. Are both you and Wang Haoran from Lanzhou Group? Just call me Shijie and him Haoran. Lin Gu. Sister-in-law can address us the same way. Indeed. My grandfather is Wang Shilin. Upon hearing this, Wang Shijie could not help but beam with pride. Since childhood, he had idolized his grandfather, whose prowess in establishing a liquor empire valued at 8 or 900 billion was a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. Jiang Shuowei suppressed her inner astonishment, maintaining a facade of calm. She could not afford to appear naive. She must not bring shame to Aiken. Jiang Shuowei felt as though her first 20 years had been in vain. Only by engaging with the true upper echelons of society did she realize the narrowness of her previous world. So, he is indeed the scion of the Lanzhou Group. Lin Chen jested, feeling a burgeoning desire to forge connections. Even with a system at his disposal, one cannot always operate in isolation, can one? Brother Lin, you jest. Wang Shijie waved dismissively. By the way, Brother Lin, what does your family do? To afford such luxuries, it must be quite remarkable, right? Wang Shijie inquired with curiosity. Jiang Shuowei and Wang Shijie leaned in to listen intently. My parents are merely laborers. There is not much to say, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The others exchanged incredulous glances, suspecting that he was withholding information, and chose not to press further. As for myself, I possess a modest fortune, some storefronts on a street, a hotel, and a few shares in Penguin. Chapter 23. The Astonished Wang Brothers. Shares in Penguin. The Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, are you referring to that Penguin company ranked among the top 20 in the Fortune Global 500? Wang Haoran's face was a portrait of disbelief. The magnitude of Penguin's operations was staggering, its global ranking at a formidable 17th, undeniably a behemoth. Even a fractional ownership of Penguin would be nothing short of remarkable for Lin Chen. Otherwise, which Penguin could it be? Lin Chen chuckled, eyeing Wang Haoran with amusement. Brother Lin, I haven't heard of any new shareholders joining Penguin lately, Wang Shijie remarked, puzzled, as he was well acquainted with its existing stakeholders, none of whom included Lin Chen. You'll know in a few days, Lin Chen replied casually as the waiter brought their dishes. Following closely behind was Dongfang. The young masters of the Wang family? What brings them in the company of Director Lin? Dongfang's gaze landed on Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran. Director Lin, Miss Jiang. Dongfang began, but Lin Chen interjected. I know what you wish to discuss. We can converse later. I'm currently dining with friends. He deftly picked up his chopsticks, savoring a piece of duck, and then offered some to Jiang Shuowei. Very well, Director Lin. I want to intrude on your meal with the young masters of the Wang family, Dongfang conceded, stepping back. Once the meal concluded, the group rose to depart for school. However, Dongfang was already waiting by the entrance. Shijie, Haoran, you may leave first. I have a few matters to attend to, Lin Chen said, glancing at the Wang brothers. All right, Brother Lin, we'll take our leave, they responded. After their departure, Lin Chen turned his attention to the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. Dongfang, do you wish to continue in this position? Upon hearing this, Dongfang broke into a cold sweat. This role was crucial for him, having allowed him to cultivate numerous connections and earn a substantial income. Director Lin, I wish to continue. Please grant me this opportunity. Jiang Shuowei, feeling sympathetic, tugged at Lin Chen's hand, having a favorable impression of Dongfang. Lin Chen squeezed her delicate hand gently. Considering your years of service at the hotel, I will grant you this chance. Do you know why I harbor some dissatisfaction with you? Lin Chen regarded the now-relieved Dongfang coolly. Is it because of my nephew? Dongfang asked tentatively. Gauging Lin Chen's reaction, Lin Chen shook his head. That is not your fault. Your error lies in allowing him access to the VIP room solely because he is your nephew. The Imperial Hotel has become a favored gathering place for the elite, not merely due to its excellence, but for other reasons I need not elaborate. Understood, Director Lin. Such an incident shall not occur again. Dongfang immediately pledged. Good, work diligently, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Who says the Imperial Hotel can only thrive in Tianfu? Lin Chen remarked with a hint of implication. Dongfang felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Director Lin's words suggest that with hard work, the Imperial Hotel may expand nationwide, and I will ensure to work diligently and not disappoint you. Dongfang, a man in his 40s, suddenly felt rejuvenated, filled with vigor akin to his 20s. Jiang Shuowei grasped Lin Chen's hand, feeling a swell of pride. This is my man. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lin Chen said, satisfied with Dongfang's current demeanor. A gentle reprimand followed by encouragement. This is the art of leadership. Director Lin, please keep this card, Dongfang said, producing a sleek black card and presenting it to Lin Chen. This is the supreme card of the Imperial Hotel. It is the only one of its kind, he explained. This card signifies status and identity. Previously, we only had silver, gold, and diamond cards, but this supreme card was created as a temporary measure. Lin Chen accepted the card, examining it closely. The texture was exquisite. The card was entirely black, adorned in the upper right corner with a dazzling diamond that sparkled brilliantly. This diamond served not only as decoration but also as a security feature, ensuring the card's uniqueness. The card emanated an air of mystery and nobility. Jiang Shuowei, clearly taken with the card's design, took it from Lin Chen's hand to admire it further. How thoughtful, Lin Chen remarked approvingly. I'm glad you like it. Director Lin. He escorted Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory entrance. Aiken, shall I head up now? Jiang Shuowei asked, her eyes lingering on Lin Chen with a hint of reluctance. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her. After a moment, their lips parted. Yes, you should go up now. Lin Chen observed the rosy blush on Jiang Shuowei's cheeks, a smile tugging at his lips. You rascal, Jiang Shuowei exclaimed before turning and entering the dormitory. Only after her figure vanished from sight did Lin Chen turn to leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was met with an excited chorus from Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei. Boss, did you know you've made the trending list on the campus forum? Lin Chen entered. Bewildered. What? He asked, perplexed. Chun Xiao opened the campus forum and showed him the viral post. You were spotted shopping with Jiang, the campus beauty. And someone snapped a picture, posting it on the forum. Boss, you've become the target of envy among all the boys in school. And that is not all. Your arrival in a Ferrari for enrollment was also uncovered, and now they're saying Jiang is cozying up to a wealthy young master. Xiao Wei chimed in. Lin Chen scrutinized the post, and indeed found a photo taken earlier that afternoon on Lulang Street, where he had been close to Shuowei. The campus paparazzi are truly relentless. He mused, hastily dialing Jiang Shuowei. What is up, Aiken? Are you missing me? Jiang Shuowei's playful voice floated through the phone. In the dormitory, Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei were so excited that they danced with their hands, yet dared not speak, causing Lin Chen to chuckle. You must be missing me, he teased. Have you seen the campus forum? Lin Chen's gentle voice made Jiang Shuowei's heart flutter on the other end of the line. I did. As soon as I returned to the dorm, Warner told me all about it. Don't mind the comments from those people on the forum. They are merely envious that you have such an outstanding boyfriend. The two girls in the dormitory, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief and hurried to the balcony to escape the scene. Ha ha ha. Chun, how can you be so adorable? They chimed in unison. Yes, yes. My boyfriend is the most exceptional person in the world. After chatting for a few more minutes, they hung up the call. Of course, you must be missing me. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei imitated a feminine tone and even threw Lin Chen a flirtatious glance. Go away. You two are truly insufferable. Lin Chen scolded with a laugh. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dorm yet? Lin Chen asked, puzzled, noticing Xiao Fei's absence. It seems the fourth one went out to play with a junior. Alas, it's just the two of us left in the dorm, Chun Xiao sighed. Yes, boss. Does Jiangda's campus belle have any single friends? Why not introduce them to me in a second? Lin Chen's mind conjured images of Tang Wanner fiercely protecting her friends and Han Qiqi calling Wang Haoran baby. He couldn't help but shiver. Forget it. You two couldn't handle it. Humph. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and returned to their games. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly at the two lively spirits. Have the military training uniforms been distributed yet? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at the olive green clothing on the table. Yes, the class leaders brought them over, Chun Xiao replied. Chapter 24, Military Training Commences. At that moment, Lu Shu sent a meeting link. Director Lin, here is the meeting invitation link for tomorrow morning. The meeting will commence promptly at 9 o'clock. All right, I will attend. Lin Chen thought about the upcoming military training for the new students. But surely explaining the situation and requesting a leave of absence should not pose a problem, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was roused from sleep by the ringing of his phone. It was the alarm set by Xiao Wei, heralding the start of military training day. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was only 7:30. He sent Jiang Shuowei a good morning message and got out of bed to wash up. Has the fourth one returned yet? Looks like he had quite the night, Chun Xiao remarked, glancing at Xiao Fei's empty bed enviously. Indeed, we need to gather soon. I wonder if he will make it in time, Xiao Wei added in agreement. Bang! Xiao Fei burst through the door. Hurry up. I see so many in military uniforms heading towards the training ground downstairs. He rushed in, changing into his uniform while urging the three others who were still washing up. Oh, so you do remember to come back? Our dorm 515 can hardly accommodate you anymore. Chun Xiao shot a jealous glance at Xiao Fei. You're just envious that I can spend the night out with a junior. Xiao Fei retorted, changing clothes at lightning speed. Chun Xiao, caught off guard by the remark, smiled sheepishly. The four of them donned their military uniforms and made their way to the training ground. By this time, it was already packed with students. Following the messages in the class group, it took them quite a while to locate their designated formation. After the leaders on stage passionately delivered a lengthy speech, the instructors finally marched in, forming an orderly line. The boys and girls from each class were separated and mixed in with members from other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's squad appeared quite robust, clearly someone not to be trifled with. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you are all under my command. Zhang Dazhu declared sternly as he scrutinized the student's attire. You, step forward. He pointed at a student. The young man hesitantly approached. Why are you wearing flip-flops for military training? I didn't have time to change. From now on, prep your responses with report, instructor, and do it again. Report, instructor. I didn't have time to change. Is that an excuse? You have 10 minutes to change, and then run 2 laps as punishment. Why do I have to run 3 laps? The boy protested, discontented. Because I am your instructor. If you are unwilling, you may discuss it with the counselor. The boy, defeated, had no choice but to return to the dorm to change his shoes. Following this display of authority, the squad visibly straightened up, standing at attention. Now, let's practice military posture. We'll start with an hour to test your endurance. Zhang Dazhu instructed before retreating to a shaded area to observe. 40 minutes later. Boss, I feel like I'm going to pass out, Chen Xiao remarked, his frail frame wavering after standing in military posture for over 40 minutes. Hang in there. It should be almost over, Lin Chen encouraged, feeling the sun's relentless rays beat down on him. He realized that he hadn't exercised much lately, and his body was not as resilient as it had been in middle school. Back then, he could run the 1,000 meters in just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but now, ding, system task activated. Maintain military posture for 1 hour. Reward, strengthened physique. Ding, yesterday's reward has been issued. Leopard no, Shu A88888 has been exchanged for a Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The system was truly a marvelous entity. After a few more minutes passed, rest in place, the students descended to the ground as though they had heard a divine proclamation. Ding, task, maintain military posture for 1 hour completed. System rewards have been dispensed. The system's notification rang in Lin Chen's mind, followed by a warm sensation coursing through his body, a delightful feeling that nearly made him exclaim in relief. Even his weary legs, which had felt feeble after an hour of military posture, regained their strength. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm about to die of thirst. Chen Xiao lamented, massaging his legs while seated on the ground. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen suggested, glancing at Zhang Dazhu, who was chatting with other instructors under a tree. Forget it, forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the earlier scene of the boy who had to run 3 laps before returning to maintain military posture. Being the first day of training, many students were ill-prepared, with only a handful bringing water. Some ventured to ask the instructor if they could step out to buy water, drawing the admiration and anticipation of their peers. However, when they saw the boy return dejectedly, the others understood the answer. Just then, a girl approached their formation, quite attractive, carrying 2 bottles of water. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. She was clearly there to deliver water. Over here, ice cold, Zhao Fei exclaimed joyfully, standing up to call out to her. The girl, upon seeing Zhao Fei, immediately walked over. Unsurprisingly, she was Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After handing him the water, the girl exchanged a few words with him before departing. She was a student from a nearby vocational school, and her military training wouldn't begin for several days. Zhao Fei had intentionally asked her to come deliver water today, just to show off. As Zhao Fei basked in the envious and jealous glances from his peers, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. After all, many students had come from afar to study, and it was indeed rare to find a girlfriend just 3 days into their freshman year. Zhao Fei handed the water to Lin Chen, who looked up in astonishment. What has gotten into you? Bringing me water? Classmate, I must apologize for my excessive words yesterday. I sincerely hope we can maintain a good rapport as classmates moving forward. Please accept this bottle of water as a token of my apology. Zhao Fei gazed earnestly at Lin Chen. Some students nearby, aware of the events that transpired the previous day, could not help but feel a burgeoning sense of approval for Zhao Fei's demeanor as class monitor. Ding. The task of prompting Zhao Fei to apologize has been successfully completed. The reward has been placed upon the bed in the host's dormitory. Oh my, is that the campus belle Jiang Xuewei? I heard she is in a romantic relationship with a freshman. Could it be that Jiang Xuewei is here to deliver water to her boyfriend? Undoubtedly. Ah, my heart aches. At the entrance of the playground stood a stunning figure clad in a flowing white dress, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The students on the playground whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued as they wondered who her boyfriend might be. The once listless boys now appeared invigorated. Boss, could it be that the renowned Jiang Xuewei is here to deliver water to you? Chen Xiao leaned closer to Lin Chen, inquiring. Lin Chen observed Jiang Xuewei scanning the area for his presence, a faint smile gracing his lips. This girl, I accept your apology. But there is no need for the water. My girlfriend has already brought me some. Upon hearing Lin Chen accept his apology, Zhao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not Lin Chen accepted his water was of little consequence, as long as he bore no grudge against him. Don't, boss, you can't refuse it. Chen Xiao seized Zhao Fei's water, promptly opening it and gulping it down. Lin Chen waved at Jiang Shu away. What is Lin Chen doing? Is he attempting to attract the attention of the campus belle? Alas, if only Jiang Shuwei were single, Lin Chen's good looks might have had a chance. The students observed Lin Chen's gesture, murmuring among themselves. Jiang Shuwei, noticing Lin Chen waving, brightened and approached him. Chapter 25. The campus belle delivers water. No way. Jiang Shuwei is truly coming this way. Lin Chen can't possibly be Jiang Shuwei's boyfriend, can he? The crowd was taken aback as Jiang Shuwei drew closer. Ah Chun, drink some water. Jiang Shuwei arrived before Lin Chen, offering him a cup of lemonade while playfully winking at him. She aimed to publicly declare to all that Lin Chen was her boyfriend, one who could not be claimed by anyone else. Lin Chen smiled gently, accepting the cup of lemonade from Jiang Shuwei's hands. The commotion she stirred also caught the attention of numerous girls, who began to notice Lin Chen and his companion Xiao Fei. Wow, I just realized that our cohort boasts not one, but two handsome boys. What a pity, though. The campus belle got to him first. How could one possibly compete with her? There's still another one here. The girls gazed at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Shuwei, noticing the admiring glances from the girls, instinctively grasped Lin Chen's hand as if to protect him. Lin Chen observed her small gesture with a smile, tightening his grip on her hand slightly. The onlookers from Lin Chen's group stood in astonishment. Compared to Jiang Shuwei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend paled in comparison. Just moments ago, they had mocked Lin Chen for his presumptuousness, yet here he stood, a legitimate boyfriend of the campus belle. However, wait, didn't they say Jiang Shuwei's boyfriend arrived at school in a Ferrari AF90? A revelation struck the onlookers. The joke was on them. All right, break time is over. Rise and resume training, Zhang Dazhu exclaimed, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Shuwei before addressing the students lounging under the sun. Can't we rest a few more minutes? My feet are about to give out. Exactly. We are the future blossoms of our nation. Lin Chen listened to the complaints around him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Ah Chen, I'm off now. Train well. Jiang Shuwei affectionately tousled Lin Chen's hair, adopting a tone of earnest admonition. Understood. Lady Jiang. Jiang Shuwei pinched Lin Chen's cheek playfully before turning to leave the playground. Instructor, I need to request a leave of absence. Lin Chen addressed Zhang Dazhu. Request a leave? For what reason? Zhang Dazhu's expression darkened at the inquiry, as he harbored a strong disdain for students who attempted to shirk responsibilities. There's a shareholders meeting for the company, and I am required to attend online. Lin Chen explained, showing Zhang Dazhu the chat record with Lu Shu. A shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich kid? He's a shareholder while still a freshman? The incredulity in Zhang Dazhu's voice was palpable. You can't be serious. This sounds too implausible, murmured the onlooking students, their jealousy of Lin Chen's glamorous girlfriend delivering water now finding an outlet in skepticism. Yet, Chen Xiao and his companions grew irked by the dismissive remarks. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Our boss is the owner of Dihao. If you don't know, please refrain from making baseless claims. Owner of Dihao? I might believe you if you said his father was the owner, but him? Besides, I know who the owner of Dihao is. I'm a frequent patron. A young man scoffed, introducing himself as Lin Tianyu from another class. His father often took him to dine at Dihao, and he was well acquainted with its shareholders. His father, Lin Xiangdong, has a good relationship with Li Shanyu of Dihao. Could he possibly be the owner? Ridiculous. Hearing Lin Tianyu's confident assertion, the crowd cast suspicious glances at Chen Xiao and his friends, pondering their credibility. Indeed, Dihao is a high-end hotel often frequented by the elite of Tianfu City. Valued in the tens of billions, could a freshman possibly be its owner? Another student echoed Lin Tianyu's sentiments, further solidifying the belief that the trio was merely boasting. The atmosphere grew increasingly doubtful, and Lin Tianyu basked in his burgeoning confidence. As Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei attempted to counter the claims, Xiao Fei restrained them. Do you think they will believe your explanations? It's better to observe how our boss handles this. Reluctantly, the two fell silent, their gazes now icy as they regarded Lin Tianyu. Zhang Dazhu scrutinized Lin Chen's chat record with Lu Shu. Who is she? She's the secretary of our company's board of directors, Lin Chen clarified. Zhang Dazhu appeared perplexed. Secretary of the board? What does that entail? What is the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell silent. Chen Xiao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they regarded Lin Chen, who maintained a calm demeanor. Our boss is a shareholder in Penguin? This has to be a joke, Xiao Wei questioned, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Surely not. Do you think our boss would be foolish enough to make such a claim in front of so many people? Chen Xiao, though incredulous, chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei remained silent, recognizing that Lin Chen possessed an extraordinary background, yet he had not anticipated him being a shareholder in Penguin. Nonetheless, when had Penguin acquired another shareholder? Xiao Fei pondered. He claims to be a shareholder in Penguin. Then I shall declare myself to be Little Ma Gu. I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. The laughter erupted, mocking Lin Chen's claim. Does he even understand the scale of Penguin? Does he think driving a Ferrari SF90 qualifies him as a shareholder? It's absurd. He may look the part, but he certainly enjoys boasting. Lin Chen paid no heed to the clowns around him, his anxious gaze fixed on Zhang Dezhu. It was already 9:56. The shareholders' meeting was set to commence at 10. Zhang Dezhu, stifling a laugh, observed the handsome young man before him. All right, you go ahead. But remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen had concocted such a tale simply to take a breather. Refusing him would have seemed rather ungracious. Lin Chen nodded, donned his headphones, and settled beneath the shade of a tree to enter the Penguin conference. I told you those three were all talk, didn't I? The Dihao is one thing, but now even Penguin has joined in. Why doesn't he just claim to be the president of the beautiful country? Lin Tianyu remarked disdainfully at Xiao Fei and his companions, provoking a chorus of laughter from their classmates. You, Chen Xiao, known for her fiery temper, could hardly contain herself, but was fortunately restrained by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. Had this occurred during military training, they would likely have faced expulsion from school. Of course, Xiao Fei was the exception. Now that everyone is present, let us officially commence this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen recognized the speaker, Ma Teng, from the microphone display. This shareholders meeting is held to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Mr. Lin has acquired 10% of Penguin, making him our second largest shareholder. Would Mr. Lin like to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Attending Penguin's shareholders meeting meant mingling with internationally renowned companies and individuals, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. After all, he was merely a freshman who had suddenly come into wealth thanks to the system. Chapter 26, Online Shareholders Meeting. Lin Chen activated his microphone. I would like to say a few words. I have great confidence in Penguin's future, which is why I have decided to join. I am delighted to meet all of you. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to Penguin Company. The others also turned on their microphones to greet him. Lin Chen could only think that, were it not for his proficiency in English, the situation might have turned awkward. Mr. Lin, we will hold a press conference shortly. Would you like your information to be disclosed? Ma Teng was initially taken aback upon discovering Lin Chen's identity. The records indicated that Lin Chen was a freshman at Suzhou University, with parents who were ordinary workers. Where had he procured such a formidable sum to acquire shares in Penguin? Thus, he concluded that Lin Chen must be quite extraordinary, while also harboring concerns that Lin Chen might influence his decision-making power within the company. Each investor had signed an agreement with Ma Teng, indicating they would refrain from participating in company decisions and only enjoy dividends. This arrangement allowed Ma Teng, despite holding less than 10% of the shares, to maintain control over the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he needed Lin Chen to sign this agreement, and he would employ every means possible to secure it. Just hint at it a bit. I do not wish to disturb my normal life, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He had no desire for obscurity. With power and strength, one ought to revel in it. While the idea of playing the fool to deceive others seemed enticing, he did not relish it. However, he equally wished to preserve his idyllic university life from disruption. After the meeting concluded, Lin Chen received a friend request on his super chat. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Ma Teng. After some contemplation, he chose to accept. Mr. Lin, I would like to discuss something with you. Lin Chen had a hunch about the matter. It was likely related to signing a concerted action agreement. Mr. Ma, I understand what you wish to discuss, but what can you offer in return? Although they shared a common interest in the development of Penguin, it was evidently unrealistic to expect Lin Chen to sign an agreement merely upon request. How about I come to Tianfu City tomorrow to discuss the details? That works, but I have military training. Let us meet at the Dihao Hotel tonight. Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Lin Chen pocketed his phone and strode back to his formation. Hey, the major shareholder of Penguin has returned. How was the meeting? Lin Tianyu teased, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The one speaking stepped forward. Zhang Dazhu's expression darkened. Do you not know you must report before speaking? Go. Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile faltered. After casting a fierce glare at Lin Chen, he began to jog around the grounds. Return to your position. Zhang Dazhu instructed Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and resumed his place. They were currently learning how to march in formation, as Chen Xiao kicked her legs in time. She whispered, Boss, are you really a shareholder in Penguin? Lin Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sit down and rest for 10 minutes. Just then, Zhang Dazhu blew the whistle for a break. Chen Xiao and his companions eagerly gathered around to sit. I truly am a shareholder in Penguin. Do you think I'm foolish enough to use that as a ruse? Lin Chen explained with a wry smile. We don't doubt you. It's just too incredible. and we wanted to confirm. Boss, since you're a shareholder, can you alter the matchmaking mechanism in honor of kings? It's absolutely horrendous. Chen Xiao lamented. That's not something I can change just because I say so, Lin Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. His friends seemed to think he had the power to resolve their grievances, only to ask him to modify a matchmaking system. Finally, lunchtime arrived, providing a much-needed respite. Boss, when did you acquire shares in Penguin? What percentage do you control? Xiao Fei managed to voice the question he had held back for so long. There was no denying the prestige of Penguin, one of the top 20 companies globally and among the foremost in Huaxia. It was astonishing to realize that his college roommate was a shareholder in such a company. I acquired 10% just a couple of days ago, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. 10%. The three exclaimed in unison, particularly Xiao Fei, whose family held considerable clout in Shangjing and understood the implications of holding a 10% stake in Penguin. Boss, Penguin's official website just announced a new shareholder has joined. Chen Xiao exclaimed, pulling out his phone to search for the details. The top trending news item confirmed it. Frog fun. It's true. An old ma mentioned it's a young man who just started university, holding 10%. Xiao Wei gasped in astonishment. The three stared incredulously at the composed Lin Chen, now completely certain that he was indeed their dormitory leader. Boss, you truly are my idol, Chen Xiao exclaimed, throwing his arms around Lin Chen. Get off me. How disgusting. I'm not gay. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiao away with disdain. Xiao Wei, who had been fidgeting, sheepishly withdrew his hands. Ah Chen. As they exited the playground, Jiang Shuowei stealthily approached and tapped Lin Chen on the shoulder. Shuowei, have you been waiting long? Lin Chen gently grasped Jiang Shuowei's hand. She felt a bit shy under the occasional glances from those around them, but allowed Lin Chen to hold her hand without protest. Not really. I just arrived. Jiang Shuowei stood beside Lin Chen, appraising Chen Xiao and his friends. He is quite handsome, but still not as good-looking as my Ah Chen, she thought, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Fei's good looks. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei both possess striking looks that are impossible to conceal, even when clad in military training uniforms. Their presence is such that they stand out effortlessly in a crowd. With Jiang Shuowei also present, the attention of those around them was irresistibly drawn in their direction. Noticing Jiang Shuowei observing Xiao Fei and the others, Lin Chen offered a gentle smile before making introductions. This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and that one, whose looks are only slightly inferior to mine, is Xiao Fei. Hello. I am Jiang Shuowei, Lin Chen's girlfriend, she said with poise, displaying no signs of nervousness despite being in the company of Lin Chen's friends. Hello, sister-in-law. The three responded in unison. Hi there, boss. Both I and the third one are also in the beauty race, you know? Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses with a playful flair. Good, good, Lin Chen replied dismissively. Boss, you and the campus flower should go have dinner. Don't mind us three, Xiao Fei interjected, casting a brief glance at Jiang Shuowei. Although he had a reputation for being flirtatious, it did not mean he would covet a brother's woman, even if he had once harbored feelings for Jiang Shuowei. Unlike certain unscrupulous individuals. Right, boss, we'll take our leave then. You enjoy your time with sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao winked at Lin Chen and then pulled Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei towards the cafeteria. Your roommates seem quite amusing, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuowei chuckled softly, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Chen. It's simply because I am older than them. Is it really that casual? The two shared laughter along the way, inciting envy among their fellow classmates. If only I could have Jiang Shuowei as my girlfriend. I would gladly drive luxury cars and reside in opulent mansions. You? Go take a nap. In your dreams, you can have anything. Chapter 27. Make sure to eat more kidney treasure pills. It was already the third day at school, and Lin Chen had yet to dine in the cafeteria. Ah Chen, that Huangmen chicken is exceptionally delicious. Let me take you there. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the long queue. Sure, Lin Chen replied with a smile, relieved to snag one of the last few servings. As Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen settled at a table with their trays, she expressed her lingering apprehension. It's normal for new students to feel this way. Lin Chen replied soothingly, I'll take a call. While they were enjoying their meal, Jiang Shuowei's phone rang. Lin Chen nodded, indicating for her to go ahead. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? I'm having lunch, Jiang Shuowei answered, her voice sweet. What? All right. I'll be right back. After hanging up, her expression turned somewhat grim. What happened? Lin Chen set down his chopsticks, concern etched on his face. There's a situation at home. I need to return. You focus on your training this afternoon, Jiang Shuowei said as she stood, picking up her tray. Do you need my help? No, it's just a minor issue. All right then, be careful on your way. I know. Lin Chen watched her retreating figure, not dwelling on it further. Continuing his meal, Lin Chen contemplated the need to hire a personal secretary, as the increasing demands of his company were becoming overwhelming for him to manage alone. Resolute in his decision, he took out his phone and messaged Lu Shu. Secretary Lu, Do you know any competent personal secretaries? I wish to hire one. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up to return to his dorm. Meanwhile, Lu Shu was busy and, upon seeing Lin Chen's message, felt a surge of urgency. Looking for a personal secretary? Shouldn't he have access to the best ones available? Lu Shu mused, but realized this could work in her favor, as her nephew had recently concluded a contract with his previous employer and was quite capable. Establishing a connection with Lin Chen would be advantageous for both of them. May I inquire what requirements Mr. Lin has for the personal secretary? Nothing specific, just outstanding capability. And we can discuss compensation later. I have a nephew who is exceptionally talented and well known as a top-tier secretary in the industry. Would you be interested in learning more about him? Sure, please send over his information. Lu Shu felt a sense of confidence regarding her nephew's abilities and promptly forwarded his credentials to Lin Chen. As Lin Chen lay in bed, his roommates were already asleep, but he remained energized due to the system rewards. Lu Hai, a graduate from the finance department of Beijing University of Economics, served as the personal secretary to the chairman of Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen reviewed the resume and felt quite satisfied. After searching for Jiangbei Sunshine Group, he discovered it was a prominent enterprise within the top 500 companies in the nation, affirming Lu Hai's competence. All right, he's the one. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will have him reach out to you. Lu Shu replied with excitement, quickly calling her nephew. Are you aware of the new shareholder who recently joined Penguin Company? Lu Shu directly broached the subject. Yes, and what about it? Lu Hai responded, puzzled yet intrigued. He has requested assistance in finding a personal secretary, and I forwarded your details to him. What did Mr. Lin say? Lu Hai inquired, his anxiety palpable. This was a golden opportunity. Even if it ended with a contract termination, the experience would bolster his future prospects. Mr. Lin seems quite satisfied. I've sent you his number via WeChat. Please add him. Thank you, Aunt. I'll do it right away. Lu Hai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had initially intended to accept an offer from a municipal company, but this unexpected turn of events through his aunt's connections was monumental. The background of this Mr. Lin is extraordinary. You must exercise utmost caution while working for him. As the saying goes, serving a king is akin to accompanying a tiger. Lu Shu reminded him earnestly. Rest assured, Aunt, you know my capabilities. Lu Hai replied confidently. All right, you handle your affairs. I'll hang up now. Okay, Aunt. I'll come visit you when I have the time. As Lu Hai ended the call, he worked to calm his racing heart, delving into research about Lin Chen and Penguin Company. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had commenced his afternoon military training. Boss, why do you seem like a different person? How come your stamina has improved so significantly? Chen Xiao, panting after completing the warm-up exercises, gazed curiously at Lin Chen, who appeared hardly affected. Simply consume more kidney treasure pills, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What? The abruptness of his statement left Chen Xiao, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Fei momentarily stunned. Lin Chen noticed that Lin Tianyu was observing him with an odd expression, and an unsettling feeling began to creep into Lin Tianyu's mind. He felt increasingly anxious, especially after Lin Chen had just mentioned being a shareholder in Penguin, only for the company to issue a public announcement at noon about a newly minted young shareholder who had just entered university. Is there truly such a remarkable coincidence in this world? When the moment of respite arrived, Lin Tianyu could no longer restrain his curiosity and approached Lin Chen with an inquiry. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim as a shareholder of Penguin? The quartet engaged in conversation felt somewhat bewildered by his words. Why should I feel compelled to prove anything to you? Lin Chen replied, gazing at Lin Tianyu with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyu became convinced that Lin Chen had received advance information and was merely fabricating a facade. Are you afraid I might expose your deception? Lin Tianyu sneered. Other classmates gathered around to join in the commotion. Lin Tianyu, are you out of your mind? Does our leader need to validate his status as a shareholder of Penguin to you? What? Do you wish to curry favor with him? Laughter erupted around them. Chen Xiao, with her usual sharp tongue, provoked Lin Tianyu to the point of fury. You must be Chen Xiao, right? Just wait. You better not step out of the school gates these days, or I will have you kneeling on the ground calling me father. Lin Tianyu's tone was cold as he glared at Chen Xiao. What I fear most are threats, you fool. Chen Xiao retorted fearlessly, continuing her verbal onslaught. In an instant, Lin Chen and his companions rose to their feet. The group behind Lin Tianyu also advanced, suggesting that a physical altercation was imminent. Lin Tianyu? Lin Chen silently committed this name to memory, knowing that once his personal secretary arrived, this matter would be addressed. Look over there. Isn't that squad about to brawl? So audacious. Freshmen during military training are actually contemplating a fight? Aren't they afraid of penalties? Others in neighboring squads had also noticed, watching the spectacle unfold. What are you all doing? Everyone disperse at once. Chapter 28. One cannot have just one girlfriend. Zhang Dezhu had not anticipated that a simple trip to the restroom could nearly escalate into such a significant incident within his squad. If the chief instructor were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. The thought ignited a surge of anger within him. All of you preparing to fight, step forward. The rest of you stand in military posture for half an hour, Zhang Daju said sternly, leading Lin Chen and Lin Tianyou's respective groups out of the squad. After grasping the situation, Zhang Daju turned his gaze to Lin Tianyou. From your tone, it seems you intend to confront someone after school? Not at all. It was merely a jest among classmates. Lin Tianyou chuckled awkwardly. He had no desire to receive any disciplinary action over this incident, as there were quite a few wealthy second-generation students at Shuzhou University, and such rumors would not bode well. What kind of society are we in now? Do you truly believe we live in the past where a simple fight would suffice? We are all adults now. One must think twice before acting. Zhang Daju sighed. Rest assured, instructor, we are not foolish enough to utter such reckless words, Chen Xiao said with a smile, nearly provoking laughter from Lin Chen and his companions. Lin Tianyou and his group ground their teeth in frustration but dared not retort. Zhang Daju honestly did not wish to involve himself with these rebellious youths. He believed that once they experienced the harshness of society, they would learn to behave. As long as they did not cause trouble this week, they could do as they pleased. Return to your ranks. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the others began to jostle for the bathroom to shower. Lin Chen, however, took out his phone to message Jiang Xuewei. He had come to realize that something felt amiss. Xuewei, why did uncle and aunt ask you to return? After sending the message, he noticed a friend request on his phone, which he presumed to be from Lu Hai, and promptly accepted it. Mr. Lin, I am Lu Hai. You may call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly upon reading this message. As expected of a personal secretary, the message was quite pleasant to read. Very well, Xiao Hai, please bring the contract tomorrow morning. Also, when Ma Teng comes to discuss matters with me, you should accompany him. Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback by this message. He had prepared to answer all of Lin Chen's queries, yet the request was so straightforward. Without further contemplation, Lu Hai hastily replied. They arranged to meet at 8:30 a.m. the following day at the Dihao Hotel to sign the contract, and Ma Teng would arrive between 9 and 10 a.m. After discussing the specifics of the contract, Lin Chen instructed Lu Hai to familiarize himself with the documents regarding Penguin Company before ending their conversation. Glancing at the chat with Jiang Xuewei, Lin Chen felt an unsettling premonition as the last message was his own. He picked up the phone and called Jiang Xuewei. Hearing the busy tone only heightened his anxiety. Just as he was about to contact Dong Fong for assistance in locating Jiang Xuewei's address, her call came through. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Aiken? Lin Chen detected a note of exhaustion in Jiang Xuewei's voice. Xuewei, is something troubling you? He endeavored to keep his tone gentle. It's nothing. Aiken, don't worry. I'll return to school in a few days. I won't be able to accompany you for the next few days, so you mustn't seek out other girls. Jiang Xuewei's tone was fierce, yet Lin Chen sensed that she was concealing something. All right, please send me the contact information for senior sister Tang. In case I can't reach you, I might at least inquire with her. That's fine. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Lin Chen heard a commotion on Jiang Xuewei's end before she hurriedly disconnected the call. After a brief moment, Jiang Xuewei sent him a recommended contact. Who are you? Tang Xuejia, I am Lin Chen. Tang Wanner was somewhat puzzled. Why is Xuewei's man adding me? Oh, it's you. What do you need to add this senior sister for? Are you introducing me to a man? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Do you know where Xuewei lives? It seems something has happened at her home, but she refuses to tell me, and I want to check on her. Jiang Xuewei had left in a hurry, and when Tang Wanner inquired about the situation, she had only vaguely mentioned that there were matters at home. Now, hearing Lin Chen mention it, Tang Wanner felt that something indeed seemed off. After pondering for a moment, she sent Lin Chen an address. This is Xuewei's home address. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, senior sister. I can manage on my own. All right then. Lin Chen gazed at the address on his phone, Jintangma. He informed Ma Teng and Lu Hai of the situation, setting the time for 2 days later, then changed his clothes and prepared to head out. Boss, are you going out to find the campus flower, Jiang? Chen Xiao teased Lin Chen with a mischievous grin. Yes, I have something to attend to. I'll return tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went downstairs to buy food, while Chen Xiao feigned a foot injury and stayed behind. Oh, then you need to ask the counselor and instructor for leave, right? Although surprised, Chen Xiao did not press further, merely offering a reminder. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He truly couldn't find a valid reason to request leave. Forget it, I'll just skip. Lin Chen resolved to leave the campus directly in his Lamborghini Poison. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Jiang Xuewei's neighborhood. Their community consisted of low-rise buildings, likely government-allocated housing. As Lin Chen drove into the area, he attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. In such a small place, luxury cars were a rare sight. After Lin Chen exited the vehicle, several attractive young women approached him, their cheeks flushed, seeking his contact information. Lin Chen politely declined their advances, stating, "I have a girlfriend." One of the girls boldly remarked, "But a girlfriend isn't limited to just one." This unexpected comment left Lin Chen momentarily speechless. "Never mind. Do you happen to know where Jiang Shuowei lives?" he inquired. "Jiang Shuowei? Oh, I know her. You aren't her boyfriend, are you?" The girls expressed a hint of disappointment. If it were Jiang Yuwei, she would indeed pale in comparison. "Yes, could you tell me where she resides?" Lin Chen asked with utmost politeness. Although Tang Wanner had already provided him with the address, the exact door number was elusive. "We know where it is, but you probably won't be able to find her." "She should be at the hospital," one of the girls responded. Didn't she go to the city for school? Why is she in the hospital?" the others questioned, perplexed. "I heard from my father that her dad is seriously ill and requires a substantial sum of money for treatment," one girl remarked with a sympathetic shake of her head. "Could you tell me which hospital?" Lin Chen asked urgently. "She's at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County," the girl replied. Lin Chen thanked her and promptly got back into his car, navigating towards the hospital. Being beautiful has its perks. She has such a wealthy boyfriend. That car must be worth at least several million, right? Remarked the girl who had informed Lin Chen about the situation, watching the vehicle drive away. Indeed. With her boyfriend around, at least her father's medical expenses are one less worry, another girl added. Chapter 29. I must have surgery first. Lin Chen hurriedly followed the navigation to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. "Shuowei, I'm here to see you," he messaged Jiang Shuowei after parking the car. How did you know where I was?" She replied. "Senior Tang told me. I'm waiting downstairs at the hospital. Please come down," he wrote back. "Okay, I'll be right there," Jiang Shuowei responded. Shortly after, she descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her eyes reddened, and she dashed into his embrace. Lin Chen gently stroked her head, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Why didn't you tell me about such a significant event?" Jiang Shuowei looked up, her nose quivering with suppressed emotions. "I didn't want to trouble you. You have military training to attend, right? Aren't you supposed to go tomorrow?" "Don't worry, I've taken a leave of absence." Lin Chen lied to spare her concern. "Let's go see how Uncle is doing." He quickly shifted the topic. Their close proximity drew the attention of many onlookers. Had they not been so intimate, some might have approached them for contact information. "My dad is still in the ICU, receiving a blood transfusion. My mom called me today," Jiang Shuowei revealed. It turned out that Jiang Haitao, Jiang Shuowei's father, worked in construction but only managed a small crew of about 10. Today, an issue arose at the construction site, prompting Jiang Haitao to rush there without even having breakfast. He worked tirelessly until noon, consuming a couple of ice pops to cope with the heat. Suddenly, he began vomiting blood, alarming the workers who quickly called for an ambulance and notified Jiang Shuowei's mother, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a number of relatives anxiously arrived at the ICU, they found Jiang Haitao unconscious and covered in blood. Jiang Min collapsed in despair, tears streaming down her face, before calling Jiang Shuowei. Out of concern for their elderly grandparents, Jiang Min refrained from informing them of the situation. "How is Uncle now?" Lin Chen asked, his heart tightening. Although he had no medical knowledge, the sight of blood was enough to indicate the severity of the situation. Jiang Shuowei's voice caught in her throat, and her reddened eyes stirred Lin Chen's compassion. "The doctors said they can't locate the source of the bleeding, and the blood bank is in critical condition. They're currently discussing performing surgery as a last resort." Jiang Shuowei choked out, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Lin Chen, what will I do if my dad doesn't make it?" Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuowei's back reassuringly. "Don't worry, Shuowei, Uncle will be fine. We must have faith in the doctors." After a while, Jiang Shuowei managed to compose herself. She had been holding back her tears, putting on a brave face, as she felt the weight of her mother's anxiety. In that moment, with Lin Chen by her side, she finally allowed her emotions to surface. Wiping her tears, she did not want her mother to see her distress. "Come on, I'll take you to see my mom," Jiang Shuowei said, forcing a smile as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took her hand, replying affirmatively. At that moment, Jiang Min stood outside the ICU, peering through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was receiving blood transfusions while continuing to vomit blood. Her tears had nearly run dry. Jiang Haitao, a devoted husband and father, had always been hands-on, and without him as the family's pillar, Jiang Min felt as though her world was crumbling. "Mom, this is my boyfriend. He heard about my dad's situation and came to check on us," Jiang Shuowei introduced, placing a comforting hand on Jiang Min's shoulder. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Chen. Your husband will be fine." He bowed respectfully. Jiang Min merely nodded at Lin Chen before turning her gaze back to Jiang Haitao in the ICU. At that moment, several doctors in white coats approached. Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min hurried toward them, and Lin Chen followed suit. "Doctors, how is he? Is there still hope for my husband?" Jiang Min asked, her voice laced with anxiety. "After our meeting, we've decided to take one last shot, but we cannot guarantee success. You must be prepared for this possibility," the lead doctor stated. Jiang Min felt as if the life had been drained from her, nearly collapsing. But Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen swiftly supported her. Please, do everything you can to save my dad, Jiang Shuowei implored, her voice thick with emotion. We will do our utmost, the lead doctor assured. Please sign this consent form. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with the surgery. He presented a document titled Surgery Informed Consent Form. The three of them glanced at the document and understood its significance. Jiang Min, bracing herself against the pain, prepared to sign, but Jiang Shuowei interjected. Mom, I'm an adult now, let me do it. With reddened eyes, she insisted. Very well. The lead doctor took the signed document and addressed his colleagues. Prepare for surgery. Upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses sprang into action. Director Zhou, there's only one operating room available, but the patient with kidney stones insists on immediate surgery. A female nurse rushed in, her expression frantic. What? Only one operating room available. The lead doctor's expression darkened. Jiang Haitao's condition was already critical. Every second mattered in this race against death. How long until the other operating rooms are free? Director Lin asked solemnly. It will take at least another 20 minutes. Then convey to the patient suffering from kidney stones that they must wait for 20 minutes. I will handle the communication. You all proceed to take this patient to the operating room. Director Lin decisively declared. The urgency of matters is something every physician ought to comprehend. A delay in the kidney stone surgery will not exacerbate the patient's condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou. Jiang Min, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt tears welling up. And she almost dropped to her knees before the doctor. Jiang Shuowei felt similarly. Director Lin hastily helped the two women to their feet. This is merely my duty, Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be postponed any longer. Please wait outside for now, Director Lin instructed. After he spoke, several doctors prepared themselves and began wheeling the stretcher towards the operating room, with the three of them hastily following. I will not accept this. My surgery must proceed first. I lose hundreds of thousands every minute. Can you bear the responsibility for the consequences of delaying my affairs? As they exited the intensive care unit, a boisterous male voice interrupted them. Lin Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in a hospital gown, furiously pointing at a young nurse. At that moment, the man also noticed the group. You cannot leave. I must have my surgery first. Chapter 30, a donation of 10 million. The man dashed over, obstructing the stretcher from advancing towards the operating room. The doctors and nurses were left with no choice but to halt. I scheduled this surgery last week. Why should others be allowed to go ahead of me? Do you not understand the order of arrival? The man shouted at the doctors, akin to a cat with its fur bristled. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and the others. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Jiang Shuowei, and it sharpened with interest. Jiang Shuowei felt the man's unrestrained scrutiny and, with a look of revulsion, retreated behind Lin Chen. The man cast a condescending yet envious look at Lin Chen. Mr. Chow, we have explained the situation thoroughly. This patient's condition is extremely critical, and we hope you can understand. Director Lin stepped forward, his expression one of sincere regret. I cannot understand. Is my time not valuable? Chao Jinlong, a local tycoon and owner of a large building materials company, had profited handsomely from the rapid development of Jintang in recent years. He was preparing to negotiate a major deal with a real estate company shortly and could not afford any delays. The sooner, the better, lest he be outbid by competitors. Director Lin, the patient has begun to vomit blood again. The doctors scrambled to replace blood bags and administer transfusions. Please, I beg you, let my husband undergo surgery first. He is in dire straits. Jiang Min, witnessing her husband Jiang Haitao's renewed blood loss, broke down and attempted to kneel before Chao Jinlong. Mom, please don't do this. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei, with tear-filled eyes, pulled Jiang Min back up. It's not impossible for you to have your surgery. Chao Jinlong mused, stroking his chin while casting a suggestive glance at Jiang Shuowei. Everyone immediately grasped his insinuation. Just take the patient to the operating room, Mr. Chao. If you wish to file a complaint against me, feel free to do so. Director Lin was acutely aware that Jiang Haitao could not afford any further delays. The pressing matter was to identify the source of the bleeding through immediate surgery. The doctors and nurses wasted no time, pushing the stretcher towards the operating room. Jiang Shuowei and her mother hurriedly followed suit. Lin Chen, concerned that Chao Jinlong might act rashly against the young Director Lin, decided to stay behind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a system task, donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital. Reward, 30 equity in Rongto Real Estate Company. The system never issues tasks without reason, indicating that this Chao Jinlong is undoubtedly connected to Rongto Real Estate. Chao Jinlong, witnessing the unfolding scene, was neither angry nor perturbed. Instead, he smiled. Approaching Director Lin, he scrutinized his name tag. Director Lin, is it? Just you wait. Chao Jinlong's gaze turned cold. Those who do not bark often bite. Very well, Mr. Chow. If everything is in order, I shall proceed to the surgery, Lin Yi replied, unperturbed by Chow Jinlong's threats, and politely excused himself, rushing towards the operating room. Lin Chen inquired with a nurse about the dean's whereabouts. Upon learning of his intent, the nurse cast a skeptical glance at Lin Chen but eventually led him there. Chow Jinlong spat on the ground and made a phone call. Yes, send a media crew over. I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he coldly fixed his gaze on the operating room before returning to his hospital room. At the entrance of the dean's office, the nurse knocked lightly on the door. A robust voice boomed from within. Come in. The nurse gently opened the door and entered with Lin Chen. Dean, this gentleman says he wishes to donate to the hospital. So I brought him to see you, the nurse explained. The dean glanced up from his computer, intrigued. So young? Surely you're not here under false pretenses? While somewhat skeptical, he sought confirmation. Xiaofeng, you may attend to your duties, the dean instructed the nurse, who nodded and exited the office. May I inquire how much you wish to donate, sir? The dean anticipated that this young man might offer a few thousand, but would soon seek a favor in return. Not much. I intend to donate 10 million, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. Oh, 10 million? The dean, astonished, instinctively stood up. 10 million. The dean was overwhelmed with excitement. Jintang County First People's Hospital had long desired to acquire an MRI machine, which costs several million to tens of millions. If this young man was genuinely willing to donate 10 million, it would resolve a significant challenge for them. Indeed, 10 million, Lin Chen affirmed. Might I ask if you have any conditions attached? The dean cautiously probed, aware that many donations come with strings attached. I have no conditions, Lin Chen replied. Shaking his head, the dean, sensing Lin Chen's sincerity, began to believe that perhaps this young man was genuine. He handed Lin Chen a letter of intent to fill out. Lin Chen swiftly completed it and transferred 10 million to the hospital's financial account. When the finance department called the dean to inform him of an unexpected 10 million deposit, he finally believed it. Thank you immensely. On behalf of Jintang County First People's Hospital, I express my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System task. Donation of 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital completed. System rewards have been issued. The dean excitedly bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, feeling unworthy of such respect from a distinguished and esteemed hospital dean, quickly stepped back. It's nothing, Dean. This is merely a small token of support for our hospital. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to be there for her. After assisting the dean to his feet, Lin Chen prepared to depart. Oh, could you kindly disclose the patient's name? The hospital director inquired hastily, uncertain of how to express his gratitude towards Lin Chen. His name is Zhang Haitao. We were just discussing this patient during our meeting, and his condition is quite critical. How about this? I will accompany you, Mr. Lin, to the operating room. Very well. Subsequently, the director led Lin Chen towards the surgical suite. Along the way, doctors and nurses gazed curiously at Lin Chen, who was walking beside the director. Who is this individual? What significance does he hold that warrants the director's accompaniment, especially at such a young age? Surely, he must possess considerable social standing. A few young nurses whispered among themselves. Upon reaching the entrance of the operating room, Lin Chen spotted Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min seated at the door, with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Shuowei's shoulder. Their hands were clasped together, fervently praying for a successful operation. The sincerity of their prayers within the hospital surpassed that of those uttered in a church. Auntie, Shuowei, Lin Chen called out as he approached. The two women looked up at him, and Jiang Shuowei's expression bore a hint of reproach, seemingly lamenting Lin Chen's unexpected and prolonged absence. Allow me to introduce. This is the director of the hospital, Lin Chen said, offering an apologetic smile to Jiang Shuowei before presenting the director. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei's gazes instantly locked onto the director. Greetings, please rest assured that Director Lin, the lead surgeon, is one of our most skilled doctors. This operation will undoubtedly conclude successfully. The director reassured, smiling gently at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei. That's a relief, Jiang Min murmured, her heart easing slightly. Jiang Shuowei cast a grateful glance at Lin Chen and the director, understanding that the director's presence was likely due to Lin Chen's influence. Director, may I inquire why you have come? Jiang Min asked. Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father is undergoing surgery, so I came to see. The director replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, within the operating room, the atmosphere was tense and gripping. Director Lin, we can't locate the source of the bleeding. An assistant exclaimed, drenched in sweat. The monitor displayed a sea of crimson, and despite attempts to cleanse it, the blood continued to flow relentlessly, eluding their search. We must open the abdomen. Director Lin gritted his teeth. At the moment they incised the stomach, blood pressure plummeted. The pressure is now in the 50s. It's critically low. Rapid infusion. Accelerate the blood transfusion. With no other recourse, another doctor resorted to manual compression to expedite the transfusion. Minutes later, Zhang Haitao's blood pressure finally stabilized. After several more minutes, found it. Director Lin exclaimed with a hint of excitement. They had finally identified an ulcer approximately 1 centimeter in diameter at the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the glowing letters above the operating room dimmed, signaling the conclusion of the surgery. The three of them sprang to their feet, anxiously awaiting news at the door. The director had already returned to handle administrative matters, as managing such a large hospital required his attention. Before long, the door swung open, and Director Lin emerged, looking fatigued as he removed his mask. The surgery was highly successful. There is no longer any immediate danger to life. He should be able to transition to a regular ward in a few days, he announced with a smile. He relished the sensation of having salvaged a life. Intoxicated by the feeling that even Yama, the king of the underworld, was powerless against him. The three of them exhaled in relief upon hearing the news. Jiang Min grasped Jiang Shuowei's hand, continuously thanking Director Lin. Due to the magnitude of the surgery, Zhang Haitao would need to remain in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before moving to a regular ward. However, family members were not permitted to visit outside designated hours. After a brief period of observation through the glass, the trio decided to leave. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei had not eaten lunch due to the circumstances, and now dinner time had arrived. "Mom, shall we go eat? I'm nearly starving," Jiang Shuowei said, her voice brightening as the weight of anxiety lifted from her heart. She had endured hours of torment, fearful that her father might not pull through. It was now Jiang Min's opportunity to scrutinize Lin Chen. After all, her daughter had never before mentioned being in a romantic relationship. At that moment, she felt as though her cherished daughter was being courted by an undeserving suitor. Lin Chen was undeniably handsome, and the director's earlier demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary individual. Jiang Min regarded Lin Chen with growing approval. Yet she knew that evaluating a son-in-law required more than mere appearances and background. Character was paramount, and further assessment was necessary. Why does it feel like this mother-in-law is scrutinizing me? Lin Chen thought, feeling the pressure of Jiang Min's gaze. You must be Lin, correct? I assume you haven't had dinner yet? Would you like to join me for a meal at my home? Jiang Min graciously invited. Certainly, thank you, Auntie, Lin Chen replied, feeling a bit flustered at Jiang Min's sudden shift to normalcy. Mom, how about Arkin and I go grocery shopping? We'll prepare dinner for you, Jiang Shuowei suggested. Having learned from their previous conversations that Lin Chen could cook and had a knack for it, she proposed this to allow Lin Chen to showcase his skills. All right, tonight, we shall sample Lin's culinary talents. I will head home now, but do take good care of Lin. Jiang Min smiled, giving a nod of encouragement. Understood, Mom. Jiang Shuowei replied. Auntie, how will you return? May I offer you a ride? Lin Chen quickly inquired. My mother drove here, and besides, with your 2 supercars, how would you manage to take 3 people home? Jiang Shuowei replied, casting an eye at Lin Chen. He awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the truth in her statement. Jiang Min recognized the significance of this detail. Supercars? 2 of them? That certainly indicates a well-off family, capable of providing Shuowei with a comfortable lifestyle. However, the true measure lies in his character, she mused internally. The trio made their way to the parking lot, and when Jiang Min beheld Lin Chen's vehicle, she couldn't suppress her astonishment. The car was extraordinarily striking. She had only seen such doors, known as butterfly doors, featured in short videos. Such a vehicle must cost several million. At that moment, a security guard approached, wearing a worried expression. Young man, is this your car? It's far too expensive to be parked here, worth nearly 100 million. Rest assured, we are keeping a close watch. The guard had been curious about the luxury vehicle and discovered its staggering value, which left him in shock. If it were to be scratched by someone and the culprit wasn't found, wouldn't he be held accountable? Thus, he remained by the car, akin to a bodyguard. Thank you for your diligence, Lin Chen said apologetically, pulling out a pack of cigarettes he had purchased at the supermarket prior to arriving. Unsure if Zhang Haitao smoked, but wanting to be prepared, the guard's demeanor brightened at the gesture. No worries, I'll get back to my duties now. Lin, how much did this car cost? Jiang Min asked, swallowing hard, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lin Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. Had he known earlier, he would have purchased a luxury Mercedes worth several $100,000. Now, standing before Jiang Shuowei's mother, he felt utterly pretentious claiming that this car, once valued at over 90 million, was now worth over $1 billion. He cautiously glanced at Jiang Shuowei, and upon seeing her nod, he spoke up. Auntie, this car should now be valued at over $1 billion, right? What? Over $1 billion? Jiang Min was taken aback, her mind racing to count the zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. She felt as though she were being overwhelmed by an avalanche of zeros. That's quite impressive. She managed to force a smile, feeling as if her daughter were the real pig in this scenario. Chapter 32. The predicament of the county hospital at that moment. Within the confines of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, the online discourse surrounding the hospital was decidedly unfavorable, with rampant accusations of favoritism allowing certain patients to jump the queue. The hospital director sat at his desk, massaging his temples in frustration, gazing at Director Lin, who stood before him. Director, emergency surgery is not merely about who arrives first. It depends on the situation, Lin stated resolutely. That Chao Jinlong deliberately involved the media to tarnish our hospital's reputation. We merely need to clarify the circumstances. That's easy for you to say. In today's digital age, the first to report is deemed right. Do you truly believe they will take our word for it? They will only think we are making excuses. The director sighed. Forget it. I'll send someone to negotiate with Chao Jinlong and see if we can settle this privately. We cannot allow public sentiment to escalate any further. Since Chao Jinlong has already transferred hospitals and you haven't performed the surgery, you can leave for the day. He gestured dismissively for Lin to exit the office. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin nonetheless stepped out of the office. Lin Ge, how did it go? That Chao Jinlong is utterly despicable. He was causing a scene despite the urgency of his condition. Several young doctors and nurses congregated at the door, eagerly inquiring as soon as Lin emerged. The director mentioned he would discuss compensating him to see if we could reach a private resolution. Lin felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei arrived at an open-air market in a Lamborghini Veneno. The market, albeit bustling, was somewhat run down, and after an extensive search, Lin Chen finally found a parking spot. Ah Chen, this area is rather remote. You'll only find large supermarkets in the county center, Jiang Shuowei remarked bashfully, feeling that Lin Chen, being so affluent, might be unaccustomed to such humble surroundings. Not at all. I was once a poor boy myself. I'm not as finicky as you might think. Lin Chen playfully pinched Jiang Shuowei's pert nose. Let us go. Jiang Shuowei took Lin Chen's hand and skipped joyfully toward the market. 20 minutes later, they returned to the car, bags filled with various groceries, pork, chicken, fish, garlic sprouts, and chili peppers, laughing and chatting along the way. Is there anything else we need? Jiang Shuowei asked, counting on her fingers. That should be enough. Do you wish to tire your man to death? Lin Chen replied with a wry smile as he surveyed the numerous bags. Cut it out, Jiang Shuowei said, her cheeks flushing at his endearment. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Who is it? Jiang Shuowei inquired curiously, leaning closer. The hospital director. Answer it. Jiang Shuowei's expression turned tense, fearing the worst regarding her father's health. Lin Chen nodded and answered the call. Hello, director. Good day, Lin sir. I hope I'm not intruding. The director's tone was measured and cautious. Not at all, director. What can I do for you? It concerns the patient, Chao Jinlong, who obstructed Director Lin from performing surgery. He has sought out media outlets to malign our hospital, alleging that we allow favoritism in surgical procedures. This issue is rapidly gaining traction online, and our superiors have mandated that we manage the public discourse effectively. I would like to request your assistance in resolving this matter. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Chao Jinlong would prove to be such a troublesome adversary, and he found the man's pettiness infuriating. How can he behave like this? Jiang Shuowei, overhearing through the speakerphone, puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Ah Chen, if you can assist, please do so. After all, this is for my father's surgery, Jiang Shuowei tentatively suggested. Lin Chen offered her a reassuring glance. Director, I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee success. I will provide you with an answer by noon tomorrow. He pondered for a moment, aware that he couldn't be entirely certain that the system had specifically targeted Chao Jinlong by allocating a 30% stake in the Ronto real estate company. Lin Chen had researched this company, which was among the leading real estate firms in Tianfu City, if not the entire Suzhou. Thank you. Regardless of the outcome, we are grateful for your assistance, Lin sir. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the director hung up, collapsing into his chair. Running a hospital is truly challenging. It was much easier when I was merely a director. The tall ones would handle the crises. On the other side, Lin Chen ended the call. Let us not rush. We should head home and prepare dinner. We can address this matter afterward. He comforted Jiang Shuowei, gently caressing her soft hand. Jiang Shuowei nodded, placing her trust in her partner's capabilities. Lin Chen started the engine and drove off amidst a chorus of astonished and envious gazes. Mom, we're back. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed joyfully as she flung open the door. Lin Chen followed her inside. The interior was lavishly furnished. After all, Jiang Shuowei's family was not impoverished, with Jiang Haitao earning a substantial income from construction, albeit through arduous labor. At that moment, Jiang Min emerged from another room, having changed her clothes, speaking on the phone. Noticing her mother was busy, Jiang Shuowei refrained from speaking. What? You've arrived at the airport? Your father is no longer in danger? How did you find out? After hanging up, Jiang Min turned to Jiang Shuowei. her expression a mix of relief and tenderness. Mom, my brother? Didn't you say not to inform him? Jiang Shuowei voiced her discontent. I didn't tell him. It was your uncle who mentioned it. He was worried about your father and feared your brother wouldn't get to see him one last time. As Jiang Min spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It's all right, Mom. Dad is fine now. We should be happy. Jiang Shuowei fought back her tears, embracing Jiang Min gently. Yes, your father is safe. Jiang Min managed to smile, then turned to Lin Chen. Shaolin, I truly appreciate your coming all this way to help. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. Shuowei is my girlfriend. It's only natural, Lin Chen replied hastily. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuowei proceeded to explain the situation regarding Chao Jinlong's media smear campaign against the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, hoping to enhance her mother's impression of Lin Chen through his actions. Lin Chen was aware of Jiang Shuowei's intentions and felt a twinge of gratitude in his heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min's face revealed traces of indignation. That Chao Jinlong is indeed an arrogant scoundrel. Little Lin, if you possess the capability, do lend a hand to the hospital. After all, this incident transpired for the sake of old Jiang. Consider it a favor from Auntie. Auntie, you flatter me. I will certainly assist, Lin Chen declared earnestly. If I cannot manage it directly, I will leverage my connections at Penguin. There is no way this minor issue can elude resolution. This is the very first request from my future mother-in-law. Chapter 33. One must be mindful of boundaries. All right. Jiang Min's gaze toward Lin Chen grew increasingly approving. Wealth aside, he is handsome and treats Shuowei well. By the way, Auntie, I brought some supplements. Lin Chen said as he took out the supplements he had purchased in Jintang along with a few soft drinks. I wonder if Uncle smokes, he added with a smile. Oh dear, this child. Why bring gifts when you visit? Jiang Min feigned reproach, though inwardly she was quite satisfied. Jiang Shuowei was also elated. Although they had only been together for a few days, she had already made up her mind about Lin Chen. Having made Jiang Min happy was undoubtedly a significant step forward. The opinions of her father and brother were of little consequence, implying that Lin Chen was essentially the prospective son-in-law of the Jiang family. No worries. Auntie, I shall go prepare dinner now. Ah Chen, let me assist you. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed cheerfully as she took Lin Chen's hand and led him to the kitchen. Jiang Min could only shake her head helplessly at the affectionate display between the young couple. She had long harbored concerns about Jiang Shuowei's romantic inclinations, given her apparent disinterest in boys throughout her upbringing. However, she never anticipated that a remarkable boyfriend would suddenly appear in her home. Ah Chen, it's evident that my mother is quite pleased with you, Jiang Shuowei remarked, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuowei's hair. Naturally, your boyfriend is universally adored, Lin Chen proclaimed, puffing out his chest in self-importance. Such a narcissist. Jiang Shuowei chuckled, playfully tapping his arm. After their banter, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and began to cook while Jiang Shuowei assisted. Jiang Shuowei had hardly set foot in the kitchen. Washing chives nearly resulted in a chive juice disaster, and peeling potatoes almost cost Lin Chen a finger. Alarmed, Lin Chen promptly ushered Jiang Shuowei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuowei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen from outside. At that moment, the kitchen was left solely to Lin Chen, who took a deep breath and began to showcase his culinary skills. An hour later, the three of them sat at the dining table. Wow, Ah Chen, you're quite impressive. It looks utterly appetizing. Right, Mom? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the spread. Indeed, it appears splendid. Little Lin must frequently cook at home, remarked Jiang Min with a smile. She believed her daughter had struck gold. Men who can cook are a rarity. Previously, Jiang Shuowei had often accompanied her parents into the kitchen, but she was invariably chased out by the frowning Jiang father and Jiang mother. This girl could nearly blow up the kitchen in just a few minutes. Consequently, the couple had imposed a strict requirement on their future son-in-law. He must know how to cook. After all, one cannot rely on takeout every day. I learned this from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, please try it, and let me know if it suits your palate, Lin Chen said with a smile. Very well. Jiang Min responded as she picked up a piece of the boiled pork. Not bad. Little Lin, your culinary skills rival those of professional chefs. Jiang Min praised him profusely. As long as you enjoy it, Auntie. Lin Chen felt relieved upon hearing her words. Mom, is it truly that delicious? Jiang Shuowei asked skeptically, before taking a bite herself. Wow. Impressive, Ah Chen. I hereby appoint you as my personal chef, Jiang Shuowei declared, indulging herself without a hint of ladylike decorum. Jiang Min lightly tapped Jiang Shuowei on the head. Mind your manners. Jiang Shuowei then straightened up, while Lin Chen chuckled quietly, only to receive a fierce glare from Jiang Shuowei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated momentarily before deciding to speak up. Little Lin, Auntie is quite pleased with you, but your family's circumstances are rather extraordinary. Have you mentioned us to your parents? Jiang Min pondered for a while before articulating her concerns. After all, Lin Chen's family must be either affluent or influential. What if his parents looked down upon her daughter? Would that not lead to distress? Jiang Shuowei also set down her chopsticks, having contemplated the same issue. Auntie, my family isn't as wealthy as you might think. My parents are just ordinary workers. And they are quite amiable. Since Shuowei and I have only recently started dating, I haven't mentioned her to my parents yet. However, I plan to tell them in a few days, Lin Chen added, and then clarified. It's not possible, right? The car you drive is worth nearly 100 million. Isn't it? Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen with skepticism. I assure you, Auntie, I earned all of this through my own efforts. I cannot divulge the specifics. But my parents still do not know about my wealth, Lin Chen explained. I have heard Chen mention this before, Jiang Shuowei added, nodding at Jiang Min. Jiang Min remained unconvinced. Lin Chen appeared to be of a similar age to her daughter. How could he afford a sports car worth 100 million on his own? Not to mention Lin Chen's other assets. Was he weaving a tale from a science fiction novel? Rest assured, Auntie, I will treat Shuowei well and ensure she does not suffer any grievances, Lin Chen said tenderly, casting a gentle glance at Jiang Shuowei while clasping her hand, then resolutely addressing Jiang Min very well. Jiang Min could only nod, deciding that everything should wait until Lin Chen spoke to his parents before making any decisions. Jiang Min stood up to clear the dishes. No, Auntie. I can handle it. Lin Chen quickly interjected, preventing Jiang Min from proceeding. How could that be? You are a guest. It is already quite a burden to have you cook. It's all right, Mom. Just let Lin Chen do it. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease. Jiang Shuowei chimed in with a smile. Lin Chen nodded vigorously. All right then. That is kind of you, little Lin. Jiang Min mused for a moment before smiling wryly. Once Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei had finished cleaning up, Jiang Min said, Little Lin, you can stay in Shuowei's brother's room. I have changed the sheets and duvet covers to new ones, Jiang Min remarked, holding a pile of dirty linens as she watched the two emerge from the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Min waved her hand with a grin. Mom, you should go rest. You've had a long day, Jiang Shuowei urged, concerned about Jiang Min's well-being. After all, she had been busy all day and emotionally exhausted. Akin to a roller coaster ride, both mentally and physically. She herself felt the same way. All right then, take care of little Lin. I shall rest now, Jiang Min said, casting a warning glance at Jiang Shuowei, signaling her not to engage in any inappropriate behavior, as if fearing that Jiang Shuowei might not grasp the implication. She even called her into her room. Lin Chen was somewhat baffled, but he understood that it was normal for the mother and daughter to share whispers. Seated on the sofa, he retrieved his mobile phone. Boss, what is the situation on your end? Has something happened? Do you need our assistance? Please let us know if there is anything. It was a message from Chen Xiao and the other two. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and promptly replied, Mr. Lin, I have gathered some information regarding the penguins. Please take a look. This was from Lu Hai. There were also updates from Ma Teng and Lu Shu. Meanwhile, in the room, the mother and daughter were engaged in conversation. Mom, why did you call me in? Is there something you need to whisper about? Jiang Shuowei inquired with curiosity. Jiang Min rubbed her forehead, realizing that her foolish daughter, despite her academic prowess, lacked awareness in other areas. I genuinely believe that Xiao Lin is quite a good kid, but you must exercise caution in your romantic endeavors. If it comes to that, ensure you take proper precautions. Jiang Min maintained an open-minded approach. For today's youth, engaging in intimate relationships was entirely normal, yet pregnancy before marriage was an extreme irresponsibility. Chapter 34. Picking up at Suzhou Airport. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuowei's face flushed crimson, her hands covering her burning cheeks. Chen and I have not reached that stage yet. Regardless, you both must always remember to take protective measures, Jiang Min insisted, ushering Jiang Shuowei out of the bedroom. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, observing Jiang Shuowei's flushed complexion and the peculiar glint in her eyes. Nothing at all. I'm going to take a shower now. Jiang Shuowei averted her gaze, bowing her head as she fled in embarrassment. Lin Chen was left bewildered, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom. His mind began to wander. He focused intently on the information Lu Hai had sent, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the bathroom. At last, the water ceased, and the bathroom door swung open. Chen, come in. I need to tell you which of my face towels is which. Jiang Shuowei emerged in a pink nightgown, exuding the allure of a beauty fresh from a bath, stirring an uncontrollable restlessness within Lin Chen. Little Lin Chen, stay composed. You are at your mother-in-law's house. Taking a deep breath, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. Chen, this pink towel is mine. The one below is for drying feet. As she spoke, Jiang Shuowei sensed something was amiss. Chen, are you listening to me? Lin Chen finally tore his gaze away from Jiang Shuowei's alluring legs, swallowing hard. Yes. I'm listening. Jiang Shuowei's heart soared with delight, knowing Lin Chen was stealing glances at her. Well then, I'll head back to sleep. I need to get up early tomorrow to pick up my younger brother. Just as Jiang Shuwei turned to leave, Lin Chen caught her wrist. She knew what was about to transpire, tightly closing her eyes as her lips were captured. After a prolonged moment, they parted. What if my mom finds out? Jiang Shuwei gasped, her cheeks flushed with indignation. It's fine. Our mom is not oblivious to our relationship, Lin Chen reassured her, gently tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear with a smile. Who's your mom? It's not official yet. You will inevitably be mine. Lin Chen, with a possessive grip, pulled Jiang Shuwei closer, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. I should really get back to sleep. Just as Lin Chen's hands began to explore further, Jiang Shuwei panicked and broke free from his grasp. As she departed, seemingly concerned about Lin Chen's mood, she hesitated and turned back. Chen, once I am ready, I promise to give myself to you. With that, she hurriedly exited. Lin Chen savored the lingering softness he had felt moments before, shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts. He took a shower and returned to his younger brother's room. After a brief chat with Jiang Shuwei, he fell into a drowsy slumber. The following morning, while Lin Chen remained lost in dreams, he felt delicate hands playfully caressing his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at Jiang Shuwei's exquisite visage. Unbeknownst to him, she had stealthily entered the room. You're awake, Jiang Shuwei exclaimed, startled, as she instinctively distanced herself from Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then hurry and wash up. After breakfast, accompany me to pick up my younger brother. Jiang Shuwei gave him a quick peck on the cheek and exited the bedroom with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, tidied the bedding, and followed her out. Little Lin, wake up. Hurry and wash up. Annie has made some porridge. After breakfast, you both will go to pick up Shuwei's brother while I head to the hospital, Jiang Min said cheerfully. All right, Auntie. Lin Chen washed up and finished breakfast before he and Jiang Shuwei set out. Chen, how are we going to fit 3 of us in the car to pick up Jiang Lei? Jiang Shuwei asked. Jiang Lei was her younger brother, who had returned from studying abroad upon learning about Jiang Haitao's situation. Indeed, since Jiang Min is heading to the hospital, she will need the car, and her vehicle only accommodates 2 passengers, Lin Chen noted, feeling a twinge of frustration. Had I known, I would have purchased a larger car. Just then, his phone rang. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, it is. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Huang from Ronto Real Estate. Since you acquired 30% of our shares yesterday, I wanted to inquire when you would be coming to the office. I should have some time today. I have some matters to attend to. So I will hang up now. Understood. Thank you for your time, Mr. Lin. After ending the call, Jiang Shuwei fixed her gaze on Lin Chen. You acquired 30% of Ronto Real Estate. Yes. Are you familiar with the company? Lin Chen asked, intrigued. Of course. My father often handles orders from Ronto Real Estate. Jiang Shuwei explained. Her father was the head of a construction team, so she had some awareness of such matters. What a coincidence. Once Jiang Shu is well, I will speak to Ronto Real Estate about it. Though Lin Chen did not explicitly state it, Jiang Shuwei understood his implication. Overjoyed, she embraced Lin Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Chen. Let us go pick up your brother. The flight is about to land. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to head to the airport first. All right. After over an hour's drive, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei arrived at Suzhou Airport. As one of the busiest airports in the country, Suzhou Airport was teeming with luxury vehicles. Lin Chen spotted numerous high-end cars, including Maseratis, Porsches, and Lamborghinis. However, when Lin Chen's car approached the airport entrance, it caused a minor commotion. This was not a small town where people merely recognized the luxury cars without comprehending their worth. This was Suzhou Airport, where wealthy second-generation heirs abounded. Am I seeing things? Is that a Bugatti? Impressive, isn't it? I think there are only about 9 soft tops globally. After parking, the surrounding awestruck murmurs did not faze the two. Upon exiting the vehicle, several security personnel rushed over. Sir, we will take care of your car. Thank you. Lin Chen nodded, leading Jiang Shuwei into the airport. Inside Suzhou International Airport, the crowd surged. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei waited for a while, until Jiang Shuwei pointed at a young man dressed in a pristine white shirt, dragging a suitcase, exuding an air of innocence. My brother is here, she exclaimed joyfully, waving at the young man. He noticed Jiang Shuwei and made his way toward the two. However, his gaze reflected a hint of confusion as he looked at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuwei. Sis, how is Dad? Jiang Lei hurriedly inquired as he approached. Don't worry. Dad is fine now, Jiang Shuwei replied with a smile. Jiang Lei visibly sighed in relief. After a flight of 11 to 12 hours, his mind had been preoccupied with this matter, leaving him little time to rest. He then turned his attention to Lin Chen. And who might you be? Chapter 35, A Luxurious Gift Upon Meeting? Lin Chen graciously extended his hand, a smile gracing his face. Hello, I am Lin Chen, your future brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei shook Lin Chen's hand. I'm Jiang Lei. It won't be easy to earn that title. He scrutinized Lin Chen, forming a favorable first impression. Lin Chen's attire suggested affluence, and his demeanor was commendable. With the family approval seemingly secured, the next consideration was character. What if he turned out to be a dandy, leading his sister into danger? All right, let us hurry up, Jiang Shuowei urged, eager to visit her father in the hospital. Zhang Lei, equally concerned about their father, asked, "How are we getting back?" Lin Chen found himself in a bit of a quandary, but then a spark of inspiration struck. "Xiaolei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't acknowledged you as my brother-in-law yet. Just call me Zhang Lei," he retorted. "Yes, I have a license. Why do you ask?" Zhang Lei was puzzled, unsure of Lin Chen's intentions. Even Jiang Shuowei wore a look of confusion. "Do you have your license on you?" "Yes," Zhang Lei replied, still baffled. "Then we can buy another car, since mine only accommodates 2 people. Consider it a welcoming gift for my little brother-in-law," Lin Chen suggested with a grin. Zhang Lei was left speechless. A car is a first meeting gift from his newly met brother-in-law. That's unnecessary. Who gifts a car as a meeting present? Jiang Shuowei quickly interjected. "Just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it." Initially skeptical about Lin Chen's claims, Zhang Lei was reassured by his sister's words, confirming Lin Chen's capability. He knew his sister well. "It's no big deal. How much can a car cost?" Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, then turned to Zhang Lei. "What kind of car do you like?" Realizing she could not dissuade Lin Chen, Jiang Shuowei relented. Brother-in-law, you can call me Xiaolei. I have a preference for Mercedes." Zhang Lei felt quite pleased with his brother-in-law. His sister had truly excelled in finding such a wealthy partner while at university. Lin Chen smiled slightly, finding Zhang Lei quite amusing. "All right, check your phone for nearby Mercedes dealerships, and add me as a friend to share the location. We'll head straight there, but you'll need to take a taxi since my car only fits 2. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and added Zhang Lei on WeChat. "Sure thing, brother-in-law," Zhang Lei responded eagerly, quickly searching for a nearby dealership. Before long, he located a nearby Mercedes 4S store and shared the location with Lin Chen. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded in approval before the 3 of them exited the Suzhou airport. Upon reaching the airport's exterior, Lin Chen observed the neatly lined taxis and turned to Zhang Lei. "Xiaolei, you take a taxi there first. Your sister and I will retrieve the car from the parking lot." Zhang Lei readily accepted, his excitement palpable. "All right, brother-in-law." A broad smile illuminated his face. This would be his first car. Seeing Zhang Lei's joy, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, while Jiang Shuowei followed quietly behind him towards the parking area. In the parking lot, a security guard was assigned to watch over Lin Chen's vehicle, ensuring it remained unscathed. Lin Chen offered the guard a pack of cigarettes in gratitude, and the guard promptly thanked him. Soon after, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei entered the car, driving toward the agreed Mercedes 4S store. "Young man, are you planning to buy a car?" The taxi driver inquired enthusiastically as Zhang Lei settled in. "Yes," Zhang Lei nodded, smiling. "I envy you. You seem quite young. Probably still in university. To be driving a Mercedes at such a young age, you must be lucky in love," the driver remarked, gazing at Zhang Lei with admiration. Zhang Lei merely smiled at the driver's comment, not responding. Before long, they arrived at the designated Mercedes 4S store. After paying the fare, Zhang Lei waited by the roadside for Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen. Moments later, a Lamborghini Huracan pulled up. "Wow, a Lamborghini? That must be worth at least 10 million. Zhang Lei exclaimed in disbelief. As he marveled, the car came to a stop right in front of him. Peering inside, he saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei seated within. Unable to resist, Zhang Lei approached to caress the sleek supercar, envy lighting up his eyes. The last remnants of doubt dissipated. If Lin Chen could afford such an expensive car, gifting a Mercedes to his little brother-in-law was a mere triviality. Lin Chen parked the car in the dealership, and several enthusiastic sales representatives emerged to greet them. Of course, arriving in a Lamborghini at a Mercedes dealership makes you a prime client. As Lin Chen and the others were surrounded by the sales team, they shared a look of exasperation. "You don't need to mind us. We'll browse on our own," Lin Chen stated directly. The sales representatives, recognizing the significance of their guests, dispersed immediately. The manager of the 4S store, hearing that Lamborghini owners had arrived, eagerly approached them. "Hello, I'm the manager here. May I ask if there is a particular model that has caught your eye?" The man wore a smile brimming with eagerness. Lin Chen turned to Zhang Lei. "Xiaolei, which car do you like?" Jiang Shuowei fixed her gaze on Zhang Lei, her eyes filled with a warning. If he dared to mention a car worth millions, she would not hesitate to reprimand him. Zhang Lei's attention was captivated by the array of vehicles on display. "I've seen the Mercedes E300 online, and I think it looks quite nice. I particularly like the interior." Though he admired supercars, he hesitated to express a preference for a high-end sports car, fearing it might make his brother-in-law view him as greedy. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He had also seen the Mercedes C260 and E300 in short videos, both of which he found appealing, especially with their captivating interior lighting. Upon hearing this, The manager promptly led them to a Mercedes E300 on display. Several individuals. This here is the Mercedes-Benz E300, a true embodiment of the illustrious three-pointed star of Mercedes-Benz, symbolizing the brand's unparalleled achievements across land, sea, and air. The manager immediately commenced an enthusiastic introduction. Zhang Lei circled the vehicle a few times, examining the interior and inquiring about various aspects. "Xiaolei, what do you think?" Lin Chen asked. He glanced at his phone. The hour was growing late. "Brother-in-law, let us go with the E300L. I absolutely adore it," Zhang Lei replied, his excitement palpable as he nodded fervently. "Then let us proceed with the payment. Full price, charged to the card, and the top configuration," Lin Chen stated, producing his platinum card from Huaxiao Bank to present to the manager. Chapter 36, Jiang Haitao Awakens. The manager's smile widened, and he quickly guided Lin Chen to finalize the payment process. In no time, the paperwork was completed. The total came to a little over 600,000. He even opted to spend a bit extra to expedite the license plate issuance through the dealership. Zhang Lei gazed at the pristine Mercedes E300L. Exhilarated and nearly dancing with joy, he could scarcely believe that he would truly own a luxury vehicle today. "Brother-in-law, this is such a delightful surprise. I hardly know what to say," Zhang Lei exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Chen patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and chuckled. "Xiaolei, work hard from now on. After graduation, come work at my company. This is merely the beginning." Zhang Xuewei watched from the side, her heart swelling with emotion, yet tinged with helplessness. She was touched by Lin Chen's generosity and care for her family, but the rapid expenditure was somewhat overwhelming. Shortly, the temporary license plate arrived, expedited as promised. "All right, let us hasten to the hospital to visit Dad," Zhang Xuewei said. Zhang Lei eagerly took the driver's seat. "Sister, brother-in-law, I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude upon your couple's world," he declared, before driving off in his beloved new car from the dealership. Zhang Xuewei felt her cheeks flush, slightly embarrassed by her younger brother's teasing. Lin Chen affectionately pinched Zhang Xuewei's cheek. "Let us be off," he suggested. Zhang Xuewei nodded happily, and together they departed in the poison vehicle. As the engine roared to life, Lin Chen exited the Mercedes dealership. "Hey, did you see that Lamborghini just now?" One of the female salespeople exclaimed excitedly to Zhou Wei. "A Lamborghini supercar must be worth several million, right? Yet that one looked like it was at least in the tens of millions," she continued. "Indeed, one must possess considerable wealth to own such an extravagant vehicle." Another chimed in. "We could work an entire year and still not afford even a single wheel of that car." "You're mistaken. I just looked it up. That car is called the Lamborghini Poison. There are only about 10 in the world. This one is a soft top, valued at nearly 100 million. However, I estimate it would take several hundred million to purchase." "What? Are you out of your mind? Even Fast and Furious wouldn't dare portray such extravagance. It's utterly outrageous." The salespeople's faces were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the manager who had just exited regretted not having the audacity to ask for contact details earlier. After arriving in Jintang County, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei went to a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits and supplements. Upon reaching the hospital, they spotted Zhang Lei's Mercedes in the parking lot. Once they parked, Zhang Xuewei linked her arm with Lin Chen's as they made their way to Zhang's father's hospital room. Zhang's father had undergone a successful surgery the previous day and had been transferred to a regular ward after more than 10 hours of observation. At this moment, he was awake, resting in bed and listening to Zhang Lei recount his experiences studying abroad, his face alight with joy. Zhang Min stood nearby, slicing apples for Zhang's father. "By the way, Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law bought me a car. A Mercedes," Zhang Lei announced excitedly. Zhang Haitao had already learned about his daughter's brother-in-law through his wife's descriptions. Wealthy, handsome, and very kind to Xuewei. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's view of her son-in-law only grows fonder. However, Zhang Haitao felt differently. Regarding the man who had taken care of his daughter for over 20 years, he harbored a slight sense of rivalry. If he wishes to marry my daughter, he must first pass my test." Yet upon hearing that Lin Chen had gone to great lengths for this matter, even involving the hospital director, Zhang Haitao softened his stance a bit. However, when he heard Zhang Lei's words, his expression turned grave. "You just met him, and you've already accepted a car from him?" Jiang Min interjected quickly. "Old Jiang, don't get worked up. He just recovering from surgery." She then frowned at Zhang Lei. "What is the matter with you? Even if you were well acquainted with him, you shouldn't accept anything so extravagant. Be honest, how much did that car cost?" Seeing his parents growing agitated, Zhang Lei became flustered. "Well, it's my brother-in-law who wants to buy it for me. He also said that after I graduate, I can work at his company. So can I forego my salary?" Zhang Lei replied timidly. Just then, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei arrived at the door of the hospital room and overheard the conversation. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. At least Zhang Lei was not an ungrateful wretch. He often frowned at the portrayal of the female lead's family in novels, who would leech off the protagonist. Zhang Lei's characters seemed commendable. He wouldn't leverage Lin Chen's name for his own misdeeds in the future. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei entered the room. Ah, little Lin is here. Why have you bought so many things again? Didn't you just purchase some yesterday? Jiang Min exclaimed, quickly greeting Lin Chen and taking the items from his hands. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Haitao scrutinized Lin Chen closely. He had to admit, the young man made a very favorable impression. Zhang Haitao was indeed quite pleased. Hello, uncle. My name is Lin Chen, and I am Shuei's boyfriend, Lin Chen said, now devoid of his previous demeanor, standing obediently by the bedside as he addressed Zhang Haitao. This young man is quite impressive. Come sit, Zhang Haitao said with a smile, gesturing to a nearby chair. Lin Chen promptly moved to sit down. Dad, did you forget your daughter? Zhang Shuwei crouched by the bedside, playfully pouting at Zhang Haitao. Oh dear, my apologies. How could I ever forget my precious daughter? Zhang Haitao beamed broadly. Daughter's slave. Zhang Lei scoffed. You weren't like this when I returned. The father and daughter exchanged a flurry of words before finally remembering Lin Chen's presence. Dad, how do you find the son-in-law I introduced to you? Not bad, right? Zhang Shuwei asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen straightened his posture instinctively. Not bad, not bad, Zhang Haitao replied somewhat dismissively. By the way, little Lin, why did you buy Zhang Lei a car? That is far too generous. We should give you the money instead, Jiang Min chimed in. Their family could be considered middle class, earning around 800,000 to 900,000 a year, so parting with 600,000 wouldn't be too burdensome. It's nothing, uncle and aunt. Xiao Lei is Shuowei's brother, which makes him my brother as well. What is wrong with buying my brother a car? Besides, this amount is trivial for me, Lin Chen responded hastily. At this moment, neither Jiang Min nor Zhang Haitao uttered a word. It must be said that Lin Chen's remarks were quite astute. To refuse would imply that Zhang Lei is not your brother, suggesting that you are unlikely to reach a lasting union with our daughter. Consequently, Zhang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to relent. Chapter 37. Chao Jinlong's ashen face. Mr. Lin, I heard you were here, so I hurried over to take a look. The dean suddenly appeared at the door, a smile gracing his face as he glanced into the room. Dean, what brings you here? Come, have a seat. Jiang Min hastily rose to fetch a stool. No. I primarily came to check on the patient's condition and to discuss a matter with Mr. Lin. The dean quickly gestured to decline. Lin Chen realized that the so-called inquiry into the patient's condition was merely a pretext for seeking his assistance. The dean examined Zhang Haitao's health status, uttered some inconsequential remarks, and then turned his attention to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you have a moment? Perhaps we could converse in my office? The dean's expression was one of eager anticipation as he regarded Lin Chen. Calmly, Lin Chen nodded. Uncle, Auntie, since the dean requires my assistance, I shall take my leave. All right, little Lin, do go. The matter is of utmost importance. Jiang Min promptly interjected. Zhang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to proceed with his business. Lin Chen cast one last glance at Zhang Shuwei before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as they exited, Zhang Haitao could not restrain his curiosity. What does the dean want with little Lin? Jiang Min sighed, and then recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhang Haitao and Zhang Lei. Is there really such a thing? How shameless could this Chao be? Does he still have the audacity to lodge complaints and misrepresent facts to tarnish the hospital's reputation? Zhang Lei's temper flared at the revelation, his youthful fervor igniting a desire to confront Chao Jinlong with righteous indignation. Zhang Haitao's expression darkened with concern and dread. If it weren't for Dr. Lin, perhaps I wouldn't have made it in time for treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already accompanied the dean to his office. Where is Dr. Lin? I haven't seen him today, Lin Chen inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Well, as you know, the online scrutiny is overwhelming. So we had no choice but to temporarily suspend Dr. Lin, the dean admitted, somewhat sheepishly, his words faltering. Lin Chen's expression soured. Lin Yi was, after all, the savior of his father-in-law. In this situation, Lin Yi's actions had been entirely justified, yet he was now facing suspension. Contemplating this, Lin Chen regarded the dean with a hint of disdain. This dean was not as capable as he initially appeared. The first impression from yesterday had been rather favorable, but now he seemed to have revealed a stark contrast. Allow me to make a quick phone call, Lin Chen remarked in a tone that was decidedly nonchalant. Of course. Mr. Lin. The dean nodded. Lin Chen retrieved his phone and dialed the number he had from that day. Hello? This is Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Xiao Huang. Are you coming over? A respectful voice, belonging to a young woman, responded from the other end. I don't have time at the moment. Do we have any business dealings with a certain Chao Jinlong, a supplier of construction materials? Please hold, Mr. Lin, let me check. The sound of keyboard clattering filled the line. Yes, Mr. Lin, There is a local construction materials company in Jintang County called Jinlong Materials. Is this the person you are referring to? Lin Chen mused to himself. Indeed, this confirms my suspicions. I might just decipher the system's patterns. Yes, I have the authority to terminate our business dealings with him? Absolutely, Mr. Lin. This Jinlong Materials is merely a small company and does not contribute significantly to our business. Then inform him directly, stating that it is my decision. If he wishes to continue our collaboration, he should be made aware that I am the son-in-law of the patient from the county hospital. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will arrange that immediately. All right. I shall return to the ward for now. Lin Chen concluded, striding towards the exit. Oh, and have Linny return to work. With that, Lin Chen exited the office. Upon hearing that matters were nearing resolution, the dean felt a wave of relief wash over him. In a buoyant mood, he dialed Lin's number. Linny, you may return to work. After the incident with Chao Jinlong, he had transferred to another hospital and had just undergone surgery the previous night. He was now in the recovery phase. Chao Jinlong, observing the barrage of derogatory comments targeting the First People's Hospital of Jintang County on social media, couldn't help but smirk with smug satisfaction. Huh, a mere doctor dares to contend with me? Let us see how I can outmaneuver you. Indeed, you are truly skilled, boss. Several of Chao Jinlong's subordinates flattered him, causing him to feel somewhat elated. It's a pity for that woman. I have yet to enjoy someone of such quality. Chao Jinlong remarked, swallowing hard, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Yi, who had spoiled his plans. Just then, the phone on the bedside rang. Chao Jinlong wiped away his inappropriate thoughts and answered the call. Is this Chao Jinlong, the owner of Jinlong Materials? Yes, that's me. Who is this? I am Huang Wei, the general manager of Rantu Real Estate. Chao Jinlong's tone instantly shifted to one of deference, straightening his back. Hello, Ms. Huang. Are we discussing a potential collaboration? Indeed, but I am here to inform you that this collaboration will not proceed. Chao Jinlong suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Why, Ms. Huang? How can you simply back out without reason? Wasn't it said we would discuss it in a few days? Unfortunately, it appears that will not be possible. Has Mr. Chao offended anyone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice struck Chao Jinlong like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Offended someone at the county hospital? The patient scheduled for surgery? That doesn't seem likely. That woman almost knelt before me. Clearly not someone of importance. The dean of the county hospital? That doesn't seem plausible either. How could a county hospital dean have connections to the general manager of Rantu Real Estate? Moreover, judging by Ms. Huang's tone, it seems that the individual behind this is someone even she cannot provoke. Chao Jinlong racked his brain, but could not recall who he might have offended. And he felt pressure mounting as the significance of this deal weighed heavily on him, if not for the importance of this partnership. Considering Rantu Real Estate's stature within the construction industry in Tianfu City and even across the entire Suzhou region, he would have been tempted to walk away. Exactly. If you wish to continue our collaboration, you must reach out to that patient you offended the other day. Upon hearing about the patient, Chao Jinlong was left utterly dumbfounded. Cautiously inquiring, Ms. Huang, might I inquire about that individual's background? A brief silence ensued on the line before Huang Wei replied, the new major shareholder of Rantu Real Estate. With that, she abruptly hung up. Chao Jinlong's face drained of color. He had offended the major shareholder of Rantu Real Estate? He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Chapter 38. I told you to knock, not kick. It can be said that as long as that individual utters a few words, Chao Jinlong can only await the inevitable demise of his company in silence. Observing Chao Jinlong's grim expression, his subordinates hurriedly inquired, is everything all right, brother? Do you need me to summon a doctor? Damn it. Expedite my discharge procedures and take me to the county people's hospital. Chao Jinlong bellowed angrily. The subordinates, bewildered by his outburst, promptly complied with his orders. Barely a few minutes had passed before several doctors arrived in a hurried manner. Mr. Chao, you underwent surgery last night. You cannot be discharged yet, one of the doctors implored. I must leave today? Chao Jinlong retorted brusquely. Despite the doctor's repeated attempts to dissuade him, their efforts proved futile, and they endured another round of his fury. Reluctantly, they allowed him to sign a waiver of responsibility and proceeded with the discharge formalities. Soon thereafter, his subordinates whisked him off to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Upon their arrival at the hospital entrance, the doctors and nurses who spotted him exchanged incredulous glances before hastily retreating with expressions of disdain. A wave of embarrassment washed over Chao Jinlong. Fortunately, his subordinates soon discovered the location of the hospital director's office, and they wheeled Chao Jinlong over there. Monkey, knock on the door. Chao Jinlong gestured towards the office before him. The subordinate nicknamed Monkey chuckled mischievously and kicked the door with a resounding thud. With a loud bang, the office door swung open, startling the director, who, upon recognizing Chao Jinlong and his imposing entourage, trembled in fear. He immediately grabbed the phone to call security. There's a disturbance in the director's office. Send more personnel to handle it. He stammered. Didn't Mr. Lin say everything was settled? Why is Chao Jinlong here with his subordinates demanding to see the director? Chao Jinlong, taken aback by Monkey's antics, kicked him in frustration, inadvertently aggravating his wound and rendering him speechless. Ouch! Monkey, bewildered by the sudden reprimand, assumed he had fallen short in his duties. Damn it! Who told you to make that call? Monkey glared menacingly as he advanced towards the director. No, please don't come any closer. This is illegal. Let us resolve this amicably. Please, don't resort to violence. The director shrank back in his chair, visibly terrified. Meanwhile, the subordinates behind Chao Jinlong erupted into laughter. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Chao Jinlong, gritting his teeth in pain, shouted, Monkey, are you daft? I told you to knock, not kick down the door. What on earth are you doing now? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Monkey was left stunned by the scolding. Huh, you said to knock, didn't you? At that moment, Chao Jinlong lamented his decision to recruit such a dimwit. Forget it, I'll handle it myself. He facepalmed in exasperation. Knock, knock, knock. Director, I have urgent matters to discuss. The director, who had just begun to relax, felt his heart race once more at the sound of knocking. Fortunately, security personnel had just arrived, accompanied by a throng of curious doctors and nurses. What is going on here? Several security officers in protective gear barked at the four individuals. They had already viewed the surveillance footage of someone kicking open the director's office door. It was indeed perplexing to see these individuals now patiently waiting at the door. Upon hearing the security personnel's voices, the director finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, his forehead slick with cold sweat. We weren't doing anything. We just wanted to speak with the director, Chao Jinlong replied, having mentally berated Monkey for his foolishness. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Hey, isn't that the guy who defamed our hospital online? Someone remarked. It really is him. He's definitely here to stir trouble. Another added. I distinctly heard a loud bang earlier. As the surrounding doctors and nurses exchanged glances, the security personnel's expressions grew increasingly hostile. Meanwhile, the director, regaining his composure, stepped out of his office. Mr. Chao, do you realize you're bordering on causing a public disturbance? Do you understand the consequences? He admonished, standing beside the security personnel with a furious countenance. I sincerely apologize, Director. I assure you, I come with no ill intentions. I merely wish to address the negative sentiments circulating online. However, my companion here acted impulsively and intruded upon your office. I sincerely apologize on his behalf, Chao Jinlong said, bowing his head in contrition while seated in his wheelchair. His subordinates quickly followed suit, bowing as well. We're sorry. The onlookers were taken aback by their unexpected display of humility. Could it be that they genuinely sought to rectify the situation? After a moment's hesitation, the director deemed it prudent to prioritize resolving the hospital's negative publicity. Very well, but only you may enter. Your friends will have to wait outside the hospital entrance. He concluded, prioritizing safety above all. Did you hear that? You all stay downstairs and wait for me. Chao Jinlong commanded his subordinates sternly. But boss, you just had surgery. Are you sure this is wise? Monkey queried, pointing at Chao Jinlong's abdomen. I'll have the hospital staff escort you to the entrance, the director reassured. Did you hear him? Hurry downstairs. Chao Jinlong urged, feeling the weight of many eyes upon him, akin to a spectacle in a zoo. The thought made him wince in irritation. Damn that monkey. His subordinates reluctantly departed, leaving the hospital under the watchful eyes of several security personnel while the doctors and nurses were dismissed by the director. Mr. Chao, please let me know how you wish to proceed, the director cautiously inquired. Director, I intend to record a video statement to clarify the situation. Ensuring no further trouble befalls the hospital, Chao Jinlong declared with resolute determination. However, may I inquire about the family of the patient who underwent surgery yesterday in that ward? It became evident that Mr. Lin had indeed played a significant role. The director, silently admiring Chao Jinlong's influence, recognized the formidable connections he possessed. After a moment's contemplation, the director responded, They are in room 302, but please refrain from causing any disturbance. Chao Jinlong nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Director, I will not cause any trouble. I merely wish to apologize in person. The director, still skeptical, replied, Very well, after you've recorded your statement, make haste and visit them. Do not delay. Chao Jinlong complied and swiftly recorded a clarifying video, which he subsequently uploaded online. Soon after, a nurse, arranged by the director, wheeled him to the entrance of room 302. Taking a deep breath, Chao Jinlong knocked on the door and maneuvered his wheelchair inside. Within the ward, Lin Chen was currently undergoing an interrogation by Jiang Haitao, who bombarded him with inquiries about his relationship status and the sincerity of his feelings toward Shuawei. Lin Chen found himself beleaguered, unable to keep up with the relentless barrage of questions. Just then, Chao Jinlong entered the room. Jiang Haitao paused momentarily, about to inquire about his purpose, when Jiang Min, her face a mask of fury, interjected. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Leave. Don't you realize that if you delay any longer, my husband may not be saved? Jiang Min shouted at Chao Jinlong, her agitation palpable. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lei immediately recognized Chao Jinlong, and anger surged within him. He clenched his fists, ready to confront him, hurling curses as he did so. You scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? I'll make sure you regret it. This scene startled Chao Jinlong, who instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Jiang Shuowei quickly intervened, grabbing Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. Violence will only land you in trouble. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward to restrain the increasingly volatile Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei harbored a deep-seated animosity for the man who had nearly caused him to lose his father. Enough, Jiang Haitao commanded, and upon hearing his father's voice, Jiang Lei gradually calmed down, though his gaze remained fiercely hostile towards Chao Jinlong. Jiang Lei had honed his fighting skills primarily to protect Jiang Shuowei, who had always been the center of attention due to her remarkable beauty, drawing the admiration of many boys, including those of dubious character. One year, when he was in the first year of middle school and Jiang Shuowei was in her third, he planned to wait for her after school. However, upon arriving at her classroom, he found several boys encircling her, hurling insults while she cowered in a corner, tears streaming down her face. This sight ignited Jiang Lei's fury, and he bellowed, "How dare you bully my sister?" He charged forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The remaining boys quickly reacted, attempting to restrain Jiang Lei, but he fought like a wild beast, using anything at hand as a weapon. Terrified, the boys fled. Nursing their injuries, Jiang Lei, battered and bruised, grinned through his pain and turned to Jiang Shuowei. Sister, I've chased away those bad guys. In the aftermath, upon returning home, Jiang Shuowei broke down in tears upon seeing Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao, who rushed to comfort her. Once the situation was explained, Jiang Min held her daughter close, tenderly stroking Jiang Lei's bruised head, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Haitao remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Son, you did well. Those people deserved a good thrashing. Whatever trouble arises, your father will handle it. Jiang Lei beamed with pride at his father's words, while Jiang Haitao couldn't help but wipe away his own tears. Subsequently, when the parents of the boys came to the school to cause a scene, Jiang Haitao simply stated, "My son was right to defend himself. Scoundrels like them deserve to be taught a lesson. I will cover any medical expenses." From that day forward, no one dared to provoke the siblings again. This is a hospital. What kind of ruckus is this? Jiang Haitao admonished in a low voice, casting a cold glare at Chao Jinlong. What brings you here? It was then that Chao Jinlong regained his composure and hurriedly explained, I am here to apologize. My actions yesterday were indeed reprehensible, and I have come to realize my mistakes. I hope to seek your forgiveness. The room fell silent, the others exchanging bewildered glances. Save for Lin Chen. Understanding the situation, Jiang Haitao turned to Lin Chen. Shaolin, you handle this. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Chao Jinlong. Do you know who I am? Chao Jinlong, upon observing the poised young man clad in Givenchy, quickly deduced his significance. Yet, he noted the youthfulness of Lin Chen. Appearing no older than 18 or 19. Nodding vigorously, he replied, I believe I do. I am truly sorry. I have recognized my errors. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, simply gazing at Chao Jinlong. As Chao Jinlong's mind raced, he thought to himself that if he were to slap himself 10 times, perhaps this incident could be laid to rest. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? He asked, glancing at Jiang Haitao. I believe that is a reasonable course of action. Jiang Haitao concurred, his respect for Lin Chen increasing as he appreciated the young man's firmness in dealing with adversaries. Jiang Min, however, felt a twinge of compassion and was about to speak when Jiang Lei tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to swallow her words. To Jiang Lei, it felt as though Chao Jinlong was getting off too lightly. Jiang Shuowei merely observed silently, her expression unreadable. Chao Jinlong, sensing the mounting pressure, hesitated before resolutely proceeding to deliver 10 resounding slaps to his own face, leaving it slightly swollen. Is this satisfactory? He murmured. That will suffice. You may leave now. As for our collaboration, as long as your materials meet the standards, I will not make things difficult for you. Lin Chen replied coolly. Thank you, Chao Jinlong said, bowing his head as he exited the ward. Humph, I still feel he got off too easily. Jiang Lei muttered, still incensed. Enough. We live in a society governed by law. Do you wish to resort to more extreme measures? Jiang Haitao shot back, and Jiang Lei's resolve softened under his father's glare. We owe a debt of gratitude to Shaolin. If it weren't for him, we would have attracted considerable trouble for the hospital. Jiang Min remarked with a sigh. Your words are too kind, Auntie. It was merely my duty, Lin Chen replied hastily. Indeed, Mom, Lin Chen is your future son-in-law. Why not be a bit more courteous? Jiang Shuowei boldly interjected, her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen was taken aback, wondering if such words were appropriate to utter at this moment. Yes, no need to be polite with my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei chimed in with a chuckle. Having learned the entire sequence of events and impressed by Lin Chen's capabilities, Jiang Lei found himself thoroughly convinced. Chapter 40. On behalf of the Penguin. Please grant me leave. Ha ha ha, you are all absolutely right. Lao Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Min laughed, turning her attention back to Jiang Haitao. He lay in his hospital bed, momentarily taken aback by her question, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features before he managed a strained smile. Ah, yes, indeed. His voice carried an undercurrent of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuowei's face lit up, her smile blooming like spring flowers, illuminating the entire ward. Her gaze, brimming with affection, turned towards Lin Chen, her eyes unmistakably filled with love. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, silently marveling at how effortlessly he had succeeded in winning her over. At that moment, the door of the hospital room was gently pushed open once more. Oh dear, Dr. Lin, we are so fortunate to see you. Our family was just hoping to express our gratitude to you in person. The one entering was Lin Yi. There's no need for such formality, Auntie. I'm here to check on Uncle's condition, Lin Yi replied with a smile, subtly assessing Lin Chen. He pondered silently. Could it be he who facilitated my return to work? Upon hearing this, Jiang Haitao exclaimed, You are my savior, Dr. Lin. My life is in your hands. I cannot thank you enough. His voice was thick with gratitude as he tightly grasped Dr. Lin's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Lin Yi examined Jiang Haitao's recovery, he remarked, This is simply my duty. As a physician, I cannot stand idly by while a life fades before me. His demeanor was focused and earnest. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but regard Lin Yi with newfound respect, acknowledging him as an exceptional physician. Dr. Lin, once my father recovers, our family will treat you to dinner. I know that doctors cannot accept red envelopes, so this is the only way we can repay you. Jiang Shuowei said with a grateful expression. Dining is also out of the question. However, I truly appreciate your goodwill. The best reward for a doctor is a simple thank you and witnessing the patient's healthy discharge, Doctor. Lin replied with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. The family, albeit reluctantly, ceased their insistence, looking at Lin Yi with profound admiration. In their eyes, Lin Yi was not merely a skilled doctor, but also a paragon of medical ethics. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang, disrupting the atmosphere in the room. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chen Xiao. Oh no, I completely forgot about the situation at school. He quickly excused himself to Jiang Min and the others before hastily exiting the room to answer the call in the corridor. Hey boss. The instructor and the advisor are frantic. When are you coming back? Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through the phone, his urgency almost palpable. Don't worry about me. I'll have someone from the company contact the advisor shortly, and then I'll follow up, Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. For him, military training? What was that compared to matters concerning the Penguin Group? The line fell silent for a moment, and after a while, Chen Xiao's voice returned, tinged with exasperation and envy. Shareholders of public companies are indeed quite capricious. All right, I can't chat any longer. I have things to attend to, Lin Chen concluded before hanging up. Immediately afterward, he called Lu Shu. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Came Lu Shu's respectful voice from the other end. Please contact my advisor on behalf of Penguin Company and inform them that I have an urgent matter at the company and will need 2 days off. Resuming military training the day after tomorrow, Lin Chen instructed. Lu Shu's expression turned peculiar as she almost forgot that this Mr. Lin, holding 10% of Penguin's shares, was still a freshman in college. Understood, Mr. Lin, she replied dutifully. Feeling reassured, Lin Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and returned to the hospital room. By then, Lin Yi had already departed, leaving only Jiang Haitao's family behind. Their mood had noticeably lightened compared to when Xiao Jinlong had been present. Xiao Chen, I'm feeling much better now. You and Shuowei should head back to class. I heard from Shuowei that you're a freshman and currently undergoing military training, right? Jiang Haitao inquired upon seeing Lin Chen's return. Lin Chen nodded. Then you should go back to school with Shuowei this afternoon. Your aunt will be here to keep an eye on me, Jiang Haitao said. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuowei, who nodded in agreement, and he responded, All right, uncle. What about Xiaolei? Jiang Shuowei asked. I've taken a week off, so I can still play a bit longer. I haven't had enough time with the Mercedes-Benz E300L my brother-in-law bought me. Jiang Lei nonchalantly replied, patting his belly. Dad, it's late. It's time for dinner. You rest in bed while we go out for a meal. Jiang Haitao chided. You little rascal. Knowing I can't eat, you're trying to provoke me. Aren't you? I'll go buy you some kanji. Meanwhile, the tide of public opinion online began to shift dramatically. People were furious at the astonishing reversal of events. I thought you were the victim, But you're actually the perpetrator? Good thing I didn't voice my opinions earlier. I almost fell for this nonsense. The internet is not a lawless zone. Everyone should be mindful of their words. I heard it almost cost a principal doctor his job. That wretched animal. The online space was rife with scorn, as people lashed out at Chao Jinlong with a fervor unmatched. Various accusations and insults permeated every corner of the web. At that moment, Chao Jinlong was being driven back to the private hospital by a few of his subordinates. His expression was dark and foreboding, his swollen face appearing even more grotesque in the dim light of the vehicle. "Boss, are you really all right? Your face is swollen. Did someone beat you up?" "I'll avenge you," Monkey said, observing the state of Chao Jinlong's face with concern. "I simply tripped while walking. If you can't think before you speak, then just don't say anything." Chao Jinlong, already seething with rage, erupted, his roar echoing within the car and causing Monkey to flinch. Seeing that Chao Jinlong was in a foul mood, Monkey promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The car fell into an immediate hush, with Monkey resorting to aimlessly scrolling through videos. After a while, he couldn't help but speak again. "Boss, people online are calling you a beast. If I catch them, I'll definitely." Just then, a Mercedes-Benz business car slowed to a stop by the roadside, and after ejecting a burly man, it drove off. Monkey, watching the departing vehicle, was left in a state of confusion. Did I say something wrong again? Chapter 41. I will certainly approve Mr. Lin's leave request. Meanwhile, Tang Jilly, Lin Chen's advisor, was racking her brain for ways to contact him. Throughout the morning, she had sent countless messages to Lin Chen, but they vanished into silence. Receiving no response, dialing his phone, she was met with the persistent notification of it being switched off. With a resigned sigh, she prepared to get up for lunch when an email suddenly appeared in her inbox. To her astonishment, the email was sent from the renowned Penguin Company. Filled with curiosity, Tang Jilly pondered, "I haven't subscribed to any video memberships lately, nor have I purchased anything from Penguin. Why would they send me an email?" Intrigued, she clicked to open the email, rubbing her eyes and scrutinizing its contents. "Hello, Teacher Tang. I am from Penguin Computer Systems Limited," she read, her disbelief growing with every word. "Lin Chen is a major shareholder of Penguin Company." Tang Jilly murmured to herself in disbelief. How is this possible? He just started college. At that moment, Tang Jilly's phone suddenly rang. In a daze, she answered the call. "Hello, may I ask what this is regarding?" A woman's voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Teacher Tang Jilly?" Tang Jilly's expression shifted, and she quickly responded, Yes, I am Tang Jilly. I have indeed seen the email you sent. Rest assured, I will approve Lin Chen's leave request. Thank you, Teacher Tang. By the way, our boss prefers to keep a low profile, so we hope this matter remains discreet." Lu Shu's light laughter echoed through the phone. "Not a problem at all. This is part of my responsibilities. I assure you, I will not mention this to anyone except the school leadership." After hanging up, Tang Jilly realized that her excessive nervousness had left her drenched in cold sweat. After all, this was a high-ranking official from Penguin Company. The disparity in their statuses made conversing with such a significant figure inherently daunting. What was most astonishing was the revelation that one of her students was actually a major shareholder in Penguin Company. Tang Jilly felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Lin Chen might have orchestrated this charade to deceive her for his leave. Therefore, she took the initiative to verify the website, and upon investigation, it undeniably belonged to Penguin Company. Her heart raced incessantly. This esteemed individual must be treated with utmost care. With this thought in mind, she seized her phone and meticulously briefed her instructor and the school administration about the situation. The school promptly dispatched someone to confirm the details, and without further ado, they approved Lin Chen's leave request that Tang Jilly had submitted on his behalf. Meanwhile, the leadership at Suzhou University had become aware that one of this year's freshmen was a shareholder of Penguin, though they were uncertain of the specific name. Tang Jilly opened her private messages and painstakingly crafted a response to Lin Chen, revising it several times before finally sending it. "Dear Lin Chen, I have been informed of your situation, and the school has approved your leave request. Please rest assured." Upon seeing the message successfully sent, Tang Jilly sighed with relief and reclined in her office chair, exhaling a breath of ease. This was far more mentally taxing than writing a thesis. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate and took it out, smiling faintly upon reading Tang Jilly's message. It seemed that Lu Shu had indeed resolved the matter. "Thank you, Teacher Tang." "Not at all. It was my duty." After having a casual lunch near the hospital with Jiang Shuawei and the others, Lin Chen excused himself as he planned to visit Rongtou Real Estate. As they drove off, Jiang Shuawei beamed with joy. "My parents are quite fond of you. Even my brother likes you." Lin Chen chuckled. "I noticed your uncle seemed a bit displeased." "Don't mind my dad. As long as my mom is happy with you, that's what matters. Besides, my dad is also pleased, but he is simply miffed about you taking his precious daughter away," Jiang Shuawei playfully remarked, her large eyes sparkling. causing Lin Chen to gulp involuntarily. Is that so? Then I must savor the taste of that precious daughter. He leaned in and kissed her soft lips. This time was different. After a brief moment of adjustment, Jiang Shuowei unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's head, passionately engaging in a fervent kiss. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated wholeheartedly, reveling in Jiang Shuowei's enthusiasm. Their kiss deepened, breaths becoming increasingly rapid. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, their lips slightly swollen, gazing into each other's eyes filled with affection and longing. Shuowei, Lin Chen softly called her name. His voice tinged with a husky quality. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, yet a beaming smile of pure happiness graced her lips. Lin Chen. They exchanged a knowing smile, a world of love reflected in their eyes. Lin Chen, how did you manage to get leave for military training? Jiang Shuowei suddenly inquired with curiosity. I had someone from Penguin assist me in requesting leave from the teacher, claiming there was an urgent matter at the company that required my personal attention. As Lin Chen spoke, he activated the navigation system and drove toward their destination. That excuse is unbeatable. Who would dare deny you leave? Jiang Shuowei laughed heartily. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the entrance of Rongtou Real Estate. After parking, they stepped out, marveling at the impressive building as they approached it together. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Chen announced, I'm here to see Ms. Huang Wei. The receptionist, a young woman in her 20s dressed in professional attire, initially brightened at the sight of Lin Chen. But her expression dimmed slightly upon noticing Jiang Shuowei beside him. Are you looking for our general manager Huang? May I ask if you have an appointment? An appointment? I suppose one could say I do, Lin Chen replied thoughtfully. May I have your name, please? I am Lin Chen. The receptionist checked the computer but found no appointment listed. I apologize, sir, she began to say, but suddenly her eyes widened in realization. Chapter 42, The Unwanted Encounter. Are you Mr. Lin Chen, the shareholder? She asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Lin Chen smiled serenely. If there were no other shareholders named Lin Chen, it must be him. My apologies, Mr. Lin, I didn't realize. Ms. Huang is already waiting for you in her office. Allow me to escort you there. The receptionist said respectfully, casting an envious glance at Jiang Shuowei, admiring her association with Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then followed the receptionist with Jiang Shuowei toward Huang Wei's office. At that moment, a bespectacled young man approached at a leisurely pace. Lin Chen, he called out, uncertainty lacing his voice. Lin Chen, hearing his name, turned in surprise, his expression remaining calm. Uncle? He replied, taken aback. Jiang Shuowei and the receptionist looked on curiously. Lin Chen held no fondness toward this relative. His parents had worked in a small company owned by Lin Chen's maternal uncle during their youth. The so-called company was merely a small workshop with less than 10 employees specializing in spring components. After a decade of toil, it dwindled to just Lin Chen's parents. Ultimately, the workshop closed due to environmental reforms, and Lin Chen's uncle merely suggested they seek new employment without further assistance. The equipment and scrap materials from the workshop sold for a mere $1 million or $2 million, and no unemployment benefits were provided to Lin Chen's parents. This thoroughly infuriated Lin Chen's father, who declared that had it not been for the fact that it was his wife's uncle, he would have long since filed a complaint against him. From that moment onward, the two families severed all ties. The young man, named Yuan Lu, approached with curiosity upon realizing it was indeed Lin Chen. To his astonishment, Yuan Lu turned out to be a relative of Director Lin. It seemed Yuan Lu was on the brink of a promotion, as the receptionist cast him a somewhat envious glance. Lin Chen, what brings you here? Yuan Lu inquired. I'm here to see Huang Wei, Lin Chen replied, his tone calm and unruffled. You're looking for Director Huang? What business could a mere student like you have with her? Listen to your uncle. This is not a place for you, Yuan Lu said, his tone ostensibly concerned but laced with a hint of disdain. Jiang Shuowei furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Initially, she had intended to greet Lin Chen when he referred to Yuan Lu as uncle, but it became evident that their relationship was strained. Even the receptionist shot a surprised glance at Yuan Lu, taken aback by his attitude. There's no need for you to worry, uncle. You can just focus on your own matters, Lin Chen retorted, remaining calm, though an undercurrent of suppressed frustration lay beneath his composure. Yuan Lu, incensed by Lin Chen's response, felt his expression shift, and he turned toward the receptionist, abandoning pretense. You really believe him when he claims he has business with Director Huang? How could you be so easily deceived? He is just a fresh college student. If he annoys Director Huang, it's you who will face the repercussions. Yuan Lu's voice rose, tinged with clear reproach. The receptionist was about to interject when Lin Chen cut her off. Uncle, my affairs do not require your intervention, he said, his expression darkening as a glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes, capable of freezing the very air around him. It was Yuan's family that owed a debt to the Lin family, and yet this Yuan Lu, despite their blood ties, was determined to undermine him at every turn. Yuan Lu scoffed. What serious business could a mere boy like you possibly have? Stop causing trouble. His tone dripped with contempt. This is our new major shareholder at Ronto Real Estate, Mr. Lin Chen. The receptionist interjected, attempting to clarify the situation for Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's smile morphed into one of derision. I told you, didn't I? You've been duped. Do you honestly believe that a freshman could be a major shareholder? Besides, I know their family situation better than anyone. His parents work at a factory. His voice was sharp and grating, each word a dagger aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening under the strain, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his eyes ablaze with fury. The most intolerable thing for him was the disparagement of his parents. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Expel the malicious Yuan Lu. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and coldly stated, Yuan Lu, do you think you know me so well? Do you believe that with a single word, I could have you dismissed today? Yuan Lu remained unfazed, continuing his mockery. Haha, even at this stage. You're still putting on an act? Their altercation had drawn a considerable audience. The receptionist, sensing the escalating situation, hurried to the phone at the front desk. Director Huang. Mr. Lin has arrived, but there seems to be a situation. Please come down quickly. P.S. on the first floor. Her voice was urgent and anxious as she sprinted back, fearing further complications. Listen to this. He claims to be a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. Do you think that is plausible? Haha. Yuan Lu guffawed, his laughter echoing in the spacious hall, grating on the ears of those present. The surrounding crowd joined in with raucous laughter. No one would believe that a seemingly 18 or 19-year-old boy could possibly be a major shareholder. Is this how you act as an elder? Outrageous. Jiang Shuowei seethed, her eyes fixed on Yuan Lu, brimming with righteous indignation. Isn't that outfit by Givenchy? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, astonished yet uncertain. Really? You must be mistaken. A Givenchy piece costs at least several thousand, right? The whole ensemble must be worth over 10,000. Another chimed in, incredulous. Indeed, there can be no mistake. The first one affirmed confidently. Could it be counterfeit? Someone raised a doubt. At that moment, the murmurs of the crowd reached Yuan Lu's ears. Who would have thought you'd fall for counterfeit, Lin Chen? Yuan Lu sneered again, his eyes filled with scorn. He was certain that Lin Chen's attire was nothing but a cheap imitation. He was well aware of Lin Chen's family's financial struggles, where a monthly income barely reached 10,000, with expenses for housing and education. Would they truly splurge on clothing worth over 10,000 for their son? He was resolute in his disbelief. Chapter 43. Let's give Uncle another chance. What are you all doing? Are you all so idle? A woman clad in professional attire, exuding poise and grace, approached with purposeful strides. Her meticulously crafted makeup and piercing gaze commanded immediate respect. Oh my, why is Director Huang here? Quick, let us go. The crowd dispersed hastily, leaving only a few lingering onlookers. The woman, noticing the dwindling audience, fixed her sharp gaze upon Lin Chen and the others. Director Huang, the receptionist called out timidly. This young man came to cause trouble, so I stopped him, but he insisted on seeing you, claiming he had business. Yuan Lu, now visibly anxious with Huang Wei's arrival, hurriedly interjected. However, Huang Wei did not spare him a glance, walking directly to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you could have at least given me a heads up about your arrival, so I could come down to greet you. Huang Wei beamed at Lin Chen, extending her hand in a gesture of respect. It's nothing, no need for such formalities. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, shaking her hand. This is my girlfriend. Jiang Shuowei, he introduced her. Huang Wei promptly shook Jiang Shuowei's hand. What a beautiful young lady. She complimented. Director Huang, you are the epitome of charm. Jiang Shuowei replied. Equally gracious. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu stood dumbstruck, his mind racing in panic. How could this be? Aren't my relatives working at the factory? How could Lin Chen possibly be a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Could it be that my brother-in-law has concealed his true identity? Yuan Lu quickly dismissed that notion. It was impossible for someone to hide their identity after nearly 20 years working under his father. As Yuan Lu's mind raced, realization dawned. Could it be that Lin Chen truly was a major shareholder? Ha ha ha. It seems I misunderstood you. Uncle, he chuckled awkwardly, his smile more painful than a grimace, revealing his discomfort. Only then did Huang Wei scrutinize Yuan Lu. Is this person really a relative of Mr. Lin? Why would he seek to make things difficult for him? Lin Chen's indifferent gaze settled on Yuan Lu, causing him to feel an acute sense of trepidation. Do not say such things. Your family is beyond my reach. Xiao Chen, Uncle was merely concerned about you being deceived by others and spoke those words in a moment of impulse. Please do not take it to heart. I shall personally apologize to your family another day. Yuan Lu's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Let us simply go our separate ways from now on, Lin Chen said as he turned his gaze towards Huang Wei. Ms. Huang, I believe our company should adopt a more stringent approach to recruitment. While skills can be developed over time, integrity must be strictly vetted. Lin Chen's tone exuded an undeniable authority. Indeed, Mr. Lin is absolutely right. I will promptly set about formulating specific regulations for our hiring practices, Huang Wei assured eagerly. A cold sweat broke out on Yuan Lu's forehead, soaking his shirt. He understood all too well the implications of Lin Chen's words. He could not afford to lose this job. If he could endure a little longer, he would ascend to the position of department head. Being dismissed now would render all his years of effort utterly futile. Xiao Chun, we are relatives by blood. Surely, you cannot be so unyielding. Is it not enough that uncle apologizes to you? Yuan Lu implored, his eyes pleading as he regarded Lin Chen. Relatives? Now you acknowledge our kinship? It's too late for that, Lin Chen replied, maintaining a faint smile, each word dripping with disdain and mockery as he looked at Yuan Lu as one would regard a jester. Yuan Lu's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He realized that this time, he was truly finished. Huang Wei stepped forward, glancing at Yuan Lu's name tag. Your name is Yuan Lu, correct? You are to proceed to the finance department immediately to settle your salary and then complete your resignation procedures. Yuan Lu's face turned ashen, yet he clung to hope. Xiao Chun, uncle has truly gone too far this time. Please grant me another chance. But Lin Chen, at this moment, did not even wish to spare him a glance. Ms. Huang, shall we commence a tour of the company? Certainly, Mr. Lin. Right this way, Huang Wei responded promptly, instructing the front desk to resume their duties as she led Lin Chen upstairs. Left behind, Yuan Lu's gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with bitterness. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Jiang Yue, under Huang Wei's guidance, toured Ronto Real Estate, during which she apprised Lin Chen of the company's situation and future plans. Ding. Task. Ensure the vile relative Yuan Lu is dismissed. Task completed. Ding. 500 million RMB has been credited to the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum Card. Ding. Additional reward. 1 billion Douyin diamonds. Credited to the host's Douyin account. It seems Yuan Lu's resignation procedures have been finalized. However, what on earth are these 1 billion Douyin diamonds? System. Can they be converted to 100 million RMB? Lin Chen mentally summoned the system. Ding. Not possible, host. This reward is a complimentary gift. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. After all, it was a bonus, and why refuse something for free? Moreover, as a man endowed with a system, would he truly lack such a trivial goal? Noticing the time, Lin Chen decided it was time to bid farewell to Jiang Xuewei. Miss Huang, I believe we shall conclude our visit here. It is evident that under your management, Ronto Real Estate is flourishing. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. This is the result of the collective efforts of all Ronto Real Estate employees. Allow me to see you off. Jiang Xuewei had been yawning incessantly, and upon hearing they were leaving, her fatigue vanished. Who is that? So young, yet Ms. Huang holds him in such high regard. Did you not know? That young man is our newly appointed major shareholder. Really? He looks so young. Alas, he was born with a silver spoon. We were born as mere cattle. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the murmurs of the surrounding employees. Just days ago, he had been in an even less favorable position than they. Then, under Huang Wei's watchful gaze, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei exited the building with grace. Which prestigious family does this Mr. Lin hail from? Huang Wei mused to herself as she watched their retreating figures. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu was filled with resentment on his way home. All his years of hard work had come to naught. He had received only a few months' severance. This was all Lin Chen's doing. Lin Chen, I will ensure your name is tarnished. Yuan Lu vowed fiercely in his heart. Without further hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Mom and Dad. Chapter 44. That SFW, baby. Xuewei, what would you like to eat tonight? Lin Chen gently inquired of Jiang Xuewei in the passenger seat. I almost forgot to mention. Today is Wanner's birthday. She reserved a private room at the Jinxiu restaurant near the school. Would you accompany me? Jiang Xuewei said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated. Isn't it mostly girls celebrating Wanner's birthday? Would it be appropriate for me to attend? Not at all. There are several classmates from our classes joining, and Wanner specifically invited you. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. Why would Tang Wanner invite me to her birthday? All right then, Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hey Chen, I want to eat a sundae. Jiang Xuewei exclaimed, glancing at a little girl joyfully indulging in a strawberry sundae. Her own cravings were piqued. The one at the side there, the Mishua shop. Following her finger, Lin Chen indeed spotted the Mishua shop. Conveniently, a parking space was available, and he pulled in. As they exited the car, numerous passers-by cast admiring glances. Is that a prince and princess arriving in a Lamborghini for a shopping spree? This car is truly stunning. Both of them are exceptionally good-looking. Are all wealthy people this attractive? Look at that license plate. It's insane. Shu 888888. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his calm demeanor only serving to enhance his appeal. Only Jiang Shuawei, slightly taken aback, circled to the back of the car to check the license plate. With a look of surprise, she turned to Lin Chen and asked, Chen, when did you change your license plate? And it's a special plate. That must have cost a fortune. I just changed it a few days ago. It costs several tens of millions, but it's not too exorbitant, Lin Chen replied, affectionately ruffling Jiang Shuawei's hair. Several tens of millions is not expensive. No wonder you're a major shareholder of Penguin, Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, her shock giving way to playful teasing as she stuck out her tongue at Lin Chen, looking utterly adorable. The two strolled hand in hand to the Mishua shop. Chen, what do you want to eat? I'll have whatever you choose, Jiang Shuawei replied after a moment's thought. Hello, may I have 2 large strawberry sundaes, please? Certainly. That will be 12 yuan. Please scan here. The staff smiled brightly. Jiang Shuawei opened her payment app and scanned the code. After a few minutes, their sundaes were ready. Jiang Shuawei savored her sundae, her face beaming with satisfaction. At that moment, a stylish woman, one hand gripping a phone and the other holding a milk tea, hurriedly approached. Completely oblivious to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei ahead of her, the sound of her high heels echoed rapidly and chaotically, as if her world revolved solely around the voice on the other end of the line. With a sudden crash, a woman accidentally collided with Jiang Shuawei, causing the milk tea in her hand to spill forth, drenching Jiang Shuawei's attire. The liquid rapidly spread across her clothing, leaving a murky stain, and droplets of milk tea continued to fall onto her hair. Oh no, Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, nearly dropping the sundae she held. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and indignation. Her previously joyous demeanor shattered in an instant. Lin Chen swiftly produced a tissue to wipe away the milk tea from Jiang Shuawei's hair, his movements gentle and his gaze filled with concern. Can't you walk any faster? Why are you dawdling? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were taken aback by the woman's audacity to utter such words, her tone laced with impatience and accusation, as if the entire incident were their fault. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed crimson with fury, forgetting to even wipe the milk tea off her clothes. It's clearly your fault for not watching where you're going, yet you're turning the tables, Jiang Shuawei retorted angrily. Apologize, and we can consider this matter settled, Lin Chen said, continuing to clean the milk tea from Jiang Shuawei's clothing while glancing at the woman. His voice was deep and resonant, struggling to suppress the anger boiling within him. Me apologize? It's just a ruined piece of clothing. I can afford it, the woman scoffed, her expression rife with disdain and contempt as she fiddled with her phone. Come on, how much is that outfit worth? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not just the clothing. You'll also need to compensate for the bag in her hand. He pointed at Jiang Shuawei's bag, a gift he had purchased for her from the Givenchy boutique. It was then that Jiang Shuawei realized her bag had also fallen victim to the milk tea. Ah, my bag, she exclaimed, hastily attempting to wipe the milk tea off with her sleeve. This bag was her very first gift from Lin Chen, holding tremendous sentimental value for her. You're trying to extort more money, aren't you? For the clothing and the bag, 1,000 should suffice, right? The woman sneered. Lin Chen regarded her with an incredulous expression. This bag is Givenchy, worth 28,000 yuan. I bought it just a few days ago. You'll need to compensate for 20,000. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she shrieked, What? 20,000? Do you take me for a fool? 2 broke individuals can only afford milk tea, yet you expect me to pay 28,000 for a bag? Are you trying to scam me? Her words incited discontent among the onlookers. What is wrong with being poor? Am I spending your money? A young man shouted. Exactly. Must I be insulted for enjoying a milk tea? A young woman with a child chimed in. Shall you? Promise me you'll never become someone like her, all right? The mother urged. The little girl nodded earnestly. Mommy, what kind of person is she? She's a waste. Darling, the woman replied, patting her daughter's head with a smile. The little girl nodded in understanding, albeit slightly confused. This woman truly lacks decency. People began to murmur in disapproval. The woman's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed. Humph, you want me to pay 2,000 for a fake? Not a chance. Lin Chen remained unfazed, merely offering a mocking smile. Don't want to pay, huh? Then I'll just call the police. He pulled out his phone. Fine. Whoever doesn't call the cops is a coward. Let us see what happens when you scammers end up in jail. The woman's bravado faltered at the mention of the police, though she quickly regained her composure and continued to shout defiantly. Jiang Shuawei chose to remain silent, trusting her boyfriend to handle the situation. She didn't believe the bag was truly worth 28,000. Lin Chen, unfazed, dialed the number. Hello, this is the police station. I have someone who damaged my bag worth 28,000 yuan, and they refuse to compensate. I'm currently in the Linjiang district. Chapter 45, Is she now composed? After hanging up, Lin Chen turned to the now somewhat flustered woman and calmly stated, The police will be here shortly. The woman pressed her lips together, her gaze evasive, unable to utter a single word. Before long, the shrill sound of a police siren approached, and several officers exited their vehicle, ready to assess the situation. Officer, I accidentally spilled milk tea on that girl, and they're demanding 2,000 yuan from me. I suspect they're attempting to extort me. The woman quickly regained her composure, addressing the police with urgency, her face still etched with indignation. The officer raised an eyebrow at her words, surveying the scene with a keen eye before turning his serious gaze toward Lin Chen. You called the police, correct? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yes, I reported this. This woman damaged my girlfriend's bag, which I purchased for 28,000 just a few days ago. I have the payment proof on my phone. I also have the receipt. Jiang Shuawei felt relieved that she had kept the receipt, which Lin Chen had merely glanced at and not pursued further. She had decided to retain the receipt because she knew the bag was expensive and couldn't simply be tossed aside. I see that the bag is merely dirty. It should be fine with a simple wipe, correct? The officer observed Jiang Shuawei's bag with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, officer, regardless of whether the bag is genuine or not, it's just milk tea on it. Why should I be liable for such an exorbitant amount? The woman seized on the officer's words, her tone rising as if she had found a lifeline. Officer, leather bags cannot come into contact with water. Once they do, they can discolor, absorb moisture, and suffer corrosion, staining, or damage to the layers. Jiang Shuwei interjected, eager to defend the value of her bag, which she held dear. The officer, after listening to her, took out his phone to verify, then turned to the woman with a serious expression. In that case, you indeed owe compensation. The woman's face fell, her brows knitting tightly together, though she still tried to maintain her defiance. Who has to say they're not trying to swindle me? Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes revealing anger and disdain. We merely seek reasonable compensation for the damage. Yet you refuse to apologize and continue to hurl insults. At that moment, another officer reviewed Lin Chen's payment proof, confirming the bag's value. Ma'am, the evidence is irrefutable. You are required to compensate them. Should you refuse, we will initiate the appropriate legal procedures. The officer's voice was firm and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally relented, her voice subdued. Fine, I will compensate, but it can't be simply whatever they say. We can go to the store where I purchased the bag for verification, Lin Chen suggested coolly. In truth, the amount meant little to him. If the woman had simply apologized, the matter could have been resolved amicably. Yet, her outrageous behavior warranted a lesson. We have a vehicle. Please escort her with us, officer. The police nodded and proceeded to lead the woman to their car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei approached the poison, promptly opening the door and stepping inside. No wonder they could afford bags worth tens of thousands. Just look at that car and its license plate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wealthy individuals truly are a different breed. With such affluence, do they truly lack a few extra coins? Could they not show a modicum of leniency to others? What if they are rich? Does that mean they cannot defend their rights? Moreover, did you notice that woman's attitude? I would have acted similarly. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in discussion. Meanwhile, the woman in the police car, upon seeing Lin Chen's extravagant sports car, was engulfed in profound regret. If only she had offered a sincere apology earlier. Truly unbelievable. Buying bubble tea while driving a supercar, what an absurdity. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. Upon reaching Givenchy, the previous sales associate, upon spotting Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, became exceedingly enthusiastic. These two are indeed affluent patrons. Just as she was about to greet them, the sight of the police officers trailing behind sent a wave of anxiety through her. Could it be that a claim was being sought? This bag can help me assess the damages, as it was purchased here. Without further ado, Lin Chen took the bag from Jiang Shuawei's hands and placed it on the counter. The contents had already been organized by Jiang Shuawei in the car. The sales associate, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and carefully received the bag, inspecting it thoroughly before stating, Sir, madam, this bag has indeed sustained irreparable damage due to the milk tea spill. Furthermore, this is a limited edition, and we currently do not have any similar items in stock. The woman's complexion turned a ghostly white upon hearing this. The officer turned to her and said, Madam, the facts are now abundantly clear. The woman bit her lip, nodding helplessly as she prepared to transfer the compensation via her phone. After Jiang Shuawei received the payment, Lin Chen remarked, Has she calmed down now? A simple apology would have sufficed. She insisted on being disrespectful. The woman lowered her head, softly murmuring, I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. She had completely lost her earlier arrogance. Merely seeing that license plate had left her in a state of trepidation. Once the matter was resolved, the police officers departed, and the woman scurried away in defeat. At that moment, the sales associate had a sudden inspiration. Would you two care to take a look at our other bags? We just received some new styles yesterday, she inquired with a beaming smile. Jiang Shuowei was inclined to dismiss the idea, but Lin Chen had already spoken. Oh, let me see. The sales associate's smile widened even further. These styles are all brand new arrivals from yesterday. This particular one would certainly complement your girlfriend beautifully. Lin Chen examined the bags the associate pointed out, but found them less than appealing. However, Jiang Shuowei's opinion was paramount. Shuowei, what do you think? Jiang Shuowei immediately shook her head. I'm not particularly fond of them. The associate grew slightly anxious. We have other styles in the store. Surely one will suit you. No, thank you, Jiang Shuowei said, hastily pulling Lin Chen towards the exit of the Givenchy store. I think it's about time. Let us buy a bag another day. Wanner's birthday is a priority, Jiang Shuowei suggested. However, Lin Chen shook his head. It's barely past 5. Dinner won't be until after 6, right? Chapter 46, Hermes Birkin. Since you didn't like the Givenchy bag, I'll take you to explore other stores. Noticing Jiang Shuowei was about to say something, Lin Chen interjected. You are my girlfriend now. If others learn that I, Lin Chen, am too stingy to buy a slightly expensive bag, how would that reflect on me? Jiang Shuowei fell silent, conceding with a reluctant agreement. All right. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of compromise. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuowei's hair. I understand you're hesitant about my spending, but I earn money to spend it, right? As long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to spend any amount. Jiang Shuowei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed up at Lin Chen. Her voice slightly choked as she said, Aiken, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. It's not that I'm unwilling to let you spend money. I simply hope our relationship isn't measured by material possessions. But your words truly touch me. With that, she embraced Lin Chen tightly, resting her head against his chest. Continuing, I want to refuse your intentions in the future. I believe we can create more beautiful memories together, beyond just these expensive gifts. Feeling Jiang Shuowei's heartfelt emotions, Lin Chen was filled with warmth, tightening his embrace and softly assuring her, I will always treat you well. Trust me. Just as their lips drew ever closer, an elderly gentleman walked by. Goodness, these youngsters. It was only then that they realized they were still in the shopping mall. You're incorrigible. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed crimson as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled gently, taking her hand. Come, let us go buy that bag. Hand in hand, they strolled through the mall, their glances intertwined with sweetness and affection. After browsing for a while, they entered the Hermes store. 2 impeccably dressed individuals stood guard at the entrance like sentinels. Hello, welcome to Hermes. A cheerful sales associate greeted them warmly. We're here to look at bags, Lin Chen said, smiling as he held Jiang Shuowei's hand. Certainly, the bags are over here. Please follow me. The associate led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to a section brimming with women's bags, where an array of styles, colors, and materials dazzled the eye. May I ask what your budget is? The sales associate inquired. Money is not an issue. It mainly depends on what my girlfriend likes, Lin Chen replied with a smile, glancing at Jiang Shuowei. However, Jiang Shuowei felt a bit bashful. Your girlfriend is truly fortunate, the associate remarked enviously. My boyfriend treats me very well. Jiang Shuowei responded with a smile, her gaze captivated by the myriad of bags. Could you fetch that bag for me? Jiang Shuowei's eyes were suddenly drawn to a cream-colored bag perched atop the display case. The one on the top? Yes, Jiang Shuowei nodded. This is currently one of our most popular items from the Birkin series. The standard material version is priced around 90,000, while this one, made from ostrich leather, costs approximately 200,000. I'll need to put on gloves. Please wait a moment. The associate explained while retrieving a pair of white gloves from a lower shelf. She then carefully brought down the bag. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Shuowei hesitated at the thought of spending 200,000, but recalling Lin Chen's earlier words, she resolved to proceed, driven by genuine affection. As she tried it on, her eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight. The bag complemented her elegance perfectly, as though it were tailor-made for her. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up, Lin Chen instructed the associate directly. I apologize, sir, but this bag is a display piece and is not for sale. We currently have no stock available, though we do have crocodile leather versions in stock priced at 459,000. If you wish for the ostrich leather variant, it will take a few days to arrive. The female shop assistant, with a look of sincere apology, explained, the crocodile leather bag shares the same material, style, and color as this one, correct? Lin Chen was indifferent. After all, it was merely a few 100,000. He possessed billions in Douyin diamonds. Jiang Shuowei did not express any intention of not purchasing it. After all, as Lin Chen's girlfriend, carrying it would only enhance his prestige. Yes, indeed, sir. The shop assistant replied, her countenance brightening. Let us fetch the crocodile leather bag for you to examine. If my girlfriend likes it, I shall make the purchase, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. Certainly, sir. Shortly thereafter, the shop assistant approached cautiously, holding a packaging box. Upon opening it, Jiang Shuawei was instantly captivated. The luxurious allure of the crocodile leather was undeniable. Even Lin Chen felt that the mere sight of the material exuded an air of opulence. The intricate texture and exquisite craftsmanship embodied both luxury and quality. Do you like it? Lin Chen caressed Jiang Shuawei's silky hair, affectionately inquiring. I love it, she nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Please wrap this bag up for me. I'll pay by card, Lin Chen remarked with a smile at the shop assistant. The shop assistant beamed with delight. Of course, sir. She then fetched the card machine. Lin Chen produced his platinum card from Huaxia Bank and completed the transaction. The shop assistant's gaze towards Lin Chen shifted to one of reverence. She had worked at Hermes for several years and had never encountered a card of such caliber, instantly recognizing it as belonging to someone extraordinary. Once the payment was successful, Jiang Shuawei eagerly took hold of the bag. Thank you, Aiken. Her face radiated happiness. As long as you like it, Shuawei, Lin Chen chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. The shop assistant viewed Jiang Shuawei with palpable envy. Ladies, would you like additional wrapping? No. I'll carry it as is, Jiang Shuawei declined, shaking her head. The couple then meandered through the store before ultimately exiting. Take care. Upon reaching the mall's exterior, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuawei's phone rang. Shuawei, where are you? Tang Wanner's voice echoed from the phone. I just finished shopping with Aiken. What is up? Oh dear, you've brought Aiken along. Isn't that a bit mushy? Tang Wanner teased. What do you know? You should hurry and find yourself a boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei retorted playfully. All right, enough chit-chat. We've exited the school gate. You should come over quickly. I'll send the box number to your phone shortly. Upon hearing Jiang Shuawei mention this, Tang Wanner swiftly changed the subject. Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei turned to Lin Chen. Let us go. Wanner and the others have already left. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, and together, they strolled towards the parking lot. Chapter 47. The streamer is truly daring. Folks, can you guess what I've discovered? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed into her phone, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. Today, as usual, she was live streaming while wandering about, when she chanced upon a remarkably stunning supercar in the parking lot. What did you discover? Perhaps 2 dogs engaged in a playful romp? Someone commented. Your taste is truly unique. Another added. Stop keeping us in suspense. Lin Xiaoyu smiled at the barrage of messages flooding her stream and smoothly directed the camera towards the Lamborghini. The streamer has discovered a very cool supercar. How about that? Isn't it spectacular? She said with a hint of pride in her voice. Wow, it's indeed impressive. That design is unparalleled. This car must cost a fortune, right? Oh my goodness. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? There's one even in Tianfu City. What an extraordinary vehicle. At that moment, a user by the name of G. Boda chimed in. Veneno? What car is that? I've never heard of it. Me neither. Please enlighten us. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the stunning Veneno before her, curiosity bubbling within her. She only knew that the car was breathtaking, but beyond that, she was entirely uninformed. G. Boda, could you kindly introduce it to everyone? Help us broaden our horizons. Lin Xiaoyu asked, brimming with curiosity. After a brief wait, G. Boda posted an extensive message. The Lamborghini Veneno debuted at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, with only 13 units produced globally, 3 hardtops and 9 roadsters. The hardtop's price reached a staggering 1 million euros, approximately 25 million yuan, while the roadster was priced at 3 million euros, around 9 million yuan. Currently, this roadster is valued at about 100 million. It's undoubtedly a supercar. Upon hearing this, the entire live stream fell silent for several seconds before erupting into a frenzy of messages. What? A car worth 100 million? What kind of astounding wealth must one possess to afford such a vehicle? Another useless fact added to my knowledge bank. How terrifying. I could toil at an electronics factory for a lifetime and still never earn 100 million. Lin Xiaoyu was equally taken aback by this revelation, gazing at the car before her with intense longing. Suddenly, she casually glanced at the viewer count, astonished to see it soaring from a few hundred to thousands. Seizing the moment, she swiftly pointed the camera back at herself. Dear viewers, today is indeed fortuitous. I have encountered a supercar valued at 100 million. What a joke. I want to see the Veneno. Why are there suddenly so many people in this stream? I don't think this streamer is anything special. Is she perhaps selecting a new owner? Turn the camera around. The streamer is fantastic. I request green bubbles. Despite the mixed reactions ranging from skeptical to critical, Lin Xiaoyu remained unperturbed, her signature smile firmly in place. To all the new viewers joining us, please like and follow. For those who can, shower us with gifts. Today, we encountered a supercar valued at 100 million, and I'll showcase it to you shortly. This is truly disgusting. If you didn't know better, one might think that car belongs to you. With that face, you expect me to give you green bubbles? Look in the mirror. Streamer, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll report you. Yet, Before long, gifts began to trickle in. Thank you to DJ First Person for the supercar. Thank you to Eightfold Mirror for the carnival. Thanks to Chime Wulong for the carnival. And to King of Beasts for 5 carnivals. Do you want to add some green bubbles? Lin Xiaoyu beamed with delight at the continuous stream of gift notifications, her face nearly splitting from her smile. Come on, you've sent gifts. Let me see the car. With that face, you think you can get green bubbles? Go check yourself in the bathroom. Streamer, hurry, or else I'm reporting you. Lin Xiaoyu maintained her radiant smile, unaffected by the comments. Since everyone wants to see, I want to intrude on your enjoyment. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed as she pointed the camera once more at the Lamborghini Veneno before her. Absolutely stunning, my friend. Is this a mere small goal? Truly worthy of its name, Veneno. It's a rare privilege to even catch a glimpse of such a magnificent vehicle. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Xiaoyu approached the car and gently caressed its surface. Don't touch it, streamer. If your nails leave a scratch, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Someone cautioned. Such reckless behavior. If you dare to sit in it, I'll immediately donate 10 carnival gifts. Did you see that? Our esteemed King of Beasts has spoken. Another chimed in. It's up to you now to seize this opportunity. As Lin Xiaoyu read the messages from the live stream, she felt a surge of temptation. After all, this individual had just donated 4 carnival gifts, indicating a generous spirit ready to follow through on his promises. 10 carnival gifts. That equates to a staggering 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated, contemplating the immense value of the car, which was worth 100 million yuan. What if she inadvertently damaged it? The thought of financial ruin loomed over her. Why are you still hesitating, streamer? If you dare, I'll send you 20. King of Beasts reiterated. Such a generous offer. Are you in need of a son? I'd love to support you in your retirement. Count me in. 20 carnival gifts. That's a total of 60,000. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoyu made her decision. Taking a deep breath and steeling her resolve, she cautiously approached the Lamborghini Veneno and gingerly perched herself on its hood. Subsequently, she aimed the camera at herself, changing angles repeatedly to substantiate her claim of sitting on the Veneno. Instantly, the live chat erupted with excitement, the comments flooding in. Impressive. Streamer, you're incredibly brave. For 60,000 yuan, you're doing this. If you damage it, you could end up bankrupt. Oh my gosh, I feel as though this Veneno has been tainted. However, the stream soon became inundated with donations, with King of Beasts delivering on his promise of 20 carnival gifts. Thank you to the esteemed King of Beasts for the 20 carnival gifts. Much appreciation. Lin Xiaoyu beamed at her phone, overwhelmed by the flurry of gift effects on her screen. At that moment, a voice interrupted her elation. Excuse me, please get down. That car is mine. Startled, Lin Xiaoyu leaped off the hood, recognizing the approaching figures of Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Wow, this is getting interesting. Both of them are exceptionally good-looking. No wonder they're together. Did you notice? The guy is decked out in Givenchy. It's only fitting for someone driving a Veneno to wear Givenchy. I think that's quite understated. Look at the handbag that girl is carrying. It's an Hermes, worth over 400,000. Whoa, that woman is practically carrying a Mercedes in her hands. At this point, Lin Xiaoyu's interest in the live chat faded, her face paling as regret washed over her. If only she had been more decisive and fled right after the gifts poured in. I apologize for borrowing your car for a photo. Lin Xiaoyu quickly offered an apology. In such situations, failing to apologize could lead to dire consequences. Lin Chen examined the car. Do you see the scratch? Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank as she approached to inspect the damage, noticing a noticeable scratch on the hood. Though not exceedingly deep, it was clearly visible. Oh no, this is disastrous. For 60,000 yuan, no, not even that. As the platform takes a cut, I might have to pay a fortune to cover this. Upstairs, be bold. A Bugatti worth over 10 million RMB had a minor scrape that cost over 3 million RMB to repair. Though this scratch is small, it could still amount to tens of thousands. Good grief. Did she just sit on a fortune? This female streamer is in serious trouble. The comments section erupted, the viewer count skyrocketing to over 100,000. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned ghostly pale, a hint of tears in her voice as she pleaded. I only sat for a moment. I didn't bring anything metallic with me. At that moment, Jiang Shuowei stepped closer to Lin Xiaoyu and observed. Your jeans have metal buttons on the back. Jiang Shuowei felt no sympathy for Lin Xiaoyu. Anyone driving would instinctively steer clear of them, fearing an accident. Yet here she was, sitting on the hood. Was this not an act of provocation? Lin Xiaoyu felt the metal button on her jeans and exclaimed, I'm so sorry. Truly. I didn't mean to. Her eyes welled with tears as she bowed repeatedly to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei in apology. Making a mistake comes with consequences. This isn't an accident. You need to contemplate how to make amends. Lin Chen was determined not to let this woman off easily. Such a person needed to learn a lesson about the seriousness of her actions. How much do you think it will cost? Lin Xiaoyu asked, her eyes red with distress. I'd estimate at least 3 to 400,000, Lin Chen replied, providing a conservative figure. At his words, Lin Xiaoyu felt as though the world was spinning around her. Desperately, she turned to the camera, her voice breaking as she cried, "King of Beasts, I know you must be watching my stream. If it weren't for you, I would never have done this. You must cover the compensation." It dawned on Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei that she was live streaming. Clearly, the donations had compelled her to sit on the car. She had brought this upon herself. "King of Beasts, this is hilarious. Now you're being asked to pay up. Why do as others say? If someone told you to eat something disgusting, would you do that too?" In this situation, they bore no legal responsibility for her actions. Why should they compensate her? Lin Xiaoyu felt herself breaking down as the comments flooded in. "You can say that because it didn't happen to you." As Lin Xiaoyu and the viewers bickered, Lin Chen grew impatient. He had a birthday party to attend soon. "Miss, if you refuse to compensate, we may have no choice but to involve the authorities." Unsure of her next move, Lin Xiaoyu abruptly ended the live stream. Trying to evade responsibility was futile. She had recorded her actions live, akin to a body camera. "Please, you too are wealthy. Could you let me off the hook? I truly cannot afford the compensation. I beg of you." Lin Xiaoyu sobbed, kneeling before Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei as she bowed her head in supplication. Jiang Xuewei felt a twinge of compassion, but Lin Chen was far from pleased. "So you've caused me a loss of hundreds of thousands, and you think an apology suffices because I'm affluent? Should I just absorb the loss myself? You're not a victim of an accident. You brought this upon yourself. Let's settle this. You pay me 300,000, and we call it even." Lin Chen contemplated for a moment, observing the woman's earnest demeanor in admitting her fault. Thus, he resolved to accept a lesser compensation. Lin Xiaoyu, upon hearing his words, continued to bow her head repeatedly in apology. This prompted a dark cloud to settle over Lin Chen's expression. Opting for silence, he took out his phone and promptly called the police. "Hello? Is this the police station?" Upon realizing that Lin Chen had contacted the authorities, Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced in panic. Evidently, this tactic was futile. She decided to sit down on the ground and await the police's arrival. The parking lot was relatively deserted, causing some individuals retrieving their vehicles to feel hesitant about lingering. Soon, the police arrived, assessed the situation, and after verifying the details, they took Lin Xiaoyu into custody. Due to the inability to move the vehicle, they instructed Lin Chen to drive it to the police station. Upon arrival at the precinct, the officers retrieved the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's earlier live broadcast. After watching the footage, a heavy silence enveloped the room, leaving Lin Chen, Jiang Xuewei, and the officers at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Subsequently, Lin Chen hired a professional to assess the vehicle's damages, which concluded that it could not be fully repaired, with an estimated cost of around 50,000. "All right, you shall compensate me with 300,000, Lin Chen stated, his patience wearing thin. To expect not to pay anything was utterly unrealistic. Eager to eliminate further delays, he immediately dialed Lu Hai. "Lu Hai, something has come up. I need your assistance." After briefly explaining the situation, Lu Hai assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will handle this matter for you." After completing his statement to the police, Lin Chen, accompanied by Jiang Xuewei, left the station. Glancing at the time, Jiang Xuewei realized they were already past 7 o'clock. Just then, a call from Tang Wanner came through. "Xuewei, why haven't you and Lin Chen arrived yet? We encountered a little issue, but are on our way now. You all can start eating without us. We will join shortly," Jiang Xuewei replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "No problem. We just entered the private room. You are my dearest friend. How could I begin without you? Hurry up." The urgency in Tang Wanner's voice was palpable, and before Jiang Xuewei could respond, the line went dead. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei drove to the mall to procure a birthday gift for Tang Wanner. After approximately 40 minutes, they emerged from the car and entered the Jinxiu restaurant, heading towards the address Tang Wanner had sent Jiang Xuewei. As they approached the private room, Lin Chen gently pushed the door open, and the lively chatter within ceased instantaneously, all eyes converging upon them as if under a spotlight. "At last, you have arrived," Tang Wanner exclaimed, springing up to greet them, enthusiastically grasping Jiang Xuewei's hand. "We have been waiting for you to start the feast. Apologies, everyone. We were delayed due to unforeseen circumstances." Jiang Xuewei offered a gracious smile to the assembled guests. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Chen," she introduced him. "Hello." Lin Chen greeted with a polite smile. The attention of everyone in the room was now firmly fixed on him. They responded with cheerful greetings, and Tang Wanner eagerly ushered Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei to their seats. Come, don't just stand there, sit down," she said, her face beaming with delight. Once seated, Tang Wanner addressed everyone with a smile. "Today is my birthday, and I am truly overjoyed to have so many good friends gathered here. Let us raise our glasses and toast to my birthday." The room erupted in a chorus of "Happy birthday, Tang Wanner." as they lifted their glasses in unison. As the meal commenced, the atmosphere was convivial, and a curious girl seated across from Jiang Shuowei inquired, "Shuowei, who is pursuing whom between you and Lin Chen?" With a radiant smile of happiness, Jiang Shuowei replied, "I suppose it is I who am pursuing Lin Chen." This revelation sparked astonishment among the group. Even the icy Jiang Shuowei would take the initiative in love. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Jiang Shuowei confidently stated, "When one encounters an exceptional man, one must indeed take the initiative." Instantly, all the male attendees regarded Lin Chen with envious admiration. The couple had become the talk of the campus forum, with everyone aware that the illustrious Jiang Shuowei was in a relationship with a freshman who just so happened to possess considerable wealth. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar valued at 100 million, the women in the room envied Jiang Shuowei for securing such a handsome and affluent boyfriend, while the men envied Lin Chen for having captured the heart of the campus belle. Before long, a series of light knocks echoed from outside the door. A young man quickly rose to answer it. "That must be my cake. We can finally indulge," Tang Wanner exclaimed with glee. As the young man opened the door, a waiter cautiously wheeled in a stunning birthday cake. Tang Wanner's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing it. "Wow, this cake is absolutely gorgeous." The lights dimmed, and everyone sang a heartfelt birthday song. With eyes closed, Tang Wanner blew out the candles amidst their melodic chorus. "Oh!" The room erupted in applause and cheers, the sound reverberating throughout the private chamber. "Wanner, this is my birthday gift for you. I hope you like it. This is from me." Tang Wanner beamed as she accepted each gift with joy. At that moment, only Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei had yet to present their offerings. A potentially awkward situation had they not returned to the mall post police station visit to purchase a gift for Tang Wanner. Jiang Shuowei produced a beautifully packaged set of cosmetics and handed it to Tang Wanner. "Wanner, I spent quite a while selecting this set for you. If you don't like it, I won't let you off the hook," she added playfully. Tang Wanner excitedly embraced Jiang Shuowei upon receiving the cosmetics. "Shuowei, you are too wonderful to me. How did you know I adored this set? It's too expensive for me to buy myself, costing several thousand." Her voice brimmed with gratitude and surprise. This set of cosmetics was purchased entirely with Jiang Shuowei's own funds, not a penny of Lin Chen's. Jiang Shuowei playfully pushed Tang Wanner away, saying, "Am I not familiar with you?" At this juncture, Lin Chen presented his gift. "Tang Shueijia, I must also express my gratitude for your assistance. This watch is both a token of my appreciation and a birthday gift for you." His gaze was sincere. The watch Lin Chen gifted Tang Wanner was also valued at several thousand. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing one worth tens of thousands, but Jiang Shuowei advised against it, reasoning that such an extravagant gift would likely be declined. After reflecting on her words, Lin Chen opted for a watch priced around 2,000. Tang Wanner hesitated, unsure whether to accept the gift, casting a glance at Jiang Shuowei for guidance. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Jiang Shuowei, she accepted it, her face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, Lin Chen. Rest assured, in return for this gift, I will ensure that I keep a close watch over Shuowei." Jiang Shuowei shot a playful glare at Tang Wanner. The group continued to enjoy their meal, with several young men approaching Lin Chen to engage him in conversation and drinks. However, due to the necessity of driving, Lin Chen politely declined their invitations. "Brother Lin, what does your family do? You drive a Ferrari." At that moment, a young man, having indulged in a few drinks, boldly inquired, drawing the attention of those around him. "Hey, Wu Hao, what is the purpose of that question? Don't stir up trouble for no reason." Tang Wanner interjected hastily. If Lin Chen were to take offense, it would put her in a difficult position with her friend. Lin Chen merely smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing of consequence. I've invested in a few companies, that's all," he replied with a light smile. "Brother Lin, do you think I could get a job at your place after graduation? I don't need any special treatment, just a suitable position will suffice," Wu Hao expressed eagerly. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly grew tense. Tang Wanner's tone turned sharp. "Wu Hao, if you're going to act foolishly, then go entertain yourself elsewhere. Don't disturb Lin Chen." Jiang Shuowei's smile had faded as well. Despite the immense pressure of job hunting, as graduates of a prestigious university, they should be able to secure decent employment without troubling Lin Chen. His claim of not needing special treatment sounded insincere. After only a couple of meetings, to make such statements was quite presumptuous. Who knows what he might do at the company leveraging Lin Chen's friendship. Chapter 50. Did Chen Xiao get beaten? Wu Hao seemed to realize his previous comments were inappropriate and hurriedly apologized to Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I've had a bit to drink and wasn't thinking straight. I spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine." Lin Chen replied dismissively. The others, noticing Lin Chen's demeanor showed no signs of anger, finally relaxed. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to leave. "Shuowei, are you going back to the dormitory tonight?" Tang Wanner quietly approached Jiang Shuowei and asked softly. Jiang Shuowei's lovely face turned crimson in an instant. I probably won't be going back tonight. Are you truly planning to stay with Lin Chen? Tang Wanner exclaimed, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shuowei swiftly covered her mouth. Do you want me to embarrass myself in front of the entire school? Why are you shouting? Jiang Shuowei said, her tone a blend of urgency and annoyance. Tang Wanner forcefully pushed Jiang Shuowei's hand away. You didn't even refute it. Shuowei, you've changed, she muttered, a hint of heartache evident in her expression. You, without a boyfriend, have the audacity to criticize me, Jiang Shuowei retorted nonchalantly. As they exited the Jinxiu restaurant, a shrill voice pierced the air. Oh dear, isn't that Lin Chen with his beautiful girlfriend? Lin Chen's expression darkened immediately as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Wanner, and the others who had dined with them followed suit. Sensing the malice in the tone, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and, upon closer inspection, found it was Lin Tianyu, the very person who had mocked him during military training. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Dihao and a shareholder of Penguin? Why are you dining in this inconspicuous little restaurant instead of a luxurious place like Dihao? Doesn't that tarnish your esteemed reputation? Lin Tianyu sneered, his eyes glinting with ill intent, flanked by a group of youth with gaudy hairstyles and various bizarre tattoos. What does that have to do with you? Lin Chen retorted coldly, instinctively stepping in front of Jiang Shuowei and Tang Wanner. It doesn't concern me. But it seems your bespectacled friend might be in for a rough time. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly at the mention of the bespectacled friend. Was it Qin Xiao? However, I must admit, your friend is quite admirable. He's tough as nails. Last night, he lay on the ground clutching his stomach, refusing to apologize. If I hadn't been worried about escalating the situation, I would have surely broken an arm or two, Lin Tianyu taunted, his expression brimming with arrogance. Lin Chen felt a surge of fury swelling within him. He was fully aware of the conflict between Lin Tianyu and Qin Xiao, which arose due to his own involvement. And now, because Qin Xiao had stood up for him, he had been surrounded and beaten, all while Lin Chen remained oblivious. Jiang Shuowei sensed something was amiss with Lin Chen. His taut body and the cold aura he exuded filled her with concern. She gently linked her arm with his. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuowei's hand, reassuring her, then swiftly retrieved his phone to call Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, did something happen last night? He asked, his tone serious as soon as the call connected. There was a pause on the other end. Boss, how did you know? I haven't even told Xiao Wei or Xiao Fei. Qin Xiao's voice held a note of humiliation. Anyone who had been beaten would find it difficult to admit such a thing in front of their friends. Upon receiving the answer, Lin Chen's anger surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Did you encounter Lin Tianyu? Qin Xiao asked anxiously, his voice brimming with tension and concern. Don't worry. I'll stand up for you, Lin Chen replied through clenched teeth, the words seeming to be forced out. He hung up without hesitation. On the other end, Qin Xiao heard the dial tone and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his heart racing. The boss ran into Lin Tianyu. Qin Xiao exclaimed, glancing anxiously at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was engrossed in his game, sweat beading on his forehead. So what if he did? What's the worst that could happen? Can they really fight? Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly, his eyes glued to the screen. Qin Xiao hesitated before speaking up again. Actually, it was Lin Tianyu who ambushed me with some thugs when I was leaving the school yesterday. The boss just called to ask if anything happened last night. It must be because Lin Tianyu went to stir up trouble. Qin Xiao's voice trembled with anger, his eyes reddening. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei could no longer sit still upon hearing this. What? Didn't you say you fell off a shared bike last night? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, shock and anger etched on his face. Qin Xiao stammered, unable to respond, his head bowed in shame. Damn it, Lin Tianyu plays dirty. Xiao Fei, no longer caring about the game, pulled out his phone and dialed. Uncle Qin, please help me look into a freshman from Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei's voice was icy. Quickly, call the boss again and see where they are now. Summer Wei inquired anxiously. Qin Xiao promptly dialed Lin Chen once more. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already tucked his phone away in his pocket. Gazing at the arrogant Lin Tianyu before him, he found his composure. What is your father's name? Lin Chen's voice was frigid. My father is Lin Xiangdong. What's the matter? Are you trying to use connections? Lin Tianyu feigned fear, then erupted into laughter with his accompanying ruffians. The few boys, who were friends of Tang Wanner, wisely distanced themselves, wary of causing a ruckus. The girls, however, remained close to Jiang Shuowei and Tang Wanner. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any disputes, please resolve them elsewhere. Your presence at our shop's entrance is indeed affecting our patrons. A man emerged from the Jinxi Hotel and addressed the crowd. Chapter 51, The Arrogant Lin Tianyu. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. Lin Tianyu's expression darkened, his eyes wide with fury as he hurled insults without mercy. The few delinquents surrounding him joined in raucously, cracking their knuckles and adopting a threatening posture as if to say another word, and I will strike you down. Their fierce gazes seemed to warn everyone against provoking them. The man, seeing this, faltered, his legs trembling involuntarily, his complexion paling as he retreated into the restaurant. Abandoning the matter, Lin Chen, uninterested in further dialogue with Lin Tianyu, furrowed his brow and prepared to call Dongfang. However, he noticed Chen Xiao persistently trying to reach him. Lin Chen chose to answer. "Boss, where are you?" Chen Zhao's anxious voice burst forth as soon as the call connected. Laced with concern. "I am at the Jinxi Hotel," Lin Chen replied tersely. "Boss, we will be there shortly." Chen Xiao hastily ended the call. "Boss is at the Jinxi Hotel," Chen Xiao exclaimed, activating his phone's navigation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Then let's not linger. Hurry up. I know the way," Xiao Fei declared, darting out of the dormitory like an arrow. Summer Wei and Chen Xiao quickly followed, the three of them sprinting together. After hanging up, Lin Chen dialed Dongfang again. "Oh, young Master Lin is preparing to use connections against me?" Lin Tianyu maintained his mocking demeanor, a smirk plastered on his face, radiating disdain and provocation. "Ah Chen, let us not resort to fighting. Perhaps we should call the police? They would undoubtedly apprehend those who harm your brother." Jiang Xuewei, filled with concern, grasped Lin Chen's sleeve tightly. "Rest assured, I shall not resort to violence," Lin Chen reassured her, gently caressing Jiang Xuewei's delicate nose. "Mr. Dong, how may I assist you?" Dongfang's tone was exceedingly respectful, tinged with caution. "Are you familiar with a certain Lin Xiangdong?" Lin Chen's voice was low, struggling to suppress the fury bubbling within. "Lin Xiangdong? I am aware of him. He is the owner of Tianfu City Haojin Network Technology Company, Limited. He frequently dines at Dihao due to his acquaintance with Li Shangyu." Sensing the coldness in Lin Chen's tone, Dongfang hastily added, "I dare not show any negligence." "All right. I understand," Lin Chen concluded, decisively ending the call. "Network Technology Company? This should be relatively straightforward," Dongfang murmured to himself, deep in thought, perplexed by how Lin Xiangdong had managed to provoke this young master. "Young Master Lin, have you finished your call? My phone is eagerly awaiting to ring." Lin Tianyu taunted as he noticed Lin Chen had hung up, his arrogance escalating. Lin Chen ignored him and dialed Lu Shu. "Xuewei, do you think this will work? This man seems exceedingly arrogant, likely emboldened by some backing." Tang Wanner whispered to Jiang Xuewei, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Rest assured, Lin Chen is far more formidable than you perceive." Jiang Xuewei exuded confidence. Observing her unwavering assurance, Tang Wanner and the others felt somewhat reassured. "Lu Shu, I have briefed you on the situation," Lin Chen continued. "You should know what I intend to do." His tone was unyielding yet calm. "Understood, Mr. Lin," Lu Shu replied. After hanging up, Lin Chen cast a cold gaze upon Lin Tianyu. "I hope you can still find reason to smile after this," he said, his eyes piercing like a sword aimed at Lin Tianyu. A wave of unease washed over Lin Tianyu, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him, yet he feigned composure. "What a joke. Just because you drive a Ferrari, you think you're untouchable?" Lin Tianyu spat, his voice dripping with contempt. The girls, Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wanner, shared a disapproving glance, their distaste for such a boorish character palpable. "Linda Xuehua and the other lovely ladies, why waste your time with this loser? Come, let me treat you to drinks." Lin Tianyu, noticing their disdain, feigned interest, his gaze lecherously roving over the girls. "Who do you think you are to invite us for drinks?" Tang Wanner retorted fiercely, hands on her hips. "I find your fiery temperament quite appealing. It stirs a sense of conquest within me," Lin Tianyu sneered, an unsettling grin spreading across his face. "Pah, a toad attempting to eat swan meat." Tang Wanner spat, her expression one of disgust. "It seems Lin Xiangdong has failed to discipline you. Your speech and conduct are akin to a lowlife," Lin Chen mocked, contempt evident in his gaze. "It appears you are eager for a beating." Lin Tianyu's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "Watch your words," his companions echoed, brandishing their fists, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yet, Lin Tianyu raised a hand to halt them. "This place is crowded. We shall wait for a more opportune moment to deal with him," he declared, his expression venomous as he fixed Lin Chen with a steely glare. "Young Master Lin, be sure to watch your step once you leave the campus. My friends and I are off to dinner, so I won't keep playing house with you." Lin Tianyu restored his previous smirk, intending to stride back into the Jinxi Hotel. "Lin Tianyu, where do you think you're going?" A voice suddenly rang out. Lin Tianyu turned to see a familiar face, his smile widening. "Oh, is that you, Chen Xiao? You seem quite fit. Those few hits yesterday must have been a tad too gentle. You appear rather vigorous during your military training today." Lin Chen felt the icy demeanor on his face soften upon seeing Chen Xiao and the others approach. "Lin Tianyu, taking advantage of my absence to ambush my brother. Are we?" Xiao Fei's fists clenched tightly, feeling an unfamiliar surge of rage for the first time since arriving in Tianfu City. "And what if I am? I will continue to strike regardless." Lin Tianyu sneered, jealousy glimmering in his eyes as he eyed Xiao Fei, whose resemblance to Lin Chen irked him. Excellent. Xiao Fei chuckled. In all my years, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Is this man Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Wanner inquired curiously of Jiang Shuowei. Indeed, he is a good friend of Lin Chen's. Are you interested? Jiang Shuowei observed Tang Wanner's curious demeanor and instantly realized that the situation was far from simple. When a woman begins to harbor curiosity about a man, she is perilously close to falling in love. Chapter 52. Do you think a designated driver would dare to drive? Nonsense. Tang Wanner shot Jiang Shuowei a sharp glare, her eyes brimming with reproach. The crowd around them grew increasingly dense, drawn together by the spectacle. Just then, Lin Tianyou's phone rang abruptly. Answer it. See if it's your father calling, Xiao Fei urged, his eyebrows raised with enthusiasm surpassing that of Lin Tianyou. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, an unbidden wave of anxiety washed over Lin Tianyou, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart with a vice-like force. Mind your own business, Lin Tianyou retorted, irritation lacing his tone. He pulled out his phone and, to his astonishment, it was indeed Lin Xiangdong on the line. Hello? Dad, what do you need? Lin Tianyou's tone shifted to one of compliance. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Why is everyone warning me to keep an eye on my son? Each one of them is more formidable than the last. Lin Xiangdong unleashed a torrent of expletives over the phone. Lin Tianyou felt unsteady, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. Who have I offended, Dad? He glanced nervously at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, Elder Qin called me specifically to remind me to keep you in check and avoid provoking the wrong people. Then, I received a call from someone at Penguin Company. You need to tell me, who exactly have you upset? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Tianyou's brow, beads rolling down his forehead. He regarded Lin Chen as though he were a creature from another world. Could it be true that he was a shareholder in Penguin? How is that possible? He was merely a freshman. Who is Elder Qin? Our company has grown this large. Do we really need to bow to others? And as for Penguin Company, what does their size matter? In this day and age, could they truly bring our family to ruin? A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line, stretching Lin Tianyou's anxiety to its limits. Your thick skull shows no signs of salvation. Are you the President of the United States? Do you fear nothing? I should just shoot you against the wall. If you've offended someone, hurry up and apologize, or you'll have to fend for yourself financially. With that, Lin Xiangdong hung up the phone. Lin Tianyou stood there, frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. What happened? Lin Tianyou, was that call finished? What did your father say? Xiao Fei teased, casting a mocking glance at the dazed Lin Tianyou, his expression rife with schadenfreude. Have you figured out what to do yet? Lin Chen added nonchalantly, his demeanor calm, as though everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Returning to his senses, Lin Tianyou glared at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Hesitation etched on his face before his expression hardened. Humph, don't think that just because you've pulled some strings to threaten my father, I'll back down. Let me tell you, there's no way I, Lin Tianyou, will apologize. With that declaration, he disregarded the gangsters around him and strode away. Some people just want to learn until they face the consequences, Xiao Fei murmured as he watched Lin Tianyou's retreating figure. How dull. I was expecting a fight. Let us disperse, it's better this way. No need to escalate things further. Let us go grab a bite. The onlookers, realizing the excitement had dissipated, began to scatter. Only then did Xiao Fei and the others engage Lin Chen in conversation. Boss, with so many girls around, why didn't you call me? Xiao Fei whispered. Approaching Lin Chen. You wouldn't know how to handle them. Lin Chen replied with a chuckle, a hint of teasing in his gaze. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Shuowei inquired curiously, glancing back and forth between them. Nothing much, nothing much. Sister-in-law, this issue seems resolved. Given the crowd today, how about we go for a drink? Xiao Fei suggested, his face alight with anticipation. I think that's a splendid idea. I'm in. Summer Wei and Chun Xiao chimed in eagerly. What a joke. Even if we set aside Tang Wanner and Jiang Shuowei, the three girls by their side would still qualify as beauties, wouldn't they? Tang Wanner shot a glance at Xiao Fei and agreed. Sure, I'm on board. Seeing Tang Wanner acquiesce, Jiang Shuowei conceded, if Aiken is going, then I'll join as well. Thus, all eyes turned to Lin Chen. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Chen replied, but I drove here. So what? Just hire a designated driver. Xiao Fei insisted, casting meaningful glances at Lin Chen. Don't ruin my chance. Do you really think a designated driver would dare drive my car? It's just a Ferrari. What is there to be afraid of? Xiao Fei retorted nonchalantly, completely unfazed. After all, he had several luxury cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis in his garage at home. Follow me. Lin Chen, resigned, led Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Summer Wei, Chen Xiao, and the other girls trailed behind, curiosity piqued. Do you think this driver would dare to drive this car? Lin Chen pointed at the Lamborghini Urus and asked Xiao Fei. Whoa, boss, are you serious? This is a Lamborghini Urus. Xiao Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Xiao Fei immediately began circling the vehicle, inspecting it from every angle. Boss, what kind of car is the Urus? How much does it cost? It looks incredible, Chen Xiao asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Roughly around 100 million. It's a supercar from Lamborghini. Lin Chen replied casually. 100 million. This car costs that much. Chen Xiao gasped, while Summer Wei, Tang Wan'er, and the other three girls were equally astonished. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Summer Wei swallowed hard, in disbelief. Why would I lie about something worth 100 million? Lin Chen replied, his expression utterly mundane. Whoa, I have to touch it. Without a second thought, Chen Xiao dashed towards the car. I want to take a look too. Summer Wei followed suit, brimming with excitement. Xiao, what exactly does Lin Chen do? Wasn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it turn into a Lamborghini Urus? Tang Wan'er asked, her surprise evident as she turned to Jiang Xiao. He was driving the Ferrari because this car hadn't arrived yet. Once it did, he gave me the Ferrari. Jiang Xiao replied with a smug smile. Seriously? He just gifted you a car worth 7 or 8 million. Tang Wan'er's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Xiao nodded with a grin. No wonder you're so smitten. Turns out Lin Chen is quite wealthy. What are you babbling about? What I like is him as a person. Jiang Xiao shot a disapproving glance at Tang Wan'er. All right, I misspoke. Tang Wan'er quickly apologized, realizing her words had been misguided. After a while, the trio of lively characters returned. Boss, there's a scratch on the front of your car. It's quite unsightly. Xiao Fei lamented dramatically. Chapter 53, Top Bar. Just a minor issue, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. I don't care. We absolutely must go drinking today. Xiao Fei stated resolutely, his expression unwavering, as if ready to brawl if Lin Chen disagreed. Reluctantly, Lin Chen could not dampen the enthusiasm of his friends and Tang Wan'er, so he nodded in acquiescence. All right, where shall we go? Lin Chen inquired with a hint of resignation in his voice. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Xiao Fei's face instantly lit up with joy. Let's head to Top. I'll treat you all. Oh my, Old Four, you are indeed wealthy. It seems like Old Four is feeling a spring in his step. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao teased from the sidelines, their words laced with playful banter. The other three girls were stirred, observing the handsome gentleman's earlier conversation with Lin Tianyu hinted at a complex identity and background. If they could win him over. Hurry up and go. Time is of the essence. Tang Wan'er urged, her tone edged with urgency. All right, then Snow Wei and I will head over first. You all figure it out. Lin Chen chuckled, and with that, he and Jiang Xiao made their way to the car. As the sleek scissor doors of the vehicle slowly opened, everyone cast envious glances at Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao seated inside. The low, powerful rumble of the engine announced its extraordinary presence. Boss, once you arrive, just head straight to Zone 0. I've made the reservations. Xiao Fei remarked, casting a slightly envious glance at the vehicle before calling out to Lin Chen within. Lin Chen extended his hand out of the window, signaling an okay before driving out of the parking lot. Top is the premier nightclub in Tianfu City. Since its opening, luxury cars have lined the streets every night. Rumor has it that the owner has significant connections, as many wealthy second-generation heirs revel in the nightlife at Top. At the entrance of the bar, numerous stylishly dressed youths posed in various stances for photographs. Lin Chen even spotted one or two familiar faces live streaming, though he couldn't quite recall who they were. Upon seeing the arrival of the luxurious vehicle, the young patrons were taken aback. Those able to indulge in such extravagance were well acquainted with high-end automobiles. No way. Just a few days ago, I saw a video online claiming that Suzhou University had a poison vehicle, and now it appears right before my eyes. This big shot is not to be trifled with. After parking, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao stepped out of the car. The moment the women laid eyes on Lin Chen, their expressions sparkled with excitement. Had he not been holding Jiang Xiao's hand, they likely would have clamored for his attention. What a pity. If only I could have a one-night fling with this handsome guy, I would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. A few young, beautiful girls lamented as they watched the couple enter the bar. As Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao stepped inside Top, the deafening music engulfed them. The walls were adorned with black spades, exuding a lavish atmosphere, while couples strolled about, hand in hand. Their entrance drew the gaze of numerous onlookers. The purpose of visiting a bar often extends beyond mere amusement. Many seek companionship, whether it be for romantic escapades or casual encounters. Those who were strikingly handsome or beautiful often found others willing to spend on them without hesitation. Enchanting beauties swayed sensually on the dance floor, their alluring movements rendering the scene mesmerizing. Jiang Xiao observed curiously. She had never ventured into such an environment before. Suddenly, she spotted a woman in a booth, clad only in lingerie, gyrating provocatively before a man who wore a broad smile, his hands exploring her form, while his friends cheered them on. Jiang Xiao's cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. Soon, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei located their reserved booth in Zone 0. The table was already laden with an array of exquisite beverages, attended by 2 waitstaff and a man in a suit. Upon noticing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei approaching, the suited man greeted them with a courteous smile. "Pardon my intrusion. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen and Miss Jiang?" After they settled into their seats, Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of Top. You can call me Xiao Qian. Young Master Xiao instructed me to ensure you both are well taken care of. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am here to assist you at any moment." Upon receiving Lin Chen's nod, Xiao Qian's smile widened, and he respectfully continued, "Understood. I shall ensure your experience is exceptional." "Thank you, Xiao Qian," Lin Chen replied. "It's no trouble at all." Xiao Qian responded with a grin, deftly uncorking a bottle of wine and pouring for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. After years in the nightlife industry, Xiao Qian quickly recognized the exquisite Patek Philippe adorning Lin Chen's wrist, valued at over $1 million, as well as Jiang Shuowei's luxurious Hermes handbag, worth tens of thousands. It was clear that they were guests specially attended to by young Master Xiao. Not long after, Xiao Fei and the others arrived, accompanied by a group of women. Upon seeing Xiao Fei, Xiao Qian bowed respectfully, addressing him as young Master Xiao. "Everything has been arranged as per your instructions. Well done. Please arrange for 2 sets of the Divine Dragon," Xiao Fei instructed, patting Xiao Qian's shoulder with satisfaction. "Understood, young Master Xiao. I will take care of it immediately," Xiao Qian responded, a glimmer of delight crossing his face at the praise. "Old 3, I sense Old 4's background is even more formidable than we imagined." Chen Xiao whispered to Xiao Wei. "Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Wei quietly countered. Tang Wanner and the other women shared a similar sense of astonishment. The Divine Dragon at Tup costs 288,888 for just 1 set. Did young Master Xiao really order 2 sets without batting an eye? Their gazes towards Xiao Fei grew increasingly fervent. "Shuowei, what sort of background does Lin Chen have? He ordered 2 sets of the Divine Dragon right off the bat. That totals over 500,000. Tang Wanner inquired softly to Jiang Shuowei. "What? Over 500,000? Jiang Shuowei echoed, equally astonished. Young Master Xiao is quite generous. The 3 girls complimented, attempting to curry favor. "What is the big deal? As long as everyone enjoys themselves," Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. Before long, a line of bunny girls arrived, setting down the drinks on the table. 12 bottles of black spades filled the table in an instant. A heartfelt thank you for the 2 sets of Divine Dragon ordered by young Master Xiao in Zone 0. Wishing young Master Xiao and his friends an enjoyable and exhilarating time at Top, the DJ announced, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd, all eyes turning toward the revelers in Zone 0. Soon, several bold girls approached the booth in Zone 0. One, clad in a black mini skirt and swaying her alluring hips, walked over with a sultry glint in her eye. "Hey there, can we have some fun together?" she asked, her gaze fixated on Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Noticing her attention, Jiang Shuowei instinctively intertwined her fingers with Lin Chen's. The alluring woman smiled slightly, then turned her attention to Xiao Fei. "Well, darling, we all know each other here," Xiao Fei replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Had he not fortuitously encountered Tang Wanner, he might have been inclined to pursue something with this woman. Ultimately, the woman had to walk away, disappointed. A few more girls approached with similar intentions, only to be turned away for various reasons. Xiao Fei lifted a glass and glanced towards Tang Wanner, just as the 3 women began to make their advances toward him. One of the girls sweetly remarked, "Xiao Xiao, your attire is truly striking." As she spoke, she attempted to draw closer to Xiao Fei. Another girl, unwilling to be outdone, picked up a glass of wine and offered it to Xiao Fei, her eyes glimmering with allure. "Xiao Xiao, allow me to toast to you. Let us become friends." The third girl was even bolder, placing her hand directly on Xiao Fei's shoulder, her voice dripping with charm. "Xiao Xiao, you must take good care of us sisters tonight." However, Xiao Fei's mind was solely occupied with Tang Wanner, and he merely responded to the 3 girls' advances with polite indifference. "Thank you, ladies." Tang Wanner and Jiang Shuowei stared in astonishment at these 3 girls. These girls were considered to have a decent rapport with Tang Wanner in class, yet they never anticipated such a side to them. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Tang Wanner felt an inexplicable irritation as she observed Xiao Fei surrounded by the trio. Chen Xiao watched Xiao Fei, ensconced by the 3 girls, with a tinge of jealousy. How infuriating. Does being handsome grant one the license to do as they please? Chen Xiao murmured in frustration. Indeed, being handsome does not afford one such liberties. However, when coupled with wealth, the narrative shifts entirely, Lin Chen remarked with a grin, lifting a glass of wine and gazing intently at Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, it's because of your assistance that you've attracted Lin Tianyu's troubles. I consider you a true brother." "Hey, boss, we're all brothers here. Isn't it expected that we support one another?" Chen Xiao replied. clinking his glass with Lin Chen's before they both downed their drinks. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. How fortunate he was to find such a kindred spirit so early in his university days. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was becoming increasingly exasperated by the three girls' incessant attention. Were it not for the fact that they were friends of Tang Wanner and his sister-in-law, he would have wished to dismiss them outright. Noticing Xiao Fei's cool demeanor, the three girls exchanged glances and decided to intensify their efforts. The first girl gently tugged at Xiao Fei's sleeve, pouting, "Xiao Xiao, why don't you chat with us a little longer?" The second girl leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Xiao Xiao, with your exceptional qualities, I wonder if you have a girlfriend?" The third girl raised her glass, insisting on toasting with Xiao Fei while deliberately letting her fingers graze the back of his hand. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, responding with growing impatience, "Sorry, ladies, I'm not in the mood right now." His gaze continually drifted toward Tang Wanner. Yet, the girls remained undeterred, continuing to chatter around him. Tang Wanner was engaged in a game of dice with Jiang Xuewei, but could sense Xiao Fei's lingering gaze upon her. At that moment, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also discerned Xiao Fei's evident interest in Tang Wanner and began to quietly converse amongst themselves. Look at the fourth and Tang Wanner. They clearly like each other, yet are both holding back. Xiao Wei chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Xiao joined in the laughter. Shall we create an opportunity for them? They exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other perfectly. Chen Xiao then exclaimed loudly, "Oh dear, this drinking is rather dull. Shall we play a little game?" Everyone responded enthusiastically. "Let us play a riddle game. Whoever guesses incorrectly must choose between truth or dare," Xiao Wei proposed. In the first round, Tang Wanner guessed incorrectly. "Haha, Tang Wanner. Truth or dare?" Chen Xiao teased. Tang Wanner hesitated before selecting truth. Xiao Wei immediately inquired, among the boys present, "Is there one who captures your heart?" Tang Wanner's face flushed crimson as her eyes involuntarily darted toward Xiao Fei, and she murmured, "Well, there might be one." The others began to cheer. "Who is it, Wanner? Do tell." Jiang Xuewei flashed a mischievous smile. "I don't know, guess." Tang Wanner naturally could not state it outright. Yet, Xiao Fei felt a surge of delight within. The expressions of the three girls, however, darkened. They had distinctly sensed Xiao Fei's irritation during their attempts to engage him, as well as his covert glances toward Tang Wanner. Although Tang Wanner was their friend, who could resist the allure of such an outstanding man? Yet, it seemed their chances were dwindling. After several more rounds, Xiao Fei unfortunately guessed wrong as well. "Xiao Fei, why don't you answer the same question posed to Tang Xueji earlier?" Lin Chen suggested playfully. Xiao Fei cast a grateful glance at Lin Chen. "Good brother. Of course there is," Xiao Fei declared, then glanced at Tang Wanner for her reaction. Seeing her slightly self-conscious as she tucked her hair behind her ear, his heart soared once more. He was unsure why, but he felt a strong affinity for Tang Wanner. After all, he was a scion of the imperial capital, having encountered countless women, yet this was the first time he felt such a profound connection. As the revelry continued, the three girls, finding themselves unable to captivate Xiao Fei's attention, grew bored. One of them announced, "Oh dear, we have some matters to attend to. Wanner, Xuewei, enjoy yourselves." "You're leaving already? How about playing a bit longer?" Tang Wanner felt a flicker of joy, though she maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "No, no," the three girls replied, rising to depart. With their exit, Xiao Fei felt a noticeable lift in his spirits. The three girls had previously formed a barrier between him and Tang Wanner, but with their departure, he swiftly moved to sit beside her. The atmosphere at the booth did not wane with their exit. Rather, it became more vibrant. Fueled by the burgeoning intimacy between Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner, gathering his courage, Xiao Fei poured a glass of wine for Tang Wanner, stating, "Beautiful Tang, let us toast." Tang Wanner smiled as she accepted the glass, lightly clinking it against his. At that moment, the music softened and the lighting grew gentler. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei exchanged glances, silently agreeing to rise and announce, "We're heading to the dance floor. You two take your time." Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao chimed in, "I need to use the restroom." In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner remained at the booth. They sat in silence, neither daring to break the stillness, yet the air was thick with an unspoken tension. Xiao Fei gazed at Tang Wanner, feeling a flutter of nervousness. His eyes were fixated on her exquisite features, her cheeks slightly flushed, each detail igniting his heart. Desiring a topic to discuss, his mind went blank. Tang Wanner was equally restless. She could feel Xiao Fei's intense gaze. She harbored an inexplicable fondness for him, but was uncertain whether it was merely a fleeting impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was a wealthy young master, making it difficult to ascertain his character. After a moment, Xiao Fei broke the silence. "Beautiful Tang, you mentioned earlier that there was a boy here you had feelings for. May I inquire who it is?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation, fixed intently on her. Tang Wanner's face flushed a deeper shade, her embarrassment as radiant as blooming peach blossoms, causing her heart to race. And what about you? Which girl among us caught your fancy? She countered, unsure of how to navigate the question. To her surprise, Xiao Fei answered without hesitation at that moment. I was quite taken with you. Miss Tang, shall we connect on Super Chat to get to know each other better? As Xiao Fei spoke, he anxiously gazed at Tang Wanner. Fearing her rejection, his palms were slightly damp with sweat. At that moment, Tang Wanner felt her cheeks burn fiercely. She gently touched her face before retrieving her phone to display the Super Chat QR code. Here, go ahead and add me. But please refrain from calling me Miss Tang. It feels rather peculiar. Since I am older than you, just call me Sister Wanner. Her voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. A spark of joy ignited in Xiao Fei's heart as he swiftly added her as a friend, anxious that she might suddenly change her mind. All right, Sister Wanner, I've added you. Please accept my request. A smile crept across Xiao Fei's face as he saw the notification indicating that she had accepted his friend request. By the way, you haven't answered my earlier question. I won't tell you. You'll have to guess. Tang Wanner replied with a delicate smile, her expression as refreshing as a spring breeze, stirring a flutter in Xiao Fei's heart. He found himself puzzled. He had encountered many girls more beautiful than Tang Wanner, yet he felt utterly defenseless against her charm. At that moment, a young man, elegantly dressed and beaming with enthusiasm, approached them holding a glass of wine. Young Master Xiao, may I introduce myself? I am Dong Hao, the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of the Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao had come to the venue with friends and was intrigued to see the manager of Tup treating Xiao Fei with such deference, especially as Xiao Fei had ordered 2 sets of the distinguished dragon feast. Upon noticing the words of gratitude for Xiao Fei flashing on the big screen, and seeing only Xiao Fei and a woman seated together in a booth, he felt compelled to make an acquaintance. Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner were engaged in conversation when Dong Hao's interruption caused Xiao Fei to furrow his brow, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Dihao Hotel? ISNT that the establishment owned by the boss. Xiao Fei pondered. He raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Hao's, his gestures somewhat perfunctory, revealing his dissatisfaction at the interruption. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he might have asked Dong Hao to leave. A flicker of delight crossed Dong Hao's face as he drained his glass. Is this your sister-in-law? She is truly beautiful, he complimented, directing his gaze towards Tang Wanner, who sat beside Xiao Fei. At his words, Xiao Fei felt a surge of satisfaction, and his regard for Dong Hao softened considerably. No, we are merely friends. Tang Wanner quickly waved her hands in denial. Please, have a seat. Xiao Fei interjected, not allowing her further explanation, smiling at Dong Hao. Dong Hao hastily took a seat. You are the son of the Dihao general manager? Xiao Fei inquired. Indeed, Dong Fong is my father, Dong Hao affirmed with a nod. Then why didn't you come over to greet my boss earlier? You don't happen to not know him, do you? Xiao Fei regarded Dong Hao with a quizzical expression. Tang Wanner, as curiosity was piqued. She knew of Dihao Hotel, renowned as one of the most upscale establishments in Tianfu City, frequented by the elite for dining. Xiao Fei had just claimed that the owner was at their table. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao appeared somewhat bewildered. Young Master Xiao, may I inquire who your boss is? He asked tentatively. My boss is Lin Chen, Xiao Fei replied. Dong Hao's expression transformed into one of excitement. His father had recently mentioned that the hotel had acquired a new owner, a young man who had purchased all the shares of Dihao Hotel, likely the heir of a prominent family. Dong Hao had long sought an opportunity to meet him, and now, by a stroke of fate, he found himself in the company of Lin Chen's friend. Yes. I didn't recognize young Master Lin since I've never met him before, Dong Hao explained awkwardly. All right, consider yourself fortunate. Stay here and enjoy yourself. My boss should return shortly. Xiao Fei chuckled, turning his attention back to Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner was equally astonished. She hadn't anticipated that the owner of Dihao Hotel was her best friend's boyfriend. Did this mean she could frequently enjoy complimentary meals? Soon, Lin Chen and his companions returned. Upon seeing the group arrive, Dong Hao stood up, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor. Noticing an unfamiliar man at the booth, Chen Xiao inquired, Fourth brother, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head and smiled. I don't know him, but he wishes to make the acquaintance of our boss. Lin Chen scrutinized the young man, puzzled, as he indeed did not recognize him. Greetings, everyone. I am Dong Hao, the son of the general manager of Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao introduced himself, adopting a humble attitude. Oh, you are Dong Fong's son? Lin Chen asked with interest. Upon realizing who Lin Chen was, Dong Hao promptly bowed. Greetings, young Master Lin. I am Dong Fong's son. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful, not daring to show any disrespect. Lin Chen regarded Dong Hao with admiration. No wonder you are Dong Fong's son. You have discernment. Both father and son are exceptional individuals. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Since you are Dong Fong's son, please take a seat. Thank you, young Master Lin. Dong Hao replied humbly before taking his seat. Ding. The system has issued a task. Recruit Dong Hao to work for you. Reward. 100 shares of Longhu Game Company. Lin Chen was taken aback by the system's sudden task notification. He scrutinized Dong Hao more closely. To have a task specifically assigned by the system indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Dong Hao, what line of work are you in? Young Master Lin, I am currently involved in the gaming industry. Dong Hao responded eagerly. Indeed. Would you be interested in working with me? Lin Chen asked directly. At this, Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei exchanged surprised glances, while Dong Hao was taken aback. Not expecting such an invitation so soon. Was he, Dong Hao, truly a talent? He felt somewhat conflicted. His intention was solely to create games. He had approached Xiao Fei to cultivate a relationship, hoping that aligning with such affluent individuals would lead to investment opportunities for his games. Noticing Dong Hao's hesitation, Lin Chen inquired, Dong Hao, are you familiar with Longhu Game? Young Master Lin, I am indeed aware of Longhu Game. It is a large gaming company in the country, known for producing numerous hit games, such as Heroes Return and Bubble Battle. Dong Hao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke of games. Lin Chen admired this quality of adaptability and capability in him. Perhaps that was why the system had issued a task specifically for him. If you choose to work with me, I will ensure you enter Longhu Game to oversee a project of your choosing. Lin Chen stated earnestly. Dong Hao was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Longhu Game was owned by this esteemed young Master Lin? A wave of exhilaration washed over him, causing him to tremble with excitement. He aspired to create a AAA game themed around the myths of the great Xia, but others deemed it a fanciful notion. Consequently, he had sought investment from various companies. Yet none were willing to support him. With his father unsupportive of his gaming ambitions, he had reluctantly contemplated starting a small company, taking it step by step. Thus, he had aimed to build connections with wealthy individuals for potential investment. However, now Lin Chen has claimed that he can directly join Longhu Games and even lead a project of his choice. Is this not akin to a dream? Young Master Lin, is this truly the case? Can you really allow me to head a project at Longhu Games? Dong Hao stood up in excitement. He was not doubting Lin Chen. Individuals of such elite status would not stoop to deceiving someone of his humble standing. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Excellent. Young Master Lin, I, Dong Hao, shall follow you from this day forth. Without hesitation, Dong Hao agreed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Longhu Games Company, Limited has been recorded under your name. Lin Chen maintained a facade of composure, yet inside, he was overjoyed. Rest assured, I will fulfill what I have promised. Lin Chen said with a joyful smile directed at Dong Hao. Thank you, young Master Lin. Allow me to toast to you. Dong Hao said as he poured a full glass of wine, then tilted his head back to down it in one go. Xiao Fei stared intently at Lin Chen. Longhu Games is also yours. It is now mine. Lin Chen replied with a smile. When did you acquire it? How was I unaware? Jiang Shuawei leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered. Just a moment ago, Lin Chen whispered back into Jiang Shuawei's ear. The others discreetly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Dong Hao also turned his head away. Jiang Shuawei could only feel the warmth of Lin Chen's breath tickling her ear. What are you doing? You rascal. There are so many people here. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed as she wriggled free from Lin Chen's embrace. After extricating herself, Jiang Shuawei cleared her throat in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone redirected their attention, resuming their previous discussions as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Boss, you truly are impressive. Longhu Games is quite renowned in the industry, and now it is under your name. Xiao Fei remarked. Among the known stakeholders are the Penguin shareholders and the grand proprietor of the Dihao Hotel, and now there is yet another owner of Longhu Games. You drive a Lamborghini Veneno. No family with the surname Lin possesses such wealth. Lin Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Young Master Lin, you can rest assured. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will dedicate myself to creating a game that will astonish everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen with gratitude. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, let us have a drink. Today, the 5 of us must finish 2 bottles. Xiao Wei raised a glass, signaling Lin Chen to join them. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Though she did not want Lin Chen to drink too much, it was his brother's, and she felt it inappropriate to intervene. So she could only nod in acquiescence. Lin Chen then moved to sit with Xiao Wei and the others. Chen Xiao, who was not particularly adept at drinking, observed the high spirits of the group. Though he felt hesitant, he did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm. He managed a strained smile and declined, saying, my alcohol tolerance is quite limited. Perhaps I should just drink a little. However, Xiao Fei and the others would not hear of it, clamoring, Chen Xiao. On such a joyful occasion, you mustn't be a wet blanket. Chen Xiao, feeling helpless, could only grit his teeth and drink a little. As the night wore on and the drinks continued to flow, the conversation flowed freely. Yet, Chen Xiao gradually felt dizzy, his face flushed with an unnatural hue. He struggled to maintain clarity, but the effects of the alcohol began to cloud his consciousness. Damn it, have you all spiked my drink? Why do I feel so lightheaded? With that, Chen Xiao slumped over the table, motionless. The others stared in surprise for a moment before erupting into laughter. Xiao Fei chuckled. This guy, Chen Xiao, claimed he couldn't drink, yet he's already out after just a few sips. Xiao Wei teased. Chen Xiao's drinking prowess is indeed abysmally poor. Lin Chen looked at the inebriated Chen Xiao and shook his head with resignation, addressing the group. All right, Chen Xiao has done his best. Let us not overindulge. We'll call it a night. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xuewei, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Lin Chen said softly to Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei blushed and replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Oh dear, Xuewei, you've had your fun, and now I must return to school alone. Tang Wanner laughed. Jiang Xuewei's blush deepened. Sister Wanner, how about I give you a ride back to school? After all, we attend the same school. Xiao Wei quickly offered. Tang Wanner hesitated. It seems someone wanted to be going back to school alone with a handsome companion. No less Jiang Xuewei seized the opportunity to tease. Tang Wanner shot a glare at Jiang Xuewei. Then, seeing Xiao Wei's hopeful expression, she eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, then, I apologize for the trouble. Not at all. It's my honor to escort Sister Wanner home. Xiao Wei beamed with delight. He then called for a sober front desk attendant to drive his car to take the two back. Xiao Wei looked on helplessly as Xiao Wei led Tang Wanner out of the venue. He then glanced down at Chen Xiao, who lay asleep in the booth. What should I do now that you've left, you rascal? Chapter 57. Love me well. Dong Hao, please add me on WeChat so I can contact you later. Lin Chen said, opening his friend QR code. Dong Hao promptly scanned and added him as a friend. Thank you, young Master Lin. There's no need for such formality. Just focus on making the game well. Lin Chen smiled lightly, then turned to Xiao Wei. Third brother, please call a car. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Chen took Jiang Xuewei's hand and exited the venue. How go? Lend me a hand. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei approached the Veneno. Ah Chen, do you really want me to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. It would be such a pity if I scratched or dented this car. Jiang Xuewei said, somewhat apprehensive. Lin Chen was unconcerned. It's fine. Just drive as you wish. Jiang Xuewei reluctantly took the driver's seat. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously started the Veneno. The car emitted a deep, rumbling growl, akin to a beast poised to pounce. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes darting around to assess the road conditions. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, relaxed as he observed Jiang Xuewei. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like any ordinary car. He reassured her. Jiang Xuewei nodded slightly, yet her palms still perspired. Gradually, she pressed down on the accelerator, and the Veneno glided smoothly forward. With the car in motion, Jiang Xuewei's tension began to dissipate, and she started to relish the experience of driving such a luxurious vehicle. Passers-by cast envious glances as she felt a surge of pride swell within her. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was smiling at her. How about now? Are you still nervous? Lin Chen inquired. Jiang Xuewei beamed brightly. Much better, she replied. The Veneno sped down the road, and Jiang Xuewei's driving skills grew increasingly adept. By now, it was just past midnight, and the Yulon Holy Garden Villa area was enveloped in tranquility. Jiang Xuewei slowly drove the Veneno in, the roar of the engine resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. Upon seeing the car, the security guard at the entrance immediately recognized it as Lin Chen's and swiftly raised the barrier. Jiang Xuewei cast a nervous glance at Lin Chen and said, Ah Chen, it's quite late. Where do we park the car? Lin Chen smiled gently, replying, it must be in the garage. Just drive over. The garage door will open automatically. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Xuewei maneuvered the car to the garage entrance, where the cameras on either side recognized the license plate, causing the door to rise gracefully. Wow, how sophisticated. A look of wonder illuminated Jiang Xuewei's face as she cautiously drove the vehicle into the garage, the sleek body of the car glimmering enticingly under the lights. Lin Chen took Jiang Xuewei's hand, saying, come, let us go inside. All right, she replied, a soft blush gracing her cheeks as she nodded obediently. As they entered the villa, a warm glow enveloped the entire space like a delicate veil, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and mysterious. Upon stepping into the living room, Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to the wine cabinet. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned to Jiang Xuewei, suggesting, how about we indulge in a drink? Jiang Xuewei, blushing, nodded shyly. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet and retrieved a bottle of red wine along with several exquisite stemware. He poured the wine slowly, the deep crimson liquid sparkling enticingly under the light. He handed a glass to Jiang Xuewei, their fingers brushing lightly, sending an electric thrill coursing through them. Locking eyes, they raised their glasses, taking a small sip, the rich aroma of the wine unfurling on their palates. With each glass consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Lin Chen's gaze intensified with fervor, while Jiang Xuewei's cheeks flushed with a captivating hue. Their bodies gravitated closer, breaths intertwining. Just as they were about to succumb to the heady ambience, Jiang Shuawei, her face aglow, murmured shyly, "Ah Chun, I think I need to take a shower first." Lin Chen paused for a moment, then offered her a gentle smile. "All right, I'll take you there." He took her hand, leading her into the bathroom. Once inside, Jiang Shuawei realized she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Biting her lip, she hesitated before opening the bathroom door and calling out softly, "Ah Chun, I don't have any clothes." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved one of his shirts to give to her. Listening to the sound of running water, he felt a rush of anticipation within him. After a while, the bathroom door opened once more. Jiang Shuawei emerged, clad in Lin Chen's shirt, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders. The oversized shirt accentuated her fair legs, rendering her particularly alluring. Lin Chen was instantly captivated, gazing at her in a daze. Jiang Shuawei felt shy under his scrutiny and lowered her gaze, the blush on her face deepening. "What's wrong, Ah Chun?" Lin Chen approached her slowly, gently lifting her chin, his eyes filled with affection. "Shuawei, you are truly beautiful." With that, he enveloped Jiang Shuawei in his arms, lifting her in a princess carry amidst her startled exclamations, before placing her gently on the bed. Jiang Shuawei lay back, her face aflame, while Lin Chen propped himself above her, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. Lin Chen leaned down, capturing Jiang Shuawei's lips in a kiss that was fervent and tender, infused with longing and love. Jiang Shuawei closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. Lin Chen's hand caressed her cheek before trailing down her neck, gliding over her collarbone. Jiang Shuawei shivered slightly, a wave of unfamiliar yet potent sensations flooding through her. Lin Chen's kisses grew more passionate, moving from her lips to her earlobe, where he nibbled gently. A soft, involuntary sigh escaped Jiang Shuawei, igniting a fire within Lin Chen. He raised his head and kissed her lips once more, their tongues entwining, breaths mingling. Lin Chen's body pressed against Jiang Shuawei's, and he felt her softness and warmth enveloping him. Jiang Shuawei's breaths quickened, and soon, Lin Chen had undressed her completely, unveiling her perfect form before his eyes. Lin Chen's gaze flickered with awe and affection. Looking into Jiang Shuawei's eyes, he whispered, "Shuawei, I love you." Tears glistened in her eyes as she nodded softly, replying, "Ah Chun, I love you too. Please love me well." Lin Chen leaned close to her ear, his heavy breaths brushing against her skin. "I will cherish you, my Shuawei." The moon above seemed to shyly cover its eyes. The narrative then continues to unfold, highlighting the tenderness and vulnerability of the characters as they navigate their emotions and desires. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, awakening the two still entwined in slumber. Lin Chen gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the peaceful face of Jiang Shuawei beside him, marked by a blend of fatigue and contentment, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. A wave of tenderness surged within him as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Sensing his movement, Jiang Shuawei stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to meet Lin Chen's warm gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Good morning," she greeted softly. "Good morning," Lin Chen replied with a smile, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Shuawei nestled against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling a profound sense of security. The events of the previous day lingered in her mind, and her blush deepened. Lin Chen, aware of her unspoken thoughts, tenderly stroked her hair, assuring her, "Yesterday was wonderful. We will continue to share this happiness." Jiang Shuawei nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. They lingered in their embrace for a while before preparing to rise. Suddenly, Jiang Shuawei winced, her brow furrowing. "What's the matter, Shuawei?" Lin Chen asked with concern. Blushing, Jiang Shuawei bit her lip and softly confessed, "It hurts a little." Instantly, Lin Chen comprehended her meaning, a wave of guilt and sorrow washing over him. He held her tightly, whispering, "My dear, I'm so sorry for the pain you've endured. Please rest, I shall fetch you something to eat." Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head, insisting, "Ah Chun, it's all right, I have class to attend later, we can eat out together." Lin Chen frowned, worry etched on his face. "But aren't you in pain right now?" Jiang Shuawei smiled reassuringly. "It's manageable, I just need a moment." Unable to persuade her otherwise, Lin Chen relented. As Jiang Shuawei leaned against the headboard, she took a moment to gather herself. After a while, feeling slightly better, she resolved to get up. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei struggle to rise, his heart aching for her. He quickly supported her, saying, "Shuawei, you really don't have to rush to school. Perhaps you should take a day off to rest?" Jiang Shuawei shook her head resolutely, stating, "No, I have an important class today. I cannot miss it." Recognizing her determination, Lin Chen acquiesced. As he observed Jiang Shuawei change her clothing, the glimpse of her fair skin, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, captivated him. His heart raced, and a familiar restlessness surged within him. Desperate to regain his composure, Lin Chen mentally recited calming verses, striving to suppress the overwhelming impulse within. He tightly closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, taking a considerable amount of time to finally quell the restless agitation within him. After tidying up, Lin Chen drove his luxury car, gently escorting Jiang Shuawei out of the Yulan Holy Court. Originally, Lin Chen had intended to take Jiang Shuawei to the opulent Dihao Hotel for breakfast. However, concerned about being late, Jiang Shuawei suggested they simply purchase some soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns from a roadside vendor. The scene astonished the passers-by, for it is indeed a rare sight to see someone driving a supercar while buying breakfast on the street. Curious glances were cast in their direction, and some individuals even took out their phones to capture the moment. At that instant, Lin Chen's phone unexpectedly rang. Focused on driving, he found it inconvenient to answer. "Shuawei, could you please pick that up for me?" he softly requested. Jiang Shuawei obediently retrieved the phone from Lin Chen's pants pocket, playfully pinching his sensitive area in the process. This sudden gesture caused Lin Chen's body to stiffen, nearly making him lose grip of the steering wheel. On the other end, Lu Shu's voice came through. "Mr. Lin, this is Lu Shu. Mr. Ma Teng is expected to arrive at the Dihao Hotel around 10:30. Do you have time to meet?" Her tone was laced with urgency, and upon finally reaching Lin Chen, she let out a sigh of relief. After not receiving a response to her message from the previous night, she had been anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan. She had sent him a message early that morning, but Lin Chen had remained unresponsive, as though he had vanished into a bomb shelter. Unable to contain her worry any longer, she resorted to calling him, and fortunately, the call connected. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was just past 9. "All right, no problem. What about Lu Hai?" Lu Shu hastily replied. "Lu Hai just landed and should arrive at the D house shortly." Lin Chen casually remarked, "I was preoccupied last night and didn't pay attention to my phone. I'll contact him shortly." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I won't disturb you any further," Lu Shu replied. Lin Chen acknowledged with a non-committal sound before signaling Jiang Shuawei to hang up. "Wow, Ah Chun, old Ma is coming to meet you in person." Jiang Shuawei gazed at Lin Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That is old Ma. Surely. Few in Daxiao are unaware of the legends that are Little Ma and Old Ma. Their renown resonates like thunder, as they are titans of the business realm." "Yes. He wants me to sign a concerted action agreement." Lin Chen nodded in response. "What is a concerted action agreement?" Jiang Shuawei inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It means that regardless of your shareholding, once signed, the decision-making power of the company rests solely in Ma Ting's hands, and I will only partake in the dividends." Lin Chen explained in a straightforward manner. Then why sign it at all?" Jiang Shuawei frowned, perplexed by the apparent unfairness. "Thus, I won't sign a full concerted action agreement. At most, I will sign a partial one," Lin Chen stated calmly. Jiang Shuawei grasped the essence of the term. It implied retaining some voting rights while deferring to him in certain matters. "Exactly," Lin Chen affirmed. "Oh," Jiang Shuawei nodded, somewhat enlightened, yet still uncertain. "If it weren't for a class I must attend, I would want to see what the legendary old Ma is like in person," she lamented, her face reflecting disappointment. "What class do you absolutely have to attend?" Lin Chen asked, intrigued. In his recollection, university courses were often skipped, electives were typically evaded, while core classes were optional. "The instructor is a close friend of my mother. She surely knows I've returned to school. It would be difficult to explain my absence," Jiang Shuawei replied helplessly. Lin Chen understood, realizing the reason behind her predicament. As Lin Chen prepared to drive onto campus, Jiang Shuawei halted him. "I can go in by myself. You still have things to attend to, right? I can make my way back alone." With a playful peck on Lin Chen's cheek, she insisted, leaving no room for his rebuttal before exiting the vehicle. Chapter 59. The arrival of Ma Teng. Lin Chen, left with no choice, followed her out of the car. After parking on the roadside, he caught up and grasped Jiang Shuawei's hand. Many students nearby observed and began taking photos. "Wow. Isn't that the campus beauty Jiang Shuawei with her wealthy boyfriend? How did she go from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't that the infamous poison that has been circulating around the school?" The astonishment was palpable. "I'll walk you to your classroom," Lin Chen said gently, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand. "No need. Aren't you pressed for time? You should hurry along." While Jiang Shuawei felt elated, she didn't wish to impede Lin Chen's affairs. "It's fine. We have plenty of time," he replied, leading her through the gazes of their fellow students. Relenting to Lin Chen's insistence, Jiang Shuawei allowed him to guide her forward. "Ah Chun, you're so wonderful, but can you actually find my classroom?" Lin Chen paused momentarily before letting Jiang Shuawei walk ahead. He accompanied her to the entrance of her classroom. "Here we are, this is our classroom," she said with a sweet smile. "All right, I'll take my leave then. I'll come by at noon to take you out for lunch," Lin Chen said. "Sounds good." Jiang Shuawei stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek before darting into the classroom. Lin Chen's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Hai. "Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. Good, just mention your name. Lin Chen replied before promptly dialing Dong Fong. Mr. Dong, are you looking for me? There is someone named Lu Hai downstairs. Please have someone escort him to the conference room at Dihao. Lin Chen instructed while making his way off campus. Understood, Mr. Lin, Dong Fong answered. After hanging up, Lin Chen continued walking for a while before finally exiting the school grounds. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of onlookers, he drove away in the striking Poison. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen smoothly parked the eye-catching Lamborghini Poison in the parking lot of the Dihao Hotel. The hotel lobby exuded opulence, with massive crystal chandeliers casting a dazzling glow. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the staff greeted him with respectful bows. Dong Fong was already awaiting his arrival. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Where's the contract I asked you to prepare? Upon hearing this, Dong Fong quickly handed Lin Chen a document. Lin Chen briefly skimmed through it before heading straight to the conference room. When Lin Chen entered, Lu Hai was already seated inside. Observing the situation, Dong Fong wisely refrained from following. Lu Hai felt a wave of trepidation, knowing that this was an individual who held a 10% stake in the Penguin Group. If liquidated, it would amount to several hundred billion RMB. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he promptly stood and respectfully greeted. Mr. Lin, good day. No need for such formality. Please, sit, Lin Chen replied. Lu Hai waited until Lin Chen was seated before taking his own seat. Once settled, Lin Chen regarded Lu Hai and slowly said, Lu Hai, I trust you are well prepared for our meeting today. The reason I chose you as my personal secretary, aside from Lu Shu's influence, is your remarkable capabilities. Lu Hai listened intently to Lin Chen's words, his eyes brimming with determination. Mr. Lin, I sincerely appreciate your trust. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly and strive to meet your expectations. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then handed the contract to Lu Hai. Please take a look. If there are no issues, kindly proceed to sign it. Lu Hai accepted the contract and began to read it meticulously. The terms were clear and unequivocal, with generous compensation that reflected Lin Chen's regard for him. After perusing the document, Lu Hai lifted his gaze to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, I have no questions regarding the contract. It is an honor to serve as your personal secretary, and I assure you I will work diligently to contribute to your career's advancement. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Very well, then let us proceed with the signing. After completing the contract, Lin Chen rose and extended his hand to Lu Hai. Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu. Lu Hai grasped Lin Chen's hand firmly. His eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for this opportunity. I will certainly work hard. Before long, Ma Teng arrived at the Dihao Hotel, and Lin Chen personally descended to greet him. Lin Chen adjusted his suit and walked with a steady gait toward the hotel lobby, feeling a tinge of nervousness. After all, Ma Teng was a legendary figure in the business realm, having single-handedly constructed such a vast commercial empire, a feat few could rival. As Lin Chen and Lu Hai entered the lobby, Dong Fongjing greeted Ma Teng and his companions with a broad smile. Hello, Mr. Ma, I am Lin Chen. Even though he was mentally prepared, having known Lin Chen was merely a freshman, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. The young man exuded an extraordinary presence in the business world, which left a lasting impression. Mr. Lin, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Meeting you today, it is evident that heroes emerge in youth, Ma Teng said, extending his hand with a smile. Lin Chen reciprocated the handshake, replying, You flatter me, Mr. Ma. You are the true commercial legend, and I have much to learn from you. The atmosphere among the group felt somewhat subdued, with only Ma Teng and Lin Chen engaging in lighthearted banter. Upon entering the conference room, the ambience shifted dramatically. Once seated, Ma Teng took the initiative to speak. Mr. Lin, you are aware of my purpose for this visit. It is regarding the agreement for the concerted action. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I understand. Yet I must clarify that I will not sign the entire concerted action agreement. I am open to signing a partial agreement, provided your offer is agreeable, Mr. Ma. After a brief silence, Ma Teng conferred with those around him before turning his attention back to Lin Chen. 50 billion RMB. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. After all, even if the Penguin Company entrusted him with leadership, he could not match Ma Teng's prowess. He only needed to sit back and await the dividends. So securing a bit of advantage from Ma Teng was indeed commendable. Very well, Lin Chen replied with a smile. After extensive discussion and negotiation, both parties finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial concerted action agreement. Once the contract was finalized, Ma Teng regarded Lin Chen with a glimmer of admiration. Mr. Lin, you truly are a rare business partner. I am confident that our collaboration will yield tremendous success. Lin Chen smiled in return. Mr. Ma, I too anticipate that our partnership will open avenues for greater development opportunities. Noticing the time, Lin Chen suggested, shall we enjoy lunch at the Dihao? Let us postpone that. I need to visit the Penguin headquarters in Tianfu City shortly. Ma Teng replied with a smile. What a pity, Lin Chen expressed, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he had hoped to invite Ma Teng for a meal, especially since Jiang Shuawei had also expressed interest in joining. Perhaps another time, Mr. Lin. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, to a successful partnership. Lin Chen and Ma Teng shook hands, and then he escorted Ma Teng out of the Dihao Hotel. Mr. Lin, I can't believe you are still a major shareholder in the Penguin Company, Dong Fong exclaimed excitedly after Ma Teng's departure. At that moment, he finally grasped the truth behind Lin Chen's earlier statements. The Dihao may indeed venture beyond Tianfu City. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. My girlfriend and I will be dining here shortly. Understood, Mr. Lin. Dong Fong promptly replied. After leaving, Lin Chen headed straight to Suzhou University. Upon his arrival at the main entrance, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, accompanied by Tang Wanner. Lin Chen halted before them. Sister Tang, would you like to join us for lunch? He inquired, puzzled, as his car could only accommodate 2 passengers. With you being such a wealthy young master, how could I pass up the opportunity for a meal? Tang Wanner chuckled. Oh, don't mind me. Someone will be here to pick me up soon. Jiang Shuawei remarked as she opened the car door and took a seat. Just then, a blue Porsche 918 pulled up behind Lin Chen's vehicle. A familiar figure emerged from the car window. Sister Wanner, hurry and get in. Xiao Fei called out excitedly. Tang Wanner gazed at Xiao Fei's car, astonished. But upon reflection, considering how he could easily spend hundreds of thousands on a night out, it was no surprise that he drove a supercar. She promptly made her way to the passenger seat. Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, eyeing the vehicle. Lin Chen scrutinized it for a moment. The Porsche 918 is worth over 10 million, he replied with a smile. Oh, it does look quite impressive. But it pales in comparison to our car, Jiang Shuawei said, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek with a beaming smile. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Boss, let's get going. I'm starving, came Xiao Fei's voice from behind. Lin Chen extended his middle finger out the window, and the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl as he sped away. Xiao Fei quickly followed suit. The 2 supercars raced down the road, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Wow, those 2 cars are incredible, exclaimed a young man enthusiastically. Only the wealthy can afford such luxury vehicles, another person chimed in. As they drew nearer to the Dihao Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually reduced their speed, coming to a smooth stop in the hotel parking lot before exiting the vehicles. After parking, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei joined Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner as they entered the Dihao Hotel. Dong Fong respectfully led the way, guiding them to the private room number 1. Shortly thereafter, a server entered with the menu, politely offering it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen passed the menu to Jiang Shuawei with a smile. Shuawei, please feel free to order. Jiang Shuawei took the menu and began to peruse it earnestly, while Tang Wanner leaned in curiously to see. As Tang Wanner's gaze landed on the prices listed, her eyes widened in surprise. A single Australian lobster commands an astonishing price of 5,000 yuan. A premium Wagyu steak costs upwards of 10,000 yuan per serving. And the exquisite seafood sashimi platter leaves one utterly astounded by its price. Tang Wanner silently mused, recognizing the stark contrast of the lives of the affluent. After Jiang Shuawei selected a few of her preferred dishes, she passed the menu to Lin Chen. Lin Chen perused the menu once more, adding several signature dishes before handing it to the waiter. The waiter smiled and nodded, turning to inform the kitchen to prepare the meals. During the wait for the dishes to arrive, Xiao Fei covertly observed Tang Wanner, occasionally striking up conversation with her. Sister Wanner, have you been feeling overwhelmed with your studies lately? Xiao Fei inquired with a smile. Tang Wanner was momentarily taken aback before responding. I'm quite busy, but it feels fulfilling. Xiao Fei promptly added, make sure to take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself. If you have time, we could go out together. Tang Wanner met Xiao Fei's earnest gaze, a flicker of joy igniting within her. Yet, her heart was burdened with conflict and hesitation. She was acutely aware of Xiao Fei's considerable wealth and privileged background, while she herself hailed from an ordinary family. The disparity between them was so vast that it led her to question the sincerity of Xiao Fei's feelings toward her. Memories of tales she had heard about wealthy scions toying with emotions crept into her mind, fueling her anxiety. She feared she might merely be a fleeting whim for Xiao Fei, destined to be discarded when novelty faded. Moreover, she worried about her ability to fit into Xiao Fei's social circle and adapt to his lifestyle. Stealing a glance at Xiao Fei, she pondered deeply. Xiao Fei was indeed handsome, charming, and treated her with tenderness and consideration. Yet, could this truly last? She remained uncertain. She felt it prudent to maintain her composure and not be swept away by fleeting emotions. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, each one a masterpiece that emanated an alluring aroma. The vibrant red shell of the Australian lobster, the beautifully marbled fat of the Wagyu steak, and the fresh hues of the seafood sashimi platter were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Noticing Tang Wanner's astonished expression, Xiao Fei chuckled. Sister Wanner. Give it a try? I knew the dishes here were exceptional from the last time I came with the boss. With that, he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of lobster meat onto her plate. Tang Wanner accepted it, albeit somewhat shyly, and took a delicate bite. The succulent meat and rich flavor prompted her to exclaim, "This is truly delicious." Throughout the meal, Xiao Fei continuously served her dishes, ensuring her preferences were catered to. Lin Chen observed Xiao Fei's attentiveness with a nod of approval, yet he harbored concerns about the gravity of Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Wanner, especially given Xiao Fei's previously extravagant lifestyle. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, Lin Chen quietly leaned toward Xiao Fei and asked seriously, "Xiao Fei, are you genuinely serious about Tang Wanner? Your past lifestyle was quite lavish. I hope this isn't just a passing fancy." Xiao Fei immediately straightened, replying earnestly, "Brother Lin, you needn't worry. I truly care for Sister Wanner. I understand that my previous lifestyle may seem unreliable, but I assure you, I will change." Lin Chen nodded slightly at his words. "All right, I hope you can follow through. Tang Xuejia and Xuewei are good friends. If your intentions are anything but pure, I won't let you off easily. You can rest assured, if I manage to win over Sister Wanner, I will devote myself entirely to her." Xiao Fei responded with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuewei discreetly inquired of Tang Wanner, "Wanner, do you truly harbor feelings for Xiao Fei?" Tang Wanner blushed, shyly nodding. "But I feel he is quite wealthy, and I might not be deserving of him. I also worry that he might see me as just a fleeting amusement, so I want to observe him more." Jiang Xuewei took Tang Wanner's hand, offering comfort. "Wanner, don't think that way. Love knows no boundaries of wealth. As long as you both genuinely care for each other, you can make it work. However, it is wise to observe him more closely. I will ensure Lin Chen keeps an eye on Xiao Fei. I would never let you down." Chapter 61, A Call from Mother Lin. Tang Wanner glanced back at Xiao Fei, contemplating further. Due to the need to drive, they abstained from alcohol. After dinner, Xiao Fei returned to campus with Tang Wanner, as he had military training to attend. "Ah Chun, how did your discussions with old Ma go?" Jiang Xuewei inquired curiously. "Quite well. We signed a joint action agreement." Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Oh, where are we headed next?" After a moment's thought, Lin Chen continued, "I've been quite busy lately. Yesterday was the first time I spent the night at the villa, but it was completely bare. Let us go buy some daily necessities for the villa. After all, Yulan Holy Court is only a kilometer or two from school. We won't be living on campus anymore. We'll stay at the villa." Jiang Xuewei's face flushed at the thought. Staying outside every day? That sounds complicated. She hesitated, not out of reluctance to live with Lin Chen, but out of concern for Tang Wanner. With 4 people in their dorm, if Han Qiqi and another seldom returned, Tang Wanner would be left to face Han Qiqi's unpleasant demeanor alone. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xuewei feel pity for her. Noticing Jiang Xuewei's reluctance, Lin Chen asked, "What is wrong, Xuewei?" "Nothing much," Jiang Xuewei quickly clarified, fearing Lin Chen might misinterpret her hesitation and explain the situation in detail. Lin Chen understood the concern. That is indeed a valid point. Considering their close bond, we should take care of our friend. Let us not rush into this. We can still buy some necessities this afternoon." Lin Chen smiled. "All right, you're the best, Ah Chun." Jiang Xuewei exclaimed joyfully as she wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's. As Lin Chen felt the warmth of Jiang Xuewei's embrace, a sense of comfort washed over him. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Chen answered, noticing it was his mother calling. "What? Can't I call my son unless there is something urgent?" Lin Mu replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Of course not, Mom," Lin Chen said with a sheepish grin. "You need to tell me honestly, is that Ronto real estate company yours?" Lin Mu's tone suddenly turned serious. "Mom, why do you ask that?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. He suddenly recalled that he had mentioned opening the door for Yuan Lu during his visit to Ronto Real Estate. "Did Yuan Lu tell you?" "Mom, please don't let your compassion lead you to agree to anything from their family. We can do without relatives like that," Lin Chen urged anxiously. "Just tell me, is that big company yours?" Lin Mu pressed. "Well, it's not entirely mine. I hold shares in it. So I suppose I'm a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate," Lin Chen explained. "Is your virtual currency really that valuable? Is it enough to buy a stake in such a large company?" Lin Mu's tone was filled with astonishment. "Haha, it does earn quite a bit. But please don't mention it to anyone else," Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. "All right," Lin Mu replied with a knowing tone. "So, how did you find out about this?" Lin Chen was aware that it was most likely Yuan Lu who had said something. "Ah Chun, tell your mother, did you dismiss your uncle?" Lin Chen remained silent for a moment. "Yes, I dismissed him. Alas, they are all relatives. Let that matter pass. After all, you've achieved success, so there's no need to dwell on it," Lin's mother sighed. Yuan Lu had practically grown up under her watch, being 7 or 8 years her junior, and had always followed her around calling her sister. Strangely enough, after growing up, he seemed like a completely different person. Today, as she stepped out for lunch, She glanced at her phone only to find her sister-in-law, Yuan Lu's mother, making a scene in their social circle, lamenting how her son had inexplicably transformed into the grand boss of Yuan Lu's company, only to dismiss Yuan Lu as his first act. All those years of hard work from Yuan Lu had been rendered meaningless. The relatives, fully aware of Lin Chen's family's current circumstances, were incredulous. Lin Chen's uncle was furious. Irrespective of whether this matter is true or not, even if it were, I believe Xiao Chun did nothing wrong. Have you forgotten how you treated my sister's family back then? Thus, the situation escalated. It became known that Yuan Lu's mother shared a photo in the group, a picture of Huang Wei leading Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei towards the elevator. Finally, the relatives began to believe what Yuan Lu's mother was saying. Unexpectedly, rather than rallying against Lin Chen's family as they had anticipated, each relative sought to curry favor with the Lin family. The awkward part was that, aside from Lin Chen's uncle, no one had Lin Chen's contact information. Consequently, the relatives rushed to message Lin's mother. Mom, here's the situation. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Could this truly be the work of relatives? Stirring trouble and flipping the narrative. They even attempted to incite other relatives to speak ill of Lin Chen's family. Ugh, how disgusting. Mom, here's what happened. After Lin Chen recounted the details, Lin's mother appeared noticeably more despondent. Mom, you regarded them as family, but how did they treat you? I understand. It's just hard to accept all at once, Lin's mother sighed. Don't be too upset, Mom. That's just how they are. There's no need to mind them. I'll come back to see you in a few days, Lin Chen gently reassured her. Oh, I almost forgot. That beautiful girl in the photo, they say she's your girlfriend? Is that true? Lin's mother inquired, her mood visibly lifting. Since the call was on speaker, Jiang Xuewei could naturally hear Lin's mother's voice. Jiang Xuewei's expression was one of nervous anticipation. Lin Chen affectionately tousled Jiang Xuewei's hair. Yes, Mom, that's your future daughter-in-law. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiang Xuewei's face flushed, her joy unmistakable. Really? You clever boy. You've managed to win over such a beautiful girl. When will you bring her home for your dad and me to see? Lin's mother's previous gloom evaporated, her tone brimming with delight. Sure thing, Mom. I'll bring your future daughter-in-law home in a few days. We'll be waiting then, but if you come back alone, you'd better sleep outside that night. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's words. All right. By the way, Mom, I'm going to transfer you another $1 million. Didn't Dad always want to buy a car? It's the perfect time to get one. Also, we absolutely must install air conditioning at home. The summer in Suzhou is sweltering. We can't just rely on fans. Your son is now a big boss. We have the money. Don't even think about trying to save. Chapter 62. Do you deserve it? Well, my son has done well for himself. It's high time for me as a mother to enjoy some comforts. Honestly, I'm tired of working. I've been laboring in Yuezhou since I was 16, and now I can finally take a break. Lin Chen felt a warmth welling in his eyes as he listened to his mother. A flood of thoughts surged through his mind. If it weren't for the system, how could he have altered his fate and that of his parents? Jiang Xuewei, sensing Lin Chen's emotional shift, gently comforted him, softly grasping his arm. Mom, you and Dad won't have to work anymore. You can finally take some time to travel. Lin Chen spoke with his mother for quite a while before ending the call. It's all right, Ah Chun. After Lin Chen hung up, Jiang Xuewei immediately leaped into his embrace, her hands soothingly patting his back, dispelling the gloom in his heart. It's fine, Xuewei, I'm all right now. Lin Chen playfully pinched Jiang Xuewei's delicate face, smiling brightly. His smile radiated warmth, akin to a sunbeam. Shall we go buy some daily necessities? Lin Chen suggested. Ah Chun, it seems we've forgotten something important. Jiang Xuewei's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Lin Chen, intrigued by her sudden solemnity, inquired. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? We completely forgot. My poor little ragdoll. I wonder if it's still there. Jiang Xuewei gazed at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Lin Chen paused momentarily, swiftly recalling the previous encounter. Oh right, we were sidetracked by Wang Shijia's brothers, and didn't he end up buying it? Should we go get that cat now? Lin Chen asked. Yes. Jiang Xuewei's face lit up with joy, her smile blooming like a flower, beautiful and enchanting. Before long, Lin Chen drove Jiang Xuewei back to Luan Street. The street was still bustling with activity, throngs of people coming and going. Lin Chen led Jiang Xuewei straight to the Maichong pet store. After the last incident, the store owner recognized Lin Chen as the new owner of the street and broke into a cold sweat. Reflecting on his previous haggling demeanor, he was filled with regret. Had Lin Chen been more exacting, given his status, he could have easily dismissed him. Although the cat they had discussed was still unsold, the owner dared not put it up for sale. Even with several interested customers, he insisted that the cat was merely being boarded. Now, seeing Lin Chen enter his store with his girlfriend, the owner felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. steeling himself to approach Lin Chen. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the tenant of this shop. You can call me Xiao Li." Lin Chen regarded him with surprise. "You know me?" His tone was laced with confusion. "Yes. Wei Chao sent out your photo, instructing us to be cautious and not to offend you," the owner replied earnestly, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had also messaged. "Make sure not to mention I sent you." Lin Chen suddenly understood, not dwelling on it too much. Knowing his appearance would help avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shuowei's gaze wandered around the store until she soon spotted the ragdoll cat they had seen before. "Ah Chen, I see it," Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she tugged Lin Chen towards it. The ragdoll cat, seemingly unaware of the peculiar bond it shared with Jiang Shuowei, stood up and stretched its paw through the bars of the cage upon spotting her from a distance, as if waving a greeting. "Wow, this little princess is utterly adorable," Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she stood before the feline. "How do you know it's a princess?" Lin Chen inquired, gazing curiously at the cat within the cage, his mind filled with questions. Can one discern the gender just by appearance? Jiang Shuowei cast him a look of incredulity before pointing to the sign affixed to the cage. Lin Chen leaned in closer, and indeed, it stated that this was a little princess. "Boss Li, I'll take this ragdoll cat. Please process my card," Lin Chen instructed the pet shop owner who stood nearby. "Oh no. This ragdoll cat shall be a gift from me to you, Boss Lin. No charge." The pet shop owner quickly waved his hands in refusal, a smile of servility gracing his face. "A price is a price. How could I accept this without payment?" Thus, the pet shop owner begrudgingly accepted Lin Chen's money. Attempting to curry favor? A futile endeavor. After the pet shop owner completed the deworming and bathing of the little ragdoll, Jiang Shuowei eagerly cradled it in her arms. Subsequently, Lin Chen, laden with bags of cat food, followed closely behind the infatuated Jiang Shuowei as they returned to his vehicle. "Shuowei, you don't have classes this afternoon, do you?" he asked. "No, we can go buy some daily necessities now," Jiang Shuowei replied, playfully teasing the little ragdoll as she spoke. Lin Chen nodded and started the engine, driving towards the shopping mall. No sooner had Lin Chen exited the car than his phone rang. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Chen?" came the voice of a middle-aged man, sounding to be in his 40s or 50s. "This is Lin Chen. Who is this?" Lin Chen replied. "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Xiangdong from Haoyuan Network Technology." The caller's tone was noticeably obsequious. Lin Chen's demeanor instantly turned frosty. "Oh, you must be Lin Tianyou's father?" Jiang Shuowei noticed the sudden chill in Lin Chen's expression and halted in her tracks, sensing something was amiss. "Yes, indeed. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my wayward son for any offense he has caused you. I have given him a thorough reprimand. Would you be available for dinner this evening? I would like to apologize in person with him," Lin Xiangdong implored. Lin Chen replied sarcastically, "Oh, I wouldn't dare accept an apology from the young master of Haoyuan technology. That sounds rather intimidating. I fear that the moment I step out of the school, I might be ambushed by Lin the Great and his entourage. Mr. Lin, please allow me this opportunity. I will ensure my son sincerely apologizes to you and your friends." Lin Xiangdong urged urgently. "Opportunity? Do you think you deserve one from me?" Lin Chen retorted before abruptly hanging up the call and blocking the number. "Huh? You think a mere apology will resolve this? What a dream. Chen Xiaobai was beaten for nothing? If apologies were effective, why would we even need the police?" Lin Chen had resolutely decided that as long as Haoyuan technology was still in operation, he would not bear the Lin surname. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangdong, furious, slammed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "When I was making my mark, this brat wasn't he even born. How dare he show me such disrespect?" He raged, then turned his ire upon Lin Tianyu, who knelt before him. "I paid for your education so you could cause trouble for me. Offending old Qin isn't enough. Now you've also antagonized a major shareholder of Penguin Corporation. Don't you realize our company is in the tech industry?" Old Qin was the cornerstone of the Qin family, which had extensive interests across various industries in Tianfu City. Lin Tianyu, having been kicked to the ground, quickly rose again. Still kneeling, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Why are you hitting the boy? He has already admitted his fault. What more do you want?" A tearful noblewoman nearby attempted to help Lin Tianyu stand, but he forcefully shrugged her off. "If I've done wrong, I must accept the consequences," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Son, this isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Lin Chen brat who pretends to be something he is not. Who would have thought a mere 18-year-old freshman would be a shareholder of Penguin?" The noblewoman, despite being cast aside, displayed no anger, continuously comforting Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong, exasperated, looked at his wife, knowing that every time he attempted to discipline Lin Tianyu, she would intervene, fostering the boy's defiant nature. "It's because of your constant indulgence that he has become this way, now that he has stirred up such a serious mess. If those two boys are determined to retaliate, our family's company will surely face ruin." The noblewoman was momentarily silenced by Lin Xiangdong's fierce demeanor. Lin Tianyu remained on the floor, his eyes still filled with hatred. Lin Xiangdong gazed at his obstinate son and overly protective wife, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He recalled the struggles he faced in his youth, how he had relied on courage and wisdom to navigate the treacherous waters of business and achieve the success he had today. Yet now, his irresponsible son had jeopardized the family enterprise in a moment of reckless impulse. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangdong steeled himself and reached for another phone to make a call. Hello? Am I speaking with Chun Xiaobai from Suzhou University? I am Lin Xiangdong, the owner of Haoyue Technology. Don't. 1 million. No. 5 million. If you can persuade your friend to spare Haoyue Technology, I will give you 5 million. Lin Xiangdong declared, his patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having hung up the phone, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he regarded the blocked number. He held no sympathy for Lin Tianyu and his family. Surely, the owner of a company was well aware of his son's character. If they were unwilling to take responsibility, then Lin Chen would ensure he managed them as well. Chen, we cannot simply let that family off the hook. Jiang Shuowei declared indignantly, having witnessed Lin Tianyu's despicable behavior. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Rest assured, Shuowei, Haoyue Technology won't last much longer. You are truly impressive, Chen, Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Impressive? How so? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. You're all impressive, she replied, her cheeks flushing. As they entered the bustling shopping mall, Jiang Shuowei cradled the little ragdoll while pulling Lin Chen along as they browsed. Just then, Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a message from Lu Shu. Director Lin, Penguin Corporation has begun pressuring several of Haoyue Technology's partners, and many are already terminating their collaborations due to the pressure. Do you wish to continue? A slight smile formed on Lin Chen's lips as he replied decisively. Eliminate them completely. Chen, come look at this cat tree. I think it's quite nice. Jiang Shuowei called out. Jiang Shuowei pointed towards a beautifully designed cat climbing frame and spoke to Lin Chen. Subsequently, the two spent nearly an entire afternoon in the shopping mall, meticulously selecting items, most of which were the most extravagant choices available. As Lin Chen put it, it was akin to owning a billion-dollar villa with a garage housing billion-dollar cars. Yet the furniture amounted to mere hundreds or thousands, unfit to welcome guests. They nearly replaced every item within the villa. The previous furnishings had been left by the former owner. While still functional, Lin Chen felt an unsettling discomfort. Although those pieces were undamaged, they bore the lingering essence of another, which rendered him uneasy. He yearned for a fresh start, a home that belonged solely to him and Jiang Shuowei. Noticing the sheer volume of items acquired, Lin Chen called Lu Hai to manage the situation. After signing the contract, Lu Hai rented an apartment in Tianfu City, remaining there to assist Lin Chen with various business matters and personal affairs. Upon receiving the call, Lu Hai sprang into action, swiftly organizing several large trucks to reach the mall at the fastest possible speed. Soon, a fleet of trucks arrived, transporting the selections made by Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to Yulon St. Court. The trucks, immaculately maintained and spacious, had drivers who carefully handled the cargo, ensuring that not a single item was damaged. Lin Chen was quite pleased with the efficiency, and the cleanliness of the trucks uplifted his spirits. As the trucks arrived at the entrance of Yulon St. Court, the sight startled the security guard. The trucks lined up majestically. Had it not been for Lin Chen's greeting and the issuance of a pass, the guard might have hesitated to allow their entry. Lin Chen smiled and explained the situation, after which the guard finally felt reassured enough to open the gates. After considerable effort, the previous occupants' belongings were nearly cleared out, and Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's selections were properly arranged. Workers busily navigated the rooms, positioning each item with precision according to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's directives. Though they hadn't physically moved anything themselves, merely instructing where each piece should go, they still felt a tinge of fatigue. Looking at their rejuvenated home, a sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. I'm utterly exhausted. Jiang Shuowei collapsed onto the sofa, her plush toy already fast asleep beside her. Her face bore signs of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with happiness. Chen, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Jiang Shuowei stood up, gazing at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. Sure, it's been ages since I last had hot pot, Lin Chen replied, warmth radiating from his smile as he nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, you're the best. Jiang Shuowei cheered, bouncing excitedly on the sofa. Then, noticing her toy had been disturbed, she wore a conflicted expression. The little plush toy gazed at Jiang Shuowei with wide, round eyes. What about the plush toy? Jiang Shuowei crouched down to gently stroke its head, feeling a pang of reluctance. How about we leave a bit of cat food in its bowl and head out for now? Lin Chen suggested tentatively. All right. To his surprise, Jiang Shuowei immediately acquiesced. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance for the plush toy, The thought of delicious hot pot swayed her decision. She placed the plush toy on the cat climbing frame, where it obediently lay, observing its owner's every move. Its small figure appeared exceptionally endearing. Jiang Shuowei added some cat food to the bowl and gently patted the plush toy's head, saying, "Little princess, be good at home. We'll be back soon." The plush toy seemed to comprehend her words, letting out a soft sound. Jiang Shuowei stood up, bouncing with joy as she and Lin Chen exited the villa, while the plush toy watched them leave with a puzzled expression. This time, they opted for a Ferrari SF90 instead of the ostentatious vehicle. "Aiken, you must follow my lead this time." Jiang Shuowei, seated in the driver's seat, could hardly contain her delight. "Of course, Shuowei. Haven't you been here for over 3 years? You must know where the best hot pot is, right?" Lin Chen smiled at Jiang Shuowei. "Absolutely. I know a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street that's incredibly delicious. Although the decor is quite ordinary, the flavors are simply superb." Jiang Shuowei's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. "Is that so? I must savor it then," Lin Chen said with a grin. Before long, they arrived at Luan Street, parked the car in a lot, and left amidst the nervous gaze of the security guard, who had put away his phone, which had been recording videos of the luxury vehicle. Upon reaching Luan Street, the evening crowd bustled with life, primarily composed of university students. The dazzling lights illuminated the vibrant scene. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei, both strikingly attractive, turned heads as they walked through the street, garnering an absurdly high rate of glances. "Wow, this couple is stunning. Which school are they from? They can't possibly be from our college, right?" one curious boy remarked. "Why do all the handsome guys have girlfriends?" a girl lamented, her heart filled with envy as she watched Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's affectionate interaction. Many onlookers cast appreciative glances their way, yet Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei remained unfazed. Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled Lin Chen forward, swiftly turning into a narrow street. She led him to a restaurant named Lu Dapeng Hot Pot, where a female server was beckoning customers. Upon seeing the two approach, her face lit up with a welcoming smile. "Please, come inside." The restaurant was already bustling, nearly filled with patrons in the modest space. Jiang Shuowei guided Lin Chen to a cozy corner table. "Would you like a red pot or a mixed pot?" the server inquired. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Let us go with the red pot." "Spicy," Jiang Shuowei declared without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Very well." The server turned to prepare the hot pot ingredients. "Aiken, don't let the size of this place fool you. The flavors are truly incredible," Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Before long, the server returned with a steaming hot pot and a variety of ingredients. The vibrant red broth bubbled energetically, releasing a rich aroma. Jiang Shuowei eagerly placed a platter of beef and fatty beef into the pot. "Aiken, you must try this beef. It's incredibly tender," Jiang Shuowei urged, holding a piece of cooked beef towards Lin Chen's mouth. He opened wide, taking a gentle bite, and the succulent texture combined with the spicy flavor took him by surprise. "It's indeed quite delightful," Lin Chen complimented with a smile. Jiang Shuowei beamed, as if Lin Chen's praise was meant for her. "See, I told you this place was excellent," she said proudly, as they relished their meal. The server unexpectedly delivered a large platter of tripe and beef to their table. Jiang Shuowei looked somewhat puzzled. "Excuse me, miss, I think there has been a mistake. We didn't order these items." Lin Chen raised his gaze towards the female server. "This dish was not mistakenly sent to you both. It is a gift from our boss," she explained. Shortly thereafter, a tall and slender man approached. "Mr. Lin, I am pleasantly surprised that you have graced my humble establishment with your presence. These 2 dishes are a small token of my appreciation. Please do not decline." The tall man spoke with a sycophantic smile directed at Lin Chen. The server, momentarily taken aback by her boss's demeanor, quickly realized that these 2 young individuals must possess extraordinary backgrounds. She then set down the dishes and departed. Lin Chen merely cast a cursory glance at the 2 dishes. "Very thoughtful," he remarked. The man beamed at his words. "I shall not interrupt your meal any further, Mr. Lin." Upon seeing Lin Chen nod in acknowledgement, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, a coarse voice from a nearby table broke the atmosphere. "Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? What are you serving this table? It wouldn't be pork, would it?" The hot pot restaurant owner quickly responded, "I apologize, sir. We indeed have no beef left. This is the last of our supply, and these 2 have made prior reservations. How about I offer you a plate of tripe instead?" "Do I look like I care for your tripe?" the man retorted, his tone brimming with disdain. "You think I'm deaf? Those 2 young lovers didn't even order beef. And you still send it to them? Are you trying to fool me?" It was evident that the man had indulged in a bit of alcohol, as his temper was clearly flaring. The restaurant owner's expression darkened immediately. Jiang Shuowei, however, sympathized with the hot pot owner, understanding the challenges of running a business. "Boss, why don't you send that plate of beef over to their table? We've "You nearly finished our meal anyway," she suggested, casting a glance at the restaurant owner. The owner hesitated, looking towards Lin Chen. "It's all right. You can send it over," Lin Chen replied calmly. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." The hot pot owner was instantly elated. In such a predicament, he felt torn between fearing the rude patrons might offend Lin Chen and worrying that the man would escalate the situation, jeopardizing his business. "Look at how considerate they are. Thank you, beautiful lady. How about I treat you to a drink later? I assure you'll be well taken care of." The man leered at Jiang Shuawei as he spoke. The moment those words left his mouth, the hot pot owner's face turned pale. He quickly glanced at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, and indeed, both of their expressions darkened. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Jiang Shuawei's brows knitted in anger as she glared at the man, despite Jiang Shuawei's act of kindness not garnering any gratitude. The coarse man continued to leer at her, speaking lewdly. "Look how understanding she is. Thank you, beautiful lady. How about I treat you to a drink later? Clean up your mouth." Jiang Shuawei shouted furiously. The man, however, remained unfazed, becoming more arrogant. "What's the matter? I'm just complimenting you. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Chen's eyes turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. "Apologize." The man erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Apologize? Who do you think you are to demand an apology from me? You should apologize. These two are not someone you can provoke." The hot pot owner chimed in. Yet, the man, feeling his pride wounded by the owner's words, retorted, "I want to see how this little brat could be someone I can't provoke." As he spoke, the man suddenly swung his fist towards Lin Chen without warning. His punch sliced through the air, seemingly destined for Lin Chen's face. Had it been the old Lin Chen, he might have been struck, but unfortunately for the man, Lin Chen's physique had been significantly enhanced by the system. He effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming fist. The man stumbled forward, off balance from his missed strike. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Chen swiftly seized his arm and twisted it forcefully. The man yelped in pain. Lin Chen then delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing into a nearby table, causing the dishes atop it to clatter to the ground. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the chaos, fled without settling their bills. The man's friends, enraged by the sight, charged towards Lin Chen. One burly man swung his fist, aiming to strike Lin Chen with brute force. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he evaded the punch, allowing it to smash into thin air. Seizing the moment, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick to the side of the burly man's knee. The man's knee buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Pain etched across his face. Another tall, lean man rushed in from the side, wielding a beer bottle, and aimed it at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen tilted his head back slightly, allowing the bottle to whiz past him, creating a gust of wind. He then raised his hand and seized the lean man's wrist, squeezing it tightly. The man felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, the pain unbearable, causing the beer bottle to slip from his grasp and shatter on the ground. Lin Chen, leveraging his grip, yanked the lean man forward and struck him sharply in the abdomen with his knee. The man doubled over in agony, emitting pained groans. At that moment, the initial aggressor regained his composure, his face twisted with fury as he grabbed another beer bottle from the table and hurled himself at Lin Chen once more. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anger. He lunged forward, kicking the man's knee before he could strike. The man crumpled to the ground once again. Lin Chen followed up with a punch to the man's face, leaving him bloodied. The remaining friends, witnessing this brutal display, hesitated, yet could not stand idly by as their comrade was beaten. A hefty man charged at Lin Chen, swinging his fists wildly. Lin Chen nimbly dodged the attack, then seized the man's arm and flung him onto a nearby table, which shattered upon impact. The hefty man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Shuawei watched anxiously, torn between concern for Lin Chen's safety and anger at the brutish behavior of the men. Her fists were clenched, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Lin Chen, invigorated by the confrontation, executed his moves with precision and power. His gaze was resolute and icy, akin to an invincible warrior. The men, under his relentless assault, gradually lost their will to fight back. One of the men, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to flee. Lin Chen, unwilling to let him escape so easily, dashed forward, grasping the man by the collar and yanking him back. He then delivered a punch to the man's back, causing him to collapse onto the floor. At this juncture, the hot pot owner stood by, pale-faced and shocked, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to such a degree. He contemplated intervening but dared not approach, merely watching in anxious silence. Lin Chen surveyed the fallen men and coldly declared, "If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, the consequences will be far graver." Though the men harbored resentment in their hearts, they were acutely aware of their inferiority to Lin Chen and thus lay on the ground in silence. Lin Chen turned back to Jiang Shuawei, gently caressing her cheek. "It's all right, Shuawei." Jiang Shuawei, gripping Lin Chen's arm, glanced left and right, and upon confirming that he was indeed unhurt, she breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, the card machine has arrived. I'll cover today's losses for your shop. The proprietor, trembling, brought forth the card machine. Is 100,000 sufficient? He asked, nodding vigorously. Yes, that will do. After settling the payment, Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Shall we go, Shuowei? Sure, she replied, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. However, at that moment, the man who had first spoken disrespectfully and resorted to violence suddenly rose, seizing a bottle and swinging it towards Lin Chen's head. Be careful, Mr. Lin, the hot pot restaurant owner exclaimed. Since Jiang Shuowei was being led by Lin Chen, she instinctively leaned back against him upon hearing the warning. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered against Jiang Shuowei's head, glass shards scattering like snowflakes. Her body swayed slightly before she collapsed limply. The instant Lin Chen heard the proprietor's warning, he instinctively turned toward Jiang Shuowei, his heart seemingly halting at the sight that unfolded before him. Shuowei. Chapter 66. Jiang Shuowei is in trouble. Lin Chen's hands trembled as he cautiously embraced Jiang Shuowei. Blood gushed from her head, the crimson liquid flowing like a breached dam, instantly staining her cheeks and silken hair. Jiang Shuowei's eyes were tightly shut, her face as pale as a sheet. What are you waiting for? Call 120, hurry, Lin Chen shouted. His eyes reddened with anger towards the restaurant owner. The hot pot restaurant proprietor, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Shakingly, he fished out his phone to call for help. Hello, we are at. Meanwhile, the man who had smashed the bottle stood frozen, his face a mask of regret and fear. His hands hung limply at his sides, remnants of the shattered bottle still clutched within. The others who had been moaning on the ground, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly sobered up and struggled to flee. Just then, several police officers burst in. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. No one is allowed to escape. The lead officer barked. Those preparing to flee had no choice but to comply, their faces awash with panic and unease. The lead officer glanced at the unconscious Jiang Shuowei, bloodied and sprawled on the floor, and at Lin Chen cradling her. Has 120 been called? Yes, yes. The restaurant owner stammered as he approached, trembling. Who are you? The lead officer inquired, furrowing his brow. Good officer. I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Here's what happened. The proprietor recounted the events in detail. After listening to the restaurant owner's account, the police officer's expression grew increasingly grave, instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch on the perpetrators to prevent any further escape or dangerous actions. He then approached Lin Chen, speaking softly. Sir, please remain calm. The ambulance will arrive shortly. We will ensure this matter is handled properly. Lin Chen met the officer's gaze. I am Lin Chen, a shareholder of Penguin Corporation. I demand that my personal secretary be contacted. The lead officer's complexion paled as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Penguin Corporation, a global commercial empire, the significance of its shareholder cannot be overstated. Yet, is it possible for such a young person to hold such a position? Understood, Mr. Lin, please do not worry. We will handle this matter with the utmost care. The officer's tone became markedly respectful. The atmosphere within the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy. The perpetrators, having heard Lin Chen's identity, were visibly shaken. The man who had smashed the bottle was filled with regret, his head bowed in despair, fear gnawing at his insides. Speaking so boldly in front of the police must indicate a severe lapse in judgment. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei tightly, his eyes reflecting guilt and anxiety. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Hai. Lu Hai, it's Lin Chen. Shuowei and I have encountered trouble at a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street. Shuowei is injured and unconscious. Notify the legal department immediately and prepare to file a lawsuit against these assailants. Lin Chen's tone was icy. On the other end, Lu Hai immediately tensed upon hearing the news. Understood, Mr. Lin, I will arrange it at once. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is addressed properly. After hanging up, Lu Hai sprang into action, contacting the legal department of Penguin Corporation. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation at the hot pot restaurant, interviewing the proprietor and other witnesses, gathering evidence from the scene. Oh dear, officer, you have no idea how terrifying it was. A group of men ganged up on a young lad, but he managed to take them all down. One witness exclaimed, It was like this, officer. That man harassed the girl, leading to a dispute, and suddenly, the drunken man struck. The police's expressions darkened as they learned the details of the incident. Clearly, these men, having imbibed too much, were behaving boorishly and harassing the young lady, and when faced with resistance, resorted to violence, only to be subdued by the young man. Then, seizing the opportunity, one of them attacked with a bottle, and in an attempt to protect the self-proclaimed shareholder, the girl ended up injured. How absurd that such a melodramatic scenario from a television drama has unfolded before my eyes. Soon after, his phone rang. Xiaoyang, listen to me. The young man named Lin Chen is a shareholder of Penguin Corporation. You must not offend him. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, and we need to provide Mr. Lin with a satisfactory resolution. The police officer's expression shifted in alarm. No way. He truly is a shareholder of Penguin Corporation. After ending the call, the officer approached Lin Chen once more. We sincerely apologize, sir. We have gathered most of the details regarding this incident, and we will ensure you receive an explanation. Lin Chen remained silent, for the ambulance had just arrived. Where is the injured party? Over here, over here. Lin Chen shouted excitedly. A team of doctors and nurses hurried over with a stretcher. They swiftly placed Jiang Shuawei onto the stretcher, and Lin Chen followed closely, unwilling to take his eyes off her. Seeing her pale face and the blood on her head, it felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart, causing him excruciating pain, almost rendering him breathless. The police officers also rushed to maintain order at the scene, ensuring the ambulance could depart without hindrance. After the ambulance left, the police glared at the inebriated troublemakers inside the hot pot restaurant. Take them away. The ambulance sped away, its piercing sirens wailing. Lin Chen sat inside, gripping Jiang Shuawei's hand tightly. The doctor briefly examined Jiang Shuawei's wounds. What happened? How could it be so severe? The doctor, furrowing his brow as he looked at the injury on Jiang Shuawei's head, inquired of the guilt-ridden Lin Chen. My girlfriend was hit on the head with a bottle while trying to save me, Lin Chen said, his eyes reddening with anguish. The doctor sighed, choosing not to speak further, and proceeded to tend to Jiang Shuawei's injuries. Soon they arrived at the hospital, and after the doctor treated Jiang Shuawei's wounds, she regained consciousness. Whoa, Chen, my head hurts so much. Jiang Shuawei cried out upon seeing Lin Chen beside her and feeling the pain in her head, along with the bandages wrapped around it. Lin Chen held her hand firmly, his eyes brimming with tears. Shuawei, do not be afraid. I am here. You are safe now. The doctor has just treated your wounds, and you will recover soon. He gently caressed Jiang Shuawei's cheek, wiping away the tears that had gathered in her eyes. Chapter 67. I must take good care of Shuawei. After comforting Jiang Shuawei for a considerable time, she finally calmed down. Subsequently, they conducted various medical examinations, which revealed no significant issues other than the need for proper rest. After Lin Chen managed to lull Jiang Shuawei to sleep on the hospital bed, he leaned against the bed and succumbed to slumber himself. The next morning, Jiang Shuawei awoke to find Lin Chen asleep against the bed, her heart aching for him. Just then, Lin Chen also stirred, and upon seeing Jiang Shuawei gazing at him, he asked with concern, "How are you? Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept soundly. But you must have been quite uncomfortable," Jiang Shuawei replied, her voice filled with tenderness. "I am fine," Lin Chen shook his head. At that moment, the doctor entered to check on Jiang Shuawei's injuries. In truth, this kind of injury does not necessitate hospitalization. You can recover at home with a bit of care, the doctor said with a smile. Really? Chen, shall we go home then? I am not quite accustomed to staying in the hospital, Jiang Shuawei said, her eyes lighting up with hope as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before turning to the doctor. What should we be cautious about at home? Just ensure the area remains dry and remember to change the dressings daily, the doctor advised. Lin Chen nodded. Then please help us with the discharge procedures. An hour later, Jiang Shuawei settled into Lin Chen's car, surrounded by a plethora of medications and medical supplies. Chen, those people must be severely punished. I kindly offered them beef, and in return, I was struck on the head with a bottle. Thank goodness I don't need stitches, otherwise, what would I have done? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, her face a mix of indignation and lingering fear. Rest assured, Shuawei, none of them will escape justice. Especially the one who harmed you. Lin Chen's words were laced with cold resolve. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, though fear still lingered in her heart. She felt a profound trust in Lin Chen. Chen, I believe in you. I just never expected such an incident to occur while enjoying hot pot. Lin Chen sighed, guilt weighing heavily on him. It is all my fault for not protecting you properly. If only I had been more cautious, you would not have been hurt. Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head. Chen, this is not your fault. Those people were reckless after drinking. No one anticipated this would happen. Upon returning home, Lin Chen carefully assisted Jiang Shuawei onto the sofa and began organizing the medications and supplies they had brought from the hospital. Shuawei, please rest for a moment. I will get you a glass of water, Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuawei watched Lin Chen bustling about, warmth flooding her heart. Chen, having you here is truly wonderful. That sentiment should be expressed by me, Lin Chen replied, handing her a glass of warm water, his heart heavy with guilt as he gazed at the bandage on her head. Meanwhile, Lu Hai was actively communicating with the police and legal team. At that moment, he was still at the police station. Officer Yang, our company takes this incident very seriously. We hope the police can swiftly uncover the truth and bring those responsible to justice, Lu Hai stated solemnly. Officer Yang nodded. Mr. Lu, We are intensifying our investigation. The actions of these perpetrators are extremely egregious, and we will ensure they are dealt with severely. The situation has been classified. That group will be detained for 10 days for causing a disturbance, while the individual who injured Miss Jiang will face charges of intentional harm. The specific outcome will depend on the court's decision. Lin Chen requested several days off from school to care for Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei also took a week off, as Jiang Min's friend happened to be Jiang Xuewei's teacher, and naturally, this incident reached the ears of Jiang Min's family. "Oh my goodness, I'm fine. It was just a minor injury from an altercation while Chen and I were enjoying hot pot. Nothing serious." Jiang Xuewei reassured Jiang Min over the phone. Lin Chen felt a wave of anxiety. Jiang Xuewei had been hurt because of him, while he had emerged unscathed. Lin Chen gathered his thoughts and took the call from Jiang Min. "Hello, Auntie, this is Lin Chen." Xiao Chen, please be honest with me. How serious is Xuewei's injury? She has always been one to share good news while withholding worries, and I fear she may not tell us if anything is seriously wrong." Jiang Min's mother expressed concern. "I apologize, Auntie. Xuewei was injured while trying to save me, but please rest assured that her injury is not serious. She just needs some rest," Lin Chen explained, guilt etched across his face. "That's good to hear. Xiao Chen, I don't blame you. This only highlights the strength of your relationship. But I do hope you can take good care of Xuewei," Jiang Min's mother said, her voice trailing off. "You can rest assured, Auntie, I will take excellent care of Xuewei and ensure she suffers no further harm," Lin Chen promised earnestly. After hanging up, Jiang Xuewei finally felt a sense of relief. She feared that Jiang Min would insist on coming to see her, and the thought of her friend seeing her head wrapped in bandages made her apprehensive. In the days that followed, Lin Chen hired a caretaker to assist with housekeeping and meal preparations, ensuring Jiang Xuewei's needs were met. The outcome for the group of assailants was also determined. The others received 10 days of detention, while the ringleader was sentenced to 18 months in prison. While Lin Chen was not entirely satisfied with this outcome, it was the best result achieved through the efforts of the legal department and Lu Hai's pressure on the authorities. Jiang Xuewei's injuries had nearly healed. "Chen, we need to return to class tomorrow. What about Lu Ma?" Jiang Xuewei asked Lin Chen, glancing worriedly at the middle-aged woman cleaning in their villa. Lu Ma was the caretaker Lin Chen had hired. When Lin Chen was away and Tang Wanner was in class, Jiang Xuewei would often chat with Lu Ma to alleviate her boredom. Through their conversations, Jiang Xuewei learned that Lu Ma's husband had died in a construction accident over a decade ago, and the construction company had evaded responsibility, refusing to provide compensation, claiming he was merely a contracted worker without a labor agreement. Lu Ma's family had pursued legal action, but to no avail, receiving only a few tens of thousands in humanitarian aid. As if that were not enough misfortune, 2 years ago, her children had both perished in a car accident, leaving behind only a 3-year-old granddaughter. Lu Ma, even before she had the chance to grieve, resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter. Working multiple jobs each day, Jiang Xuewei, upon learning of this, felt both admiration and pity. After discussing the matter with Lin Chen, she decided to raise Lu Ma's daily wage to 500. "How about this? Once we return to school, we can continue to have Lu Ma help with the cleaning here, and we can pay her 20,000 a month. What do you think?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Xuewei immediately felt it was a splendid idea. That way, Lu Ma won't have to struggle to find odd jobs anymore. 20,000 a month is certainly sufficient for her and her granddaughter to live on. "Chen, you are truly kind." Jiang Xuewei beamed with delight. Chapter 68, Stifled. "Lu Ma, please come here for a moment." Lu Ma, who was diligently cleaning, immediately set down her task and approached. "Mr. Lin, did you call for me?" she asked, appearing rather anxious. "No need to be nervous, Lu Ma. The thing is, Xuewei and I will be returning to school tomorrow, meaning this villa will be unoccupied. However, it cannot remain unattended for long." Lin Chen paused before continuing. "So, after discussing with Xuewei, we decided to offer you a monthly salary of 20,000 to help us with the cleaning. If Xuewei and I decide to stay over, I'll give you a heads up so you can prepare the meals. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ma's excitement was palpable. "I would be more than willing. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, you can rest assured. I will ensure that the place is spotless." "Thank you both," Lu Ma said, bowing respectfully to them. "No need for thanks." Jiang Xuewei began to interject, but Lin Chen shook his head at her. "It's nothing, Lu Ma. You provide the labor, and I provide the payment. There is no need for gratitude." Lin Chen smiled gently. Just then, the villa's door swung open, and Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei entered. "Oh, Wanner, you've come to see me again," Jiang Xuewei exclaimed joyfully as she rushed toward her friend. "Less of the mushy stuff," Tang Wanner replied, pushing Jiang Xuewei away with a look of disdain. "Xuewei, you're recovering quite rapidly. It's only been a week, and your injury is nearly gone," Tang Wanner noted, her expression brightening as she observed the almost invisible mark on Jiang Xuewei's head. Boss, you're living the good life. The military training is over, and school has officially started for several days, yet you haven't set foot in class. Xiao Fei remarked enviously. If his family weren't so strict, he would have done the same. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei chuckled and replied, Boss, I'm just expressing my envy. Look at how you've stayed by Xuewei's side since her injury. Such a commendable romance. Jiang Xuewei laughed. Xiao Fei, stop being cheeky. If you're so envious, why don't you hurry up and win over Tang Wanner? Tang Wanner's face flushed slightly, but she did not refute the comment. Xiao Fei immediately lamented. I want to Xuewei, but Wanner doesn't give me the chance. I've asked her out multiple times, and she never agrees. If I hadn't suggested coming to see you today, Wanner probably wouldn't have said yes. Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with mirth. Tang Wanner, however, averted her gaze, feeling somewhat shy. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Lu Ma, please prepare a few extra dishes for dinner. He addressed Lu Ma, who was nearby. Of course. Lu Ma nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Ma. Tang Wanner quickly added. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, Lu Ma replied, warmth flooding her heart as she turned to the kitchen to busy herself. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Wang Shijie calling. Brother Lin, it's been a while. What have you been up to lately? Lin Chen smiled slightly. What brings you to call me? My girlfriend has been injured, so I've been keeping her company at home. Oh, your girlfriend is injured? Is it serious? Wang Shijie inquired. She is recovering well enough. Now, let us get to the point, Lin Chen urged. On the other end, Wang Shijie chuckled. Brother Lin, do you remember the supercar club in Tianfu City I mentioned before? It's starting tomorrow, and I wanted to check if you'd be interested. Lin Chen recalled the conversation and realized it indeed existed. Didn't you say it would start in a few days? It's been over 10 days now. I thought it was already concluded. Wang Shijie explained. The club was postponed due to some special circumstances, and it's finally confirmed for tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? It's a rare opportunity. Wang Shijie asked eagerly. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Xuewei, feeling somewhat hesitant. Jiang Xuewei noticed his indecision and smiled, saying, I'll accompany you. I've been cooped up at home for so long, and I'm feeling stifled. Lin Chen nodded and spoke into the phone. Sure, just contact me when the time comes. Great, then I'll see you tomorrow. Wang Shijie exclaimed excitedly before hanging up. As Lin Chen put away his phone, Xiao Fei seemed restless. Boss, I was planning to go to that supercar club too. I came here today specifically to invite you, but it turns out you already knew. Lin Chen chuckled. I'm not entirely sure, but from what Wang Shijie said, it sounds promising. Who is Wang Shijie? Xiao Fei asked, puzzled. Oh, he is a friend I met at the start of the school year. He is the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Shuzhou Longzhou Group, Lin Chen explained. Wow, that is quite impressive. The Longzhou Group is a major company. Xiao Fei remarked, astonished. Are you going to the club as well? We can go together, and I'll introduce you to him. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Wanna, why don't you join us? It'll be nice to have you there, Jiang Xuewei suggested, winking at Xiao Fei before turning to Tang Wanner with eager anticipation. Xiao Fei shot Jiang Xuewei a grateful look and discreetly gave her a thumbs up from behind. Yes, Wanner. Let us go have some fun together, Xiao Fei encouraged. Tang Wanner hesitated but eventually nodded slowly. Just then, Lu Ma emerged from the kitchen. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, dinner is almost ready. The group gathered around the dining table, savoring the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss tomorrow's event. Lu Ma's culinary skills impressed everyone, eliciting compliments. Lu Ma, your cooking is getting better and better, Jiang Xuewei praised. Lu Ma smiled shyly. As long as you all enjoy it, that's what matters. After dinner, Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei stood to take their leave. Boss, Xuewei, we'll head back to school now. After they departed, Lu Ma tidied up the table and returned home. The villa fell silent, leaving only Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen. Jiang Xuewei gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. She gently bit her lower lip and leaned closer to him, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on Jiang Xuewei's delicate face, his eyes brimming with affection. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, lifting her effortlessly as she gasped in surprise and made his way upstairs. After placing Jiang Xuewei gently upon the bed, Lin Chen lowered his head and bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead, his warm breath caressing her skin. Xuewei, I've been holding back for quite some time. Jiang Xuewei's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gazed at him with dreamy eyes. You rascal. Chapter 69, A Reunion with Yang. The following morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei rose early to pack their belongings in preparation for their return to school. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the Ferrari in the garage. Xuewei, why not take the Ferrari? It would be quite convenient. However, Jiang Xuewei shook her head gently and replied, never mind, I don't really need it. Thus, the extravagant Ferrari remained in the garage, collecting dust. The two embarked on their journey back to school, the gentle breeze brushing against their faces. sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns upon them. Before long, they arrived at the campus, where Lin Chen parked the car and escorted Jiang Shu away to the dormitory entrance. The engine's roar attracted the attention of surrounding students, who couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Jiang Shu away and Lin Chen as they emerged from the vehicle. Their eyes reflected envy, astonishment, and a hint of curiosity. Jiang Shu away, laden with bags and a small plush toy perched on her shoulder, turned to Lin Chen and said, "Aiken, shall I head up first?" Observing her struggle, Lin Chen felt a pang of sympathy. "Perhaps you should let Senior Tang assist you with your things? The girls' dormitory prohibits male entry. Otherwise, I would carry everything for you." Jiang Shuawei merely smiled and replied, "It's fine. I can manage." "All right, but remember to take your medication. Do not forget." Lin Chen admonished once more. I know. I'm off now," Jiang Shuawei said, rising onto her toes to plant a quick kiss on Lin Chen's cheek before turning to enter the dormitory. Watching her silhouette vanish from view, Lin Chen returned to the car, found a parking spot, and carried some supplies towards room 515 in Building 6. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Wei still asleep. After placing his belongings down, he glanced at his phone and noted it was already 10:30. He shook his head in resignation. These fellows could really sleep in. Hearing the commotion, Chen Xiao stirred, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss? You're back?" Lin Chen replied, somewhat annoyed. "Have you been stealing cows or something? It's 10:30, and you're still in bed." Chen Xiao chuckled. "We stayed up late playing 3 rounds last night." At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also stirred awake. "The boss is back. Is there nothing wrong with my sister-in-law?" Xiao Wei inquired with concern. Lin Chen smiled and reassured them, "Everything's fine. She's nearly recovered. By the way, boss, you have no idea how after that incident, Lin Tianyu avoids us like the plague, just like a mouse from a cat. Huh?" Chen Xiao exclaimed with excitement. "Exactly. Let him be arrogant. He's finally met his match." Xiao Wei chimed in. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. "Is this Lin Chen, Mr. Lin?" A respectful male voice inquired from the other end. "It is," Lin Chen answered calmly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fong Anping, the general manager of Longhu Games. Since you acquired Longhu Games some time ago, we were wondering if you would like to come and oversee the arrangement of work tasks." Realization struck Lin Chen as he remembered his acquisition of Longhu Games. The company, headquartered in Suzhou, ranks among the top gaming companies in the entire Great Xia, boasting a staggering market value of over 320 billion RMB. The system had rewarded him with the entire Longhu Games, equivalent to a 10% stake in Penguin Company. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen turned to Xiao Wei and the others. "Do we have classes tomorrow morning?" They shook their heads in unison. "No," Lin Chen replied. "Then I shall visit the company tomorrow morning." At that moment, Fong Anping was left dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. "Excuse me? Are you still a university student?" He thought incredulously. Lin Chen frowned as he noticed the silence on the line. "I heard you, Mr. Lin. I will ensure everything is prepared for your arrival tomorrow." Fong Anping quickly regained his composure. After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others stared at Lin Chen in silence. "Boss, you haven't checked in on Longhu Games since you acquired it?" Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen, while tidying up, replied nonchalantly, "Shuawei was injured recently, and I've been busy taking care of her, so I forgot." "Boss, you don't care about a company worth hundreds of billions?" Chen Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. For him, millions and billions were quite similar. He simply knew his boss was wealthy and impressive. "What does it matter? A mere Longhu Games pales in comparison to my girlfriend," Lin Chen retorted. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao fell silent. "Well, of course, sister-in-law is more important," he finally managed to say after a moment. And there you have it. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon, with the sun blazing down. Lin Chen decided to head downstairs to find Jiang Shu away for lunch, only to find Xiao Fei trailing behind him. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Lin Chen turned around to see Xiao Fei still following closely. "What are you doing following me?" Lin Chen asked, perplexed. "I'm not following you. I'm going to find Sister Warner for lunch," Xiao Fei retorted. "Then why are you walking right behind me?" Lin Chen replied. "Is this not an invitation for you to bend down? Get lost." Lin Chen laughed, scolding him lightly. The two stood outside the women's dormitory, attracting the attention of many female students. "Wow, those two boys are so handsome. Aren't they the two freshmen from the campus beauty rankings?" "What? Freshmen? No way. I must act fast. You can forget that. One drives a supercar, and the other is Zhang's boyfriend. The other seems to be pursuing Tang Laohu. What a pity. But I feel like I have a chance with the one pursuing Tang Laohu. They aren't officially together yet, right? Even though Tang Laohu is a campus beauty, I'm still a dorm beauty, okay? Don't even think about it." Just then, a Porsche pulled up, and stepping out of the car was Yu Yang. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Xiao Fei standing under the tree, Yu Yang's heart filled with resentment since losing a bet to Lin Chen and having to bark like a dog. Although this incident had not spread, the humiliation from that day still burned in his cheeks. This brat had the audacity to play tricks on me last time. This time, I will slap his face hard. Yu Yang thought as he parked beside Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Lin Xuedi, we meet again. Yu Yang greeted with a false smile. Xiao Fei glanced at Yu Yang and asked, is he a friend of the boss? Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at Yu Yang, disregarding him entirely. Lin Xuedi, are you waiting for Jiang Xuewei? Why not drive your own car? What a strange sight. Chapter 70. This is the Bashu woman. Did you not spend hundreds of thousands on luxury goods last time? Have you run out of money to the point where you can't even afford a car? Yu Yang's tone dripped with unmistakable provocation as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately recognized that this individual had come to stir up trouble. His gaze shifted to the Porsche Panamera parked nearby. Is this really how pretentious one becomes when driving a car worth over $1 million? Xiao Fei exclaimed in astonishment, boldly meeting Yu Yang's gaze with a look brimming with derision. Yu Yang's expression darkened. And who might you be? However, when Lin Chen interjected, Yu Yang's demeanor grew even more sullen. Senior Yu, haven't you learned enough about barking like a dog last time? Are you eager to demonstrate it again in front of me? Shall we wager again to see whose car is superior? Yu Yang clenched his teeth, suppressing his growing anger. Humph, don't get too cocky too soon. Last time, I inadvertently fell for your trick. You think you can ensnare me again? I didn't expect Senior Yu to have gained some wisdom, Lin Chen remarked, a teasing tone lacing his words as he regarded Yu Yang with surprise. Yu Yang surmised that Lin Chen's family must also be affluent, perhaps even owning a vehicle superior to his own. The thought of losing again was utterly humiliating, especially in a school setting where he wished to avoid further disgrace. At that moment, Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wanner descended together, followed closely by Han Qiqi. Xuewei. Lin Chen's face instantly lit up with a gentle smile upon seeing Jiang Xuewei. Xiao Fei also waved at Tang Wanner, his eyes gleaming with joy. Jiang Xuewei, initially smiling, instantly soured upon noticing Yu Yang beside her. She and Tang Wanner quickly approached Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, with Jiang Xuewei eager to pull Lin Chen away. Yu Yang's eyes glinted with a hint of greed at the sight of Jiang Xuewei, but he quickly concealed it, smiling as he approached Han Qiqi. Qiqi, what would you like to eat? I'll take you, Yu Yang said, his tone soft. Wait, Qiqi, your boyfriend is Yu Yang? Don't you know he used to be Xuewei's devoted admirer? Tang Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. Han Qiqi was filled with confusion upon hearing this. She never anticipated that the well-to-do gentleman she had finally found was once a sycophant of Jiang Xuewei. Ever since she had broken up with Wang Haoran, she had not found another quality boyfriend, ultimately settling for Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart sank. He hadn't expected Han Qiqi to know Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner, your words are rather harsh, aren't they? Is showing concern now labeled as being a sycophant? Yu Yang replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Isn't that the truth? I recall Xuewei mentioning that you once barked like a dog in front of Lin Chen and her. Tang Wanner relentlessly pressed, further deepening Yu Yang's embarrassment. At this point, Han Qiqi's expression turned sour as she realized Tang Wanner was throwing shade at her. She wished to retort but hesitated, aware of the repercussions of offending Jiang Xuewei. After all, Wang Haoran's brother was a scion of the Longzhou group. If someone of that stature referred to Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend as Brother Lin, then Lin Chen's status was undoubtedly comparable to Wang Qiqi's. Yet, Han Qiqi was reluctant to let go of Yu Yang, her financial benefactor. She knew he was quite generous, and all she had to do was comply with his desires. Fearing that Yu Yang would escalate the conflict, she had no choice but to forcibly lead him back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang glared at Han Qiqi in anger. Han Qiqi, now irate herself, shot back. I'm saving you. Do you have any idea about Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend's background? Isn't he just a student with a bit of money? How significant could he be? Yu Yang scoffed, believing that the most he could be was someone whose family owned a company worth a few $100 million. Do you know the Longzhou Group? Han Qiqi inquired. Of course I know the Longzhou Group. It's valued at around $100 billion. You're not telling me that Lin Chen is a scion of the Longzhou Group, are you? Yu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he pressed for clarification, but he quickly shook his head, deeming it improbable. It must be someone with the surname Wang. There's no way it's Lin. Indeed, he isn't a scion of the Longzhou Group, but the scion of the Longzhou Group calls him Brother Lin, Han Qiqi replied coolly. After that encounter, she felt a twinge of fear, recalling how she had boldly confronted someone of such stature and even ended her relationship with Wang Haoran. Thankfully, they hadn't held it against her as a mere girl. What? How is that possible? How do you know this? Yu Yang was utterly shocked. Under his repeated questioning, Han Qiqi finally explained, I happened to learn about Wang Shijia, the scion of the Longzhou Group. And then I overheard him calling Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend Brother Lin. Han Qiqi certainly couldn't divulge that she had only recently been Wang Haoran's girlfriend. In Yu Yang's eyes, she was still a virgin. Well, the hymen was lost during a gym class in high school. Yang thought, his expression one of disbelief. He then looked at Han Chi-Chi with gratitude. Thank goodness you pulled me away earlier. Otherwise, I might have spoken recklessly and brought misfortune upon my family. Aren't you always wanting that bag worth over 40,000? Let us go. I'll take you to buy it right now. Han Chi-Chi's face instantly brightened. Really? I love you so much, babe, she exclaimed excitedly. I never thought these two mismatched souls would end up together. Tang Wanner remarked disdainfully. Forget it. Discussing this dampens the mood. Let's hurry to eat. I haven't had the school's big plate chicken in ages. I'm craving it, Jiang Shuowei said, pulling Tang Wanner forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Chen followed closely behind. Boss, has Wanner always been this fierce? Xiao Fei whispered. What? Are you scared? Lin Chen said, his face alight with laughter as he gazed at Xiao Fei. How could I be? Don't you think that's incredibly cool? This is the true essence of a Sichuan woman, exuding confidence. Xiao Fei quickly retorted. Lin Chen merely smiled and remained silent. He preferred Jiang Shuowei's gentle demeanor. The four arrived at the school cafeteria, ordering the big plate chicken along with several other dishes. After their meal, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei hurried back to class. Time flew, and soon it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon when a message from Wang Shijie arrived. Brother Lin, the car club will commence around 7. Let us head over together then. All right, I'll bring your sister-in-law along, and I have another friend joining us too. We can all go together. Sure. May I ask what kind of car your friend drives, Brother Lin? A Porsche 918. Wow. Impressive. A multi-million-dollar supercar. Chapter 71, The Car Club. After their meal, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Noticing the time was nearing, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. We're waiting at the school gate. We'll be there shortly. Lin Chen then drove the Lamborghini Veneno with Jiang Shuowei seated beside him, while Xiao Fei drove the Porsche 918 with Tang Wanner following closely behind. The two supercars paraded out of the school, catching the attention of many onlookers. At the school gate, a Lamborghini Gallardo had been waiting for quite some time. Its distinctive curves and dazzling color attracted the gazes of numerous passers-by. The three cars parked side by side along the roadside, drawing gasps of admiration from several students. Wow, are we witnessing a convergence of million-dollar, multi-million-dollar, and even billion-dollar supercars? Is there truly such a wealth of second-generation rich kids at Suzhou University? I'm genuinely envious. If only they were my brothers. A few individuals alighted from the vehicle. To Wang Shijie's surprise, a strikingly beautiful woman accompanied him, undoubtedly a campus belle. With a beaming smile, Wang Shijie greeted, Brother Lin, sister-in-law, Shijie. This is my brother Xiao Fei, and that is my girlfriend's best friend, Tang Wanner. Lin Chen introduced. This is Wang Shijie, the scion of the Longjiu group. Hello, Xiao Gu. Hello, Senior Tang. Wang Shijie greeted warmly. Naturally, he was acquainted with the campus beauty Tang Wanner, although he had heard rumors of her challenging temperament. Xiao Fei was somewhat taken aback to learn of the Longjiu group's affiliation, as it was a conglomerate valued at nearly 100 billion. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen turned his attention to the woman beside Wang Shijie. Brother Lin, this is my girlfriend Zhu, a dental medicine major and a freshman this year. Wang Shijie promptly introduced. Hello, Brother Lin. Hello, Sister Jiang. Hello, Brother Xiao. Hello, Senior Tang. Zhu appeared somewhat bashful. Those who could call Wang Shijie brother were undoubtedly influential figures. After a brief introduction, the group proceeded to a picturesque manor arranged by the car club in the outskirts. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei were the first to settle into the Lamborghini Veneno, while Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner swiftly entered the Porsche 918. Wang Shijie, on the other hand, took a seat in the Lamborghini Gallardo with Zhu. The trio of luxury vehicles roared to life, their engines' thunderous growls eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Upon arriving at the manor, they noticed several guards stationed at the entrance, seemingly assessing the value of the vehicles. When it was Lin Chen's group's turn, the guards were visibly taken aback. Wang Shijie's vehicle was impressive, valued at several million. But Xiao Fei's car was in the tens of millions, not to mention Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, with the guards' odd gazes upon them. The group drove through the manor's gates. Inside the manor, the scenery was enchanting, with verdant trees and fragrant blossoms. It was evident that the place was filled with luxury cars worth millions, Porsche 911, Aston Martin Vantage, Ferrari Roma, Maserati, and an array of opulent vehicles that dazzled the eye. As they disembarked, they attracted the attention of several individuals who had yet to enter the building. Isn't that the Lamborghini Veneno? This car club event has a remarkable lineup, and that Porsche 918 is also a car worth millions, exclaimed a wealthy heir, his eyes brimming with envy. I must go introduce myself. Several affluent young men immediately approached. Hey, let me introduce myself. My dad is. My mom is. My grandfather is. The group found their persistence rather tiresome. Although they were all here for leisure, such incessant clinginess was somewhat irritating. Excuse me, could we possibly enter? Lin Chen inquired, his patience wearing thin yet maintaining a calm demeanor. The young man fell silent, and stepped aside. The six entered the grand dining hall, which was already bustling with a crowd. As it was their first time attending a car club event, they were filled with curiosity about everything around them. Lacking acquaintances, no one approached them for conversation. Meanwhile, the individuals outside, chastened by Lin Chen's remark, refrained from further interruptions. However, the group relished the tranquility, as they were merely seeking a break from their mundane routines. Jiang Xuewei picked up a small piece of cake and tasted it, her eyes sparkling with delight. She held out a morsel to Lin Chen. "Ah Chen, you must try this. The matcha cake is divine." Lin Chen chuckled and opened his mouth to take a bite. It was indeed delightful. He graciously praised, his gaze filled with affection. "See, I told you it was delicious, didn't I?" Jiang Xuewei beamed proudly, resembling a child who had just received commendation. Tang Wanner watched in astonishment at the usually aloof Jiang Xuewei, her heart brimming with surprise. Is there really such a stark contrast? Xiao Fei felt a twinge of envy as he observed Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei's sweet interactions. He too picked up a piece of cake and offered it to Tang Wanner, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. "Senior Wanner, you should try some too." Tang Wanner, flustered, quickly grabbed her bowl, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you, just place it in my bowl." Xiao Fei's smile remained undiminished as he placed the cake into Tang Wanner's bowl. "Xuewei, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here for a moment," Lin Chen said softly. "All right." Jiang Xuewei nodded obediently. "Boss, I'm coming too." Xiao Fei quickly chimed in, rising to follow Lin Chen to the restroom. "I think I spotted my cousin. I'll go find him," Wang Shijie added. "No problem, you go ahead. You can leave your girlfriend in our capable hands," Tang Wanner said with a smile. "Then I'll trouble you, sisters." "Zhu, please wait here for me for a bit," Wang Shijie said before walking away. "Zhu, Junior, you are." The three women quickly struck up a conversation. Just then, a group of men approached. "Ladies, may we befriend you?" The leader's gaze unabashedly roamed over the three women, filled with lustful intent. It was September, and the lingering summer heat persisted, prompting the women to wear shorts or skirts. The moment this man appraised them, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines, eliciting a wave of revulsion. "No, please seek other women for friendships. We do not welcome you," Tang Wanner stated bluntly. Zhu, unfamiliar with such encounters, instinctively moved closer to Tang Wanner. However, the man persisted. "No need to be so cold, ladies. Have you heard of Rongtojidi? My father is one of the largest shareholders," the man proclaimed, his expression brimming with pride. "We've clearly stated our disinterest. Did you not hear? We do not welcome you. Leave at once." Tang Wanner finally lost her temper. The commotion caught Wang Shijie's attention, prompting him to rush over. "They are my friends. If you have something to discuss, speak with me, brother," Wang Shijie said, forcefully patting the leader's shoulder from behind. The man winced in pain and glared at Wang Shijie. "Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs?" This outburst drew the attention of those nearby, who began to gather around. "Who is this? So arrogant. He seems to be Chen Long, the son of the major shareholder of Rongtojidi. That's quite a formidable company. Wang Shijie is no ordinary person. He is the scion of the Longzhou Group." "What? The scion of the Longzhou Group? This is going to be entertaining." Chen Long, catching wind of the murmurs around him, began to retreat slightly. After all, while his family was a major shareholder of Rongtojidi, Wang Shijie's family controlled the entire Longzhou Group. To harbor a grudge against someone of such stature for the sake of a few women is hardly worthwhile. "Brother Long, perhaps we should just let this go?" The friends surrounding him began to waver, realizing the potential repercussions of offending the Longzhou Group. Jiang Xuewei, Tang Wanner, and Zhu stood to the side, their faces etched with concern. Jiang Xuewei whispered, "What should we do? They won't actually come to blows, will they?" Tang Wanner, fuming, retorted, "This man is nothing more than a creature governed by his lower instincts. I cannot abide such individuals. He deserves a good thrashing." Zhu stepped forward, grasping Wang Shijie's arm tightly, and urged softly, "Shijie, let us not engage with him. We should leave." At that moment, Wang Shijie's ire had also been ignited by Chen Long's crude remarks. "Huh, who do you think you are? I'm your father." The moment those words escaped his lips, laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha, that was unexpected. How amusing." Chen Long, initially inclined to let it slide, could no longer contain himself and seized a nearby cup filled with drinks, ready to hurl it. What is all this commotion? Just then, a figure clad in a sleek black suit approached with an air of calm. "Oh no, Qin Yang is here." The onlookers instantly fell silent, parting to create a path. The previously brash Chen Long's bravado evaporated in an instant. "Brother Qin, I apologize. This scoundrel insulted me, and I couldn't hold back." Chen Long sheepishly returned the cup to the table. "Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my friend's girlfriend, and even after being told to leave, he persisted shamelessly. I only retaliated after he spat those vile words." Wang Shijie hastily corroborated. Qin Yang turned his gaze toward Chen Long. "Is that so?" Chen Long stammered, at a loss for words. Just then, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei returned from the restroom, quickly making their way over upon witnessing the scene. Cousin, I thought you had something on today and wouldn't make it. Xiao Fei exclaimed with joy. Qin Yang turned to Xiao Fei, a smile breaking across his face. You rascal. I searched for you everywhere. Qin Yang embraced Xiao Fei, leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. The cousin of the Qin family's young master? Wang Shijia's expression brightened. He hadn't anticipated that brother Lin's friends would hold such prominence. It is known that the previous generation of the Qin family had only one daughter, who was said to have married into a prominent family in the capital. Xiao Fei's status was now clear. And who might this be? This is my boss, Lin Chen. Qin Yang smile dimmed slightly. Xiao Fei's boss. What caliber of person qualifies to be Xiao Fei's superior? Hello, I am Lin Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei turned their attention toward Jiang Shuowei and the others. Cousin, what has transpired? Xiao Fei inquired with curiosity. It's this Chen Long, the rather unsavory-looking one. He has been making advances toward others' girlfriends, leading to a confrontation. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Fei and Lin Chen's expressions darkened. Lin Chen rushed over. Shuowei, are you all right? I'm fine, Jiang Shuowei replied, shaking her head as she clutched Lin Chen's hand tightly. Xiao Fei also hurried to comfort Tang Wanner. Qin Yang suddenly realized that they were all friends of his cousin, and one of the girls might even be Xiao Fei's girlfriend. His expression turned grim. It was his event, and yet, on his turf, his cousin's girlfriend was being harassed. The thought alone soured Qin Yang's demeanor. The onlookers regarded Chen Long with pity. Young Master Qin, this has nothing to do with us. We haven't uttered a word. Chen Long's companions hastily distanced themselves. Chen Long felt utterly vexed. How could he be so unfortunate as to cross paths with the girlfriend of Qin Yang's cousin? Brother Qin, I sincerely apologize. I truly had no idea they were your friends. Had I known, I would never have dared to offend even a fraction. Chen Long hastily proclaimed. Brother Qin, I'm willing to apologize or offer compensation. Do you think I need your trifling reparations? Qin Yang glared at him coldly. Xiao Fei, seething with anger, lamented that he had finally managed to bring Wanner out for some fun, only for this incident to unfold. Cousin, who is this person? I'm curious to see how formidable he truly is. His father is the major shareholder of Rantu Real Estate, Qin Yang replied. Indeed. He is not someone to be trifled with, but there are ways to handle him. After all, Rantu Real Estate isn't solely his family's enterprise. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system quest. Slap Chen Long in the face. Reward, 70% shares of Rantu Real Estate. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. The timing of the system's arrival was impeccable. I don't recall having a son named Chen Long, Lin Chen remarked, somewhat perplexed. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at those words. Chen Long's face turned an ashen shade, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Lin Chen. Brother Qin, isn't that a bit excessive? Chen Long implored Qin Yang. What's wrong? Did I say something inaccurate? I am indeed the largest shareholder of Rantu Real Estate, am I not? How can I not remember having such a son as you? Lin Chen continued to speak, amusement dancing in his eyes. He was not specifically targeting Chen Long. Previously, there had been someone named Chen Yu who held 27% of the shares as the largest shareholder of Rantu Real Estate. However, the system had rewarded him with 30%, thus elevating him to the position of the largest shareholder. Chapter 73, You Are My Father. You are the largest shareholder of Rantu Real Estate? Ask those present if anyone is unaware that my father is the largest shareholder of Rantu Real Estate. Young man, there's a time and place for boasting. Beware of the consequences of your words. Chen Long glared at Lin Chen with a menacing look. Just as Qin Yang was about to speak, Xiao Fei interjected, Cousin, my boss is no ordinary individual. He can handle this matter himself. Qin Yang shot a surprised glance at Lin Chen, then nodded. Wang Shijia was evidently taken aback by Lin Chen's claims. Hadn't Lin Chen previously stated he was a shareholder in Penguin Company, the proprietor of the Dihao Hotel, and owned an entire street of storefronts? He had never mentioned being the largest shareholder of Rantu Real Estate. Lin Chen scoffed. Why don't you call your father and ask? But let me warn you. Don't call my number. I genuinely do not recall having you as my son. Chen Long, observing Lin Chen's confident demeanor and recognizing him as a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, suddenly felt a twinge of uncertainty. Humph, Brother Qin. I am not the one seeking trouble. If it becomes clear that this individual is deliberately insulting the Chen family, I kindly request that Brother Qin refrain from intervening. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Not intervening is out of the question. Merely for the sake of my cousin's honor, I intend to see Chen Long suffer some consequences. Chen Long, noticing Qin Yang's silence, felt slightly reassured and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Dad, I'm in a bit of a situation. He then recounted the events to his father. Xiaolong, what is that person's name? The voice on the other end suddenly took on a tense tone. Upon hearing his father's words, Qianlong was instantly engulfed by an ominous feeling. To his astonishment, his father did not express anger, but rather inquired about the name of the individual in question. Could it be that his father was no longer the largest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate? The thought sent a wave of panic through Qianlong. If he had indeed offended both Qin Yang and Wang Shijia, combined with the fact that there was now a true major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate, his situation would be dire. Qianlong swallowed hard and turned to Lin Chen, who wore a mocking expression. "What is your name?" he asked. "I am surnamed Lin. Hence I do not have a son by the surname Chen," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Qianlong could no longer afford to heed Lin Chen's ridicule. He spoke into the phone. "Dad, he claims his surname is Lin, but he appears to be a university student not yet 20 years old. How could he possibly be the major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate? Xiaolong, you must quickly apologize to him. Recently, a young man surnamed Lin indeed acquired 30% of the company's shares. Anyone capable of such a feat must have an extraordinary background. You cannot offend him." The urgency in his father's voice was palpable. Qianlong's face turned ashen upon hearing those words. He never imagined that this young man, so much his junior, could truly be the largest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Slowly, he lowered his phone, feeling as if he could barely stand. What have I done? Offending so many powerful individuals consecutively. "Hello? Xiaolong, did you hear what I said?" Qianlong's father continued, but at that moment, Qianlong had no time to listen. His mind raced with thoughts on how to resolve this predicament. Observing Qianlong's distressed demeanor, those around him understood the gravity of the situation. Casting wary glances at Lin Chen, at such a young age, he was the largest shareholder of a publicly traded company worth hundreds of billions. His background was unfathomable. "I saw the car he drove outside was a Lamborghini Veneno." Someone from the crowd, who had previously sought to befriend Lin Chen, couldn't help but exclaim. "What? A Lamborghini Veneno? Worth 100 million? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Chen with even greater awe. This was no mere second-generation rich kid. He was on an entirely different level. Qin Yang, overhearing the conversation, regarded Lin Chen with a newfound respect. However, he thought to himself that mere words would not make one the leader of Xiao Fei. "What is going on? Am I really your father?" Lin Chen, growing impatient with Qianlong's silence, pressed him. "Yes, you are my father. Can you spare me?" Qianlong suddenly raised his head, hope flickering across his face. He could no longer afford to worry about his dignity. If this issue remained unresolved, with the combined pressures from the Qin, Wang, and Lin families, the Chen family would be doomed. As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt in laughter moments later. "What did I just hear? Qianlong, that arrogant brat, is actually calling someone else father? Truly, he is the heir of the Chen family, capable of bending and yielding." The laughter was infectious, with three girls, Wang Shijia and Xiao Fei, joining in merriment. They had anticipated Qianlong would back down, yet he did so with such ease. Even Qin Yang nearly burst into laughter. Lin Chen, however, was taken aback. "No, brother, I was merely joking. You shouldn't take it literally. I don't have such a large son. Don't let my girlfriend misunderstand." Lin Chen hastily clarified, looking at Qianlong with evident disdain. Hearing the laughter around him, Qianlong felt his anger reach its peak, yet he maintained a facade of subservience. "Lord Lin, you are magnanimous. Please forgive me this once. And I promise to steer clear of you in the future." Ding! A system notification chimed in Lin Chen's mind, announcing the completion of a task and the reward of 70% of Rongtou Real Estate shares. A smile involuntarily crept across Lin Chen's face. Qianlong, misinterpreting Lin Chen's smile as a sign of hope, was about to continue speaking when his phone rang once more. "Qianlong, we are severing our father-son relationship. I have raised you, and I have transferred 2 million to you. From now on, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Qin Fu." His father's words hung in the air, and before Qianlong could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Stunned and bewildered, Qianlong stood frozen, unable to comprehend why his father suddenly wished to disown him. Moments later, a notification pinged on his phone, indicating the transfer of 2 million. He looked up at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You may inquire again to see if there are any other shareholders of Rongtou Real Estate besides me," Lin Chen said with a faint smile. The crowd was left dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the implications of Lin Chen's statement. "What? Rongtou Real Estate has announced that all shares have been acquired by a mysterious individual, meaning it is now entirely under that person's control," a bystander exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his phone. Chapter 74, completely insane. Everyone felt a jolt of shock as they hastily pulled out their phones to search for the official website of Rongtou Real Estate. Indeed, the shocking announcement was prominently displayed, having been released merely a minute prior. "No way. How can this be?" Someone gasped in astonishment. "Who is this Lin Xiao? How could he possibly acquire the entirety of Rongtou Real Estate without warning?" The crowd was filled with confusion and astonishment. Young Master Lin is truly terrifying. The onlookers erupted in chatter, their voices a cacophony. Even Wang Shijia, Xiao Fei, Tang Wan'er, and Jiang Xuewei looked on in shock at Lin Chen, who remained as composed as ever. What does it mean to remain unfazed? Lin Chen's demeanor perfectly exemplified that phrase. However, one could not help but think that he was putting on quite the act. At this moment, Chen Long was on the verge of a breakdown. This is impossible. I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true. He muttered repeatedly, slowly raising his gaze to meet Lin Chen's eyes, which were now bloodshot with rage. This is all you're doing, Chen Long yelled, seizing a steak knife from the table and charging furiously toward Lin Chen. Ah Chen boss. The surrounding crowd reacted instantly, retreating in fear, while only Jiang Xuewei and Xiao Fei rushed forward without hesitation. Chen Long lunged at Lin Chen, viciously stabbing toward his chest. Lin Chen, observing the now deranged Chen Long, looked on with disdain. Too slow. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Chen Long's attack. Then, with a swift kick, Lin Chen sent Chen Long crashing to the ground, the knife clattering away from his grasp. Xiao Fei and the others quickly subdued Chen Long, pinning him firmly to the ground. A few astute individuals rushed to assist in restraining him. Jiang Xuewei ran over and embraced Lin Chen tightly. Ah Chen, you scared me to death. Her face was still pale with fear, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I'm fine, Xuewei. You know my abilities, don't worry. Lin Chen reassured her. Lin Chen held Jiang Xuewei and gently patted her back, speaking softly. Let me go? I want to kill him. Chen Long roared, struggling fiercely. His eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with boundless hatred. Shortly thereafter, someone produced several ropes from an unknown source and swiftly bound Chen Long's hands and feet. After comforting Jiang Xuewei, Lin Chen took out his phone and directly dialed the police. Hello, officer, there's someone here who tried to stab me, but I've subdued him. Moments later, Lin Chen hung up the phone and turned his attention to the now gradually calming Chen Long. You unfilial son, how dare you attempt to stab your father? You must be treated to a complimentary meal. Lin Chen's words dripped with sarcasm. Chen Long remained silent, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Everyone, please do me a favor and stay a little longer for Qin Yang. The police will be here soon to take statements. Qin Yang proclaimed loudly. Some who had been contemplating leaving, hoping to avoid trouble, reluctantly stayed. After all, Qin Yang might not remember those who left, but he would certainly recall those who remained. Given that this was a gathering of wealthy heirs, and with no surveillance cameras in sight, testimonies became exceedingly important. Thank you, young Master Qin. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. No trouble at all, Qin Yang replied with a smile, his curiosity piqued by this university student who was the same age as his cousin. Young Master Qin, young Master Lin, I have a video that captured the entire moment Chen Long brandished the knife. A timid voice spoke up. Lin Chen's expression brightened. Oh, bring it to me. The individual excitedly approached and handed Lin Chen his phone. Soon, Jiang Xuewei and the others gathered around to watch, and indeed, the video recorded everything that had just transpired. What were you filming for? Qin Yang suddenly inquired. The group turned to look at the individual. The person, visibly flustered, began to explain hastily. Young Master Qin, I had no other intentions. I simply wanted to capture Chen Long, making a fool of himself. Truly, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the panicked individual, and after a moment, spoke slowly. It's best to keep it that way. If I discover any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being impolite. The person nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is your name? This matter has indeed been helpful. Lin Chen inquired. Young Master Lin, I am Tycoon from Jiahe Timber. The individual appeared quite pleased. Just to gain the favor of someone like young Master Lin was enough to secure some benefits for himself. Jiahe Timber, I see, Lin Chen replied indifferently. A moment later, the sound of police sirens approached, and several officers entered the estate, momentarily stunned by the rows of luxury cars. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves. However, since they were already there, they steeled themselves and proceeded inside. Upon entering, they immediately noticed Chen Long bound hand and foot. May I ask who reported the incident? The lead officer inquired with a cordial demeanor. Lin Chen stepped forward and nodded slightly. Officer, I made the call. This individual attempted to kill me, but we managed to subdue him. Everyone here can corroborate my account, and I have a video as well. With that, Lin Chen handed his phone to the officer. The officers then questioned those present to ascertain the truth of the matter, reviewed the video, and subsequently took Chen Long into custody. After the police left with Chen Long, the atmosphere in the estate gradually returned to calm, and the onlookers regarded Lin Chen with a mix of awe and curiosity. Qin Yang approached with a smile. Addressing Lin Chen, young Master Lin, today's events have truly opened my eyes. I never expected someone so young to possess such skills and resolve. Lin Chen humbly replied. You flatter me, young Master Qin. Qin Yang merely smiled and then addressed the crowd. I apologize for the unpleasant experience at today's car club meeting. Let us conclude it here for now. Everyone may disperse. As Qin Yang's words echoed, the crowd began to leave in succession. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Lu Hai, briefly explaining the situation and instructing him to find the best lawyer. Ideally one who could charge Chen Long with attempted murder to ensure he enjoyed a prolonged stay with complimentary meals. In Chapter 75, is it just about having a bit of money? Cousin, thank you so much for today, Xiao Fei expressed with deep gratitude. No need for thanks between cousins. How about I treat you and your friends to a night out at my bar? Qin Yang offered with a hearty laugh. Xiao Fei hesitated, turning to Lin Chen and Tang Wan'er for their opinions. I think I'll pass, Tang Wan'er stammered, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Wan'er, you can't drink. Jiang Shuowei remarked with a knowing smile. Can't drink? Why not? Did you take something and feel unwell? Xiao Fei inquired, concern etched on his face. Oh, it's nothing. Just don't ask. Tang Wan'er's cheeks flushed as she spoke, a mix of annoyance and shyness evident. Seeing her discomfort, Xiao Fei promptly silenced himself. Though confusion lingered in his mind, he then turned to the others for their thoughts, but Jiang Shuowei also declined, stating she wanted to stay in the dorm to keep Wan'er company. Naturally, Lin Chen would not go either. He couldn't very well let them take a taxi back alone. Xiao Fei, feeling helpless, had to concede. Cousin, let us save it for next time. I'll treat you to drinks then. Not a problem. If you're feeling unwell, just take good care of her, all right? Qin Yang chuckled. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Shijie felt a twinge of regret. Seizing this opportunity to connect with the Qin family could greatly benefit their Longzhou group. However, seeing that no one else shared this sentiment, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. It wouldn't do to awkwardly approach Qin Yang and ask if he had time. After all, after bidding farewell to Qin Yang, the group drove back to campus. Along the way, Xiao Fei contemplated asking Tang Wan'er about her discomfort but decided against it, recalling her earlier reluctance to share. Upon returning to school, 3 sports cars parked in front of a dormitory building, an unusual sight that instantly attracted the attention of many students. They paused, marveling at the spectacle with eyes filled with admiration and envy. Zhu, you're also in Building 8. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed in surprise as she got out. Yes, Sister Shuowei, I'm on the 4th floor for 113. Zhu replied with a smile. Both Shuowei and I are in Building 8, 304. If you're bored, feel free to come and hang out with us. Tang Wan'er chimed in, but her face suddenly contorted in discomfort as she clutched her stomach, her complexion turning pale. Sensing her distress, Jiang Shuowei and Zhu quickly assisted Tang Wan'er to a nearby bench. Xiao Fei watched anxiously. Sister Wan'er, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? I can take you. His voice trembled with concern. Tang Wan'er, still clutching her abdomen, buried her forehead in her legs, remaining silent as beads of sweat trickled down her brow. Zhu could not help but stifle a laugh, while Jiang Shuowei glanced up, casting a reproachful look at Xiao Fei. Can't you tell something's wrong with Wan'er? She said, her tone laced with mild admonishment. Just as Xiao Fei opened his mouth to retort, he caught sight of Lin Chen and Wang Shijie exchanging knowing glances in his direction. It took a moment for Xiao Fei to realize that Tang Wan'er was likely experiencing her monthly discomfort. Oh dear, why am I so slow on the uptake? He berated himself internally, feeling a pang of frustration. I'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers, he declared, dashing towards the car. There's no need. Tang Wan'er managed to lift her head, her hair sticking to her forehead with sweat, her voice weak, yet resolute. I have some in my dorm. Xiao Fei halted in his tracks, somewhat disheartened as he turned back. What should I do then? He asked, feeling utterly helpless, like a restless ant on a hot skillet. It's fine. I'll be all right in a few days, Tang Wan'er replied before painstakingly standing up and making her way upstairs. Jiang Shuowei and Zhu hurriedly stepped forward to support her, carefully assisting her one step at a time. Xiao Fei remained frozen, perplexed by Tang Wan'er's sudden reaction, his heart brimming with concern and worry for her. Jiang Shuowei turned back to beckon Lin Chen, who responded by patting Xiao Fei on the shoulder. Come on. Senior Tang is probably just feeling unwell. Don't you know that a girl's mood can sour during her time of the month? Don't overthink it. Exactly, Xiao Gu. I can tell that Senior Tang definitely has feelings for you. Wang Shijie chimed in, his eyes filled with conviction. Instantly, Xiao Fei's expression brightened. I knew someone was tugging at my clothes. I thought I was just helping out the boss. Turns out it was Sister Wan'er, he exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. Are you happy now? Lin Chen observed with amusement as he watched Xiao Fei. I am. I need to hurry back to the dorm and call Sister Wan'er. I'll see you later. Shijie, I owe you a meal next time, Xiao Fei said, turning to leave. However, just as he attempted to depart, he was intercepted by 2 young women. Handsome, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? What do you think of me? One woman, dressed in black, tall and curvaceous, with striking features, said alluringly, flipping her hair as her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I can be a good option too, big brother. Another girl, clad in a blue and white sailor outfit with a pleated skirt, boldly chimed in, her smile sweet and inviting. Xiao Fei, already handsome and of an elite caliber, driving a luxury sports car worth over 10 million, naturally attracted attention from women, especially after they observed him seemingly embroiled in a quarrel with a potential girlfriend. This was an opportunity they felt compelled to seize. Lin Chen and Wang Shijie stood back, watching the scene unfold in silence. No, thank you, I have a girlfriend. Xiao Fei politely declined, his expression resolute. Having a girlfriend is no issue. The mature woman countered, her gaze lingering suggestively. Big brother, I could be your little sister. The sailor-clad girl added, looking at him with innocent eagerness. Xiao Fei felt a surge of impatience, his thoughts racing as he longed to return to the dorm and call Sister Warner. No, thank you. With that, he deftly maneuvered around the two women, got into his car, and drove away, leaving the two girls with lingering looks of disappointment. Once Xiao Fei had left, the women turned their attention to Lin Chen and Wang Shijie. Both felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of attention. Lin Gu, I think I'll be heading out as well, Wang Shijie said. All right. The two of them quickly hopped into their car, leaving no room for further conversation with the girls. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuawei, standing by the window on the upper floor, watched the scene with satisfaction before returning to her dorm. Humph. So what if he has got some money? What is there to flaunt? She muttered under her breath after the three had departed, a hint of disdain in her tone. Exactly. Chapter 76, The Enthralled Brother. When Lin Chen parked the car and returned to the dorm, he found Xiao Fei lying on the bed, looking utterly lost and dazed. Summer Wei and Chen Xiao were nearby, offering him comfort. What has happened? Lin Chen asked, astonished. How could Xiao Fei be like this after such a short time? What transpired? Beautiful Tang Sai? Chen Xiao and Summer Wei were cautious not to discuss too much in front of Xiao Fei. Boss, do you think Sister Warner really likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly inquired. Lin Chen instantly understood. I can only say that anyone with eyes can see she has feelings for you, he replied softly. Then why did Sister Warner tell me not to look for her anymore? Xiao Fei's spirit sank. He had been diligently pursuing Tang Warner, deleting all previous contacts from his phone and frequently chatting with her. He even bought her lipstick, clothes, and bags, though she had never accepted them. Perhaps she has her reservations. I think you should find an opportunity to talk to her, Lin Chen suggested thoughtfully. Old four, why do you, a wealthy young man, insist on pursuing her so ardently? Wouldn't a life of extravagance, where you could change partners at will, be more appealing? Chen Xiao questioned, unable to fathom his determination. You wouldn't understand, Xiao Fei replied tersely. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. The three friends opted not to press further. After Lin Chen finished washing up, he returned to bed to play on his phone. Since getting his bangs, he had handed most responsibilities over to Lu Hai, becoming a hands-off manager. Lin Chen took out his phone to message Jiang Shuawei for an update. However, after waiting a while without a response, he opened the Douyin app to watch some videos. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon Zhao Gu's live stream. Back in high school, he occasionally played Eternal Calamity and was particularly skilled with the Great Buddha. Those who obstruct me shall face the consequences. Zhao Gu, known as the strongest mercenary in the game, was renowned for his prowess. Upon entering the live stream, Lin Chen heard Zhao Gu singing. In an instant, the rules are overturned. Who am I but my own inner demon that dances wildly? A single tear, turning back midway. Meanwhile, the chat was ablaze with excitement. So beautiful. The host, Zhao Gu, truly lives up to his name. Did the original singer shed tears? Is there no gold pile? At that moment, a character named Hu Tao appeared, dodging Zhao Ji's relentless pursuit. Wow, this Hu Tao is something else. Swift as a peach. Who is this? Viewers exclaimed. Host, hurry and take her down. I'll donate a sports car. Zhao Gu, can you handle this? The strongest mercenary being toyed with? The chat was in an uproar. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the banter and sent a carnival donation. Thank you. Ling Ling loves eating lollipops for the carnival. Much appreciated. Zhao Gu immediately acknowledged him. However, upon hearing the name, Lin Chen was momentarily bewildered. Wait, when did my Douyin name get changed? Did that girl Zhou Ling mess with it? Just wait until I get back. I'll teach her a lesson. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that Zhou Ling had borrowed his phone to browse Douyin after hers was confiscated. The boss is confused. Does the boss need a dog? I can bark loudly. I see you are intent on treating the boss to some water. However, the boss must be from Tianfu City, right? A male named Ling Ling who has a penchant for lollipops? Beware, Zhao. This boss harbors ulterior motives. Ha ha ha. The IP indeed originates from Tianfu City. Lin Chen glanced at the barrage, his expression darkening instantly, his teeth gritting in anger. This wretched girl. Just wait until I return to deal with you. He promptly changed his name to Chun Dong the Old Monster. Zhao also took note of the barrage messages, growing increasingly cautious. Just then, that Hu Tao sprang forth, even opting to deliver a slap to Zhao Ma with her bare hands instead of utilizing a weapon. Zhao Ma was immediately incensed. After years of playing Eternal Calamity, this was the first time he had encountered such an absurd situation. Streamer, teach her a lesson. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. The barrage began to flood in again, and Lin Chen found himself laughing heartily. Zhao Ma, if you manage to slay this Hu Tao and then sing a song of enchantment, I will immediately shower you with 33 carnivals. Upon Lin Chen's message hitting the screen, the live stream erupted with excitement. Goodness, this is a generous benefactor. Brother, have you ever considered adopting a dog? 33 carnivals, that must amount to 100,000 yuan. Right? The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. Zhao Ma, did you hear what our brother said? Hurry up and act on it. Chen Dong the old monster? Isn't this the same brother who just bestowed the carnivals? Has he changed his name? Zhao Ma, perplexed by the barrage, scrolled up. Is the boss speaking the truth? Zhao Ma asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. 33 carnivals. That would net him 70,000 yuan. It is indeed true. Lin Chen smiled lightly, merely 10 carnivals. After all, he possesses a fortune of 1 billion in diamonds. He then casually tossed out 3 carnivals. Do you believe it now? Yes, yes. The boss is extravagant. Zhao Ma exclaimed excitedly, then turned to the screen, where Hu Tao was still wildly emoting, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Even the mightiest mercenary, Zhao Ma, exerted great effort to take down this Hu Tao. Zhao Ma gazed at the screen, where Hu Tao had transformed into a soul tomb, his eyes filled with joy. It's time for the song. Niu Boi. Prepare to witness the spectacular effects of dozens of carnivals flooding the screen. Lin Chen was equally unrestrained, directly showering 10 carnivals. After the song, there are still 20 left. Thank you, great benefactor. I shall sing immediately. Zhao Ma eagerly played the battle song. In that instant, ha ha ha. Is this not the most exhilarating performance Zhao Ma has ever delivered? Indeed, if it were me, I would be equally fiery. Such a melodious tune, dear streamer. You should debut on the spot. Once the song concluded, Lin Chen promptly sent out 20 more carnivals. The screen was adorned with effects for an extended period, rendering the barrage nearly invisible. At that moment, Jiang Shuowei's voice call came through, prompting Lin Chen to exit the live stream immediately. Thank you, Chen Dong the old monster. Zhao Ma had yet to finish his expression of gratitude when he heard the system notification. Chen Dong the old monster has left the live stream. This benefactor is indeed capricious. Zhao Ma couldn't help but exclaim in the live stream. In my next life, I too wish to be a wealthy individual, sob sob sob. Alas, the benefactor has departed, and my hopes of becoming a dog are dashed. Time to privately message him. Zhao Ma pondered and decided to follow Lin Chen. Great benefactor, thank you for your generous gifts. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was blissfully unaware of all that transpired in the live stream. Chen, I was just with Warner. I didn't mean to ignore you. Chapter 77, An Incomplete Family. It's alright, Shuowei. What is going on with senior sister Tang? Have you received any news? Lin Chen hastily inquired. Just a moment. Jiang Shuowei lowered her voice significantly. Subsequently, there were sounds of her getting out of bed. After a brief pause, Jiang Shuowei resumed speaking, albeit in a hushed tone. Chen, I'm currently in the bathroom. I just asked Warner, and she mentioned she feels that she and Xiao Fei are incompatible, suggesting that Xiao Fei find someone who truly likes him. Lin Chen fell silent upon hearing this. That shouldn't be the case, right? He could tell that Tang Warner seemed to have feelings for Xiao Fei. Chen, I may know a little something, but I can't guarantee its accuracy. Jiang Shuowei continued. No worries, Shuowei, feel free to share. Lin Chen was instantly intrigued. For the happiness of his brother, he was quite invested. From what I gather, Warner's family situation is quite challenging. A few years ago, her father earned a substantial amount of money but ended up cheating, leading her mother to seek a divorce. When they divided the assets, it was revealed that her father had transferred most of the wealth to someone else's name. Consequently, her mother only received a few 100,000 yuan and a house. I believe Warner's concerns largely stem from this situation. Jiang Shuowei spoke slowly. Lin Chen's expression became complex. It was surprising to learn that Tang Warner, usually so vivacious and outgoing, had endured such hardships. Chen, if you discuss this with Xiao Fei, be sure to advise him to be cautious and not let Warner know that I leaked this information. Jiang Shuowei added. Understood, don't worry. Lin Chen chuckled. Chen, I miss you. Jiang Shuowei's voice suddenly took on a sweet tone. Just as Lin Chen was about to inquire further, he heard Tang Warner's voice on the other end. Are you on the phone with Lin Chen? Yes, Warner. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Humph. I'm not interested in such trivial matters. There was a brief silence on the line. Phew, I almost got caught by Warner. If she had discovered it, I would have been in serious trouble. Jiang Shuowei felt a tinge of dread. It's getting late, Chen. I'm heading to bed now. I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, she said as she returned to her bed. Good night, Shuowei. Good night, Chen. The sound of a meowing voice reached Lin Chen's ears, bringing a smile to his face. After hanging up, Lin Chen turned to Xiao Fei, who was deep in thought on the bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao were looking at him with peculiar expressions. Why are you all staring at me? Is there toothpaste on my face? Lin Chen wondered, touching his face in confusion. Good night, Xiao Wei. Good night, Chen. Lin Chen's expression darkened. You all have awfully sharp ears. Boss. At that volume, I can only assume we have to wear headphones to avoid hearing it. Precisely. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he chose to ignore the two. Xiao Fei, did you overhear what your sister-in-law said just now? Lin Chen asked Xiao Fei. I did. Please extend my gratitude to my sister-in-law. I, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not give up easily. Xiao Fei raised his head, his expression resolute. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Fei's determination. After checking on the progress of the hair treatment, he went to bed. The next morning, Lin Chen rose at 7:30, and as he was brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei emerged. Uffed. Lin Chen, having finished brushing, looked at Xiao Fei squeezing toothpaste with curiosity. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Last night, didn't sister-in-law mention an 8 a.m. class? I figured you were getting up to have breakfast with sister-in-law and the others. Definitely, including Warner. Lin Chen chuckled. You're a clever lad. However, I cannot guarantee that senior sister Tang will be present. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of disbelief. Come on. I refuse to believe they don't have breakfast together in the same class. After getting ready, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei left together. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the two purchased some soybean milk and fried dough sticks, then settled down to wait. Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, I'm in the first cafeteria. You'll see me as soon as you walk in. All right. Thank you. Aiken not long after. Two tall and elegant beauties walked through the entrance of the cafeteria. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. They've arrived. Xiao Fei immediately turned anxious and, as expected, spotted Tang Warner and Jiang Xuewei. Tang Warner clearly noticed Xiao Fei as well. Her steps faltered for a moment, but she was still pulled along by Jiang Xuewei as they approached. Have you two been waiting long? Jiang Xuewei greeted with a smile. Not long. Please, take a seat. Lin Chen replied. Good morning, sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then turned to Tang Warner, his tone slightly tense. Good morning, Sister Warner. Tang Warner responded somewhat awkwardly with a soft then sat down without saying more. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Lin Chen quickly intervened. Let us eat breakfast. It will get cold soon. Xuewei, I need to check on things at Longhu Games later, so you might have to eat lunch by yourself, Lin Chen explained gently while eating. Okay, work is the priority. I can have lunch with Warner. Jiang Xuewei replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei occasionally stole glances at Tang Warner, trying to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Yet he was at a loss for words. Finally, he summoned his courage and said, Sister Warner, can we find a time to have a proper chat? At this remark, both Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen turned their attention to him. Tang Warner glanced at him, her tone indifferent as she replied, No need, I've been quite busy lately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's face revealed a hint of bitterness. Then let us talk when you have time. Tang Warner did not respond further and continued to eat her breakfast. After finishing, Jiang Xuewei and Tang Warner headed to class, while Xiao Fei returned to his dorm for some rest. Lin Chen, however, drove towards Longhu Games. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Longhu Games, Fang Omping looked sternly at the gathered personnel. Chairman Lin might arrive at any moment. You must all be prepared and absolutely avoid offending the new boss, understand? He has just acquired the entire Longhu Games, and anyone who crosses him should be ready to pack their bags. Instantly, everyone tensed up. Although they had been informed of this news yesterday, a sense of unease lingered. Everyone must maintain their spirits and present a good demeanor to welcome Chairman Lin. Leaving him with a positive impression, Fang Omping reiterated. At that moment, Lin Chen had already parked his car downstairs at Longhu Games. After surveying the building and its surroundings, he felt quite satisfied. Just as he was about to enter the building, he noticed a Mercedes-Benz van pulling up, from which two foreigners emerged, accompanied by several representatives from Daxia. Take me to your general manager and, if we can't reach an agreement this time, I'll hand over the Daxia agency rights to another company. One of the tall, blonde foreigners boasted in broken Chinese to the nearby Daxia representatives. If Longhu can't offer a good price for the agency rights of this game in Daxia, you can't blame us. The Daxia representative wore a forced smile, almost bowing as he replied, Mr. James, our general manager is already waiting for you upstairs. He will discuss a suitable price with you. Subsequently, they brushed past Lin Chen, swaggering into the building. Lin Chen observed their retreating figures, deep in thought, and quickened his pace to follow. It seemed that Longhu Games was aiming to acquire the agency rights for a foreign game. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? A burly security guard approached Lin Chen. Blocking his way, Lin Chen ignored the guard and swiftly called Fang Omping. Sir, can you hear me? The guard's voice rose in irritation as he noticed Lin Chen's disregard. Hold on, I'm calling Fang Omping. Don't worry, once he go in, Lin Chen replied coolly, his gaze still fixed on the building's entrance. The guard, now visibly frustrated, stood defiantly in front of Lin Chen with crossed arms, seemingly trying to prevent him from slipping inside. Chairman Lin, have you arrived? I'll come down to meet you. Fong Amping's respectful voice came through as soon as the call connected. I'm already downstairs at the company. Hurry down. Lin Chen replied in a calm tone, as if everything were proceeding as he had anticipated. Chairman Lin, you've arrived? All right, I'll be right down. Fong Amping sounded somewhat rushed. The guard began to doubt his initial impressions. This young man really knew General Manager in. Why were there so many higher-ups? He recalled hearing that the new boss would be visiting today. The guard's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he stared incredulously at Lin Chen. Just then, Fong Amping and several senior executives hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Fong Amping's face brightened with a warm smile, extending his hand. Hello, Chairman Lin. I'm Fong Amping. Welcome to Longhu to inspect the operations. Welcome, Chairman Lin. Others echoed in unison. Lin Chen nodded slightly, shaking Fong Amping's hand lightly. Am I allowed to enter now? Lin Chen inquired of the security guard, his expression devoid of reproach. Yes. The guard stammered, cold sweat streaming down his face. Fong Amping quickly grasped the situation, casting a disapproving glance at the guard. But you're still quite diligent. Keep up the good work, Lin Chen said lightly, his tone laced with encouragement. The guard released a breath of relief, feeling assured that he would at least retain his position. Thank you, Chairman Lin. I will continue to work hard. He bowed repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Fong Amping's expression softened, relieved that Chairman Lin was not upset. Shall we head upstairs to talk? Lin Chen smiled at Fong Amping, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Certainly, Chairman Lin. This way, please. Take care, Chairman Lin. Take care, Mr. Fong. Everyone, take care. The guard called out respectfully as Lin Chen and the others moved away. Once they were out of earshot, the guard murmured. The new Chairman Lin is truly approachable. In the elevator, Lin Chen recalled the foreign gentleman he had just encountered and inquired, Mr. Fong. I noticed a few foreigners visiting our company earlier. Were they here to discuss a collaboration? Fong Amping immediately grasped the context of Lin Chen's question and promptly explained. Indeed, Director Lin. They are representatives from the British company, Temple Games, here to negotiate the agency rights for a game in Daxia. Oh, from Temple Games? Which game are they discussing? Lin Chen's curiosity piqued, for he had heard of this game company, renowned for its popular online games abroad. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Chen stepped out first, with Fong Amping and others hastily following suit. Mr. Fong, please just show me. The others can attend to their tasks. As work is of utmost importance, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the people behind him. Very well, I shall not trouble you further, Director Lin. Farewell. Soon, the senior executives dispersed. Aren't they here to discuss a collaboration? What about those foreign gentlemen? Lin Chen asked, a hint of confusion creasing his brow. Fong Amping, somewhat embarrassed, replied, they were asked to wait in the reception room until your arrival. Not an issue. Let us proceed to see them. Lin Chen chuckled nonchalantly, gesturing for Fong Amping to lead the way. Fong Amping guided Lin Chen to the reception room door. As they approached, discontented voices from within reached their ears. We are expected to wait for you. This is utterly disrespectful. It is quite impolite. Humph. It appears that your Longhu Games does not genuinely desire the agency rights for Wings of Angels and Daxia. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, Mr. Fong will be with you shortly. Please be patient for a moment. With that, Lin Chen and Fong Amping pushed the door open. Mr. Fong, you have finally arrived. The man in the reception room exclaimed, as if seeing a savior, before noticing Lin Chen beside him. Who is this? Director Liu, you have worked hard. This is our newly appointed boss at Longhu, Lin Chen. Fong Amping introduced. Director Liu gazed at Lin Chen, astonished. Goodness, so young. Mr. Fong, Daxia is known as a land of etiquette, is it not? I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your hospitality. Mr. James exclaimed angrily upon seeing Fong Amping. Numerous companies have approached us for the agency rights to Wings of Angels, and we chose Longhu Games, yet upon arriving, we find that you did not greet us promptly. Fong Amping felt a mix of incredulity. After all, only a few minutes had elapsed, yet it seemed as if he had kept them waiting for hours. Mr. James, we at Longhu Games are genuinely interested in the agency rights for Wings of Angels and Daxia. Please remain calm. He sought to placate him, recognizing that the game's international reception had been exceptionally positive. Securing the agency rights would prove immensely profitable for Longhu Games. Reflecting on the arrogance of the foreign gentleman before him, Lin Chen felt a wave of disdain. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task. Abandon the agency rights for Wings of Angels in China. Reward, design and production plan for Black Myth, Wukong. Note, Black Myth, Wukong is a AAA game from a parallel world, entirely composed of Daxia's mythological elements. slated for release with expectations of achieving global sales supremacy. Lin Chen's heart surged with delight at the system prompt. Was this not precisely what Dong Hao had aspired to pursue? The world was currently dominated by foreign-developed blockbuster games, with Daxia yet to showcase any standout titles, save for the popular King of Glory. Lin Chen decided to voice his thoughts. If Temple Games maintains such an attitude, I believe any collaboration between Longhu and Temple need not continue. Fong Onping and director Liu stared at Lin Chen in wide-eyed astonishment. Mr. Fong, who is this person? Can he truly represent Longhu Games? Mr. James sneered, dismissing Lin Chen as Fong Onping's son. From their earlier conversation, it appears he is the owner of Longhu Games, Tom interjected. James's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chen regarded him with a sardonic smile. You may leave Longhu Games. Our collaboration is hereby terminated. Lin Chen issued a clear dismissal. What? James stood up, incredulous. This is impossible. How can you so easily forsake such a lucrative opportunity? You must understand that acquiring the agency rights for Wings of Angels would yield at least hundreds of millions of dollars in profit for you. Do you comprehend this? Young man? Lin Chen remained composed, replying calmly, my apologies, Mr. James, but your arrogance and discourteous demeanor make collaboration with Longhu Games untenable. I am young and impetuous. This company is mine, so I kindly ask you to leave. Tom, now flustered, quickly interjected, Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We came with sincerity. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Sincerity? Is your notion of sincerity a representative shouting at the general manager of Longhu Games? Is this what you deem as sincerity? Fong Onping and director Liu exchanged glances, touched by Lin Chen's defense. They had recognized James's rudeness, but had tolerated it for the sake of securing the agency rights for Wings of Angels and Daxia. James clenched his teeth, retorting, You must realize that aside from Longhu Games, many companies are eager for our agency rights. Lin Chen crossed his arms. Then by all means, pursue them. Longhu Games categorically declines collaboration. James's face darkened, momentarily rendering him speechless. At that moment, Tom's expression shifted to one of feigned joviality. Mr. Lin, perhaps our previous attitude was indeed inappropriate. We are open to renegotiation. Fong Onping contemplated advising Lin Chen, as the potential profits were substantial, and given the change in attitude, collaboration seemed feasible. After all, business hinges on profit. However, realizing that Lin Chen was the owner, he refrained from overstepping his bounds. That will not be necessary, Mr. James. Mr. Tom, you may take your leave. To exemplify Longhu Games' hospitality, we shall cover your airfare. James and Tom exchanged glances filled with frustration and resentment. You will regret this. James spat, turning to leave. Director Liu, please see them out, Lin Chen ordered coldly. Under Liu's escort, the two foreign gentlemen exited the company, crestfallen. Ding. System task completed. The design and production plan for Black Myth. Wukong has been stored on a USB drive placed in the host's pocket. Lin Chen felt a weight in his pocket and upon reaching in, discovered a USB drive within. Director Lin, Wings of Angels is indeed quite popular abroad. Relinquishing the agency rights could result in significant losses for the company, Fong Onping cautiously remarked. Lin Chen smiled lightly, General Manager Fong. It's merely the agency rights for Angel's Wings. If they wish to abandon it, so be it. I possess a far superior game in my hands. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Fong Onping's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Director Lin, may I inquire what this superior game is? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, You shall know in due time. Meanwhile, James and Tom had already exited Longhu Games. With a tinge of anxiety, James retrieved his phone and called the owner of Temple Games. James, has the agency agreement been finalized? How much profit is Longhu Games willing to share? Came a man's voice from the other end. Boss, Longhu Games has declined to collaborate with us at Temple Games. They relinquished the agency rights for Angel's Wings and Daxia and expelled Tom and me from their building, James respectfully explained. How could this be? Didn't Longhu Games strive for this agency for a long time? How could they suddenly give it up? The voice on the other end was laced with bewilderment. The company has a new, very young owner. I barely had the chance to speak before we were asked to leave. James embellished the story. Humph. If Longhu Games refuses to cooperate, we shall seek out other firms. I refuse to believe the agency rights for Angel's Wings cannot be sold. The voice on the other end scoffed before abruptly hanging up. Phew, this matter has been navigated smoothly. Now we merely need to find another company to represent Angel's Wings. James sighed in relief, speaking to Tom beside him. Tom relaxed as well. If the boss finds out that we are the reason this collaboration fell through, we are finished. Indeed. Both men shuddered at the thought. Casting a resentful glance back at the Longhu building before deciding to find a nearby hotel to stay in while they contacted other companies. Chapter 80. The excited Dong Hao shortly thereafter. Fong Onping escorted Lin Chen to the president's office. The office was exquisitely decorated. occupying the most prime location in the entire Longhu building. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the vibrancy of the city was laid bare. Lin Chen settled into the office chair, attentively listening to Fong Onping's work report. Once Fong Onping concluded his report, Lin Chen turned to him and said, "Please draft a confidentiality agreement for a game development project titled Black Myth, Wukong." Fong Onping nodded promptly and exited the office to prepare the agreement. After Fong Onping left, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Dong Hao. At that moment, Dong Hao was engrossed in researching other games. Upon seeing Lin Chen's call, his heart surged with joy. It had been over a week since Lin Chen last mentioned this matter while they were drinking. Had it not been for the knowledge of Lin Chen's girlfriend's injury, he would have doubted whether Lin Chen had forgotten him or had merely been stringing him along. "Young Master Lin, how may I assist you?" After taking a deep breath, Dong Hao answered the call respectfully. "Do you have time now? If so, come to the Longhu building," Lin Chen instructed. Dong Hao immediately responded with enthusiasm. "I have time. I'll be there shortly." Lin Chen smiled faintly at Dong Hao's excited voice. "All right, I'll wait for you here. Just send me a message when you arrive." "Understood, young Master Lin." After hanging up, Lin Chen lingered in the office for several minutes until Fong Onping returned with the agreement. "Director Lin, please take a look at this agreement. If any modifications are needed, I can make them immediately." Fong Onping placed the agreement on Lin Chen's desk. Lin Chen examined the confidentiality agreement closely. "It's satisfactory. Let it be as is," he nodded in approval. Shortly thereafter, Dong Hao sent a message. "Young Master Lin, I'm downstairs at Longhu Games." "All right." After replying, Lin Chen turned to Fong Onping. "Please have the receptionist bring Dong Hao up to my office and print several copies of this confidentiality agreement to bring along." "Certainly, Director Lin." With that, Fong Onping exited the office. A few minutes later, Fong Onping and Dong Hao entered together. "Young Master Lin." Upon seeing Lin Chen, Dong Hao hurriedly greeted him with respect. "Yes, please sign this confidentiality agreement first. I have something to show you," Lin Chen instructed. After both Fong Onping and Dong Hao signed the agreement, Lin Chen retrieved a USB drive containing the design plan for Black Myth, Wukong, and plugged it into the computer. "Come take a look." Hearing this, Fong Onping and Dong Hao quickly approached. As Dong Hao and Fong Onping leaned over the computer screen, their eyes widened in astonishment at the displayed design plan for Black Myth, Wukong. Dong Hao's breath quickened, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is simply astonishing." Though Fong Onping was not deeply versed in game development, he could discern the extraordinary value from the plan's detail and creativity. Observing Dong Hao's enthusiasm, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Dong Hao, this is what I wanted to show you. This is a game design plan entirely rooted in the mythology of Daxia, and if successfully developed, it will undoubtedly create a sensation in the global gaming market." Dong Hao clenched his fists tightly, unable to tear his gaze from the screen. "Young Master Lin, this is the game I have always dreamed of. I have longed to create a AAA game that showcases the charm of our Daxia culture. This is the perfect plan I envisioned." Lin Chen nodded. "Dong Hao, I promised you that as long as you follow me, I would provide you with opportunities to realize your dreams. I intend for you to lead this project." At Lin Chen's words, Dong Hao's head shot up, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. "Young Master Lin, rest assured, I will give it my all and will not betray your trust." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction before turning to Fong Onping. "General Manager Fong, please arrange for Dong Hao to start today. The sooner this project commences, the better. The company will fully support Dong Hao in this endeavor." "Understood, Director Lin. I will make arrangements immediately." Fong Onping eagerly agreed, his gaze towards Dong Hao shifting with newfound respect. His keen business instincts told him that this game, once released, would undoubtedly become a massive success. Lin Chen's decision to place Dong Hao in charge indicated just how much he valued him. Glancing at the time, Lin Chen realized it was already noon. Initially, he had intended to return to dine with Jiang Shuawei, but unable to resist the insistence of Fong Onping, Dong Hao, and the other senior executives, he stayed behind to join them for lunch. The group arrived at a nearby restaurant, where Fong Onping had reserved the most lavish private room. "Ah Chun, have you eaten yet? I was planning to enjoy hot pot noodles outside the school, but Warner wouldn't allow it, saying if she couldn't eat, I shouldn't either." As Lin Chen was eating, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he couldn't help but smile at Jiang Shuawei's message. "I'm already eating. It's all the executives from Longhu Games, and I can't refuse them since it's my first visit to the company. I must give them face, haha. What are you having?" Jiang Shuawei replied moments later. "My husband is amazing. I'm having clear broth dumplings. Indeed, dumplings with lard are the best. I won't disturb you any longer. I have class this afternoon, so I'll take a nap. Good night, ah Chun moi." Lin Chen glanced at the message sent by Jiang Shuawei, responded with a heart emoji, and then continued discussing company matters with Fong Onping and others. Meanwhile, News had emerged online regarding Longhu Games' refusal to partner with Shengmian Games for the agency rights to the game Angel Wings. What the heck? Is Longhu Games truly passing up such a lucrative opportunity? Have they reached such a state of financial distress? Angel Wings. I have been eager to play this game for ages. I hope they expedite the release of the domestic server. Surely, they won't let Penguin get involved, will they? No. Please. I can't tolerate Penguin's antics. Is Longhu Games concealing some grand strategy? Most netizens were criticizing Longhu Games for their lack of discernment, with many rushing to the comments section of the videos posted on Longhu Games' Douyin official account to express their discontent. Soon, Fong Amping's phone rang. It was a call from the company's public relations department. Mr. Fong, are you aware of the current online discourse? Huh, what discourse? Fong Amping appeared bewildered. After hearing the details, he quickly searched on his phone and then relayed the information to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled lightly. It matters not. Let the public relations department issue a statement, asserting that Longhu Games will not collaborate with arrogant enterprises. Cooperation must be founded on equality. And if they cannot even extend the most basic respect to others, it is better to refrain from partnership altogether. Chapter 81. Return to Hermes. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will arrange it immediately. After Fong Amping concluded the call, he promptly contacted the public relations department. After dining, Lin Chen offered a few reminders before departing. With the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday approaching tomorrow, he drove to the tailor supermarket he had visited before. Upon entering the Hermes boutique, the sales associate immediately recognized Lin Chen, dressed impeccably in Givenchy, and greeted him with enthusiasm. Sir, welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you today? With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I wish to purchase a bag for my mother. Could you recommend a suitable option? Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Certainly, sir. Please follow me this way. The associate led Lin Chen to an area brimming with bags. Sir, here are our bags. May I inquire about your mother's preferred Hermes collection? She asked. This question momentarily stumped Lin Chen. Why would he keep track of Hermes bag collections? I'm not very familiar, he admitted. I apologize, sir, but our Birkin, Kelly, and Constance models are all quite popular and are considered classics. May I ask what your budget is? The associate maintained her cheerful demeanor. Lin Chen pondered briefly. His mother would undoubtedly disapprove of him purchasing something extravagant, yet his girlfriend carried bags worth hundreds of thousands. If his mother were to carry a bag worth merely tens of thousands, it would seem rather trivial. Perhaps something above 100,000, Lin Chen replied after some consideration. Upon hearing this, the associate's smile radiated even more warmth. It was rare for her to encounter someone willing to spend such a sum at Hermes. Here stood a young man, likely in his early 20s, ready to invest a substantial amount in a bag for his mother. In truth, while many young individuals spent lavishly on gifts for their girlfriends, few brought their mothers to Hermes for shopping. This thought ignited a spark of admiration within the associate. This young man was not only handsome, but also evidently affluent and filial. If only she could secure his interest. Confident in her own allure, she mused that her age, being slightly older, was not a hindrance. After all, many young men were drawn to mature women. Having recently divorced, she felt perfectly suited for the role. Sir, may I recommend this Kelly series crocodile leather bag? Its rare emerald green color exudes opulence and uniqueness, priced at approximately 800,000. Alternatively, this Constance ostrich leather bag features exquisite hardware and is priced around 600,000. The associate enthusiastically presented her selections, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Chen scrutinized both bags, gently shaking his head. They don't quite align with my mother's style. Do you have anything else? The associate promptly retrieved several other models, explaining. This is the Kelly's regular leather version, priced at 300,000. Then there's this Constance in lambskin, around 400,000. And this Birkin in ostrich leather, priced at 1 million. As Lin Chen listened to her descriptions, he assessed the various options. Noticing his hesitance, the associate became even more eager, suggesting, Sir, could you share your mother's usual dressing style and preferences? This will allow me to make more precise recommendations. Lin Chen considered her request. My mother typically dresses quite simply and elegantly. She doesn't favor overly flamboyant items. The associate's eyes brightened, and she quickly retrieved another bag from the display. In that case, might I recommend this Birkin in Epsom leather? Its classic black color is understated yet elegant, priced at 700,000. Lin Chen examined it and found it quite appealing. His gaze then drifted to a different bag that resembled one his mother had previously owned. She would undoubtedly adore it. What about that bag? He inquired, pointing. At that moment, the associate noticed Lin Chen's watch, a Patek Philippe. As a Hermes sales associate, she was well versed in luxury goods. And this particular timepiece was worth no less than 1 million. Instantly, her gaze towards Lin Chen became even more fervent. Lin Chen, however, sensed an unusual intensity in her expression. Is this associate actually interested in me? She appears to be at least 30. Is she hoping for a younger companion? A chill ran down his spine. Following Lin Chen's gesture, the associate carefully retrieved the bag he had indicated. Sir, this is our latest arrival, a matte crocodile leather Birkin bag. In a deep blue color complemented by silver hardware, showcasing exceptional elegance, priced at $1,200,000. Lin Chen regarded the bag and felt a sense of resolution. This one seems quite suitable. The associate nodded eagerly. Your taste is truly remarkable, sir. This bag is indeed exceptional. Very well, I shall take this one, Lin Chen declared. The associate's face lit up with a radiant smile. Excellent choice, sir. I will package it for you immediately. While waiting for the packaging, the associate continued to engage Lin Chen in conversation. Sir, your generosity towards your mother must make her incredibly proud. Lin Chen's response was rather perfunctory. Indeed, the associate continued. Men like you, who possess both taste and filial piety, are a rare find. May I inquire about your profession? I manage a few companies, Lin Chen replied succinctly. The associate's eyes sparkled with admiration. How impressive, sir. You are quite the young achiever. As she leaned in closer, the strong scent of her perfume caused Lin Chen to furrow his brow. He instinctively stepped back, yet the associate seemed oblivious to his discomfort. Sir, may I add you on WeChat? If you have any questions regarding bags in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Lin Chen shook his head firmly in refusal. No, thank you. The salesgirl's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly regained her smile. Very well, sir. At that moment, the bag was wrapped, and she handed it over, deliberately brushing her fingers against Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he accepted the bag, completed the payment, and prepared to leave. The salesgirl hurriedly called out, Sir, we welcome you to visit us again, and I wish you and your mother a delightful life. Lin Chen nodded and exited the Hermes boutique, while the salesgirl watched him depart with a look of regret. What a pity. A handsome and wealthy man who does not fancy mature women. Why can't he learn a thing or two from the ancients? Chapter 82, Elder Sister. The salesgirl ceased her musings and stealthily snapped a photo of Lin Chen. Just then, a message from her colleague and close friend arrived. Aren't you envious? We had hot pot for lunch, followed by a picture of their meal. A smug smile graced the salesgirl's face. Envious? I just sold a Hermes Birkin bag worth $1.2 million. After a while, her friend finally replied, I was just feeling proud about selling that bag worth over $40,000, and now you've surpassed me. And he's a handsome guy. The salesgirl sent Lin Chen's photo in response. Hey, isn't this the guy who spent over $400,000 on a bag for his girlfriend before? Did he buy another bag for her today? How delightful it must be to be his girlfriend. The salesgirl paused at this revelation, a bittersweet smile creeping onto her face. No wonder he looked down on me. It turns out he has a young and beautiful girlfriend. At that moment, Lin Chen had arrived at a jewelry store, intending to purchase a few gold necklaces and jade bangles for his mother. Since 2018, Lin's mother had not bought any jewelry, and his father often expressed his regrets towards her. Now that he had the means, he certainly had to ensure everything was in order. Just as he was about to make a purchase, Jiang Shuowei's call came through. Hello? Aiken, where are you? I've just finished my class. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed cheerfully. I'm at the mall buying things. Tomorrow is a holiday, after all. I was thinking of bringing some gifts for my parents. Lin Chen replied softly. Humph. I was just about to ask if you plan to take me home tomorrow. Lin Chen was taken aback by her words. Aren't you going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with your uncle and aunt? You said last time that you would take me home next time. I thought you remembered. I've already discussed with my parents about going to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet you didn't even think of this. Jiang Shuowei's displeasure was evident. Lin Chen had initially planned to take her home over the weekend, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to abandon that idea. The next holiday was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he still hadn't figured out how to explain Jiang Shuowei's absence. He hadn't anticipated that she had already made plans. Isn't this inappropriate? The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. Lin Chen hesitated. What is wrong with that? Humph, you just don't want to take me home, do you? No, I absolutely did not mean that. Lin Chen hurriedly clarified. Then it's settled. You're at that tailor's supermarket near the school, right? Yes, how did you know? Lin Chen instinctively replied. What do you mean? I must bring something when I visit your home for the first time, silly. Jiang Shuowei teased. All right then, I'll come pick you up. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. No need, I'm almost at the school gate. I'll just take a taxi over. See you soon, silly. Jiang Shuowei said before hanging up. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face as he returned the bag to his car and headed towards the Sinrui CAF in the supermarket. Hello. Please scan the code to place your order. The staff reminded him. Lin Chen nodded and promptly scanned the QR code, ordering 2 matcha rain ice drinks with cream. Within minutes, he had his order. This flavor is still the same. Lin Chen took a sip, thoroughly satisfied. He waited a moment at the entrance of the tailor supermarket until Jiang Shuowei arrived, carrying a bag. Lin Chen stepped forward and handed her the matcha rain ice drink. Jiang Shuowei casually handed her bag to Lin Chen. Hey, what's this? It's quite delicious. Upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled. Lin Chen grinned with pride. Not bad, right? It's the matcha rain eyes from Sinrui CAF. Sinrui CAF? I've only had their coffee. I had no idea they offered something this delightful. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed. What shall we buy now? I plan to first get some jewelry for my mother. Let us go. Upon arriving at the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, the staff, upon seeing the impeccably dressed young couple, greeted them with warm smiles. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, incredulity washing over him as he spotted a masked woman introducing jewelry to a customer. Good day. Welcome to Zhou Xiaofu. May I ask what you would like to see? The staff inquired. Lin Chen remained silent, his eyes fixated on the woman in question. To confirm his suspicion, he edged closer. Jiang Shuowei attempted to speak, but upon noticing Lin Chen moving in that direction, she turned to the staff and said, Excuse us, we would like to browse for a moment. With that, she followed Lin Chen. The saleswoman, having recognized the couple's refined attire, naturally pursued them as potential clients. Aiken, what are you looking at? Jiang Shuowei asked, following Lin Chen's gaze to the saleswoman. That woman resembles my cousin, Lin Chen remarked. Jiang Shuowei's face paled with anxiety. Her name is Zhou Dongxue. She has been working at our store for a few months now. Are you certain she is your cousin? Upon hearing the name, Lin Chen felt even more assured. He turned to the saleswoman. I am certain, thank you. Then, he called out to the masked woman, Elder sister? The woman instinctively turned to Lin Chen, her expression shifting to surprise as she removed her mask. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? I came to buy something. Cousin, you work here? Lin Chen's face lit up with joy upon seeing Zhou Dongxue. Could you please attend to me first? A disgruntled customer interjected. I apologize, Zhou Dongxue said, turning to Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, please wait a moment. I'll come over to chat with you once I finish. Sure, elder sister, take your time. Lin Chen replied hastily. Zhou Dongxue nodded and glanced at Jiang Shuowei before resuming her work. The previous saleswoman, recognizing that Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue were indeed acquainted, discreetly withdrew. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei began to explore the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Before long, Zhou Dongxue had completed her tasks. Aiken, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful young lady? Zhou Dongxue asked, smiling at Jiang Shuowei. Hello, I'm Jiang Shuowei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuowei nervously clutched her clothing. Oh my, Aiken is truly fortunate to have such a lovely girlfriend. Zhou Dongxue exclaimed. Zhou Dongxue smiled, and, in order to avoid disturbing the customers in the store, deliberately pulled Jiang Shuowei outside to chat, leaving Lin Chen somewhat neglected. Zhou Dongxue, the eldest daughter of her uncle's family, was 2 years older than Lin Chen and was studying at Southwest University of Finance and Economics. She also had a younger sister named Zhou Ling, who had just entered high school this year. One must admit that women indeed forge friendships remarkably swiftly. After just a few exchanges, they appeared to be longtime friends. Laughing and conversing animatedly. Ah Chun, is it true that you are actually quite wealthy now? How did you manage that? Zhou Dongxue exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Her parents had mentioned this to her before, but she had dismissed it as a joke. However, upon seeing Lin Chen today, she began to believe it. Adorned with a Patek Philippe watch and dressed in Givenchy, with his girlfriend holding an Hermes bag, Lin Chen appeared every bit the affluent young man. Big sister, I can't disclose the details, but just remember that your brother is indeed quite wealthy now. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Really? Then why not take your big sister along? Zhou Dongxue teased. Absolutely. I run several companies now. Wherever you wish to work, it can be arranged. Lin Chen responded, pleasantly surprised by Zhou Dongxue's statement. She had always been an independent and assertive individual. With her uncle never making decisions on her behalf, he supported her in whatever she wished to pursue. Are you serious? Zhou Dongxue asked, noticing Lin Chen's earnest demeanor. Of course. You are my sister, Lin Chen replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Let us put that aside for now. I'm only in my 3rd year of university. We can discuss this after I graduate. By then, if you have any regrets, just wait for me to deal with you. Zhou Dongxue laughed. Rest assured, sister. Then, is it true that you are indeed a shareholder in that real estate company? Rongtojidi? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Despite being mentally prepared for this revelation, Zhou Dongxue couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. After that incident, she had specifically researched Rongtojidi and was astounded to discover it was a publicly listed company with a market value exceeding 150 billion. Lin Chen, at such a young age, was already a shareholder? Even if he owned just 1% of the shares, that would still be worth over $1 billion. This was utterly surreal. Zhou Dongxue refrained from inquiring further about how he had achieved this. Are you here at Zhou Xiaofu's to choose jewelry for your sister-in-law? Yes. And with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I'm planning to buy some gifts for my parents to take back. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Are you planning to bring Shuowei back to meet aunt and uncle then? Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat bashful Jiang Shuowei. Of course. A daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Jiang Shuowei huffed in response. You are the ugly daughter-in-law. Exactly. My sister Shuowei is so beautiful. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue with an odd expression. Sister, Shuowei is also a third-year student, and you were born in May 2004. While Shuowei was born in December 2003. Both Jiang Shuowei and Zhou Dongxue paused in surprise. That's fine. It's only right for me to call you sister. Jiang Shuowei explained. Aren't you both here to buy jewelry? I can help you with recommendations, and I might earn a commission as well. Zhou Dongxue quickly changed the subject. All right, big sister, then do give us some good recommendations, Lin Chen said with a smile. With that, the three of them entered Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store. Zhou Dongxue, who allowed you to chat outside during work hours, questioned a woman dressed in formal attire. Sorry, manager. I ran into my brother and just chatted for a moment. Zhou Dongxue quickly apologized. Zhou Dongxue, you must understand that you are here as a part-timer. The store never wanted part-timers. If this happens again, you may as well leave. Furthermore, I'm deducting 100 from your bonus this month. The manager was unyielding. Manager, why such a significant deduction? I only earn a little over 100 a day as a part-timer. This deduction amounts to a day's wage. Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhou Dongxue's expression darkened. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. The store manager was undeniably harsh. It was merely a few minutes of conversation. No more than a trip to the restroom. And she was deducting a full day's pay? Jiang Shuowei also seemed to sympathize with Zhou Dongxue. We came to buy jewelry. And Sister Dongxue was just introducing us to the pieces. Humph. Why would one need to step outside to introduce jewelry? This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. The manager scoffed. That's not your concern. What does it matter where we are as long as we are buying? Lin Chen stated calmly. The manager was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed. What did it matter where the introduction took place? As long as the jewelry was sold, that was all that mattered. The manager could only sulk in silence. Zhou Dongxue discreetly smiled and gave Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei a thumbs up. Subsequently, Zhou Dongxue began showing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei various pieces of jewelry. Lin Chen's attention was suddenly captured by a gold necklace. What do you think of this gold necklace? I think it looks quite lovely. My mother might appreciate it. Lin Chen suggested, pointing at the necklace. Jiang Shuowei and Zhou Dongxue turned their gazes toward the necklace as well. The necklace shimmered brilliantly under the store lights. Xiao Chen, this necklace is indeed beautiful. Your taste is impeccable. Aunt will surely love it. This piece is priced at 88,000 yuan, crafted from pure gold with exquisite workmanship. And the gemstones embedded are of superior quality, Zhou Dongxue remarked. Lin Chen nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the necklace. He turned to Jiang Shuowei and asked, Shuowei, what do you think? I also find it beautiful. Aunt will definitely like it. Jiang Shuowei smiled. Lin Chen decided to purchase the necklace and told Zhou Dongxue, big sister, we'll take this one. Please help us see if there are other pieces suitable for my mother. Zhou Dongxue nodded with a smile and led them to look at some jade bangles and earrings. Eventually, they chose a ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue, who was in high spirits, using her full authority to provide Lin Chen with the best discounts. The total price for the 4 pieces would amount to several hundred thousand, and she would earn a substantial commission. Although part-time commissions were significantly lower than those for full-time employees, she could still earn around 10,000 yuan. Big sister, why don't you choose something too? Now that your brother is wealthy, I ought to buy you something nice. Zhou Dongxue was still contemplating how to spend the commission money when Lin Chen's words nearly took her by surprise. Huh. Oh, that's not necessary. Xiao Chen. This commission is already quite generous. Zhou Dongxue instinctively refused. Sister, you always thought of me whenever you had something good. Now that I have wealth and the means, shouldn't I treat you well? Lin Chen said, a bit helpless. He had anticipated Zhou Dongxue's reaction. It finally dawned on Zhou Dongxue that her brother was no ordinary person, but rather a young magnate with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Haha. All right then. Big sister, one tea hold back. Zhou Dongxue hesitated for but a moment before she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Chapter 84. A chance encounter with Wang Shijia. Jiang Shuowei stood beside her, beaming with delight. Zhou Dongxue surveyed the jewelry in the store, her expression reflecting uncertainty. She bit her lip and ultimately chose a bracelet priced at several thousand yuan. The bracelet, while simple and elegant, bore an air of refinement. Lin Chen, upon seeing it, furrowed his brow slightly. Sister, this is far too inexpensive. Please, take your time and choose something better. Do not feel obliged to be modest. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly explained. Xiao Chen, truly, this is more than sufficient. I genuinely adore this bracelet, and a few thousand yuan is not trivial. Lin Chen, however, remained resolute. No, sister. You must heed my advice. Today, you must select something exceptional. With a sigh of resignation, yet her heart warmed with gratitude, Zhou Dongxue eventually settled on a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands. Each diamond on the necklace sparkled with a radiant brilliance, perfectly complementing Zhou Dongshue's gentle demeanor. "Sister Dongxue, let me help you try it on," Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement. "All right," Zhou Dongxue replied with a smile and a nod. Jiang Shuowei picked up the necklace and adorned Zhou Dongxue with it. The moment Zhou Dongxue fastened the necklace, she seemed to be illuminated, her graceful essence accentuated. "How beautiful! Sister Dongxue," Jiang Shuowei could not help but exclaim. "Indeed, you are my sister, and you possess such beauty," Lin Chen added with a smile. "Really?" Zhou Dongxue appeared genuinely pleased, gazing down at the necklace. "Absolutely. Come here, Sister Dongxue." Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled her towards the mirror in the jewelry store. "Look, this necklace enhances your beauty." Jiang Shuowei's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Dongxue smiled at her reflection, genuinely pleased. "It truly is lovely, thank you both." Lin Chen, observing from the side, smiled and said, "Sister, this is the one. Do not consider changing it." Zhou Dongxue nodded. Her eyes filled with appreciation as she looked at Lin Chen. The female store manager, who had previously exhibited arrogance, was now humbled. Recognizing the Givenchy on Lin Chen and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, alongside Jiang Shuowei's handbag, worth at least several $100,000. Had she not recognized them, her usual temperament would have prevented Zhou Dongxue from trying on such an expensive necklace, effectively alienating this couple. Lin Chen turned his gentle gaze towards Jiang Shuowei. "Shuowei, you should choose something as well. Do not merely observe." Jiang Shuowei, feeling slightly bashful, lowered her head and gently shook her hand. "Ah Chen, it's not necessary. Just purchasing for Auntie is sufficient. I do not need anything." Lin Chen clasped her hand gently, his eyes filled with affection. "Select something. Do not feel hesitant." After some contemplation, Jiang Shuowei ultimately chose a pair of exquisite pearl earrings. The pearls, round and lustrous, emitted a soft sheen. Following the shopping spree, Lin Chen paid with his card, the total amount exceeding 400,000. The female store owner, her eyes wide with astonishment, had shed her previous bitterness, replaced now by a visage of obsequiousness and flattery. With a broad smile, she leaned forward slightly. "Oh, sir and madam, you truly possess remarkable taste. You have chosen our finest pieces. Please visit us often. We shall ensure you receive the best service and most favorable prices." Lin Chen did not spare her a glance. "Sister, Shuowei and I shall take our leave now. Do come visit us when you have the time," Lin Chen said to Zhou Dongxue. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded, "Certainly. Be careful on your way." After leaving the jewelry store, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei continued their shopping spree, selecting several outfits and shoes for Lin's parents. Purchasing health supplements and tea, spending several thousand yuan, all courtesy of Jiang Shuowei, who insisted on footing the bill for her first visit to Lin Chen's home. "But where did you acquire such a sum?" Lin Chen could not help but inquire. Jiang Shuowei chuckled softly. "Of course, it was my parents who provided it. They were aware that I would be visiting your home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so they transferred several thousand yuan to me to buy gifts for Uncle and Auntie." Lin Chen, touched by Jiang Shuowei's explanation, gently pinched her nose. After completing their shopping, they made their way to the parking lot. "Ah Chen, I must return to school briefly. My little pet is still there." Lin Chen nodded, expertly starting the car, the engine emitting a deep, powerful roar. Soon, he drove into the school and came to a steady stop beneath Jiang Shuowei's dormitory. Due to the impending Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the area was bustling with students dragging their luggage. "Ah Chen, I will be quick. Please wait for me downstairs." Jiang Shuowei planted a quick kiss on Lin Chen's cheek and then cheerfully entered the dormitory. Upon her return, the little pet, previously lounging on the bed while Tang Wanner organized her belongings, leaped down and began meowing incessantly at Jiang Shuowei's feet. "Oh, are you off to meet the in-laws, my dear wife?" Tang Wanner teased with a mischievous grin. Jiang Shuowei cradled the little pet, playfully engaging with it, then shot a glance at Tang Wanner. "Do not speak nonsense. I am merely visiting Uncle and Auntie." Tang Wanner winked knowingly. "All right, I understand. Hurry and pack your things. Do not keep them waiting." Jiang Shuowei, her cheeks flushed, chose to ignore Tang Wanner's teasing. She placed the little pet into its carrier, stuffed several bags of cat food into her bag, and carelessly shoved her cosmetics into her Hermes purse. "Sister Wanner, I am off now. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival," Jiang Shuowei called as she dashed downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was waiting downstairs, feeling somewhat bored. A Lamborghini smoothly pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal Wang Shijia. "Lin bro, are you waiting for your sister-in-law?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Wang Shijia exited the vehicle and approached Lin Chen. "What a coincidence. I am waiting for Zhu." Lin Chen casually inquired, "Why aren't you heading home for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" "I am planning to take Zhu home to meet my parents and grandparents. We've been dating since high school, and now I can finally bring her home openly," Wang Shijia said, his eyes softening as he spoke. Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at Wang Shijia again, surprised by his devotion. For someone from such a wealthy family, he had not turned into a debauched playboy, which spoke volumes of his upbringing. Just then, Lin Chen spotted Jiang Shuowei running eagerly out of the dormitory. Wang Shijia, what a surprise to see you here. Are you waiting for Zhu? Jiang Shuowei inquired. Sister-in-law. Yes, I am waiting for Zhu and happened to run into Lin Bro, so we chatted for a bit. Wang Shijia replied with a smile. Shijia, we should be on our way, we'll catch up next time. Chapter 85, Lin's Parents. Noticing that it was getting late, Lin Chen bade farewell to Wang Shijia. All right, Lin Bro, see you. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Wang Shijia responded promptly. After returning to the car, Lin Chen took out his phone and called his mother. Xiao Chen, when will you be back? Is your girlfriend already home? Lin Chen's mother's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Mother, I shall return for dinner today. And my girlfriend will also be coming over shortly to rest at our home, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Ah, you mischievous boy. Why did you not inform me sooner? Had you done so, your father and I could have prepared earlier. Now time is of the essence, Lin's mother exclaimed, a mixture of delight and mild reproach evident in her voice. Don't worry, mother, if it comes to it, we can always dine out. Lin Chen replied with an awkward chuckle. Jiang Shuowei, seated in the front passenger seat, cradled a small plush toy in her lap, quietly stifling laughter at Lin's mother's words over the phone. By the way, what is your girlfriend's name? How shall I address her when she arrives? Should I prepare a red envelope for her first visit? I must gather pajamas, slippers, toothbrushes, and washcloths. Mother, my girlfriend's name is Jiang Shuowei. Jiang, as in the Yangtze River. Shui, meaning snow, and Wei, as in the purple rose. Lin Chen reassured her. As for the red envelope, you may decide as you see fit. All right, I understand. I must hurry to prepare. No more chatter with you, you little rascal. Lin's mother concluded, promptly hanging up the phone. Lin Chen listened to the beeping tone with a hint of exasperation. Ah Chun, I still need to rest at your home tonight, Jiang Shuowei said. Her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Of course, where else would you sleep? I couldn't possibly let you stay at a hotel. Lin Chen gently patted her head, speaking softly. Jiang Shuowei sniffled. But since it's my first time at your home, will it not seem rather frivolous to your mother? How could that be? Wasn't my first visit to your home also spent there? Lin Chen comforted her. That is quite different, she replied, her concern palpable. Fear not. My mother will not think that way, Lin Chen assured her, squeezing her hand gently. All right then, Jiang Shuowei acquiesced, as Lin Chen playfully pinched her cheek before starting the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Jiang Shuowei appeared increasingly anxious, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her brow slightly furrowed. Ah Chun, I still feel a bit nervous. What if your parents do not take a liking to me? She fretted, gripping her clothing tightly. Do not fret, Shuowei. My parents will undoubtedly adore you. You are so kind and endearing. How could they not? Lin Chen reassured her, taking her hand in his warm, reassuring grasp. Due to the impending mid-autumn festival holiday, the roads were congested, compelling Lin Chen to avoid the highway. What would typically be a 40 to 50-minute journey turned into an hour-and-a-half ordeal. Initially, Lin Chen intended to park in the underground garage, but was halted by a security guard at the entrance. Sir, your vehicle may not enter the underground parking, the guard informed him. Why not? I reside in this community. Lin Chen inquired, puzzled, with Jiang Shuowei equally curious. Sir, the chassis of your vehicle is too low. It cannot descend, the guard explained. Realization dawned on Lin Chen as he recalled that the supercar's low clearance would indeed prevent it from entering without risk of obstruction. He casually handed the guard a pack of cigarettes. Thank you for the heads up, my friend. The guard accepted the cigarettes with surprise. Not at all. Lin Chen smiled. Then reversed the car, searching for a suitable parking spot along the roadside, ultimately finding one after a lengthy search. Jiang Shuowei stowed the plush toy into a pet backpack before they both exited the vehicle, laden with various bags. Upon entering the community, they navigated directly to Building 3, Unit 2. Once in the elevator, Jiang Shuowei's anxiety escalated. My home is on the 17th floor. We shall arrive shortly, Lin Chen stated. Jiang Shuowei's heart raced, and she took deep breaths, attempting to calm herself, yet her nervousness felt like a tangled web she could not untangle. The elevator soon reached the 17th floor, and Lin Chen retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Father, mother, we are back, he called out. Though it had only been a little over half a month since he last left, Lin Chen felt a sense of disorientation. The last time he departed, he had merely a few thousand yuan on his person, and now he returned as a wealthy individual with billions to his name, accompanied by a stunning girlfriend. Lin's parents were bustling in the kitchen and, upon hearing his voice, hurried to greet them. Ah, Shuowei is here. Come in, come in. Lin's mother welcomed her with a radiant smile. Jiang Shuowei, being polite, stepped into the living room and said, Hello, uncle and auntie. I have brought you a gift. She offered the gift to Lin's parents, her eyes betraying her nervousness. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, palms slick with perspiration. Lin's father and mother accepted the gift with smiles, praising Jiang Shuawei for her thoughtfulness. As the dishes were still cooking, Lin's father returned to the kitchen. Come, Shuawei, make yourself at home and sit here, Lin's mother urged, guiding Jiang Shuawei to a soft, comfortable sofa, offering her a fresh peach. Try this, it's freshly bought and quite delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Chen entered the kitchen to assist in bringing out the fruit. Shuawei, consider this place your home. Lin's mother beamed, then presented Jiang Shuawei with a plump red envelope. Oh no, auntie. Surely, this is too much. Jiang Shuawei protested upon seeing the envelope. This is a tradition in our area. If you refuse, it would imply dissatisfaction with our family, Lin Chen interjected. Hesitating, Jiang Shuawei finally accepted it. Thank you, auntie, she said obediently. Ah, you all enjoy yourselves. Dinner will be ready shortly, Lin's mother said cheerfully before returning to the kitchen. Once Lin's parents retreated, Lin Chen sat beside Jiang Shuawei on the sofa, gently patting her hand in a gesture of comfort. Do not be too anxious, darling. My parents are quite easygoing, Lin Chen whispered soothingly. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, though her gaze discreetly wandered toward the kitchen. Ah Chen, I still feel a bit on edge. Should I assist in the kitchen? She asked softly. There's no need. Just stay here. My mother would not permit you to help, Lin Chen replied gently. Reluctantly, Jiang Shuawei acquiesced. Meow? The sound of a cat suddenly reminded Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei that they had yet to release the plush toy. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly opened the pet backpack, cradling the plush toy in her lap. Meow? The plush toy, with its large blue eyes, looked up at them with a pitiful expression. The sight tugged at Jiang Shuawei's heartstrings, prompting her to comfort it in her embrace. Oops, Mama made a mistake, she cooed softly. Before long, Lin's parents emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Shuawei, come and eat, Lin's mother called with a smile, her expression brightening as she noticed the plush toy in Jiang Shuawei's arms. Wow, what a beautiful cat. Auntie, this is a ragdoll cat. She is a little princess, Jiang Shuawei explained. A ragdoll? I've seen them online. They are indeed quite adorable, Lin's mother acknowledged. Shall we eat now? I am quite hungry. Lin Chen gently placed his hand on his belly and remarked, it has been over half a month since I last savored the dishes prepared by my parents. I must admit, I find myself yearning for them. Jiang Shuawei set her little plush toy on the sofa before joining Lin Chen at the dining table. The family gathered around the table, where an array of delectable dishes exuded an irresistible aroma. Shuawei, please make yourself at home and help yourself, Lin's father warmly invited. Jiang Shuawei obediently nodded and began to eat. Upon tasting the sweet and sour ribs, the delightful balance of flavors immediately burst in her mouth, prompting her to exclaim, Uncle and Auntie, these sweet and sour ribs are simply exquisite. Lin's mother beamed, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. If you enjoy them, do indulge. Feel free to visit often, and I shall prepare them for you regularly. Lin Chen served Jiang Shuawei a piece of braised pork with a smile, saying, You must try this braised pork. My mother's rendition is unparalleled. Jiang Shuawei placed the pork in her mouth, finding it rich, yet not greasy, melting seamlessly on her palate. It's absolutely delicious. Auntie's culinary skills are remarkable. As they feasted, Lin's mother suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, Shuawei, if Lin Chen ever bullies you, just tell Auntie. I shall teach him a lesson. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Auntie, Lin Chen is very kind to me. Lin Chen quickly interjected, Mom, how could I ever bully her? Laughter erupted, filling the room with a warm echo. After the meal, Jiang Shuawei eagerly offered to help clear the dishes, and despite Lin's mother's attempts to stop her, she insisted, Auntie, you've worked hard cooking. Let me take care of this. Lin's mother looked at her helplessly, growing increasingly fond of this thoughtful girl. Once the dishes were tidied away, the family settled in the living room to watch television, while the little plush toy rested quietly in its cat bed. Lin's parents chatted with Jiang Shuawei about everyday matters, with Lin Chen occasionally chiming in. Shuawei, you should come over to play more often during the holidays. It's much livelier with more people, Lin's father suggested. Jiang Shuawei nodded in agreement. Yes, Uncle and Auntie, I will. Lin Chen poured cat food into the plush toy's bowl and prepared its litter, then carried the toy to its bowl's edge. Turning to his parents, he asked, By the way, have you both resigned from that electronics factory job? It's exhausting and hardly pays anything. Do I need to be told? My son is now the owner of a substantial company. Why would I continue working? It's time to enjoy life, Lin's mother said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Shuawei. Isn't that right, Shuawei? Absolutely, Auntie is correct. Jiang Shuawei nodded vigorously. What about Dad? Have you resigned too? Lin Chen looked at his father after hearing his mother speak. I still feel a bit restless sitting at home. Lin's father replied with a chuckle. Your father has never been one to idle around. I've urged him for days, but he insists on working. He wouldn't even take a few days off to go out and have fun with me, Lin's mother said. her tone a mix of irritation and exasperation as she shot a glare at Lin's father. It's not easy to take leave, but I promise I'll go with you when I have the time. Lin's father responded awkwardly. Dad, do you truly intend to keep working at the electronics factory? Do you actually enjoy that job? Lin Chen sighed and asked, recalling his own difficult experience during a summer job there. What can I do? At my age? No one else wants me, and I can't just sit at home, his father replied. But think about it. I am a billionaire entrepreneur, and my father is working at an electronics factory. How do you think that reflects on me? Wouldn't people question my filial piety and integrity? Perhaps even hesitate to collaborate with me? Lin Chen's words left his father speechless, as he had never considered that perspective. Indeed, Lin Bing. What if that reflects poorly on our son? Lin's mother chimed in, also recognizing the validity of Lin Chen's argument. Jiang Shuawei remained silent, aware that this was a family matter and not her place to intrude. Then I shall resign tomorrow. Lin's father finally declared after some contemplation. That's the spirit. Dad, haven't you always wanted to run a business? I'll support you with 10 million. You can pursue whatever venture you desire. Lin Chen said, elated at his father's agreement. 10 million. No, you should keep that money for yourself. Lin's father exclaimed, his hands waving in alarm. Yes, Xiaochen, 10 million is far too much. What if your father loses it all? Lin's mother added, her tone resolute. While a couple of million might be acceptable, given that they now knew their son was a billionaire in his own right, 10 million was a significant sum even for the wealthy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task. Persuade Lin Bing to start a business. Task reward, Baihui Supermarket. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Baihui Supermarket, located just downstairs from their home. Although it might not be worth much, perhaps only 7 or 8 million, it was perfect for his father to manage. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen organized his thoughts and said, Dad, I've opened a supermarket. Would you be interested in managing it? I hardly have the time. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion, while Jiang Shuwei seemed unfazed, her expression unchanged. A supermarket? Xiaofan, you've opened a supermarket? Lin's father and mother quickly pressed for more details. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. It's the Baihui Supermarket downstairs, the one you frequently visit. What? Lin's parents exclaimed in unison. Xiaochen, you didn't acquire this supermarket just for me, did you? Lin's father asked, recalling the trope from novels where characters often bought businesses without reason. Not quite. It was merely an arrangement from previous work dealings. Lin Chen casually fabricated a story. Lin's parents exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered. But what if I mess up? I know nothing about running a business. Lin's father voiced his concerns. Apprehension etched across his face as his eyes flickered between Lin Chen and Lin's mother, engaged in an internal struggle. He felt tempted, as owning a business had always been a dream, yet the fear of causing his son trouble loomed large. Lin's mother remained silent, her gaze shifting between her husband and son. Don't worry, Dad. This supermarket is worth less than 10 million, even if it were to fail. The loss wouldn't be too significant, Lin Chen reassured him with indifference. It's just 10 million. What is that in the grand scheme of things? Then why not give it a shot? It's certainly better than working at the electronics factory, right? Besides, it's a gesture of goodwill from your son. Lin's mother encouraged. All right then, I shall relish the experience of being a boss, huh? Lin's father chuckled with newfound enthusiasm. He had thought his life would remain mundane. Yet here he was, possibly stepping into the world of entrepreneurship thanks to his son. All right, Dad, I'll take you to see the supermarket tomorrow. Lin Chen said with a smile, before pulling out the jewelry and bag he had purchased for Lin's mother. Mom, this bag is one I specifically chose for you. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Chen presented the exquisite Hermes handbag, valued at over $1 million, to his mother, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lin Mu, taken aback with delight, gently accepted the gift, her fingers caressing the luxurious surface as she scrutinized it with admiration. Is this truly Hermes? Such beauty and exquisite craftsmanship must command a price in the tens of thousands. At the very least, she inquired, her affection for the bag palpable. Oh, mother. Fret not about the cost. Your son is quite financially secure. Just accept it graciously. I have also procured some jewelry for you, Lin Chen replied vaguely, wishing to alleviate any pressure his mother might feel regarding the price. By the way, I encountered our elder sister while purchasing the jewelry from Zhou Xiaofu. Lin Chen suddenly remarked. That is hardly surprising, considering how close your schools are. Was Dong Xue also there, coincidentally shopping for jewelry? Lin Mu asked, her curiosity piqued. No, she was actually working there, Lin Chen responded candidly. Working? Lin Mu's brow furrowed, her smile vanishing in an instant. Isn't Dong Xue still attending the financial university? How could she be employed at a jewelry store? She set the handbag aside, urgency evident in her voice. According to the store manager, it seems she is doing so part-time, Lin Chen explained. Yet, Lin Mu remained troubled, lost in contemplation. Is something wrong? Is there an issue I should be aware of? Sensing her unease, Lin Chen's heart raced, prompting him to inquire further. Jiang Shuawei also turned her gaze toward Lin Mu. I'm not entirely sure. Your uncle mentioned that your elder sister had been feeling unwell recently, prompting him to suggest she undergo an examination. Lin Mu's tone carried a weight of concern and anxiety. However, upon receiving the results, Dong Xue adamantly refused to look at the report, insisting that everything was fine. We all suspected that something might be amiss, but you know your sister's stubborn nature. Once she has made up her mind, it is nearly impossible to change it. Your uncle sought her out at school, yet she remained tight-lipped, and even when he tried to take her to the hospital, she refused and they ended up in a heated argument. It has been quite distressing for us. Now that you are capable, and given your good rapport with Dong Xue, please find a way to gently probe her about it. If there is indeed something wrong, assist her to the best of your abilities. Lin Fu added gravely. Your uncle and aunt have always treated you well. And as for Dong Xue, she has shown you nothing but kindness. Lin Chen's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He had always held Zhou Dongxue in high regard, for she had been the epitome of a responsible sister. Numerous times, she had borne the brunt of his mischief. Memories flooded back, intensifying the unease within him. Hearing his parents speak of her plight stirred an inexplicable agitation in his heart, prompting him to take a deep breath and strive for composure. I understand. Even without your urging, I will certainly offer my assistance and do my utmost to help. At that moment, his enthusiasm for further conversation dwindled, and he retrieved his phone to call Zhou Dongxue. Hello? Xiaochen, what brings you to call your elder sister? Zhou Dongxue's voice came through, sounding as ordinary as ever, yet Lin Chen perceptibly detected a hint of fatigue beneath the surface. Just wanted to check in on you. Elder sister, have you returned home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen endeavored to keep his tone light and casual. After a moment of silence, Zhou Dongxue replied, Not yet. I plan to go back tomorrow. Hesitating briefly, Lin Chen decided to be forthright. Elder sister, I heard you've been unwell and went for an examination. What is really going on? There was a pause on the line before Zhou Dongxue responded. It's nothing serious, just feeling a bit tired lately. A little rest will suffice. Elder sister, please don't hide the truth from me. Our parents have shared their concerns. Why won't you let them see the examination results? Lin Chen's voice grew more urgent. Xiaochun, really it's nothing. Don't listen to their exaggerations. I just want to spare them the worry, Zhou Dongxue insisted, remaining evasive. Elder sister, if something is wrong, you can confide in me. I assure you, I am in a position to help now. I truly am fine. I'm currently out with classmates for dinner, so I must hang up now. Before Lin Chen could respond, the call ended abruptly, leaving him frustrated as he lowered his phone. Lin Fu and Lin Mu exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the outcome of the conversation. This girl Dongxue, Lin Mu lamented. Her spirits visibly dampened. Having watched Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling grow up, she regarded them as her own children, and now, with such troubling news, concern weighed heavily on her heart. Do not worry, mother. I will certainly persuade her, Lin Chen reassured her. Uncle and auntie, I have brought you some gifts. I hope you will like them. Jiang Shuawei sought to lighten the mood, presenting the gift she had purchased. These cosmetics are for auntie, and this tea is for uncle. I hope uncle will find it to his taste, and I also got some health supplements. How lovely. Thank you, Shuawei. You needn't have gone to such lengths. Lin Fu and Lin Mu's expressions softened, their satisfaction evident as they regarded Jiang Shuawei with warmth. As long as you both are pleased, that is sufficient for me. Jiang Shuawei replied with a smile. The group continued their conversation for a while, and then Lin Mu beckoned Jiang Shuawei to the restroom. This is your toothbrush and rinsing cup, and this pink towel is also yours. I've washed it and purchased a set of pajamas, which I've placed in Xiao Chun's wardrobe.